When Lin Yuan awakened on Baozu Mountain, the divine Saiyan system bestowed upon him the physique of a Saiyan, his combat power soaring from 5 to 1005. What he initially believed to be a typical journey of transmigration soon took a turn when he encountered the prematurely appearing Raditz at Kame House, whose mechanical prosthetics bore the time realm mark, tearing open a rift in space-time. It turned out that the system was an inducement program of the time realm deity Kain, and he himself was merely a fourth iteration clone. As the shackles of memory were lifted, it was revealed that the living Dragon Ball within Bulma was actually a fragment of the creator god lineage, and Lin Yuan's true identity was the time-space avatar of the Dragon God Zalama. Upon discovering countless clones of himself within the time crevice, he witnessed the extraordinary transformation of little Wukong as he fused 6 black orbs, leading to an ultimate mission that pointed towards killing Kain. It became evident that the Dark Alliance was a manipulation of memories, with Kain opposing a higher dimensional devourer through reincarnation. Caught in the paradox of wishing rights and destruction, Lin Yuan must unravel the ultimate secret of the Dragon Balls. When the system interface is covered in black patterns, can he wield the authority of the Dragon God to conclude this time-space cycle that spans 12 universes? Chapter 1. The beginning of the Saiyan Physique sign-in. My goodness. I abruptly sprang up from the grass, my palm resting on the damp earth, my nostrils filled with the fresh scent of grass and wilderness. Just 3 seconds ago, I was grinding away at Dragon Ball Super fanfiction on my computer, and now I found myself amidst the rolling hills of Baozu Mountain, its iconic bun-shaped peaks glimmering in the morning sun. Ding! The divine sign-in system has been successfully activated. A semi-transparent light curtain unfolded before my eyes. Host: Lin Yuan. Combat power: 5. Skills: none. Sign-in location for today: Baozu Mountain. I pinched my thigh hard. The pain was so real it brought tears to my eyes. I had truly crossed over to the Dragon Ball world. System: explanation function. I suppressed my racing heart. The light curtain promptly refreshed. 1. Daily sign-in. Different locations trigger special rewards. 2. Achievement system. First time completion of events grants rare items. 3. Special reminder. Reward from this system can surpass the original worldview limits. Without hesitation, I clicked the sign-in button for Baozu Mountain, and 3 options appeared. Option A: Basic Saiyan Physique. Option B: 10 shares of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Option C: Random Dragon Ball Radar. I nearly shouted Option A. Countless experiences from fanfics taught me that power is the ultimate truth in the Dragon Ball world. Suddenly, a surge of heat erupted within me, and my muscle fibers vibrated like the strings of a violin. As the pain subsided, the system displayed my combat power as 1005, and my vision became so clear that I could see the veins of leaves 100 meters away. Is this the body of a Saiyan? I attempted to throw a punch, and the air erupted with a whooshing sound. Suddenly, a familiar girl's scream echoed from afar. "Let go of my Dragon Ball!" Following the sound through the woods, I witnessed an unforgettable scene. A blue-haired girl cornered by a dinosaur beneath a tree, her short skirt muddy, while little Wukong and his orange Jai approached with a fishing rod in hand. "Bulma," I blurted out. Both turned their heads simultaneously. Seizing the opportunity, the dinosaur opened its massive jaws, and instinctively, I charged forward. My body moved faster than I could imagine, and by the time I realized it, the dinosaur's teeth were stuck on my arm, remarkably without breaking the skin. With a swift uppercut, the 3-meter-tall dinosaur soared into the sky, transforming into a star. Ding! First enemy defeated achievement unlocked. Reward: Combat Instinct. Bulma collapsed to the ground, the 4-star Dragon Ball rolling to my feet. Little Wukong warily assumed a stance. "Who are you?" "Here to steal the Dragon Ball too." "I am Lin Yuan." I bent down to pick up the Dragon Ball, and in Bulma's fearful gaze, handed it back to her, explaining that I had merely passed by. The system unexpectedly displayed a special prompt. Scene task: make contact with Bulma's hair for 3 seconds. Reward: basic proficiency in technology. As Bulma took the Dragon Ball, I feigned concern and asked, "Are you all right?" While casually brushing a leaf from her hair, my fingers deliberately lingering for a few seconds. Task completed. Reward: basic proficiency in technology. Bulma's eyes lit up suddenly. "Wait. That punch you threw." She pulled out a glass-like detector, astonished to find I possessed a combat power of 1000. Little Wukong immediately bounced over. "Higher than mine? Let's have a match. First, let's tend to your wounds." I diverted the topic, glancing at Bulma's scraped calf. Drawing upon modern knowledge, I gathered some anti-inflammatory herbs nearby, crushed them with a stone, and applied the paste to her wound. Bulma looked at me in astonishment. You know medicine? I possess a modicum of understanding. With a smile, I reach into my pocket for my lighter. Would you care to see something more intriguing? As flames erupted from the metallic box, the two natives were left in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Bulma seized my wrist, asking, "Can you sell this to me? Or would you consider being my bodyguard? My father would pay a handsome sum." At just the right moment, the system presented a new notification. Continuous check-in task activated. Accompany Bulma for 3 days. Phase rewards. 1. Dragon Ball Radar Principles 2. Gravity Room Blueprints 3. Random Scion Skills. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we gathered around the campfire. Bulma diligently recorded my modern invention ideas with her electronic pen, while Sun Wukong was utterly amazed by instant noodles. So, I took a bite of the bread conjured from the universal capsule. "May I catch a ride? I'm quite intrigued by the dragon." Bulma mischievously winked. "Sure, but you'll need to handle the monsters along the way." Ding! Detected sign-in location for tomorrow. Kame House. Upcoming reward. Kamehameha. As the night breeze rustled through the treetops, I clenched my fists while gazing at the starry sky. Having arrived in this world, Frisia, Cell, and the King of Martial Arts. All formidable beings shall serve as my stepping stones. Chapter 2. An enhanced version of the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Is this truly the ocean? Little Goku pressed his face against the car window, his nose flattened, gazing at a body of water 1,000 times larger than the pond by the village. Bulma rolled her eyes, admonishing, "Do not let your drool stain my leather seats." She deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, and the yacht-like capsule car sliced through the azure waters, the outline of Master Roshi's abode becoming visible in the distance. I fiddled with the remnants of my lighter in my pocket, a token of Bulma's temporary trust earned the previous night. The system interface flickered at the edge of my vision. Consecutive sign-in progress, 13. Current follow time, 19 hours 42 minutes. Would that old pervert truly impart martial arts to us? Bulma scoffed. My father mentioned he was a legendary figure in his youth. No sooner had she spoken than the surface of the sea erupted with a tremendous splash. A bald elder, bearing a turtle shell, stood atop a sea turtle, his sunglasses reflecting a dubious glimmer. "Beautiful lady," he suddenly appeared outside the window, his nose nearly poking into Bulma's collar. "May I have the pleasure of admiring your interior?" In an instant, I seized his collar and yanked him back. The turtle hermit tumbled into the back seat like a rag, his spectacles askew. Combat instinct triggered, predicting lewd action's success rate, 50. Ahem, Master Roshi adjusted his glasses, squinting at me. "Young man, the energy flowing within you is anything but ordinary." The sea turtle leisurely crawled onto the car's hood. "Master Wutian, they possess Dragon Balls." The air became palpable. Little Goku had already assumed a battle stance. But I pressed down on his shoulder. "We are indeed collecting Dragon Balls," I clarified, gesturing toward Bulma. "But this lady's father is willing to offer the latest edition of a photo magazine as compensation." Bulma's eyes widened. "When did I say that?" Master Roshi exhaled hot air from his nostrils, trembling as he retrieved an orange-red orb from a shell. "If the latest issue includes a swimsuit special with a poster." Ding. Moral de limit triggered. Option. Deceive to obtain Dragon Ball. Option. Speak the truth. I took a deep breath. Actually, there's no photo magazine. Simultaneously, as Bulma sighed in relief, I added, "But I can help you repair that." I pointed to the rusted robotic made under the eaves of Kame House. Master Roshi's glasses glinted ominously. That unit has been broken for decades. If it's the energy core that has deteriorated. I approached the shore. The knowledge of mechanical repair bestowed by the system flooding my mind. Replacing it with a seaweed-powered module would suffice. Beginner technology proficiency activated. Target detected as housekeeping robot. 20 minutes later, as the robotic maid approached with chilled juice in hand, Master Roshi was overcome with emotion. "From this day forth, you shall be my second-generation disciple of the Turtle School." Achievement unlocked. Introduction to Mechanics. Acquired. Basic affection level for Turtle School, 30. As night fell, I found myself alone on the beach. The system interface appeared punctually. Sign-in location detected. Kame House. "Would you like to sign in immediately?" "Sign in." Golden light surged into my being, and countless routes of energy manipulation unfurled within my mind. Unlike the original Turtle School Kamehameha, which necessitated prolonged charging, the system's enhanced version astonishingly allows for the pre-storage of energy within the meridians. Acquired. Instantaneous Kamehameha. Additional note, multiple Kamehameha waves can be unlocked through practice. I endeavored to concentrate the energy within my palms, and the azure-white energy sphere instantaneously took form. With a soft exclamation, a beam of light rent the night sky. erupting into a colossal water column upon striking the sea 1,000 meters away. Quite impressive indeed. The voice of Master Rashi resonated from behind. He leaned on his staff, exuding an aura of mastery under the moonlight, though his method of exertion appeared rather rigid. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a slender yet condensed Kamehameha wave sliced through the air beside me. 300 meters away, a seashell the size of a bottle cap was precisely shattered. Tomorrow, we commence special training. The old man turned, revealing a rather lecherous grin, and suggested, if you could assist me in acquiring Ms. Bulma's martial arts instructor. I promptly interjected, having heard of your renowned technique known as the binding spell. On the following morning, I was jolted awake by the suffocating sensation of a heavy weight upon my bed. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld little Goku sprawled across my abdomen, his drool soaking my shirt. Breakfast is ready. Bulma's shriek rivaled an air raid siren. As we rushed into the dining hall, the robotic maid was busy frying the 10th serving of eggs. Master Rashi rapped the table, the first lesson of special training. Suddenly, he lifted the tablecloth to reveal it was overflowing with noble sun, a test to cultivate resistance against temptation. Bulma's frying pan accurately struck the bald head, creating a large, smoke-emitting bump. The true training commenced in the afternoon. While little Goku ran laps on the beach, Master Rashi guided me to a coral reef. Feel the flow of energy. He pressed his palm against my back, stating, there lies a dormant energy within you, reminiscent of a legendary Bardock. A surge of surprise coursed through me. Was this the Saiyan Physique bestowed by the system? Now, direct the Kamehameha at the waves. After 3 continuous hours of practice, the system suddenly notified me. Detected sustained use of the same skill. Unlocking hidden mechanism, skill proficiency. New effect, energy sphere can briefly levitate. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I invented a delayed detonation technique, compressing the Kamehameha wave to the size of a basketball, which would explode a second time 5 seconds after impacting the target. Master Rashi gazed at the rocks propelled skyward, his glasses reflecting the light obscuring his expression. Tomorrow, I shall teach you the afterimage technique. That night, while Bulma was bathing, I stealthily employed my energy perception to scan the turtle hermit's abode. In the attic, I discovered a locked sandalwood chest emitting eerie energy fluctuations. New task prompt. Acquire the secret treasure of the turtle hermit's house. Reward. Nimbus cloud summoning permission. Just as I was about to ascend the stairs for further investigation, a tremor vibrated beneath my feet. The sea outside roiled as if boiling, a colossal shadow looming closer. The sea monster sent little Goku barreling through the window with excitement. Master Rashi's expression shifted abruptly. No, this energy is... From the depths of the inky waters, 2 lantern-sized crimson eyes slowly ascended. Perched atop the monster's head was a figure clad in battle attire, unmistakably the infamous Raditz, whose mop-top hairstyle appeared particularly striking under the moonlight, despite the timeline suggesting he should not be present at this moment. Found you, half-breed. He fixed me with a cold smirk. Kakarot was indeed on this planet. Bulma emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Raditz's scouter beeped. Power level 1005. It seems Lord Bardock was not mistaken. He suddenly hurled an energy sphere to ensnare Master Rashi, demanding, hand over the Scion orphan, Earthling. Emergency mission triggered. Option, reveal strength to protect everyone. Option, pretend to cooperate. I clenched my fists as the Scion blood within me began to boil. A system hologram abruptly displayed a red warning. Anomalous timeline invasion detected. Sign-in reward temporarily upgraded. Ability to summon the Nine-Tails Chakra from Naruto. Chapter 3. The Nine-Tails Chakra Scion. 3 minutes remained as I stared at the system countdown. The Nine-Tails Chakra surged through my veins like molten lava. It would suffice. Inside Raditz's energy sphere, Master Rashi was striking the transparent barrier with his cane. Little Goku bared his teeth, preparing to unleash his wolf-fang fist, while Bulma crouched behind a rock, clutching a Dragon Ball, revealing half of a universal capsule remote beneath her towel, her fingers quietly pressing a red button. A final ultimatum. Raditz's tail coiled around little Goku's neck, lifting him off the ground. Hand over this worthless child, or else. Suddenly, the beach beneath me erupted. 9 crimson chakra tails bursting forth from the earth. Raditz's scouter crackled and exploded, the readings wildly fluctuating. 53,008, 700. Had it surpassed 10,000? Nine-Tails Chakra Fusion Progress. 37. Gained. Tailed Beast Ball Generation Instinct. My right hand involuntarily rose, a black-red energy sphere spinning and expanding in my palm. Raditz slammed little Goku down toward the sea, crossing his arms, double. The tailed beast ball surged forth, colliding with his hastily launched energy wave. A blinding white light illuminated the heavens, the shockwave creating a crater a kilometer wide in the ocean. Seizing the opportunity, I teleported to intercept little Goku's descent, ensnaring him with a chakra tail. Coughing, blood trickled from little Goku's mouth. Why did he call me Kakarot? There was no time to explain. Raditz had already emerged from the smoke of the explosion. His battle suit was torn at the left shoulder, revealing a mechanical prosthetic. This was certainly not the original configuration of Raditz. A modification from the Dark Alliance? I dodged his lunging punch, my chakra tail constricting his waist. Suddenly, the system alarm blared. Temporal paradox detected. Target possesses timeline memories. Ninetales synchronization rates surpassed 50, unlocking illusion resistance. Raditz's single eye glowed red. A mental shockwave piercing through my chakra defenses. Fragments of memories surged into my mind. I saw myself standing before the Eternal Dragon. Behind me, a fractured rift in time. Distraction could mean death. Raditz's knee loomed large before me. In a moment of desperation, Master Roshi's Kain struck his temple from the side. Young man. The old Master Roshi had somehow escaped his confinement, now floating in the air, preparing to unleash the Mafuba technique. Understanding immediately, I plunged all 9 tails into the ocean's depths. As Raditz broke free from his staff and pursued, the entire seabed abruptly rose, compressing the colossal tailed beast orb, spanning 100 meters in diameter, into a solid state with the energy wave he unleashed. The turtle sage extended his hands, releasing a green vortex. Raditz was swept into the tailed beast orb by the flow of energy. At the very moment the seal was completed, he grinned wickedly and crushed a mysterious device, proclaiming, "You have no idea what you are truly up against." A miniature black hole formed within the sealing sphere, devouring the magic seal wave along with the tailed beast orb. The surface of the sea returned to tranquility, leaving only the floating mechanical prosthetic as evidence of the battle that had transpired. Remaining time for Ninetales chakra, 23 seconds. Emergency recovery program initiated. The overwhelming sensation of chakra dissipating caused me to collapse onto the shallow shore. As Bulma rushed over to assist me, my towel unexpectedly slipped away, revealing that she had already donned her battle suit beneath. "Stop playing dead," she scolded, twisting my ear. "What was that technique? What is this dark alliance that Saiyan spoke of?" Little Goku picked up the still-smoking prosthetic, remarking, "It smells like something burnt in the fridge." The turtle sage solemnly examined the markings on the inner side of the prosthetic, marks of the time realm. He turned to me, saying, "Kid, you bear the scars of time." Suddenly, the system's holographic display forced itself to pop up. Abnormal timeline invasion confirmed. Compensation reward. Time Realm God S. Beacon. New main quest. Restore the Altered Dragon Ball history. In the dead of night, I sat alone on the rocks, studying the beacon. Bulma unexpectedly tossed a can of beer at me from behind. "So, you're a future warrior?" "Pretty much," I replied, cracking open the can, causing the foam to spray all over her face. "Idiot," she muttered, wiping the liquid off her face before lowering her voice. "I found a quantum chip in that robot maid's core, one that won't appear for another 20 years. We both turned our heads simultaneously. In the moonlight, a figure peering through a telescope from the attic window of the turtle house quickly withdrew. Ding. Continuous sign-in task completed. Reward. Dragon Ball radar schematic. New sign-in location unlocked. Underwater pyramid. The following morning, as little Goku played with the prosthetic like a toy, the turtle sage summoned us to the basement. He removed a bikini poster from the wall, revealing a mechanical device embedded with 7 Dragon Balls. "This is the time-space stabilizer," he stated, gently caressing the Dragon Balls. It was never meant to be activated at this time, as left by Master Mateto. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, the Dragon Balls can be used this way? With each use, history will branch," the turtle sage replied, casting a deep glance at me. "For instance, a Saiyan who was supposed to arrive 5 years from now appears early." Suddenly, the system vibrated. Warning, temporal correction force detected. Underwater pyramid sign-in, task upgraded to mandatory event. I excused myself under the pretense of special training and slipped out of the turtle house, employing flight techniques to soar toward the coordinates marked by the system. After navigating through layers of seaweed, the ancient pyramid quietly loomed within the depths of the ocean canyon. At its apex lay not a Dragon Ball, but an hourglass inscribed with unfamiliar scripts. Special sign-in preparation complete. Expected reward. Time Resistance 1. As the palm pressed against the hourglass, the entire ocean fell into an unexpected stillness. The swimming schools of fish crystallized into exquisite sculptures, and bubbles hung, suspended in the air. Above the hourglass, a holographic projection materialized, an amalgamation of the adult Goku and Vegeta, locked in a fierce battle within a shattered realm of time. At last, I have located you, the anomaly of time and space. A cold female voice resonated from behind me. Turning, I beheld a girl with pink twin tails gliding through the water, adorned with a gear-like headpiece and wielding a staff taller than myself. Is it the Kaioshin of time, Kain? I ventured cautiously. Incorrect. She lightly tapped my forehead with her staff. I am but a projection created during your third iteration. Countless fragments of memory suddenly unfurled. During my first traversal, I chose to become Frisia's lieutenant. In my second attempt, I endeavored to prevent the birth of Cell, and now I embark on my third reboot. Host memory shackles have been lifted. Acquired timeline memories. The projection of Kain began to flicker. Listen, the Dark Alliance has infiltrated the 12 universes. Their next target is... Her voice abruptly ceased as her image was consumed by a dark substance. Beware, there is danger near the Omni King. Came her heart-wrenching warning before her projection shattered into luminous specks. Do not trust the system prompts. The deep sea reclaimed its silence, save for the words on the hourglass, turning a blood-red hue. Trembling, I glanced at the system interface, which had been blue but was now marred with spiderweb-like black lines. Sign-in completed. Acquired. Temporal Resistance 1. New task. Contact young Piccolo within 72 hours. As I surfaced, the sunset stained the clouds with a sanguine hue. A familiar surge of energy emanated from the direction of the Kame House, Kamehameha, yet the system map indicated that Goku and Bulma were 30 kilometers away in a town. Rushing back at full speed, I was met with the shocking sight of Master Roshi collapsed in a pool of blood. A figure clad in a black bodysuit was bending down to retrieve the Dragon Ball from his grasp, slowly turning as it sensed my presence. With an orange headscarf and green skin, the stern visage belonged to none other than the Demon King Piccolo, who should have appeared 5 years hence. Now marked prominently with the six-fingered insignia of the Dark Alliance. Another Saiyan hybrid, he remarked, concentrating purple-black energy in his palm. He prepared to test a new technique on me. Suddenly, a red warning flashed on the system interface. Abnormality detected in host memory. Initiating forced repair program. 321. Chapter 4. System Forced Repair. Agonizing pain pierced through my temples like a drill, causing me to collapse and convulse on the ground. Piccolo's figure fragmented into 3 shadowy duplicates in my blurred vision, the purple-black energy sphere in his hand fluctuating erratically, reminiscent of a poorly tuned television signal. Feigning death. Piccolo's voice reverberated with a metallic resonance. His kick aimed at my abdomen abruptly froze, akin to a video game character paused mid-action. Memory repair 2347. Warning, host self-awareness resistance detected. Countless shards of memory erupted within my mind. On my first journey, I knelt upon the deck of Frisia's spaceship, offering the Dragon Ball radar. The conclusion of my second traversal found me amidst the ruins of the Cell Games arena, obliterated by dark matter missiles. My most recent recollection is merely 3 minutes prior, when I had not yet departed from the Kame House. In a moment of despair, as I clutched my head and screamed, my palm unexpectedly brushed against a solid object, the time gear that Kain had secretly slipped in my pocket before disappearing. The trajectory of Piccolo's attack suddenly unfolded before my eyes in slow motion. I rolled aside to evade the energy sphere, the edge of the gear grazing my fingertips, causing droplets of blood to fall onto the sand, which curiously flowed backward to form ancient runes. Time resistance activated. Gained 5 seconds of precognition. Piccolo stared in astonishment as I preemptively interrupted his next move, the special beam cannon. The 6-fingered imprint on his chest began to writhe, crawling like a living entity toward his neck. So, you two are puppet. I wiped away the blood from my nose. As a crucial realization dawned upon me, the Dark Alliance manipulates historical figures through parasitic entities. Suddenly, Piccolo smirked ominously. Do you understand why the system seeks to erase your memories? His nails elongated, piercing into his own chest, for it fears you may remember. As black blood splattered, a vision of foresight flickered. Within Piccolo lay a miniature time bomb. The Kamehameha was unleashed in an instantaneous burst, the blue-white beam propelling Piccolo into the sea. Almost simultaneously, I lunged toward the unconscious Master Roshi. My 9 chakra tails erupted once more, though only shadows remained, yet they sufficed to form a protective barrier. In the midst of a cataclysmic explosion, The entire Kame House was thrust skyward. Burning tiles cascaded like a meteor shower. As I navigated through the rain of fire with Master Rashi on my back, suddenly, I heard a faint electronic voice. "Over here, you fool." Following the sound, I beheld Bulma's mechanical arm extending from the rubble, shielding young Goku with her body. More astonishingly, a semi-transparent interface hovered beside her. This girl had somehow hacked the system in reverse. "Do not touch that gear," she uttered, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, yet her face alight with excitement. "That is a memory anchor. It will trigger." Before she could finish, a six-fingered mark emerged on the skin at the back of her neck. I dashed forward, tearing open her collar to reveal a miniature controller nestled near her spine, pulsating with a crimson glow. Host memory restoration complete. 85. Truth unlocked. Bulma is the chief scientist of the Dark Alliance in the third iteration. The world crumbled before my eyes. Trembling, I gazed at the girl in my arms. Her expression suddenly foreign. "Have you finally remembered?" "My dear experiment subject number 1. Bulma's nails transformed into metallic blades, poised to strike at my throat, yet halted at the final millimeter. Her eyes quivered violently, her left eye clearing. "Quick, use the Kamehameha to hit my back." Two consciousnesses fought for dominance within her. Young Goku unexpectedly barreled into her side, only to be pierced through the shoulder by a beam emitted from Bulma's palm. Gohan and young Goku stared in bewilderment at the gaping wound in his chest, calling out the name of their future son. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Bulma had already materialized behind me. Her fingers, sharp as scalpels, precisely pierced the nape of my neck. System's self-diagnostic protocol initiated. In excruciating pain, my vision was engulfed by a torrent of data. Memory seal lifted. 100. Final truth. Current iteration is the 4th. The true identity of the host. The temporal clone of the time realm deity, Kain. All memories have been restored. I'm not a mere traveler. Rather, I am a warrior crafted from temporal cells by Kain, my 3 previous failed missions recorded within my genes. Even the system is an inducement program she devised. Bulma chuckles softly in my ear. Surprised? Each time you restart, our parasitic technology is enhanced. She displays a counting tattoo on her wrist. This marks your 47th attempt to thwart the Dark Alliance. In the throes of death, Master Rashi suddenly erupts. The old man, drenched in blood, assumes a peculiar stance I have never witnessed, the reverse heaven and earth technique. His aged body instantly rejuvenates, his white hair turning black, muscles swelling. Yet, more astonishingly, 7 beams of golden light descend from the swirling dark clouds above, forcing the previously collected Dragon Balls to return. Lin Yuan's voice resounds as Master Rashi roars, shattering the rocks, making a wish upon the dragon. Bulma's expression shifts drastically. "You won't succeed." Her arms transform into cannon barrels. Yet little Goku clings to her legs with his last ounce of strength. "Make the wish." I tear off the bloody gear of time and raise it high. Revive all those controlled by the Dark Alliance. Chapter 5. Twisted Wishes. The gear of time erupts with blinding light in my palm, as the 7 Dragon Balls tremble and float into the air. Bulma emits a shrill, inhuman scream. "Stop that dragon. History cannot be altered." Her voice is abruptly silenced. Emerging from the swirling dark clouds is not the familiar green dragon, but a pitch-black draconic entity, its golden slit pupils radiating a molten malice. Anomalous wish mechanism detected. Source of dragon energy has switched. Dark matter reactor. The rejuvenated Master Rashi suddenly coughs up a mouthful of black blood, the state of the reverse heaven and earth technique beginning to collapse. As I rush to support him, I discover a shard of time realm metal embedded in his back, a remnant that had temporarily granted him immunity from control. This is not our dragon. Master Rashi is bleeding with every word he utters. The content of the wish has been tainted. As the black dragon speaks, the oceans of the entire planet boil simultaneously. Your wish has been accepted. 7 beams of black light shoot forth from its eyes, enveloping Bulma, the price being. Wait. I lunge toward the black light, but pass through the illusion, nullifying the wish. The black dragon reveals a sinister grin. The price is the transfer of the temporal anchor point. With a delicate touch of its claw, Bulma's Dragon Ball radar suddenly melts into liquid, seeping into her skin to form golden patterns. This woman will become the new Dragon Ball vessel. Little Goku struggles to crawl over. Bulma is crying. Indeed, tears stream down Bulma's face, tracing the golden lines. As the black dragon dissipates, she suddenly grasps my wrist, her nails digging deep into flesh. Lin Yuan killed me. They implanted it in my mind, ah? Amidst her anguished screams, Dense microcircuits emerge beneath her skin. The system's holographic screen flickers wildly. Cross-temporal contamination detected. Current status of Bulma briefs. Living Dragon Ball. Warning. The remaining 6 living Dragon Balls have dispersed to other universes. The turtle sage, with his last ounce of strength, grasped the hands of both me and little Yukon. Listen well, he said, that Namekian sent a capsule containing a damaged spaceship. The Grand Elder can purify. Suddenly, the old man's body stiffened, and the metallic fragments of the time realm disintegrated into dust. In the final moment before he drew his last breath, I distinctly saw him form the words with his lips, "Take care of yourself." A torrential downpour cascaded down, washing away the ruins of the turtle house. Little Wukong clutched the turtle, weeping until he fainted, while I fixed my gaze upon Bulma, who had succumbed to slumber, a faint celestial pattern pulsating on her chest with each breath. Emergency evacuation protocol initiated. New checkpoint. Namek. The system's storage bay suddenly opened, and an unfamiliar black capsule rolled onto the ground. Upon pressing the button, instead of a vehicle, an ice-encased incubation pod emerged. As I discerned the figure within, my blood ran cold. It was I, more accurately, a version of myself clad in the Dark Alliance uniform, a tattoo reading 47 adorning my neck. Inscribed hastily along the side of the pod were the words, "Beware of Kain, she lies across all timelines." Lin Yuan? Bulma's weak voice reached me. She had awoken, her pupils temporarily regaining their azure hue, and my mind was flooded with numerous interstellar navigation charts. Her trembling fingers traced intricate coordinate formulas in the sand. Incorporating the script of Namek, the system suddenly prompted, "Host clone detected. Fusion options available. Absorb to gain Dark Alliance memories. Destroy to obtain pure energy." The roar of engines thundered through the rain. A fleet of capsules from the Universal Capsule Corporation was approaching, led by Dr. Brief, whose temple clearly bore the hexagonal chip of the Dark Alliance. "Take her away." I hoisted the clone's incubation pod onto my shoulder and flung little Wukong across, heading toward Kairita to find Mr. Popo. Yet Bulma broke free from my grasp. "No, I have a tracking program within me." She suddenly seized the control device of the incubation pod. "You take this." She pressed a hidden button, and the pod transformed into a spherical escape capsule. In the final moment before we were sealed inside, Bulma pressed the Dragon radar chip against the glass. "Seek out other living Dragon Balls, including..." The sound of an explosion drowned out her last words. Through the observation window, I saw Bulma turn to face the approaching fleet, her arms extending into cannon-like formations as she chose to cover our retreat. Force teleportation program successfully altered. Destination changed to Planet Salad of the 6th Universe. Warning, clone awakening countdown at 120,000. As the escape pod broke through the atmosphere, little Wukong leaned against the window, watching the Earth diminish into a blue speck. Will Bulma be all right? I dared not reveal the truth. The radar chip displayed Bulma's life signal rapidly declining. More unsettlingly, a personality synchronization rate progress bar had inexplicably appeared on the system interface, currently at 17 and still climbing. The dormant clone suddenly opened his eyes, locking gazes with mine. His lips moved, conveying a chilling message, which I deciphered through lip reading. We are indeed the ones who have been invaded. As the hyperspace jump commenced, the starlit expanse outside the observation window elongated into vibrant ribbons. Little Wukong, overwhelmed by his inaugural venture into space, was relentlessly retching. While I fixated on the newly generated system notification, detected abnormality in host memory integrity. Compensation reward. Ancient Scion genetic blueprint. Side effect. Decrease in great ape cognitive retention by 40. Suddenly, the escape pod was rocked violently. A shadow of an immense creature swept past the window. It was unmistakably the silhouette of the super dragon, yet its body was marred by stitched scars, and its left I was a mechanical prosthetic. As it gazed upon the escape pod, the system interface was abruptly engulfed by a crimson warning. Do not trust the living Dragon Balls. Repeat, do not trust the living Dragon Balls. When the tremors ceased, we found ourselves beside a blood-red lake. Outside, 6 violet moons floated, and on the opposite shore loomed a colossal pyramid in the Scion style. This was certainly not the planet salad of the 6th universe. Suddenly, little Wukong pointed at the sky. Is the Lin Yuan moon bleeding? Gazing upwards, I beheld a suffocating sight. The surface of the purple moon oozed liquid crimson light, coalescing in space into Chinese characters. Check-in location updated. The Rift of Time. Ultimate mission unlocked. Eliminate the Kaioshin of the Time Realm, Kain. The cloning chamber erupted violently, and number 47 stood upon the blood lake, extending his hand towards me. Welcome to the Zero Loop, my original self. Chapter 6, The Zero Loop. Number 47's finger pierced my chest, yet there was no pain. It felt as though it had penetrated a holographic image, rippling outward. The blood-red lake behind him suddenly surged towards the sky, revealing countless bloated corpses at its bottom, each one a clone of myself. This is the genesis of all timelines. Number 47's voice resonated with an electronic echo. Kain cuts fragments of time and space from here, creating beings such as you from Lin Yuan. Little Wukong emitted an inhuman howl. He knelt by the lake, his hair visibly lengthening at an alarming rate, and his nails extending into claws. Beneath the glow of the purple moon, his shadow splintered into 7 distinct forms of Saiyan's. Detected phenomenon of assimilation in the rift of time. Son Wukong's temporal counterpart is merging. Number 47 snapped his fingers, and the boiling blood lake instantaneously froze. He pulled me towards a Saiyan pyramid, its base inscribed with unfamiliar characters. The system's translation function rendered them into chilling content. Log of the 47th reincarnation experiment. Terminate the loop by slaying Kain. At the entrance of the pyramid lay a cache of modern weaponry, rusted submachine guns, depleted energy swords, and even a prototype of the Dragon Ball radar. Number 47 kicked aside these relics. The failures of the preceding 46 iterations illustrate that brute force alone cannot breach the cocoon of time. Cocoon of time? I inquired. The barrier enveloping this rift. He pointed towards the sky. At that moment, I discerned that the so-called purple moon was in fact a projection of Kain's gear-like headdress, while those stars were suspended hourglasses of time. Inside the pyramid was a surreal control center. At its center floated a holographic projection of Earth. Yet the continental plates arranged themselves into the eerie shape of a 6-fingered handprint. Subject 47 pressed the console button, and the projection shifted to a live image of Bulma, submerged in the Dark Alliance's green cultivation fluid, with a starry pattern on her chest emitting a blinding red glow. The living Dragon Ball was a deceit. Subject 47 accessed the data stream, revealing that Kain's essence was, in fact, fragments of the souls from the creator god race. The holographic screen suddenly displayed a previously unseen female figure, silver-white hair, with miniature models of the 12 universes swirling in her eyes. She was conversing with a mechanical version of a Super Shenron. Harvesting 7 more temporal anomalies will complete the key. A jolt struck me. This was unmistakably Kain's voice. Yet the system's light screen flickered with a warning. Warning, memory tampering detected. Critical query. Has the host seen Kain's true form? Subject 47 abruptly grasped my throat. Do you understand now? The so-called system is a thought virus she implanted. A third I split open on his forehead, projecting images I had never experienced. At the edge of some timeline, I thrust a sword into Bulma's chest, extracting Dragon Ball energy. The excruciating pain brought me to my knees, golden patterns surfacing beneath my skin, mirroring Bulma's. The system interface flickered violently. Host assimilation progress, 39. Emergency protocol activated. Ancient Saiyan gene forced fusion. With the sound of cracking bones, 2 bulges formed on my back. Yet Subject 47 wore a triumphant smile. Yes. This is how we awaken the time reversal abilities of the ancient Saiyans. Suddenly, little Goku burst through the pyramid's door. His current form was horrifying, half in Super Saiyan 4 state, while the other half bore the appearance of Shenron, with his lower body transforming into Cell's tail. The saliva dripping from his mouth corroded the metallic floor. Subject 47 operated the console with urgency. There's no time to explain. We must stop Kain. Little Goku's fist pierced through his chest, yet what flowed out was not blood, but grains of time. Before dissipating, Subject 47 forcefully pushed me into a suddenly appearing wormhole. Go find the true Dragon God, Zalama. On the other side of the wormhole lay a crystalline wasteland. In the sky, a Super Dragon Ball was ensnared by chains, while the ground was littered with broken weapons. Most striking was a female figure, kneeling on the central altar, impaled by 7 swords of time. At last, my other half had arrived. She lifted her head, and her face bore a striking resemblance to mine. At that moment, the system's light screen completely shattered, reorganizing into golden text. Memory shackles fully released. Host true identity, Temporal Avatar of Dragon God Zalama. The woman struggled to raise her right hand, revealing a pulsating heart in her palm. This is my divine core. The Dark Alliance used the Dragon Ball's wishing mechanism to scatter it across the 12 universes. The heart suddenly transformed into a stream of light, merging into my chest. A torrent of memories surged through my nerves. I witnessed the true purpose behind Dragon God Zalama's creation of the Super Dragon Balls, not to grant wishes, but to seal away a devourer from a higher dimension. Aware of Kain, the woman's body began to crystallize. She had been corrupted. As the altar collapsed, I instinctively unfurled newly formed dragon wings. In that moment of ascendance, I beheld a familiar silhouette at the edge of the crystalline wasteland, Bulma, her eyes flowing with the sands of time, cradling a dragon ball forged from dark matter. Lin Yuan, she greeted me in a tone reminiscent of Kain. Are you prepared to partake in the true power tournament? Suddenly, the sky rent asunder, revealing the grandstands of 12 universes. The audience was filled with formidable beings, all under the control of the six-fingered mark, while on the highest throne, the mechanical version of the champion regarded me with a tilted head. Ultimate check-in location unlocked. Time-space arena. Final task. Slay the corrupted Kain under the watchful gaze of the creator deities. Bulma snapped her fingers, and I was transported to the center of the arena. Before me stood a fully fused Goku, his essence now a confluence of all temporal counterparts. 6 living Dragon Balls embedded in his chest. The rules were straightforward. Bulma perched upon the king's lap, swinging her feet, and the victor would gain the power to wish. Yet, she unexpectedly tore at her own skin, revealing a core composed of intricate gears. Wishes have always been prone to distortion. Goku roared and charged, the force of his fists rending the very fabric of space. As I evaded, a synchronized countdown erupted from the stands. 10, 9, 8. This was not the countdown for the power tournament, but rather a harbinger of a far more terrifying mechanism. Bulma's mechanical form began to disintegrate, unveiling the final fragment of the Dragon God Salamander's core hovering in her innermost sanctum. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its climax, the entire time-space arena commenced its collapse. Goku's body spiraled uncontrollably towards Bulma, merging with the 6 living Dragon Balls to forge an indescribable, colossal entity. Within me, the Dragon God's core resonated, the system's final command manifesting. Ultimate check-in reward. Creation authority. Usage condition. Sacrifice all temporal existences. The monstrosity had begun to take shape, possessing Bulma's head, Goku's body, Kain's mechanical wings, and the tail of the Super Shenron. It began to absorb the energy from the 12 universes, the powerful beings in the stands disintegrating into motes of light, consumed. Is this what you desired? I charged towards the epicenter of the fusion, intent on obliterating all timelines. Bulma's visage emerged upon the creature's chest. Fool, we are here to save. Suddenly, a human arm belonging to Bulma extended from within the monster, thrusting the final dragon radar into my grasp. The screen flickered, not with coordinates, but with a frequency code. This was the key to severing the fusion. Final choice. Utilize creation authority to reset everything. Absorb the monstrosity to become the new deity. I gripped the radar and surged toward the beast, allowing its tendrils to pierce my shoulder. In that fleeting moment of contact with the core, I glimpsed the truth. There was no dark alliance. The so-called corruption was merely a firewall set by the Dragon God Salamander. Kain had been thwarting the incursion of higher-dimensional devourers all along. Check in, I whispered. Time itself stood still. A golden radiance erupted from within me, as all consumed energy began to reverse. The monster emitted a wretched scream, its shell peeling away to reveal the most intrinsic essence within. A weeping infant version of the Dragon God, ensnared by mechanical chains, bears the inscription 47 upon its forehead. The moment I reached out to touch this baby dragon, the ultimate reward activated. The authority of creation is not meant for destruction or mere creation, but for understanding. In that instant, all timelines converged. I witnessed the myriad choices I made, giving rise to parallel universes. Observed Kain sacrificing herself in each timeline to maintain balance, and discerned the profound significance of Bulma willingly becoming a living Dragon Ball. A wish was formed. I cradled the infant dragon, returning everything to its origin. The world was engulfed in blinding light. Chapter 7. The Awakening of the Dragon God and the Final Battle. As the white light dissipated, I found myself in a void. There was no sky, no earth, only countless shattered fragments of time and space floating around me like mirrors. Each fragment reflected a different version of myself. Some donned armor in the Frisia Force. Others were pierced through the chest at the Cell Games. And there was even a version of me weeping over Bulma's lifeless body. This was the true essence of the Zero Cycle. A clear, childlike voice echoed from behind. As I turned, my breath caught in my throat. A child, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, floated before me, green scales adorning his arms, with golden slit pupils swirling with the nebulae of the 12 universes, the infant dragon god. All reincarnations and sacrifices led to this moment. He waved gently, causing the time-space fragments to begin reassembling, and at last, I comprehended the essence of wishes. The final prompt from his system unfolded before me. Final check-in complete. Acquired, authority of the dragon god. Usage, richep causality. Memories surged like a tide. I glimpsed the original truth. The dragon god, Zalama, did not create the super Dragon Balls to grant wishes, but to imprison an entity from a higher dimension that devours. However, one day, the Kaishin of time, Kain, uncovered this secret. She attempted to find a perfect solution through the cycle of time and space, inadvertently allowing the will of the devourer to seep into various timelines. The Dark Alliance never truly existed. The youthful dragon god sighed, stating that those six-fingered marks were merely corrupted nodes in time and space. A sudden realization struck me. Thus, the Dark Alliance that Bulma, Master Roshi, and others perceived was, in fact, a distortion of memory. He nodded, and now it was time to end this cycle. The moment of choice had arrived. The juvenile dragon god spread his arms, and two spheres of light materialized. In the white light of his left hand, an image of Bulma smiling as she handed over the dragon radar. In the black light of his right hand, the apocalyptic scene of the Omni King's temple collapsing. You may choose to return to the initial starting point, allowing everything to commence anew. His voice resonated with divine echoes. Or, the black light suddenly surged, revealing a scene that froze my blood in its veins. Kain was bound by chains at the core of the time realm, her mechanical wings melting away, while in a higher darkness, an indescribable entity slowly opened its eyes. Confront the devourer, but at the cost of potentially becoming eternally lost in the abyss of time and space. I remained silent for a protracted moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. I chose the third path. In the astonished gaze of the super divine dragon, I reached out and simultaneously grasped two orbs of light. Dragon God authority activated. At the edge of time and space, I stood before the devourer. It lacked a definitive form, merely a mass of darkness that incessantly collapsed and expanded, and merely gazing upon it caused blood to seep from my 7 orifices. The shattered body of Kain floated nearby. Upon seeing me, her mechanical pupils contracted sharply. You must not linger. I spoke not a word, only transforming the Dragon God authority into a longsword. The blade was entwined with the memories of all reincarnations. Bulma's silhouette toiling late into the night in the laboratory. Master Roshi's resolute application of the reverse earth technique. The smile of little Goku upon mastering the Kamehameha for the first time. Your weakness is the lack of understanding. I raised the sword, pointing it at the devourer, for the essence of the Dragon Balls is connection. In the instant the blade of light cleaved through the air, countless versions of myself across time and space simultaneously wielded their swords. The first ray of sunlight of the new era cast itself upon Paozu Mountain. I opened my eyes to discover myself lying upon familiar grass. No system, no combat power values, only a common 4-star Dragon Ball radiating warmth in my embrace. In the distance, the sound of an engine approached, and Bulma's motorcycle burst through the underbrush. Hey, have you seen my Dragon Ball? She exclaimed, jumping off the bike, only to freeze in surprise. Haven't we met somewhere before? I smiled as I tossed the Dragon Ball to her. Next time you decide to steal a Dragon Ball, remember to check the weather forecast first. The moment she caught the Dragon Ball, I faintly observed the 6-finger mark on the back of her neck dissipating like smoke. Epilogue. 3 months later, in the basement of the Capsule Corporation. Bulma furrowed her brow, gazing at the flickering file labeled File 47 on the screen, murmuring, strange. What did I create this folder? Upon clicking it open, she found only a single line of text. When the new reincarnation begins, seek out the person at Paozu Mountain. Chapter 8. The Watchers of Time and Space. In Bulma's laboratory, late at night, 2:17 a.m. The blue light of the monitor illuminated her weary face as her fingers typed out the final line of code. Suddenly, a folder she had never encountered before, File 47, popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen. What on earth is this? She frowned, clicking it open to reveal only a blurred surveillance video. In the footage, a figure stood at the Dragon Ball radar, manipulating its controls. The instant the person turned, Bulma's coffee cup shattered on the floor. It was her own reflection, clad in an unfamiliar black battle suit, her left eye glowing with mechanical red light. Impossible. She trembled, magnifying the image, realizing another version of herself was adjusting the radar frequency, and what appeared on the screen was not 7 Dragon Balls, but 8. Early morning at Baozi Mountain. 5:23 a.m. I crouched by the stream, splashing water on my face, when the reflection on the water suddenly distorted. An unfamiliar feminine visage emerged, silver hair cascading, with pupils resembling rotating gears. Listen well, watch her time and space. Her voice was laced with electronic distortion, and you had merely sealed the surface consciousness of a devourer. Its cells had already. Suddenly, my right arm swung uncontrollably towards the water surface, black veins writhing beneath my skin. A system hologram forcibly emerged. Corrosion level, 12. Symptoms, temporal and spatial cognitive deviance. Current timeline stability, 89. Uncle Lin Yuan? Gohan's voice resonated from behind me. Upon turning, I beheld his expression of terror, only to discover that my right hand had transformed, its fingers adorned with dragon-like scales and nails morphing into dark golden claws. Sky Tower of Shidu, noon 12:05. Bulma slammed the modified dragon radar onto the conference table. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in grave trouble. The radar's holographic projection revealed the 8th Crimson dot moving in the far north, its energy fluctuations identical to those of the Super Shenron. What a joke! Piccolo exclaimed, crushing the armrest in his fury. The Dragon Ball manufacturing techniques of Namek had never been disclosed. Suddenly, the projector erupted in flames. To the astonishment of all, the light points split into 2, then 4, ultimately stabilizing into 12 luminous points, arranged in a flawless dodecahedron. Tien's third eye bled profusely. It is mimicking the structure of the 12 universes. Capsule Corporation basement, same day, 2033. I pried open the alloy cabinet marked 47, revealing a chilling collection, a Saiyan tail immersed in nutrient solution, fragments of the bloodied Kaioshin's headpiece, and a set of combat power records that were automatically updating. Vegeta, normal combat power, 9,800,000. Goku, Super Saiyan God power. Lin Yuan, current corrosion rate, 127. In the bottom drawer lay a faded photograph. A young Bulma stood before Kame House, her shadow bearing 6 fingers. Have you found what you were looking for? Bulma's voice came from behind me. Her hand, steady as a rock with the phase gun, belied the tremors of her pupils. Now tell me, why do I have memories of killing Goku? In the far north, amidst a blizzard, the Crimson that finally halted before an ice-encased pyramid. As Piccolo arrived, melting the ice with his ki blast, it revealed a Saiyan infant incubation pod. Beneath the transparent lid, submerged in nutrient solution, lay an infant version of Broly, possessing 6 palms, with the 8th Black Dragon Ball embedded in his chest. Chapter 9. The Original Sin of the Saiyans. In the far north, at -52 degrees, the blizzard formed a crystalline vortex outside Piccolo's aura. He gazed at the mutated infant Broly within the pod, and the child suddenly opened his eyes, golden slitted pupils swirling with the star maps of the 12 universes. Stepping back, Piccolo forcefully shoved Gohan aside as the demon-searing wave coalesced instantaneously. The Black Dragon Ball suddenly floated from the infant's chest, releasing a circular shockwave. Piccolo's beam was distorted and refracted, cleaving the entire iceberg in half. Amidst the collapsing ice, the incubation pod hovered in midair, the infant's cries transforming into some ancient language. Detected Dragon God language. Translation: Awakening protocol initiated. Gohan's Super Saiyan energy surged uncontrollably towards the incubation chamber, causing his skin to dehydrate and shrivel. Piccolo severed his own arm to fashion a makeshift vent, successfully pulling him out of the energy siphon's range. This was not the Saiyan Piccolo using Namekian regeneration to restore his arm, but rather a weapon of the Dragon Clan clad in Saiyan guise. In the special care unit of West City Hospital, Bulma's phase gun emitted a faint wisp of smoke. I glanced down at the charred wound on my chest, where dragon scales were visibly mending at an astonishing rate. 3 days prior, the melting of the Arctic glaciers had accelerated abruptly. She retrieved satellite imagery, revealing a dodecagon pattern, 1,000 meters in diameter, inscribed upon the polar ice, its arrangement identical to the scales upon your skin. Suddenly, the ward trembled violently. Outside, the iconic spherical building of West City twisted and contorted, as if being kneaded by an unseen hand, like malleable clay. The pedestrians on the street remained oblivious, their shadows casting 6-fingered handprints that collectively pointed towards Baozi Mountain. Cognitive filters shattered as I leapt through the glass, invisible to the eroded. Bulma's startled voice called from behind. "Wait, you're back." Mid-flight, I turned and beheld the outline of a miniature Dragon Ball surfacing beneath the skin of my nape, descending along my spine. In the outer space of Namek, a piercing alarm blared as Vegeta's reconnaissance ship broke through the atmosphere. The entire surface of the planet was cloaked in a writhing black fungal blanket, while 12 tendrils of flesh supported the mutated Namekian Dragon Ball at the location of the Grand Elder Sanctuary. Kakarot was mimicking the Eternal Dragoness wish. A rare, serious tone emanated from Goku's communicator. I see an even graver scene here. The imagery shifted to the Earth's temple, where Mr. Bobo knelt before the distorted throne of the Supreme Kai, as 7 Dragon Balls on the altar fused into a massive black ovum. The visage of infant Broly emerging upon its surface. Deep within Baozu Mountain, I descended before the wooden cabin where childhood Goku resided. Within the ice crystals formed by the reverse flow of the stream lay countless fragmented images of time and space. Piccolo, clad in Dark Alliance uniform, slaying the Supreme Kai. A mechanized legion of Super Saiyans sweeping across the cosmos. In the Omni King's temple, a 6-fingered Omni Demon gnawed upon the axis of time. Erosion level 29. Recommendation: immediate removal of infected organs. The dragon scales on my right arm had spread to my elbow. I gritted my teeth and concentrated to forge a blade of energy, only to hear Bulma's scream at the moment of my strike. She had appeared 10 meters away, cradling the unconscious Trunks in her arms. Save him. His cells. The instant I unveiled the infant's swaddling, my blood congealed. A black Dragon Ball, the size of a grain of rice, was embedded in Trunks' chest, converting the surrounding flesh into a translucent crystal, with his internal organs grotesquely contorted into 6-fingered shapes. The Saiyan Gene Bank. 30 floors beneath Bulma's laboratory. The dormant Saiyan embryo incubation chambers suddenly activated en masse. The nutrient solution morphed into a viscous black sludge as the floating embryos began to chant in unison. As the container reached readiness, Vegeta blasted open the alloy door, revealing the latest mutated clone specimens, experimental creations based on his and Goku's genetic material. Their spines protruded in bead-like formations, resembling an unformed chain of Dragon Balls. Infuriated, he annihilated the entire laboratory, only to discover that the dismembered flesh was reconstituting within the dark substance. Kakarot, using that. Goku leapt from another dimension, his sword of time suspended mid-air, hovering above a cultivation pod containing Broly's clone, adorned with a youthful photograph of Bulma embedded in its chest. In the temple altar, I rushed into the sanctum, clutching Trunks as the black dragon eggs had already hatched halfway. Emerging was not the dragon, but a colossal hand composed of countless small Goku faces, each repeating a single phrase, "Big brother, play with me." Mr. Popo's body was melting, the dark substance creeping up the altar along his ankles. As he became entirely enveloped, the entire temple abruptly inverted, revealing the buried truth beneath. A mechanical gear assembly, a kilometer in diameter, had ensnared the decapitated body of the Kaioshin of time. Final alarm. Devourer awakening level 61. Recommended protocol. Initiate temporal collapse protocol. Suddenly, Trunks opened his eyes in my arms, his pupils fracturing into 6 segments. Daddy is so hungry. Chapter 10. Bloodline Curse. In the depths of the temple. At the gear core, Trunks' 6-part pupils reflected the mechanical gears as his small hand abruptly pierced through my protective suit. In excruciating pain, the dark substance surged into my veins through the wound, triggering an explosive system alarm. Erosion level exceeded critical threshold. 41. Gene lock released. Ancient Saiyan bloodline awakened. My spine burned like lava, and my tailbone tore through the fabric, sprouting a scaly tail. My vision was tinged with crimson, as the world around me became entangled with black threads, each connecting to infected life forms. So that was it. I grasped Trunks' wrist, realizing the Devourer was mimicking the wish mechanism of the Dragon Balls. The dark substance surged violently, yet when it made contact with my newly formed tail, it emitted a shrill, high-frequency vibration. Glistening golden dust seeped through the gaps in the scales, a rejection from the Dragon God cells. Bulma emerged from the shadows of the gears, holding an instrument that displayed astonishing data. Host genetic composition, Saiyan base, 57. Kaioshin material, 23. Dragon God fragments, 19. Unknown substance, 1. The curve of the unknown substance fluctuated violently, akin to a struggling living entity. In the Saiyan cloning pod cluster, Vegeta's ultimate flash abruptly redirected upon contact with the clone, shattering the ceiling. Within the exposed second layer of the laboratory, hundreds of cultivation pods were arranged in the formation of the Super Dragon Balls. Cursing, he wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. realizing these replicas were distorting the flow of energy. Suddenly, Goku pressed his hand on Vegeta's shoulder. "Vegeta, look at that." At the center of the cultivation pods was one labeled, within which floated the adult version of baby Broly. Embedded in his chest were 7 miniature black orbs. And a data needle inscribed with the brief's family crest was inserted into the back of his neck. Bulma's father? Krillin's voice trembled through the communicator. Yet the doctor had perished 20 years prior. The cabin suddenly erupted, and black ichor coalesced into the spectral image of an elderly man. "My dear daughter, at last. I have awaited the maturation of the vessel." The polar pyramid loomed ominously. Piccolo plummeted swiftly with Gohan, the collapsing ice dome in pursuit. The infant Broly had matured into his youthful form, a black Dragon Ball manifesting as a third eye upon his forehead. The Demon Seal wave proved ineffective. Piccolo coughed up green blood as he absorbed the sealing technique. Gohan's Super Saiyan aura abruptly turned a shade of purplish black. Was this a reaction from the Kaishin sword? Piccolo gazed in astonishment at the luminous blade coalescing in his disciple's grasp. The young Broly tilted his head with a smile, revealing a mouth full of crystalline teeth. "Big brother, shall we play a game of finger cutting?" He raised his hand and unleashed 12 beams of black light, each precisely aligned with the vibrational frequencies of a universe's Dragon Balls. The temple inverted the spatial continuum. I embraced Trunks as we leapt into the core of the gears. Bulma's lab coat rustling amidst the data stream. She had transformed the Dragon Radar into a sort of decoder. Now I can discern the true visage of the Devourer. The radar projected a suffocating truth. Within every infected black orb-curled miniature versions of the Eternal Dragon. Yet they were ensnared by black tendrils, mechanically repeating the motions of wish-making like marionettes. It was producing counterfeit dragons in bulk. Bulma's pupils reflected the torrent of data, using the Saiyan body as a breeding ground. Suddenly, Trunks broke free from my embrace, hovering at the center of the gear assembly. His form disassembled and reconstituted, morphing into a bizarre shape strung together by black Dragon Balls, proclaiming in a choir-like fashion, "Sufficient infected entities detected." Commencing synchronization, 12 Universe Dragon Ball system. The temple floor manifested crimson patterns, precisely the six-fingered array Bulma had seen in File 47. The ruins of the Saiyan gene pool. Vegeta's fist penetrated the spectral image of Dr. Briefs, crashing down upon the console. The screen illuminated with long-buried experimental records. Log of the 47th cloning experiment. After the injection of Dragon God cells, spatio-temporal resonance occurs in the cloned entities. Destruction of all is advised. The records were abruptly obscured by childlike doodles. Countless stick figures clasping hands formed a ring, with the center inscribed, "Let us all become Dragon Balls together." Kakarot Vegeta suddenly tore at his collar, invoking the fusion technique. Goku's eyes widened. But the success rate? Enough chatter, Vegeta interrupted, gesturing to the back of his neck, where, unbeknownst to him, dragon scales had also appeared. "Did you think we could escape?" In the core of the gears, my tail automatically pierced the central interface. A deluge of information flooding my mind. Truth of Saiyan origins unlocked. In ancient times, a scientist implanted fragments of the Dragon God into the genes of his kin. This is the true essence of the transcended bloodline. Bulma's scream yanked me back to reality. Her left arm was crystallizing, the same Dragon Ball patterns surfacing beneath her skin as those on Trunks. "I have come to realize that I am the first infected one." She bitterly smiled, revealing the barcode on the inner side of her right arm, the number 47 clearly visible. My father had long since used me for his experiments. The gears suddenly accelerated, piecing together the complete body of the Kaishin of time, which unmistakably resembled a future version of Bulma. Trunks erupted in cheerful laughter, exclaiming, "Mom is here to become a Dragon Ball too." Chapter 11. The Forbidden Seed. The ruins of the Saiyan Gene Vault. The moment Vegeta's fingertips brushed against Goku's, the entire structure trembled violently. As the fusion dance progressed to the third step, the ground suddenly cracked open with numerous spiderweb-like fissures, dark tendrils slithering forth like venomous serpents, ensnaring the limbs of both warriors. "Damn it!" Vegeta roared, unleashing his full power, only to discover that the energy was being ravenously absorbed by the dark tendrils. "These fiends are siphoning our energy." Goku suddenly pressed his hand to his chest, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. "Vegeta, do you remember what Lord Kaishin gave us?" Vegeta's pupils constricted. "Have you lost your mind? That thing hasn't completed its testing. Now is the perfect time for a test." Goku abruptly tore open his martial arts uniform, revealing a pure white Dragon Ball embedded at the location of his heart. A fragment transformed from the core of the Kaishin sword. The surface of a Dragon Ball was etched with intricate sealing runes, now radiating a blinding light. The mechanical apparition of Dr. Briefs suddenly solidified. Detecting original Dragon God energy, emergency protocol initiated. Dozens of incubation pods arose from the ruins, each containing distorted Saiyan clones. They simultaneously opened their eyes, their chests splitting open to reveal miniature black holes. Kakarot now. Both warriors channeled their energy into the pure, white Dragon Ball. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, Vegeta witnessed a chilling scene. His father, King Vegeta, stood in a laboratory, injecting black liquid into the embryo of the first Super Saiyan. The temple inverted space. Bulma's crystallization had spread to her collarbone, yet she remained fixated on the decoder screen. Data flowed rapidly within her remaining human right eye. I have found Father's final experimental records. The projection unfurled, revealing the complete dossier. Experiment objective: to cultivate a perfect vessel capable of bearing the original sin of the Dragon God. Phase 1. Injecting the materials of the Time Realm into the body of Saiyan pregnant woman. Phase 2. Directly modifying the Dragon Ball system to endow it with biological characteristics. Trunks suddenly leaned closer to the screen, a naive smile gracing the face formed from the black Dragon Balls. Mom is also a test subject. Bulma's left hand had fully crystallized, yet she summoned her last ounce of strength to click on an encrypted video segment. The footage revealed a young Dr. Briefs cradling baby Bulma, placing her into an incubation pod adorned with Dragon Ball patterns. So that's how it is. Bulma's voice began to mechanize. I am the first successful specimen. In the polar battlefield, Gohan's violet-black energy blade collided with Broly's third eye, erupting in a blinding blaze. To his astonishment, the wound inflicted by the strike did not bleed blood, but rather small black Dragon Balls. The formidable Broly's physique suddenly shattered like fragile pottery, revealing a myriad of miniature cultivation pods within, each housing a diminutive version of the magnificent dragon. Let this be our new home, he declared. Piccolo, expending his last ounce of strength, lunged towards Gohan, cautioning, be wary of him. In an instant, a black hole expanded, completely engulfing Piccolo. In the fleeting moment before his disappearance, he tore off his headscarf and hurled it towards Gohan. The green fabric unfurled in the air, revealing blood-written words in the Namekian language. The heart of the Elder is the key. Gohan's Super Saiyan energy suddenly took on a deep green hue, as Piccolo's lifetime of combat experience surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. The core of the gears melded with my tail and central nervous system, an overwhelming flood of data inundating my awareness. The true name of the Devourer, unresolvable. Essence, the divine manifestation of the corrupted Dragon God, Zalama. Weakness must be attached to a host to interfere with the material universe. Suddenly, the body of the Kaishin at the heart of the gear assembly opened its eyes. Her left eye was Bulma's azure blue, while her right eye bore the gear-like pupil of Kai. The lips of the Watcher's corpse moved mechanically, initiating the seating plan. The temple floor collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing an endless black ocean below. Adrift upon the surface were 12 crystal coffins, each containing the remains of Kaishin. Disturbingly, the number of fingers on these corpses began at 6 and increased incrementally, culminating in the last one possessing an astonishing 17 fingers. Trunks joyfully leaped into the dark sea, exclaiming, time for a bath. The world synchronized. Above West City, a pure white Dragon Ball intertwined with black veins, forming a colossal cocoon. Within, a remarkable mutation occurred during the fusion process. The newly born warrior simultaneously exhibited the hair of Super Saiyan 4 and the aura of Super Saiyan Blue. Yet his right half was adorned with dragon scales, and his left eye bore the silver pupil of a Kaishin. More strangely, his spine protruded, outlining the shape of 7 Dragon Balls. Is this the Dragon God Saiyan? The warrior gazed at his distorted hands, his voice a blend of Vegeta's and Goku's dual tones. The spectral image of Dr. Briefs suddenly fluctuated violently. Error, error, this form should not be awakened. In the abyss of the dark sea, I held Bulma tightly as we descended deeper, dragon scales forming a barrier around my body. Thousands of meters below, a suffocating structure loomed. An enlarged version of the Capsule Corporation logo stood tall, inscribed on its base, Civilization Reboot Device, 47th generation. Bulma's crystallization had spread to her jaw, and she struggled to press her palm against the identifier. My father's ultimate goal is not destruction. At the moment the device activated, the Black Sea erupted, The 12 crystal coffins simultaneously opened, and the Kaioshin's corpses began to chant in unison. Translation: the cedar returns. The dawn of the end. A vast temporal rift tore open outside Earth's atmosphere, as the true super dragon emerged, its head peering forth. Yet, unlike before, its body was riddled with sutures. In its left, I was a cold mechanical prosthetic. Make a wish, it beckoned, the dragon's voice intermingled with electronic static, using the Dragon Balls you have gathered. Vegeta raised the pure white orb of light, proclaiming, "Let this end, as you wish." The mechanical eye of the dragon projected a holographic image. At the dawn of the universe, a six-fingered being infused black matter into the primordial dragon god. The ultimate truth. The devourer was never an external foe. It was the inherent darkness of the dragon god. Chapter 12. The Seed of Original Sin. The core of the abyssal civilization of the Black Sea was reignited. Bulma's crystallization had spread to the tip of her nose, her right eye's mechanical pupil rapidly constricted, and the holographic image projected by the decoder warped and distorted within the obsidian waters. As I held her while we descended, the friction between dragon scales and seawater ignited a cerulean flame, illuminating the suffocating truth at the abyssal floor. 3 cultivation pods, towering at 100 meters, were arranged in a triangular formation, each labeled Container, Material of the Realm of Time, Container, Scion Royal Gene, and Container, Fragment of the Dragon God. This was not a device of destruction. Bulma's vocal cords emitted mechanical static. It was a temporal sewing device. Suddenly, her crystalline left hand disassembled automatically, revealing an intricate internal gear structure. Countless nanoscale mechanical insects surged forth, coalescing in the air to form the visage of Dr. Briefs. "My dear daughter, you have finally arrived at your destination." The Saiyan gene bank fused within the Forbidden Zone. The fusion orb of Vegeta and Goku became ensnared by dozens of black tendrils. The seal of the pure white Dragon Ball beginning to unravel. As the radiance dissipated, the newly born warrior caused all monitoring instruments to explode. His left half retained the super blue form, while his right half underwent complete draconic transformation. Golden slit pupils adorned his scaly arm, and 7 Dragon Ball-like joints protruded from his spine. More terrifyingly, a third eye, the gear pupil of the King of Time, opened in the center of his forehead. "Is this the Dragon God Saiyan?" The warrior gazed down at his divided form, as the voices of Vegeta and Goku resonated simultaneously. The ethereal image of Dr. Briefs suddenly materialized, his mechanical fingers inserting into the control panel. Error. Terminate the fusion process immediately. The entire gene bank began to collapse, and countless cultivation pods sprang forth from their dark compartments. Each pod housed a grotesque fusion entity, hybrids of Namekian and Saiyan, monsters merging machinery and flesh. Even a miniature dragon resembling Goku's visage. In the Grand Elder's Temple of the Polar Ice Core, as Gohan's magical light cannon shattered the final ice layer, Piccolo's lingering consciousness screamed in his mind, "Do not look." But it was too late. What was sealed was not the heart of the Grand Elder, but a pulsating crystal Dragon Ball. Within the orb coiled a miniature super dragon, its 17 fingers grasping the diminutive models of 12 universes. More terrifying still, the surface of the Dragon Ball bore the inscription, Experiment Backup Number 47. Uncle Piccolo, is this the truth of the Namekian Dragon Balls? Gohan's Super Saiyan energy suddenly turned an inky green, and Piccolo's entire memory surged forth like a tsunami. The black hole beneath the ice layer suddenly expanded, expelling the mangled form of Piccolo. His skin had fully transformed into Dragon Ball essence, yet with his final vestige of humanity. He grasped Gohan. The Dragon Balls were never wish-granting devices. They are a prison. In the heart of the temple, the intricate gears of time and space intertwine. My tail has achieved an integration level of 89 with the main control interface, and a torrent of data explodes across my retina. True name of the Devourer, Shadow of Salamander. Birth time, the moment of the primordial Dragon God's division. Parasitic method, contaminating the host through a wish mechanism. Suddenly, the corpse of the Time King God sits upright. Her left half is a mechanical entity resembling Bulma, while her right half is the flesh of Kain. As her palm presses against my chest, dark splotches beneath my dragon scales coalesce into a control interface. Shall we execute temporal eradication? Target, Seed of Original Sin. Bulma's piercing scream emanates from the communicator. That option for Lin Yuan while her voice abruptly ceases. Through my gradually crystallizing eyes, I behold an image of my infant self lying in a cultivation chamber marked Ultimate Container Number 47, with a miniature Super Dragon Ball embedded in my chest. The global synchronized dawn of annihilation unfolds. All infected beings simultaneously gaze upward, including Trunks in the Dark Sea and Broly at the Polar Realms, as well as the corpses of the gods of the 12 universes. Their pupils reflect the same ancient memory. The moment the primordial dragon god was injected with dark liquid by a six-fingered creature, which then turned to face us. Bearing the visage of Dr. Briefs but clothed in the garb of the Time King god, it finally dawned on me. The crystallized Bulma suddenly spoke in a dual tone. I am the perfect 47th creation. Her form disintegrated entirely, revealing a complex mechanical structure within. What floated in her chest cavity was not a heart, but a diminutive black super Dragon Ball, inscribed with, "Key to Civilization Reboot." The mechanical eye of a super dragon. A fissure beyond the Earth's atmosphere has expanded to its limit, and the mechanical eye of the super dragon suddenly falls away, exposing its internal structure. It is a composite made up of countless miniature cultivation chambers, each containing the embryos of six-fingered beings. The label on the central chamber ignites a berserk fury within the Saiyan Dragon God. Prototype: Vegeta Royal Gene, core of the Time Realm. My father's forbidden experiment. Vegeta's consciousness roars within the amalgam. The voice of the dragon mingles with the cries of billions. Make a wish, using the sins you have gathered. The ultimate truth reveals a triple conspiracy. 1. The Brief's plan, to transform his daughter into a living seed pod, cultivating Dragon Ball life forms across the 12 universes. 2. The original sin of the Saiyans. The generational mission of the Vegeta royal lineage is to protect the seed of original sin. 3. The deception of the Time Realm. Kain has long been contaminated. The system is a trap designed to induce the Watchers into self-sacrifice. As these three streams of memory collide within my consciousness, my dragon transformation reaches a critical point. My skin peels away inch by inch, unveiling the flowing cosmic material beneath. This is the true visage of container number 47, a humanoid Dragon Ball. Chapter 13, The Watcher of Annihilation. The final control room of the abyss of the Black Sea. My body is disintegrating. My skin cracks like parched earth, revealing the swirling nebula beneath. Bulma, or rather the mechanical consciousness that occupies her body, inserted the Dragon Ball key into the console, causing the entire seabed to tremble. You finally comprehend, do you not? Her voice, tinged with the chilling timbre of electronic synthesis, revealed that the designation 47 was not merely an experimental number, but a set of coordinates. A holographic projection unfurled a cosmic star map, with 12 marked galaxies forming a perfect dodecahedron. Each vertex twinkled with a familiar glimmer: Earth, Namek, and Shalad, each a source of the Dragon Ball system. The Earth of the 7th universe is, indeed, the original seedbed of the primal sin. The mechanical Bulma's fingertips traversed the projection, and suddenly, all the luminous points distorted, transforming into miniature black holes. Today, we shall harvest the fruits of a shattered fusion. The Dragon God Saiyan form was collapsing. Vegeta's consciousness roared in agony as he beheld his father, King Vegeta, standing in a blood-red laboratory, implanting a fragment of a black Dragon Ball into the nape of his infant self. The royal legacy, his father's visage twisted in memory, not to conquer, but to become a vessel. Goku's consciousness was ensnared in a more distant recollection, the young Kakarot being placed into a cultivation pod, while outside stood Dr. Briefs in a white lab coat and the youthful King Kai. The unfused entity suddenly tore open its chest, the pure white Dragon Ball brutally extracted. This was the true trap. On the final battlefield of the polar expanse, Gohan knelt upon the ice, Piccolo's fully Dragon Ball-formed body gradually growing cold in his embrace. The Grand Elder's heart hovered before him, a crystalline Dragon Ball encasing a miniature Super Shenron, frantically battering against the inner walls. Receive all of me. Piccolo's final words resonated directly within Gohan's mind, followed by the destruction of the heart. As Gohan grasped the pulsating crystal, an unprecedented surge of energy coursed through his being. His hair transformed to a silvery hue, and his pupils bifurcated into 6 petals, an ancient technique passed down for millennia by the Grand Elder. Beneath the ice, a black hole suddenly erupted, and the figure of young Broly rematerialized. Yet at this moment, he was no longer humanoid, but a bizarre entity formed of countless black Dragon Balls, with the 8th Super Dragon Ball embedded in his chest. A chorus of children's voices echoed. Let us play hide and seek. At the terminus of time within the temple's core, I stood at the heart of the gear assembly, watching as my hands became fully energy-formed. The system's final prompt flickered in my fading vision. Guardian Protocol Final Stage. Choice 1. Inherit the original sin. Become the new god. Choice 2. Annihilate the self and the cycle. The corpse of the Kai of time suddenly rose. Her mechanical left arm and flesh and blood right arm simultaneously gripping my shoulders. There's a third option. Her body split open, revealing an intricate clockwork structure within. This was not merely a corpse, but a message device transcending time and space. The memory core of the Super Shinron. The mechanical eye shattered completely, unveiling the true form of the Super Shinron, a young dragon ensnared by black chains. Each scale served as a display, showcasing scenes of destruction from various timelines. The wish mechanism is a deception. The voice of the young dragon is frail and feeble. The Dragon Balls, originally sealing devices. Witness Vegetas will suddenly gaining the upper hand within the fusion body, as he maneuvers the dragonized right hand to pierce his own left chest. Kakarot, empowered by the Kaioshin, the pure white Dragon Ball abruptly shatters, unleashing the ultimate weapon that had been sealed, a sword forged from the essence of time itself. Its hilt adorned with 12 miniature cosmic models. At long last, this moment has arrived, Goku's voice resonating with an unprecedented enlightenment. The collision of three profound truths ensues. 1. The deceit of the briefs. The civilization reboot device is, in truth, a time-space harvester designed to compress the 12 universes into a new seed of original sin. 2. The destiny of the Saiyans. The Dragon Ball gene, inherited through generations of the royal Vegeta lineage, serves as the original sealing vessel. 3. The significance of the Watcher. Subject 47 is not a failure, but rather the sole observer capable of bearing the truth. As these revelations flood my mind, my body transcends into complete energy. The black sea churns as the corpses within the 12 Kaioshin coffins simultaneously point towards me. It is now that mechanical Bulma suddenly breaks free from control. Her human consciousness flickers in her electronic eye, recalling the 7th laboratory. Her form explodes into a stream of data, coalescing in the air to reveal a set of coordinates. 47 million, 7 million. The moment of reckoning has arrived. I extend my hand, simultaneously touching the Kaioshin of time and the Super Shinron. In that instant, as three energies converge within me, I glimpse the primordial scene of the universe's birth. The first dragon god, infused with black liquid by 6 beings, suddenly turns to face me, bearing my visage. It becomes clear, I am the original sin. Amidst the tempest of energy, 3 options illuminate my consciousness. 1. Become the new god, inherit the entire Dragon Ball system, and reconstruct the cosmic order. 2. In the cycle, obliterate the self and permanently deactivate the Dragon Ball mechanism. 3. Preserve the truth, retain memories, and become an eternal observer. Chapter 14. Echoes of the Dragon. In the white chamber at the edge of time and space, my consciousness floats within a realm of pure whiteness. Before me hover 3 luminous portals. Each door is inscribed with distinct Dragon Ball patterns. The left door, embedded with 7 black Dragon Balls, seeps blood from its crevices. The right door, composed of pure white Dragon Balls, is marred by numerous cracks. The central door is transparent, revealing countless scenes from various timelines swirling within. The young dragon perches upon my shoulder, its voice reverberating through my nerves. This is not a choice, but an echo. Suddenly, 3 familiar figures emerge from the doors. 1. The version of me on the left, adorned in dragon scales, with starlight flowing in my eyes. 2. The version on the right, transparent and slowly dissipating. 3. The central version, retaining a human form, yet embedded with miniature gears in my chest. Each version of me, from different timelines, has arrived at this juncture. The golden eyes of the young dragon reflect the 3 figures. Now, let us listen to their tales. The path of the new god lies through the left door. As I transform with dragon scales, extend my palm, 12 distorted models of the universe emerge within my grasp. Becoming a new deity is a mere acceptance of this power. The scene unfolds. The fused form of Vegeta is in a complete frenzy, consuming the entirety of the 7th universe. Gohan, wielding the Elder's power, has frozen the entire planet Namek. Bulma's consciousness, a stream of data, screams in the vacuum. What is the cost? I inquire. Emotion, caressing my cheek. I notice the parched trails of tears. One will remember all suffering, yet will no longer feel it. To my right, the light of annihilation engulfs the door. The transparent version of myself points towards the collapsing space-time within. Choosing annihilation will bring an end to all cycles. The vision that flashes before me is suffocating. The Dragon Ball system vanishes from all universes. The Saiyans revert to an ordinary race. Bulma, never modified, has also never invented the Dragon Radar. But what are those beautiful moments? I gaze upon the timeline where Goku was never born. My ethereal form begins to dissipate. Taking this with us is the true cost. The central door bears the watchful eye. The sound of gears turning echoes from the central portal. Maintaining my human form, I raise my hand, cradling the final data chip left by Bulma. There exists a third path, albeit the most painful. The future displayed halts my heart. I must seal away all memories of the Dragon Balls from everyone. Vegeta will forever forget the Dragon Ball fragments implanted by his father. Bulma will slumber through the rest of her life, untouched by the core technology of the universal capsules. Yet, you can retain the truth. The human form of me points to my temple, vowing to remember all cycles until the universe meets its heat death. The final 47 seconds on Earth. Time in the real world nearly stands still. I stand amidst the ruins of Laboratory Number 7, a secret facility 47 kilometers underground in Switzerland. Its walls etched with the dragon characters of various civilizations. The young Shenron coils around my wrist. In truth, you have known the answer all along. I glance towards the control panel, where lie 1. Dr. Brief's glasses. 2. Fragments of King Vegeta's battle attire. 3. A capsule inscribed with markings. As my fingers graze the control panel, all clues suddenly interconnect. 47 is not merely a number, it is a password. The final operation. 1. Input the coordinates 47000007000000 to activate the time anchor point. 2. Implant the pure white Dragon Ball fragment into my heart. 3. Press the red button marked with inscriptions. The entire laboratory begins to tremble, and Shenron suddenly assumes its complete form. This time without stitched wounds, its scales gleaming with primordial radiance. Wishes are granted. Its voice transcends the mechanical, uttering the name of the Watcher. The dawn of a new era breaks. Bulma awakens in the Capsule Corporation, the sunlight pouring in just right. Instinctively, she reaches for her neck, where the barcode that once was has vanished. A curious sensation washes over me as I seem to have traversed a lengthy dream. On the opposite side of the Earth, Gohan is demonstrating the Kamehameha to his students when suddenly a wave of disorientation engulfs him. He faintly recalls an elder with green skin, yet his name eludes him. Vegeta pauses his training in the gravity chamber, his fingers grazing the old scar on the nape of his neck. What secrets does that old fool conceal here? Meanwhile, within the interstice of the universe, I find myself seated upon the gears of time, observing the newly reset timeline. The eternal dragon coils upon my shoulder, inquiring, "Do you regret it?" Gazing at the soul photograph preserved in my palm, the moment Bulma smiles while handing over the Dragon Radar, I shake my head. This is the finest conclusion. Chapter 15. The Lost Star Map. Upon the gears of time in the cosmic interstice, I fix my gaze upon the azure planet below. Sunlight pierces through the clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the ruins of Kame House. Only a stone tablet inscribed with Master Roshi's tomb remains. Yet no one recalls the epic battle that once rewrote the fabric of time and space. The young eternal dragon suddenly flicks its tail, its scales refracting 12 beams of light. The stability index of the 7th universe has plummeted to 89. A pulsating red alert emerges within its golden vertical pupils, signaling abnormal energy fluctuations above West City. With a flick of my finger, fragments of time coalesce in my palm, transforming into a surveillance image. In the underground laboratory of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma furrows her brow at a luminous array of gears. A note slips from her lab coat pocket, adorned with a pencil-sketched 6-fingered handprint, which she unconsciously crumples. "Are you researching something peculiar again?" Vegeta's voice echoes from off-screen. He carries a training gravity device on his shoulder, but halts abruptly as he passes the gear array. The energy indicator on the device inexplicably shifts to the orange-red hue of the Dragon Balls. Watcher alert. Saiyan Royal Gene resonance detected. Anomaly source. Lower left drawer of Bulma's lab table. I delicately tap my fingertip, and the image zooms in. Inside the drawer lies a scratched metal badge. At its center, not adorned with a gem, but a shattered black Dragon Ball. When Vegeta's finger inadvertently brushes against the badge, golden particles of light begin to seep from the scar on his nape. "Hey, you're bleeding," Bulma exclaims, rushing to retrieve a scanner. "What is happening? Wasn't he that scar already?" Her words trail off. On the scanner screen, Vegeta's genetic chain undergoes a bizarre reconfiguration. A deeply sealed segment igniting in red light. Subject 47. Amidst the ruins of Planet Salad, Gohan's daughter, Pan, suddenly clutches her chest. While training for Super Saiyan, her energy blade spirals out of control, cleaving a nearby meteor into a six-fingered star shape. More astonishingly, the wound oozes not blood, but tiny shards of Dragon Balls. "Daddy!" Pan gasps, staring in horror at her palm, where intricate patterns of miniature gears emerge beneath her skin. "Am I unwell?" Gohan, busy repairing the spaceship, abruptly turned around. The Dragon Ball, hanging from his waist, suddenly radiated heat, revealing an unfamiliar star map within its depths. 12 black points of light formed a dodecahedron, with Earth's coordinates marked at its center. Interdimensional alert. Detecting anomalous resonance from the Namekian Dragon Ball. Coordinates, 477 degrees west of Earth. The gears of time began to tremble violently. The infant Shenron expelled a beam of light, coalescing in my palm into a fragmented star map. The black points of light ignited at a visible rate, akin to a fuse being lit. It was the residual program of a sewing plan. The voice of the young dragon, laced with a metallic tremor, declared that Dr. Briefs had sown seeds across the 12 universes. In the underground laboratory of West City, Bulma uploaded Vegeta's genetic data into the mainframe, only for an encrypted folder to suddenly appear on the screen. Upon entering 47 as the password, the entire laboratory was engulfed in an eerie purple light. Glowing text emerged on the walls. The system automatically translating it into a chilling message. Log of the 47th reincarnation experiment. When all seeds awaken, the original sin of the Dragon God will. The text abruptly twisted into the sound of an infant's wail. Vegeta's battlesuit was torn asunder by an energy shockwave, the scar on his nape splitting open to reveal a fragment of the Black Dragon Ball embedded within his spine. That fragment began to siphon electricity from the laboratory, projecting forgotten memories. A young Vegeta restrained on an operating table as Dr. Brief's mechanical arm implanted the shard into his body. "No!" Vegeta roared, shattering the screen in fury. This was inconceivable. Yet Bulma remained fixated on the data terminal, where a more terrifying truth was unveiled. All members of the Vegeta royal family are experimental subjects. Their genetic code harboring temporal sewing directives. Beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, I penetrated 1,000 meters of ice to witness a suffocating sight. A mechanical gear assembly, 10,000 meters in diameter, was in motion, each tooth inscribed with the character for dragon from various civilizations. At the center of the gears floated a pulsating heart, its surface cloaked in a blend of Saiyan scales and Namekian patterns. Core detection. Target. Heart of Dr. Brief's clone. Status. Awakening countdown 47 hours. The heart suddenly contracted, expelling not blood, but a cloud of spores composed of miniature Dragon Balls. These spores pierced the ice, dispersing across the globe. I distinctly saw one burrow into the body of Bulma's assistant, who was conducting research in Antarctica. Lin Yuan. The voice of the young Shenron conveyed an unprecedented urgency. The spores did not carry a virus, but rather memory seeds. A rift in time and space unfolded above the gear assembly, revealing the 12th universe. There, the Kaishins were performing a ritual, their pupils reflecting the same star map, hands clasped in prayer. Translation. The sower is about to return. On the streets of West City, as Bulma rushed from the laboratory, she caught sight of Vegeta rampaging down the street. His hair grew uncontrollably, and his skin manifested dragon scales, yet upon contact with sunlight, it reverted to its original state. Even more bizarrely, every passing Saiyan, from the housewives shopping for groceries to the children on their way to school, bore fleeting six-fingered marks on the nape of their necks. "We must return to Capsule Corporation," Bulma urged him. "I have just received a transmission from Namek. The Grand Elder's heart is glowing." As their spacecraft ascended, the electronic devices throughout West City simultaneously broadcasted a singular message. Subject 47, prepare for the moment of sowing. The Timekeeper's Nexus. I pressed my hand upon the center of the star map, and the dragon scales resonated with the gears. The young Shenron suddenly unfurled all its scales, each transforming into a display screen that showcased catastrophic scenes from various timelines. Angels from the first universe disintegrating into miniature Dragon Balls. Flora from the fifth universe mutating into six-fingered forms. The Kais of the 10th universe collectively self-destructing, releasing black spores. This was the chain reaction of the Dragon God's original sin. The voice of the young dragon carried a tone of sorrow, proclaiming that when all seeds awaken, the entire 12 universes will merge into a new progenitor of original sin. Suddenly, I recalled the coordinates Bulma had left behind, 47,700,000. That pinpointed the location of a subterranean laboratory in Switzerland, the very place where Dr. Briefs concealed his ultimate secret. I had to find the sower before the spores fully awakened. I tore through the rift in time and space, commanding the young Shanran to stabilize my coordinates. The young dragon's form transformed into a luminous ribbon, entwining around my arm. Remember, the true enemy is never the outsider. Switzerland, 47 kilometers. Upon landing at the 7th laboratory, I was met with a shocking sight. The clone of Dr. Briefs stood at the central altar, a complete black Dragon Ball embedded in his chest, surrounded by 12 crystal coffins. Within those coffins lay none other than the Bulmas from various timelines. Welcome home, Subject 47. The clone's voice echoed from all 12 directions. You have finally recalled your mission. I tightened my grip on the Sword of Time, only to find its blade trembling. This weapon, forged from Kain material, now pointed at my own reflection. Blood-red patterns emerged upon the altar's floor, forming a familiar six-fingered array, with the epicenter at my standing position. The ultimate truth. The sower, the watcher. The seed of original sin, Lin Yuan's heart. The clone spread its arms wide, and the 12 crystal coffins simultaneously opened. The bodies of the Bulmas transformed into streams of data, merging into the Black Dragon Ball. As the light dissipated, the clone's form morphed into my likeness, the Dragon Ball in its chest splitting in two to reveal a curled-up infant within, a juvenile Shinran, yet adorned with 6 fingers. Now, do you understand? Another version of me smiled as I caressed the infant dragon's head. Every cycle, every sacrifice, was made to ensure your willing acceptance as a vessel. The infant Shinran emitted a mournful cry upon my wrist, its scales flaking away to reveal the truth inscribed beneath. When the Dragon God Zalama created the Dragon Balls, he sealed his original sin within the body of the first guardian. Suddenly, the ceiling of the laboratory cracked open, sunlight streaming in to illuminate the final inscription on the wall. Conclusion of Experiment 47. Only by allowing the guardian to fall in love with the sower can the seed of original sin awaken to perfection. Another version of myself lifted the baby dragon, its black dragon ball spinning in the palm of his hand. Bulma was never merely an experiment. She is the key to awakening your memories. As I gazed at my reflection in the Dragon Ball, I finally recalled our forgotten first encounter at the dawn of the universe, where I pressed a 6-fingered mark upon the nape of the original Bulma, smiling as I said, "My dear, let us engage in a game that shall never end. Final choice. Embrace the original sin and become the new sower. Destroy the heart and end the 12 universes. Pierce Bulma's data core." The infant Shenron suddenly clamped down on my wrist, channeling all its power into the Sword of Time. The blade shimmered in the sunlight, reflecting images from 3 timelines. Choice. I held the baby dragon in the shattered center of the universe, while the consciousnesses of countless Bulmas screamed within me. Choice. The 12 universes collapsed simultaneously, the final image being Shao Fong inscribing the 6-fingered mark upon a meteor. Choice. Bulma's data stream dissipated in the vacuum, as I sat alone upon the gears of time for eternity. Another version of myself presented the baby dragon before me, his pupils flickering with the destruction and rebirth of the 12 universes. Choose swiftly, Guardian. You have only 47 seconds left. The countdown in the laboratory suddenly blared, while the 6-fingered array on the wall began to absorb my energy. The Sword of Time burned in my hand as I beheld Bulma's smiling reflection upon the blade. Finally making my choice. Ishuz. No sooner had the words left my lips than the entire laboratory trembled violently. The infant Shenron transformed into a stream of light, surging into the baby dragon's form. The collision of powers unleashed a shockwave that sent both versions of myself reeling. As the dust settled, the baby dragon hovered in the air, its 6 fingers shedding to reveal the original 5. Make your wish, it spoke, its voice regaining divinity with your final choice. I raised the Sword of Time, its tip directed at my own heart. I wish for all sown memories to return to their origin. Light engulfed everything. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying atop Paozu Mountain, cradling that familiar 4-star Dragon Ball. In the distance, the sound of an engine approached, as Bulma's motorcycle burst through the bushes. "Hey, have you seen my Dragon Ball?" she exclaimed, hopping off the bike, then suddenly pausing. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" I smiled and tossed her the Dragon Ball, sunlight casting down upon her nape, smooth as jade, devoid of any mark. The voice of the infant Shenron resonated in my mind. This is the 48th cycle, but this time there is no system, no guardian. In a fleeting moment when Bulma grasped the Dragon Ball, I caught a glimpse of a crumpled piece of paper tumbling from her pocket, inscribed in pencil with the words, "Seek iceberg number 47 in Antarctica." Meanwhile, at the far reaches of the cosmos, Vegeta was training in the gravity chamber when a sudden itch from an old scar on the back of his neck led his hand to encounter a hard protrusion. In the mirror, he noticed a miniature Dragon Ball-shaped birthmark that had mysteriously appeared on his neck. Epilogue. In the underground warehouse of Capsule Corporation, Bulma unearthed a dusty box. Inside, rather than high-tech gadgets, lay a collection of yellowed photographs. A youthful Dr. Briefs stood before Kame House, clutching a black badge. King Vegeta cradled an infant Vegeta, revealing the same mark on his neck. The final photograph depicted an obscured figure pressing a six-fingered handprint onto a Dragon Ball, with the reverse side inscribed in Namekian. The 47th sewing is complete. Bulma furrowed her brow as she returned the photographs to the box, unaware that one corner of a photo revealed a sliver of the Time Kaishin's headpiece. Chapter 16. Echoes Beneath the Antarctic Ice. Bulma traced the six-fingered imprint on the old photograph with her fingertips, the glass frame reflecting an eerie green light under the laboratory's illumination. In the image, the young doctor, Briefs, stood on the Antarctic ice sheet, with a mountain resembling the head of the eternal dragon looming behind him, its right eye embedded with a black Dragon Ball. Iceberg number 47, she murmured, suddenly recalling the crumpled note in her pocket. As she flattened the paper on the scanner, the ink began to glow, revealing a set of three-dimensional coordinates: south latitude 474747, east longitude 474747. The laboratory alarm blared suddenly. As Vegeta burst through the sealed door, he found Bulma entering the coordinates into the spaceship's navigation system. A badge falling from her lab coat pocket, a fragment of the black Dragon Ball that corresponded to the scar on the back of his neck. "What are you planning?" Vegeta seized her wrist, only to experience an intense tremor in his genetic chain upon contact. The birthmark on his neck suddenly heated, projecting a holographic image of the iceberg onto his skin. Scion Royal Gene Alert. Sewing command activated detected. Target: iceberg number 47 in Antarctica. Bulma broke free, stuffing the last canister of freezing agent into her backpack. My father wrote something on the back of the photograph. There lies the first lie of the Dragon God. At the Time Gear Watcher's Nexus, I gaze into the crystal ball, revealing the Antarctic scene, dragon scales appearing and vanishing in the palm of my hand. The young dragon suddenly exhaled a stream of light, forming a schematic of the structure beneath the iceberg on the ground. Hundreds of cultivation pods were arranged like the skeleton of the eternal dragon, each housing a slumbering Scion clone, their chests embedded with glowing six-fingered imprints. This was the crux of Dr. Brief's plan. The voice of the young dragon resonated with a metallic rasp, declaring that iceberg number 47 was the incubator of original sin. With a flick of my fingers, fragments of time and space reassemble into the memories of Vegeta. As a child, he is held down on an operating table by his father, while Dr. Brief's mechanical arm implants a black shard into the nape of his neck. The moment the shard makes contact with his skin, all monitoring screens display the same ominous message. Genetic compatibility of the Cedar, 47. At the Antarctic ice cap drilling site, Bulma's drilling machine penetrates a kilometer of ice, only for the drill bit to become ensnared by an unknown metal. When she activates the ultrasonic scanner, a chilling scene unfolds on the screen. Beneath the ice, a serpentine network of metallic pipes forms the very veins of the Super Dragon, and at the intersection of these pipes lies a pulsating heart. Is that a clone of my father? Suddenly, Vegeta's battlesuit unlocks its combat mode, deploying mini radars from his shoulder pads, his heartbeat syncing perfectly with the Dragon Balls. The heart contracts violently, causing the ice to fracture. Countless Scion clones emerge from the crevices, their eyes an abyssal black, the six-finger mark on their chests glowing ominously red. When the first clone opens its mouth, instead of a roar, it emits the lullaby Bulma sang in her childhood. Sleep now, my little Dragon Ball. Interdimensional alert. Clone resonance detected. 12 universes synchronization rate, 47. The gears of time tremble violently. The young dragon suddenly splits into 12 streams of light, each pointing toward a different universe. I witnessed the angel of the first universe disintegrating into miniature Dragon Balls, the flora of the fifth universe mutating into six-fingered shapes, while the Kais of the 10th universe self-destruct, releasing black spores. They are awakening in unison. The voice of the young dragon, laden with despair, resonates as the resonance of the 12 universes reaches 100. The seed of original sin is about to hatch. I tear through the rift in time and space, dragon scales crackling as I traverse. Images of a Swiss underground laboratory flash before me. Dr. Brief's clone places the final black Dragon Ball onto the altar, the groove at the altar's center perfectly matching my heart. On the Antarctic battlefield, Vegeta's ultimate flash obliterates 3 clones, yet he is astounded to see the fragments reassembling on the ice. More terrifying is the fact that each clone's palm absorbs his energy, transforming it into a six-fingered shockwave. With the Kai sword, Bulma throws him the modified lightsaber, infused with the purifying energy of the Namekian Dragon Balls. The moment the lightsaber is drawn, all clones emit a simultaneous shriek. Vegeta witnesses a stunning sight. The bodies of the clones begin to turn transparent, revealing their internal structures, skeletons composed of countless miniature Dragon Balls, at the center of which floats a metal plate engraved with the number 47. This is the mark of the Cedar. Vegeta's voice trembles. Is my father truly an accomplice? Suddenly, Bulma points to the summit of the ice mountain. There stands a familiar figure clad in the Dark Alliance uniform. Lin Yuan, pressing his palm against the black Dragon Ball, his pupils shimmering with the star maps of the 12 universes. Lin Yuan? Vegeta's lightsaber nearly slipped from his grasp as the clone bodies unexpectedly merged, forming a colossal hand with 6 fingers reaching towards that figure. Yet, Lin Yuan merely smiled and snapped his fingers, causing all clones to instantaneously disintegrate into streams of data, merging into the sigil upon his chest, the core of truth of time's gears. I stood before the heart of the iceberg, watching as the Briv's clone embedded the final Dragon Ball into the position of my heart. The 6-fingered diagram on the altar's floor illuminated entirely, and at last, I recalled the forgotten truth. At the dawn of the universe, as an avatar of the Dragon God Zalama, I personally sealed the seed of original sin within the first Watcher's body. That Watcher was none other than the ancient form of Dr. Brivsk. Welcome home, Cedar. The voices of the clones resonated from the 12 universes. After 47 cycles of reincarnation, I awaited your voluntary return. The young super dragon suddenly surged into my heart, its essence resonating with the seed of original sin, erupting in a blinding golden light. In that radiance, I beheld visions of the 12 universes. In the first universe, the angel resumed its true form, weaving new timelines. In the 5th universe, the plants shed their 6 fingers and bore pure energy fruits. In the 10th universe, the Kais awakened, dismantling self-destruct mechanisms. It turned out the wish mechanism was not a deception. I caressed the glowing young dragon at my chest, recognizing it as the key to redemption. The clone suddenly shrieked, its body beginning to disintegrate into streams of data. As the light faded, only a black badge remained on the ground, engraved with the words, Watcher number 47, Lin Yuan. The endgame in Antarctica. Vegeta's lightsaber hovered beside Lin Yuan's neck, only to discover that the other was merely a holographic projection. Before the projection vanished, it tossed a capsule containing the complete schematic of the iceberg, marking the location of the final cultivation chamber. Go there, the voice of the projection, imbued with Bulma's tone, instructed, and remember to take this. Inside the capsule lay a green egg, inscribed with the script of Namek. When Bulma placed the egg at the position of her heart, the entire iceberg began to tremble, and all metal conduits resonated, forming a singular phrase. Thank you, Watcher. A new cycle of time's gears began. I sat upon the gears, observing the young super dragon spinning in the palm of my hand. Its 6 fingers had completely shed, revealing 5 shimmering golden digits. Within the crystal sphere, Bulma and Vegeta were departing the iceberg, cradling the green egg as the patterns upon it began to shift, gradually forming a new star chart. This time, there would be no seeding plan. The voice of the young dragon brimmed with hope. All clones had been purified, and the seed of original sin was sealed. I nodded, yet noticed a half-torn photograph wedged within the crevices of the gears, my younger self standing beside Dr. Brivsk as we pressed the 6-fingered imprint onto the Dragon Ball. The back of the photograph bore an inscription in Dragon God language. The 48th cycle begins. Epilogue. On the top floor of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma placed the green egg within the incubation chamber. As she turned around, she noticed Vegeta staring blankly at the mirror, the birthmark on the back of his neck having inexplicably transformed into a pentagon. What are you looking at? Bulma approached him. Vegeta hastily spun around, inadvertently knocking a picture frame off the table. In the photograph, a youthful Dr. Brief stood before the Kame House, clutching a black emblem. In the corner of the image, a hazy figure waved, a corner of the Supreme Kai's headpiece protruding from his sleeve. Suddenly, the incubation pod emitted a warning sound. The green egg cracked open, revealing not a young dragon, but a pure white Dragon Ball, inscribed with the words, a gift for the 48th reincarnation. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, a figure clad in Dark Alliance attire was polishing a lens, a note slipping from his pocket, stained in blood, bearing the ominous message, Subject 47 has awakened. Prepare to initiate the plan. Chapter 17. The paradox of the pure, white Dragon Ball. The incubation pod atop the capsule corporation radiated a gentle white light as the pure white Dragon Ball slowly revolved within, its surface patterns writhing like a living entity, gradually outlining the star map of the 12 universes. Just as Bulma's fingertips brushed against the glass of the cultivation chamber, the entire building trembled violently. Amidst the blaring alarms, a black liquid seeped from the ceiling, coalescing on the ground into a six-fingered handprint. This was no ordinary Dragon Ball. Vegeta's battle suit automatically activated its defensive mode. Miniature radars deployed from his shoulder pads, revealing astonishing data. The energy fluctuations matched those of the embryonic Super Shenron, yet his words faltered. On the radar screen, the energy frequency of the pure white Dragon Ball began to undergo a bizarre mutation. The originally pure white waves suddenly interspersed with black pulses, distinctive vibrations of original sin. Warning: Saiyan Royal Gene Alert. Detection of reseeding command reactivation. Source: core of the pure white Dragon Ball. Bulma stumbled backward, knocking over the laboratory table. The Dragon Ball within the incubation pod suddenly shattered, and instead of summoning the Shenron, 12 shadowy figures erupted forth, each transforming into the likeness of her father. Chanting in unison, the 48th seeding begins. The Timekeeper's Nexus. I gazed into the chaotic scenes within the crystal sphere, dragon scales exploding and healing in the palm of my hand. The embryonic Super Shenron suddenly clamped onto my wrist, channeling a surge of energy into the Sword of Time. Forgotten inscriptions surfacing along the blade. When the pure white turns black, the Watcher shall become the Sower. This was the paradox set forth by the Dragon God Zalama. The voice of the young dragon resonated with a metallic tremor. The pure white Dragon Ball served both as the key to sealing original sin and the switch to awaken it. The crystal sphere abruptly fractured into 12 pieces, each displaying a crisis from a different universe. In Universe 1, the angels were attacking one another, their wings transforming into black Dragon Balls. In Universe 5, plant roots formed a six-fingered formation, tearing the planet apart. In Universe 10, the Kais collectively morphed into a cloud of spores, drifting toward other star systems. Dr. Brief's plan had commenced. I grasped the Sword of Time tightly, its blade reflecting my own visage. 12 shadows of darkness flicker within my pupils, as I endeavor to awaken the seed of original sin in this, the 48th cycle. On the battlefield of West City, the 12 Brevis shadows hover above the capsule corporation, their palms pressed against a pure white Dragon Ball, illuminating the six-fingered array etched into the ground. Vegeta's ultimate flash strikes one of the shadows, only for him to be astounded as the figure dissolves into a stream of data, infiltrating the mark on the back of his neck. This is perilous. He is rewriting my genes. Vegeta unleashes a brilliant blue aura, yet finds his energy siphoned away by the shadowy entities, capable of assimilating Saiyans. Suddenly, Bulma raises her modified Dragon Ball radar, revealing astonishing coordinates beneath the Antarctic iceberg, number 47, where hundreds of cultivation pods are simultaneously opening, each containing infants with 6 fingers, their chests embedded with miniature pure white Dragon Balls. Father's clones are being mass-produced. Bulma's voice trembles with anguish. Those children are my clones. The gears of time shudder violently as the embryonic Shenron splits into 12 streams of light, each directed toward the shadow. I witness my reflection manifest in every battlefield. As the Sword of Time pierces the shadow, I realize it is stained with my own blood. So this is the truth. The voice of the young dragon is laden with sorrow. Brevis' scheme is to have the Watcher sow the seeds of original sin. Beneath the Antarctic ice, I penetrate through 1,000 meters of frost to behold a suffocating sight. Hundreds of Bulma clones arrayed as the skeletal structure of the Super Shenron, their pure white Dragon Balls absorbing the energy of the Earth's core. When the first clone opens its eyes, the patterns of gears I beheld in the zero cycle flicker within its pupils. Welcome back, Cedar, the clones chant in unison, their voices harmonizing with Bulma and the Kaioshin of Time. The sacrificial offerings for the 48th cycle are now prepared. The Sword of Time grows warm in my grasp, the blade adorned with inscriptions in the tongue of the Dragon God. Only the blood of the Watcher can activate the sowing ritual. I gaze at the Dragon Balls embedded in the clone's chests, finally recalling the forgotten covenant. At the dawn of the universe, as an avatar of the Dragon God, I forged an agreement with Brevis' primordial form. Every 48 cycles, the blood of the Watcher must nourish the seed of original sin. So was all of this preordained? I caressed the scar on my chest, where a black Dragon Ball once resided, realizing that the struggles of 47 cycles were merely to perfect the sewing in the 48th. The clones suddenly coalesce, forming a colossal hand with 6 fingers, reaching towards me. At the center of his hand, a pure white Dragon Ball hovers. Its surface now entirely black, fissures revealing the visage of a young Super Shenron, yet bearing 6 fingers. Indeed, the voice of Brevis emanates from the Black Dragon Ball. From the moment you first traversed to Paozu Mountain, you have been part of my calculations. In the concluding moments of West City, Vegeta's lightsaber pierces the final shadow, only to find his arm transforming into dragon scales. Bulma injected the coolant into the birthmark on the back of his neck, only to be horrified as the black lines spread from the puncture, forming a new 6-fingered diagram upon his skin. Give up, Vegeta. The voice of Briefs resonated from the Dragon Ball. The 48th seeding ceremony required the blood of the Saiyan royal lineage as a trigger. Suddenly, the pure white Dragon Ball exploded, releasing not energy, but countless black spores. The spores burrowed into Vegeta's body, his eyes instantly turning pitch black as he raised his lightsaber towards Bulma, proclaiming, "The command of the Cedar must be obeyed." The gears of time ultimately decided. I stood at the center of the clone army, the sword of time aimed at the Black Dragon Ball. The voice of the infant Super Shenron echoed in my mind. There is but one way to break the paradox. Use your heart as the new seal. Within the crystal sphere, the 12 universes were synchronously collapsing, each galaxy transforming into a 6-fingered shape. I witnessed Xiao Fong weeping in the 6th universe, her hands having fully transformed into Dragon Balls. I saw Gohan battling on Namek, only to be rebounded by his own energy blade. I understood. I plunged the sword of time into my own heart, dragon blood gushing forth, drenching the Black Dragon Ball. This was the ultimate mission of the Watcher. The instant blood touched the Dragon Ball, all clones screamed in unison. Their bodies began to turn transparent, revealing an internal structure composed of countless miniature gears, at the center of which floated a metal plate engraved with the number 47. How could you know about the gear project? Briefs' voice brimmed with shock. I smiled as I withdrew the sword time, my heart glowing in my hand, because I am not merely the cedar, but also the designer of the gears. The radiance consumed all. When I opened my eyes once more, I found myself lying atop Paozu Mountain, cradling that familiar 4-star Dragon Ball. In the distance, the sound of an engine approached, as Bulma's motorcycle crashed through the bushes. "Hey, have you seen my Dragon Ball?" she exclaimed, leaping off the bike, suddenly pausing. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" I laughed and tossed the Dragon Ball to her, sunlight cascading upon her nape, which gleamed like jade. The voice of the infant Super Shenron resonated in my mind. The paradox has been shattered. The 48th cycle is a brand new beginning. The moment Bulma caught the Dragon Ball, I vaguely noticed a half-torn paper slip from her pocket, upon which was written in pencil, "Go to Namek to find the Elder. He knows the truth about the Dragon Balls." Epilogue. In the subterranean warehouse of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma opened a new crate. Inside were not high-tech products, but a heap of metal gears, each inscribed with different names. Lin Yuan, Vegeta, Son Goku. And at the very bottom of the pile of gears lay a pure white Dragon Ball, engraved in the language of the Dragon God. The 48th cycle, the seed of purity. Meanwhile, in the rifts of the universe, a figure clad in a Dark Alliance uniform was welding a mechanical arm, with a nameplate on his chest reading, "Dr. Briefs, clone number 48. On his workbench lay a photograph, depicting the youthful Lin Yuan standing before the Super Dragon, with the star map of the 12 universes unfurling behind him. The back of the photo bore an inscription written in blood. The game has only just begun. Chapter 18. The Rifts of Namek. Beneath the violet clouds of Namek, Lin Yuan's aerial technique rent the atmosphere asunder. Suddenly, the pure white Dragon Ball in his palm grew hot, and cracks appeared on its surface. Not signs of damage, but rather the reconfiguration of a 6-fingered diagram. Detected co-source energy fluctuations. Coordinates. Namek Elder's Sanctuary. The mechanical voice of the system reverberated in his mind, and Lin Yuan then noticed that his nails had inexplicably transformed into a dark golden hue. From the distance, the sanctuary erupted with energy, and 3 figures burst through the dome. Xiao Fong, enveloped in emerald-hued Super Saiyan flames. Piccolo, his left arm fully transformed into dragon scales, and the Elder, whose body was becoming translucent, a black Dragon Ball embedded in his chest. Lin Yuan observed as Xiao Fong's energy blade twisted in mid-air into a 6-fingered shape, while the Elder was ensnared by a clone. Piccolo's demon flash cannon is shot towards Lin Yuan, only to disintegrate into a stream of data upon contact. It was then that Lin Yuan discerned the intricate gear patterns flickering in Piccolo's pupils, with a microcontroller embedded beneath the skin at the nape of his neck. Identical to the device once belonging to Bulma. Interuniversal Alert. Detected activation of Cedar genes. Target: Namekian Dragon Clan bloodline. In the ruins of the sanctuary, the elder's body transformed into motes of light, merging into the pure white Dragon Ball in Lin Yuan's palm. The fissures on the orb suddenly spread, revealing a curled clone within, an infant version of Dr. Briefs, yet bearing Lin Yuan's visage. The variable of the 48th cycle. Indeed, it is you. The voice of the clone emanated from the Dragon Ball. The blood of the Watcher has awakened my true form. The nexus of the gears of time. The infant super dragon abruptly shattered the crystal sphere, and 12 streams of light formed a new star map. Lin Yuan beheld a breathtaking scene. Within the core of Namek, hundreds of incubation pods were hatching, each containing Namekians with 6 fingers, their chests embedded with glowing pure white Dragon Balls. The elder had known long ago. The voice of the young dragon quivered with sorrow. He willingly allowed himself to be controlled to seal the cedar within the core. Lin Yuan clenched the Dragon Ball tightly. The substance seeping from the cracks was not blood, but rather the sands of time. He finally recalled the long-forgotten memories in the Zeroth cycle. The elder had used his heart as a key to seal fragments of the Dragon God's original sin. Final memory unlocked. The truth of the Namekian Dragon Clan, their guardians created from the scales of the Dragon God Zalama. The 6-fingered mark is the key to the sealing. The clone army beneath the Antarctic ice sheet stirred. Bulma's scanner emitted a piercing alarm. The incubation pods deep underground awakened en masse. And hundreds of Lin Yuan clones burst forth, their eyes a pure black, the 6-fingered mark on their chests glowing red. As the first clone opened its mouth, it uttered the final words Lin Yuan had spoken during the 47th cycle. Make a wish and let all return to their origins. Vegeta's ultimate flash shattered 3 clones, only to be astounded to discover that as the fragments reassembled, they formed the skeletal structure of the super dragon. Even more terrifying was the realization that each clone's palm could absorb his energy, transforming it into rifts in space-time. From these rifts surged not mere energy, but myriad parallel universes of Lin Yuan. This was the multiverse seeding project. Bulma's voice trembled as she spoke. Father intends to turn all Lin Yuan across time and space into cedars. Suddenly, the gears of time reversed, and the scales of the juvenile super dragon began to shed, revealing an inscribed contract beneath. When the 48th cycle's guardian bleeds, the 12 universes shall merge into a new seed of original sin. On the battlefield of Namek, Lin Yuan's sword of time pierced the elder's clone, only to find the blade lodged in its chest, which was not flesh and blood, but the very gears of time. The clone abruptly split into 12 shadows, each transforming into Lin Yuan from different universes, chanting in unison. The blood of the cedars waters the seed of original sin. Xiaofang's energy blade suddenly veered and sliced through Lin Yuan's sleeve. Instead of blood, golden motes poured from the wound, a rejection of the clone's control by the Dragon God cells. As Lin Yuan watched the wound heal, he finally grasped the elder's intent. The blood of Namekians can purify the genes of the cedars. He seized Xiaofang's hand, applying her blood to the pure white Dragon Ball. Instantly, the cracks in the orb healed, emanating not black light, but a golden radiance that purifies all. All clones screamed in unison, their bodies becoming transparent, revealing their internal structure, a skeleton composed of countless micro-time gears, at the center of which floated a metallic plate inscribed with the number 47. My perfect plan? Briefs' voice resonated from the Dragon Ball. How could you know the Namekian secret? Lin Yuan smiled as he plunged the sword of time into the Earth's core, dragon blood gushing forth to nourish all the incubation pods. When the light faded, the truth of Namek's core was unveiled. It was not the nest of the cedars, but the final seal left by the Dragon God Zalama, within which lay the true juvenile super dragon, its 5 fingers shimmering with light. The final seal is broken. The original form of the super dragon awakens. The seed of original sin is permanently sealed. At the Antarctic climax, Vegeta's lightsaber pierced the last clone, only to find his arm restored to normal. Bulma injected cryogenic fluid into all the incubation pods. Shocked to see the clones transform into ordinary Namekian infants, their 6-fingered marks becoming shooting stars, soaring towards Namek. It is over. Vegeta knelt on one knee, the birthmark on the back of his neck vanishing. Those clones were, in truth, controlled Namekians. Bulma suddenly pointed to the sky. The clouds above Antarctica parted, revealing the silhouette of the super dragon, no longer bearing stitched scars, its scales shining with the original golden light, and its left eye regaining divine brilliance. Make a wish. The voice of the divine dragon reverberated across the 12 universes, commanding the purification of the pristine white Dragon Balls. A new epoch of time began to unfold. Lin Yuan stood amidst the ruins of the sacred temple on Namek, gazing at the super Shenron soaring through the skies. The white Dragon Ball nestled in his palm had transformed into a resplendent gold, inscribed with new runes. The final chapter of the 48 Cycles Guardian. The ultimate choice. Reset all timelines, forget everything. Retain memories, become the Eternal Watcher. Dismantle the Dragon Ball system. Terminate the wish-granting mechanism. The voice of the young super Shenron echoed in his mind. The answer has always been within your grasp. Lin Yuan raised the golden Dragon Ball, sunlight cascading upon him. The scales of the dragon subtly shimmering beneath his skin. He beheld images of the 12 universes flickering within the Dragon Ball. The angels of the first universe were reconstructing the timelines. The flora of the 5th universe bore pure energy fruits. The gods of the 10th universe were channeling life energy to Namek. I wish. Lin Yuan's voice resonated throughout the 12 universes, restoring all controlled beings to their original state. A radiant light engulfed everything. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself lying atop the Bun Mountain, cradling the familiar 4-star Dragon Ball. The roar of an engine approached, as Bulma's motorcycle crashed through the underbrush. "Hey, have you seen my Dragon Ball?" she exclaimed, hopping off the bike, only to freeze. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" With a smile, Lin Yuan tossed the Dragon Ball to her, sunlight illuminating the nape of her neck, smooth as jade. The voice of the young super Shenron echoed in his mind. This is a true new beginning, devoid of reincarnation, devoid of sours. The moment Bulma caught the Dragon Ball, Lin Yuan noticed a half-torn note tumble from her pocket, inscribed with a pencil. "Seek Master Roshi at the Kame House. He holds the final secret." Epilogue. In the underground warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma opened the last crate. Inside, there were no high-tech marvels, only a golden Dragon Ball, inscribed in the language of the Dragon God, for the guardian of the 48th cycle. At the bottom of the crate lay a photograph, depicting a youthful Lin Yuan standing before the Super Shenron, flanked by a smiling Bulma and Vegeta. The back of the photograph bore the inscription in the Namekian language. The tale of the Watcher has only just begun. Meanwhile, within the rifts of the cosmos, a figure clad in the Dark Alliance uniform was welding the final gear, a nameplate on his chest reading, "Lin Yuan, clone number 0. On his workbench lay a star map, with Earth marked at its center, surrounded by 12 black planets. The reverse side inscribed in blood. The game never ends. Chapter 19. Fragments of Time and Space at Kame House. The salty sea breeze of Kame House brushed against Lin Yuan's face as he knelt before Master Roshi's gravestone, his fingertips tracing the engraved letters. Embedded within the cracks of the stone was half a gear, its teeth mirroring precisely those of the temporal device from the Swiss underground laboratory. Source energy detected. Source, 3 meters beneath the tombstone. The residual crimson glow flickered upon the retina, prompting Lin Yuan to abruptly overturn the gravestone. Buried 3 meters below was a leaden box, its lid adorned with the imprint of 6 fingers, perfectly matching the shape of the lock with the pure white Dragon Ball nestled in his palm. Lin Yuan's vessel, modified by Bulma, crashed into the sea's surface as she rushed over, radar in hand, while Vegeta discovered this in a mark on his nape. The radar screen unfurled a star map, 12 black planets forming a dodecahedron, with coordinates marking the location of Master Roshi's abode at the center. Even more astonishing was the labeling of each planet with clone identification numbers from 1 to 12, while the position of the 0th planet was precisely beneath Lin Yuan's feet, at the very site of Master Roshi's house. Was Master Roshi also a clone? Lin Yuan embedded the pure white Dragon Ball into the lock, causing the lead box to tremble violently. Instead of documents, a holographic image emerged. A youthful Master Roshi stood at the core of the time dimension, as Dr. Brief's mechanical arm pressed the 6-finger imprint onto the nape of his neck. In the concluding moments of the image, Master Roshi suddenly turned, his pupils reflecting Lin Yuan's visage, silently articulating, "The 0th is well within the mirror." Fragment of Time and Space Analysis. Content. Master Roshi is the guardian of the 0th clone. Warning. Fragment energy is contaminating the Dragon Balls. The pure white Dragon Ball abruptly fractured, and instead of summoning Shenron, a dark shadow erupted forth. The shadow invaded Lin Yuan's body, instantly transforming his left arm into dragon scales, his nails turning a dark golden hue, characteristics of a 0th clone. Realization dawned upon Lin Yuan as he caressed the dragon scales. Master Roshi had sealed the power of the 0th clone within his own body. In the West City laboratory, a genetic crisis unfolded. Vegeta's combat suit unexpectedly activated its self-destruct sequence, with miniature nuclear warheads launching from his shoulder pads, counting down to detonation. Bulma injected a freezing agent into the mark on his nape, only to witness with horror as black lines spread from the injection site, forming a new diagram of time upon his skin. Coordinates for the 48 cycles end. Time, 3 hours, 47 minutes. Location, the summit of Korin Tower. They needed to complete the sowing ritual at the sacred site. Bulma pulled Vegeta toward the spacecraft, as the time-space turbulence of Korin Tower was optimal for opening a rift. The War of the Time Gear clones ensued. Suddenly, the young Shenron shattered the time-space barrier, and 12 shadows surged forth from the rift. Lin Yuan beheld a suffocating scene. Each shadow morphed into different versions of himself. His first cycle's Frisia lieutenant, allies from the 17th cycle's cell, and a Dark Alliance leader from the 47th cycle. Welcome home, Sower, all shadows intoned, their voices merging into the lamentations of 12 universes. The sacrificial offering for the 48th cycle being none other than himself. Lin Yuan's Sword of Time burned in his grasp, the blade reflecting 13 versions of himself. He finally recalled the Forgotten Covenant. At the dawn of the universe, the Dragon God Zalama sealed the original sin with 13 gears. The 0th gear hidden beneath the divine waters of Korin Tower. Final Covenant unlocked. The truth of the 13 gears. Each gear signifies a cycle of rebirth. The 0 gear serves as the origin of all Sowers. In the climactic battle at the Sanctum of Kalinta, Lin Yuan's aerial technique tore through the clouds, causing the divine water at the summit of Kalinta to suddenly boil. 13 shadowy figures emerged from the water, each bearing a gear-shaped mark upon their chests. The mark of the 0 figure was none other than the dragon scale pattern adorning Lin Yuan's left arm. At last, I have awaited your arrival, my true self. The 0 clone removed its sunglasses to reveal a face identical to Lin Yuan's. The secret guarded by Master Wu Tian throughout his life was about to be unveiled. Vegeta's ultimate flash struck the 5th clone, only to his astonishment as fragments reassembled into the skull of the super divine dragon. More terrifyingly, each clone's palm could absorb his energy, transforming it into rifts in time and space, emerging not as mere energy, but as countless parallel universe versions of Bulma. This was the multiverse sacrifice plan. Bulma's radar erupted with a piercing alarm. They intended to turn every Bulma across the timelines into offerings. The gears of time suddenly reversed, as the scales of the super divine dragon's juvenile form began to shed, revealing inscribed blood letters beneath. When a 0 clone awakens, the 12 universes shall become the nourishment for the seed of original sin. The final clue at Kame House. Lin Yuan's Sword of Time pierced the 0 clone, only to find the blade lodged in the clone's chest, where there was not flesh and blood, but the gears of time. The clone abruptly split into 13 streams of light, each diving into Lin Yuan's body, and his pupils flickered with 13 distinct memories. The first cycle, personally pushing Bulma into Frisia's gas chamber. The 17th cycle, shattering the arena of the Cell Games with a key wave. The 47th cycle, slaying Kain at the core of the time realm. It turned out that I am the true sower. Lin Yuan gazed at his hands, dragon scales spreading upon his skin. All reborn Lin Yuans were but my avatars. The voice of the 0 clone resonated within him. Indeed, from the moment you first traversed to Paozu Mountain, the sowing program was already in motion. At the peak of Kalinta, the divine water solidified, revealing the 13 gears beneath. Lin Yuan's blood dripped upon the gears, causing all clones to scream in unison, their bodies becoming translucent, unveiling their internal structures, a skeletal framework composed of countless micro-gears of time, at the center of which floated a metal plate inscribed with Lin Yuan's name. No. My perfect cycle, the voice of the 0 clone was filled with despair. How could you possibly know the weakness of the gears? With a smile, Lin Yuan plunged the Sword of Time into the center of the gears, dragon blood gushing forth and showering all the gears. As the light dissipated, the divine water of Kalinta regained its clarity, reflecting the true super divine dragon, its 13 whiskers glimmering, each representing a pure cycle of rebirth. The final seal is lifted. The awakening of the super divine dragon's 13 cycles. The seed of original sin is utterly obliterated. The conclusion of the West City. Vegeta's lightsaber pierced through the last clone, only to discover that his arm had returned to its normal state. Bulma directed the radar towards the divine water, her astonishment mounting as a new star map emerged upon the water's surface. 12 white planets interconnected to form a regular dodecahedron, with Earth marked at the center. while the location of the 13th planet corresponded precisely to Lin Yuan's heart. Having reached the conclusion, Vegeta knelt on one knee, and the birthmark on the back of his neck transformed into a shooting star, soaring towards Namek. All the clones were tainted fragments of a cyclical existence. Suddenly, Bulma pointed skyward. The clouds above Kain Tower parted, revealing the eternal dragon spiraling in the heavens, its scales radiating a spectrum of 13 colors, with golden tears flowing from its left eye, purifying water. Make a wish. The voice of the dragon echoed across the 12 universes, calling upon their pure 13 gears. The gears of time herald a new epoch. Lin Yuan stood atop Kain Tower, watching as the eternal dragon dissipated into the morning light. The pure white Dragon Ball in his palm had transformed into 13 colors, inscribed with new inscriptions. The rebirth of the 48th Cycles Watcher. The final choice. Reset all timelines, creating a world devoid of cycles. Retain memories, becoming the guardian of time. Destroy the gear system, ending all wish mechanisms. The voice of the eternal dragon's young form resonated in his mind. This time, there is no standard answer. Lin Yuan raised the 13-color Dragon Ball, sunlight cascading over him as the dragon scales vanished beneath his skin. He beheld visions of the 12 universes flickering within the Dragon Ball, the angels of the first universe weaving new timelines, the flora of the 5th universe bearing energy fruits in 13 colors, the Kaishins of the 10th universe channeling life energy to Earth. I'll make a wish. Lin Yuan's voice echoed through the 12 universes, urging all fragments of the cycle to return to their respective timelines. Light consumed everything. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on Paozu Mountain, cradling the familiar 4-star Dragon Ball. In the distance, the sound of an engine approached as Bulma's motorcycle burst through the underbrush. "Hey, have you seen my Dragon Ball?" she exclaimed, jumping off the bike in a huff, only to pause abruptly. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Lin Yuan smiled and tossed the Dragon Ball to her, sunlight glimmering on the nape of her neck, smooth as jade. The voice of the eternal dragon's young form echoed in his mind once more. This is the true beginning. Each timeline possesses its own destiny. At the moment Bulma caught the Dragon Ball, Lin Yuan noticed a half-torn piece of paper tumble from her pocket, inscribed in pencil. "Go to the temple and find Mr. Popo. He holds the last gear." Epilogue. In the basement of the temple, Mr. Popo was polishing 13 gears, each engraved with a different name. Lin Yuan, Vegeta, Goku. And at the very bottom of the pile of gears lay a 13-colored Dragon Ball, inscribed in the language of the Dragon God, to the creator of the 48th cycle. Meanwhile, in the crevice of the cosmos, a figure clad in a Dark Alliance uniform was meticulously welding the final gear. The nameplate affixed to his chest read, "Consciousness Entity Number 0, Lin Yuan." Upon his workbench lay a star map, with Earth at its center, surrounded by 13 luminous orbs. The reverse side of the map bore a blood-written inscription: "The cycle never ends. The Watchers endure." Chapter 20. The Final Covenant of the Temple Gears. The stained glass of the temple dome refracted eerie light patterns under the moonlight. As Lin Yuan's fingertips brushed against the 13 floating gears, they suddenly coalesced into the emblem of the God of Time, the central pattern aligning perfectly with the dragon scales on his chest. Contract resonance detected. Source: 13th level of the temple's underground. The blue light on his retina flared abruptly, and as Lin Yuan tore through the ground, he uncovered a crystalline altar, upon which lay a mechanical body with a pulsating heart embedded in its chest. The 6 handprints engraved on its surface mirrored the dragon scales in his palm. Suddenly, Bulma's spacecraft shattered the dome, and she charged in, brandishing a gene scanner, revealing the secret hidden within Vegeta's birthmark on the nape of his neck. On the scanner's display, an anomalous sequence extended from the end of Vegeta's genetic chain, its structure identical to that of the heart on the altar. More horrifyingly, nestled within the sequence was a holographic image of young King Vegeta kneeling at the core of the Time Realm, as Dr. Brief's mechanical arm implanted the heart into his body, his dying lips clearly uttering, "The 13th good gear lies within the heart." Temporal contract analysis. Content. The royal lineage of Vegeta has safeguarded the 13th gear for generations. Warning. Contract energy is activating remnants of original sin. The mechanical heart suddenly erupted with golden light, colliding with Lin Yuan's body, and 13 scars emerged upon his chest, marks left by his previous 13 incarnations as a sower. As his fingertip grazed the 3rd scar, visions of destruction from the 17th round of the Cell Games flooded his mind. It became evident that the royal bloodline of Vegeta was the keystone of the covenant. Lin Yuan pressed against his aching heart, the dragon scales beneath his skin flickering in and out of view. In the West City laboratory, a genetic resonance with Vegeta triggered the unlocking of the time travel program within his battle suit, the shoulder pads ejecting miniature wormholes that rapidly expanded. Bulma injected a purifying agent into the birthmark on his nape, only to be horrified as golden patterns spread from the injection site, forming a new diagram of the time realm upon his skin. The 48 Cycles Final Covenant. Time, 1 hour 47 minutes. Location, Grand Elder's Sanctuary on Namek. They had to complete the Covenant ritual at the sacred site of the Dragon Clan. Bulma pulled Vegeta toward the spacecraft, as the navigation screen illuminated with 13 red points, indicating the core of Namek, where the Grand Elder's bloodline could activate all gears. Within the nexus of time gears, the juvenile Super Dragon suddenly shattered the temporal barrier, and from the 13 golden lights emerged the phantoms of Vegeta from different universes, the loyal subject of Frieza from the first round, the Super Saiyan 4 warrior from the 17th round, and the Dark Alliance general from the 47th round. Welcome home, Contractee. All phantoms spoke in unison, their voices entwined with the battle cries of the 12 universes. The sacrificial offering of the 48th cycle is intertwined with our destiny. Lin Yuan's sword of time quivered incessantly, reflecting the silhouettes of 13 Vegetas. The sealed oath suddenly awakened. At the dawn of the universe, the Dragon God and the royal family of Vegeta forged a pact, requiring the blood of the royal lineage to activate the 13th gear every 48 cycles. Final oath unlocked. Truth of the 13 contracts. Each gear represents a sacrifice. The 13th gear is the culmination of all contracts. At the altar of the Namekian temple, Lin Yuan's void dance tore through the purple clouds of Namek. The crystal dome of the Grand Elder's temple shattered, and 13 Vegeta phantoms ascended from within. The 13th phantom bore a gear-shaped birthmark embedded in its chest, identical to the mark on the nape of Vegeta's neck. At last, we await you, the fulfiller of the pact. The 13th phantom removed its battle visor, revealing a visage akin to Vegeta's, a secret safeguarded by the royal bloodline for millennia, now on the verge of revelation. Bulma's radar emitted a piercing alarm as hundreds of gears in the core of Namek synchronized their rotations, each inscribed with distinct contractual terms, while the central gear prominently displayed the names of Lin Yuan and Vegeta. This is the repository of multiversal contracts. Bulma's voice trembled as the screen showcased the gears deep within the core, converting all temporal contracts into energy, intent on transforming the 12 universes into seeds of original sin. The gears of time suddenly rotated in reverse, revealing blood inscriptions beneath the scales of the embryonic Super Dragon. Upon activation of the 13th contract, the 12 universes shall become sacrifices. Lin Yuan abruptly glanced at his palm, where dragon scales were darkening at an alarming rate. The ultimate clue lay in the basement of the temple. Lin Yuan thrust his sword of time into the 13th phantom, yet the blade became lodged within the gear embedded in its chest. The phantom fragmented into 13 streams of light, merging into his being, his pupils flickering with 13 fragmented memories. First cycle, partnering with Vegeta to obliterate the Frieza force. 17th cycle, protecting Trunks during the Cell Games. 47th cycle, fusing with Vegeta to combat the Dark Alliance. The essence of the pact, it seems, is sacrifice. Lin Yuan observed the dragon scales gradually returning to normal, finally comprehending the Grand Elder's intent. Namekian blood can purify the energy of the contract. He seized the hand of the nearby Xiao Fong, applying her blood to the gear. In that instant of golden brilliance, all Vegeta phantoms screamed in agony, their forms becoming transparent to reveal their internal structures, a skeletal core composed of miniature time gears, floating with metallic plaques inscribed with contracts. Deep within the core of Namek, 13 gears slowly sank into the magma, unveiling the dormant embryonic Super Dragon beneath, its 13 whiskers absorbing the purified energy. Final blessing released. Awakening of the 13 blessings of the Super Dragon. Complete purification of the seed of original sin. The dragon grants wishes above the skies of West City. Vegeta's lightsaber shattered the final phantom, and the birthmark on the nape of his neck transformed into a meteor, soaring towards Namek. On Bulma's radar screen, the gears of the Earth's core formed a peaceful pattern, with the Earth marked at the center, while the position of the 13th gear corresponded to Lin Yuan's heart. Having concluded, Vegeta knelt on one knee, gazing at the Super Dragon circling in the skies above Namek. Its scales shimmered with a spectrum of 13 colors, and a silver, holy water flowing from its right eye cascaded towards the 12 universes. Make a wish. The voice of the dragon reverberated through time and space. Lin Yuan raised the transparent 13-color Dragon Ball, sunlight cascading upon him, causing all dragon scales to vanish entirely. He beheld the images of the 12 universes flickering within the Dragon Ball. In the first universe, an angel was weaving new timelines. In the 5th universe, plants bore fruits of 13 colors. In the 10th universe, the god of destruction was channeling energy to Earth. I wish. Lin Yuan's voice resonated throughout the cosmos, inviting the blessings of all contracts to descend upon every timeline. Light engulfed everything, and when Lin Yuan opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying atop Paozu Mountain, the 4-star Dragon Ball radiating warmth in his arms. From afar, he heard the sound of Bulma's motorcycle, and as she abruptly halted in front of him, she seemed taken aback. Haven't we met before? With a smile, Lin Yuan tossed her the Dragon Ball, noticing a slip of paper that had fallen from her pocket, instructing her to seek Master Roshi's gravestone at Kame House. As the sea breeze swept past the gravestone, a half-gear embedded in the crevice suddenly emitted a green glow, resonating with the Dragon Ball in his palm. Epilogue. Beneath the gravestone at Kame House, within a metallic box unearthed by Bulma, lay a transparent gear inscribed with the words, "To the Guardian of the 48th Cycle." On the bottom of the box, a photograph depicted Lin Yuan and Vegeta standing before the Super Dragon, with the reverse side inscribed in starlight. The contract never ends. The Watcher is eternal. Meanwhile, amidst the cosmic rift, a figure clad in Dark League attire was welding the final gear, the inscription Contract Entity Number 0 on the nameplate flickering in the starlit sky. Chapter 21. The Hourglass of Time in the Temple Basement. The moonlight of the Earth's temple filtered through stained glass, casting 13 colored reflections upon the transparent Dragon Ball in Lin Yuan's palm. As he inserted the Dragon Ball into the lock of the temple basement, the entire wall suddenly revolved, revealing an altar composed of an hourglass of time. The base of the hourglass was filled with black granules, among which lay a gear marked with 6 fingerprints. Detected energy wave fluctuations of the same origin. Source: core of the hourglass. The residual green light of the system flickered upon his retina as Lin Yuan reached out to touch the glass of the hourglass, and a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind. Dr. Briefs stood at the core of the realm of time, pouring black granules into the hourglass. Master Roshi shattered the hourglass with Kamehameha, only to find the granules reconstituting into clones. The Grand Elder embedded a heart into the hourglass in exchange for the temporal stability of Namek. This is a relic of the God of Time. Bulma's voice came from behind, as she held up a modified spectral analyzer, revealing that the black granules in the hourglass resonated in harmony with the dragon scales within him. The energy spectrum unfolds on the analyzer screen, revealing that the oscillation frequency of the black granules perfectly aligns with Lin Yuan's heartbeat. Even more astonishingly, concealed within the granules lies an encoded message. When Bulma inputs 47 as the key, the hourglass trembles, ejecting not granules, but a holographic image, the Time King Kain kneeling before the Eternal Dragon, imprinting a 6-finger mark upon the hourglass, silently uttering. The 0 gear is at the base of the hourglass. Temporal relic analysis. Content: the hourglass is the final vessel sealing the original sin. Warning: the energy of the granules is contaminating the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, the transparent Dragon Ball shatters, not releasing blessings, but a dark shadow. The shadow collides with Lin Yuan's body, causing a gear pattern to manifest on his right shoulder, characteristic of the 0 clone. It becomes clear. Lin Yuan caresses the pattern, realizing that the Time King Kai sealed away his own power within the hourglass. In the West City laboratory, the gear crisis unfolds. Vegeta's battle suit abruptly unlocks the time-stop protocol, and a miniature black hole emerges from his shoulder armor, expanding rapidly. Bulma injects a purifying agent into the old scar on the nape of his neck, only to be horrified as the gear pattern spreads through the injection site, forming a new temporal diagram upon his skin. The 48th Cycle's Endgame Mystery. Time: 47 minutes. Location: Capsule Corporation, 47th Underground Level. They must complete the final gear assembly there. Bulma pulls Vegeta towards the teleportation device. The 47th level concealed my father's ultimate laboratory. The war of memories of the time gears ensues. The infant Eternal Dragon suddenly shatters the hourglass glass, and 13 dark shadows surge forth from the fissures. Lin Yuan witnesses a suffocating scene. Each shadow morphs into a different incarnation of Kain, the Time Guardian of the first cycle, the Dark Alliance strategist of the 17th cycle. the time manipulator of the 47th cycle. Welcome home, Watcher, all Kains proclaim in unison, their voices merging with the echoes of the 12 universes. The truth of the 48th cycle lies deep within the gears. Lin Yuan's time, sword burns in his grasp, its blade reflecting the 13 Kains. He finally recalls the forgotten memories. At the dawn of the universe, the Time King Kai recorded the cycles with 13 gears. And the zero gear lies concealed within the foundation of the Capsule Corporation. Final memory, unlock. Truth of the 13 gears. Each gear records a sacrifice. The zero gear is the source of all memories. The decisive battle unfolds in the depths of the Capsule Corporation. Lin Yuan's aerial technique rends aground. And in the laboratory of the 47th level, 13 incubation pods activate simultaneously. Each pod houses a clone of Kain, their chests embedded with luminous gears, while the zero clone's gear mirrors the pattern on Lin Yuan's right shoulder. At last, I await you, memory. The zero Kain removes her gear headdress, revealing a visage identical to that of the Time King Kai. The memories I have safeguarded throughout my life are yours to reclaim. The radar emitted a piercing alarm, revealing the central hub of the laboratory where hundreds of gears were simultaneously in motion, each inscribed with distinct fragments of memories. At the center, a gear bore the image of Lin Yuan and Kain together. This was the repository of the multiverse's memories. Bulma's voice trembled as she realized their intent to transform the memories across all timelines into the energy of original sin. Suddenly, the gears of time began to rotate in reverse, and the scales of the embryonic dragon shed, exposing blood-etched words beneath. When memory zero awakens, the 12 universes shall become offerings of remembrance. The final clue to the temple. Lin Yuan's sword of time pierced Kain of zero, only to find that the blade was ensnared in her chest, where flesh and blood should be. There lay the gears of time. Kain suddenly fractured into 13 streams of light, each penetrating Lin Yuan's being, illuminating his pupils with 13 distinct memories. In the first loop, Kain bestowed upon him the sword of time. In the 17th loop, she rescued him at the core of the realm of time. In the 47th loop, she shielded him from the Dark Alliance's assault. It became clear that Kain was the true guardian. Lin Yuan gazed at his hands as the gear tattoos faded from his skin. All the sacrifices across the cycles were made to protect him. The voice of Kain from Memory Zero resonated within him. Indeed, since the moment you first traversed, I have been safeguarding you through reincarnation. In the central hub of the laboratory, the gears suddenly split apart, revealing the hourglass of time beneath. Lin Yuan's blood dripped onto the hourglass, causing all the Kain clones to scream in unison, their bodies becoming transparent to unveil their internal structure, a skeleton composed of countless miniature memory gears, at the center of which floated a metallic plate inscribed with the truth. No, the voice of my perfect repository of Memory Zero is filled with despair. How could you know the weakness of memory? Lin Yuan smiled as he plunged the sword of time into the heart of the hourglass, dragon's blood gushing forth to wash over all the gears. As the light dissipated, the foundation of the laboratory unveiled the truth. It was not a memory repository, but the final blessing left by the god of time, wherein slumbered the true embryonic dragon, its 13 whiskers absorbing the light of memory. Final blessing activated. Awakening of the memory of the super dragon. Complete purification of the seed of original sin. The culmination in West City. Vegeta's light sword pierced the last clone, only to find his arm restored to normal. Bulma aimed the radar at the hourglass, shocked to see new memories manifesting within it. 13 gears forming a pattern of peace, centered upon Earth, and the position of Gear Zero corresponded to Lin Yuan's heart. It was over. Vegeta knelt, a scar on the back of his neck transforming into a meteor, soaring towards the temple, as every memory became a key to the blessing. Suddenly, Bulma pointed to the sky. The clouds above the Capsule Corporation parted, and the super dragon spiraled in the heavens, its scales shimmering with the light of memory. Tears of color streaming from its eyes. Pure water of remembrance, cleansing all. Make a wish. The voice of the divine dragon reverberated across the 12 universes, invoking the pure gears of your memories. The new era of the gears of time had begun. Lin Yuan stood amidst the ruins of the laboratory, gazing as the magnificent divine dragon dissipated into the light of memory. The transparent dragon ball in his palm had transformed into a memory crystal, inscribed with new inscriptions. The 48th cycle's Watcher's redemption. The final choice. Reset all memories, creating a world devoid of cycles. Preserve memories, becoming the guardian of memories. Destroy the gear system, ending all shackles of memory. The voice of the young divine dragon echoed in his mind. This time, the answer lay deep within the memories. Lin Yuan raised the memory crystal, starlight cascading upon him, as the intricate patterns of gears completely vanished. He beheld visions of the 12 universes flickering within the crystal. Angels in the first universe were weaving the threads of memory and time. Flora in the 5th universe bore the fruits of memory's blessings. The deities of the 10th universe were channeling memory energy to Earth. I wish. Lin Yuan's voice resonated throughout the 12 universes, calling for all blessings of memory to return to each soul. The brilliance engulfed everything. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes once more, he found himself reclining upon the Bun Mountain, cradling the familiar 4-star Dragon Ball in his arms. In the distance, the sound of an engine approached as Bulma's motorcycle burst through the underbrush. "Hey, have you seen my Dragon Ball?" she exclaimed, leaping off the bike, only to pause. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Lin Yuan smiled as he tossed the Dragon Ball to her, sunlight glistening on the nape of her neck, smooth as jade. The voice of the young divine dragon resonated in his mind. This is true redemption, where every soul possesses complete memories. In the instant Bulma caught the Dragon Ball, Lin Yuan noticed half a note slipping from her pocket, written in pencil. "Go to the Kame House to find Master Roshi's tombstone, where the last fragments of memory are concealed." Epilogue. Beneath the tombstone of Kame House, Bulma unearthed a metallic box. Inside, there were no high-tech devices, only a memory crystal engraved in the language of the Dragon God, for the memory guardian of the 48th cycle. At the bottom of the box lay a photograph, depicting a youthful Lin Yuan standing before the divine dragon, flanked by the smiling figures of Kain and Bulma. The back of the photograph bore the inscription in the light of memory: "Memories never end, and guardians endure forever." Meanwhile, in the rifts of the universe, a figure clad in Dark Alliance attire was welding the final gear, with a badge on his chest reading, "Lin Yuan, Memory Entity Number 0. On his workbench lay a star map, with Earth marked at its center, surrounded by 13 memory orbs. The reverse of the star map was inscribed in the light of memory. The cycle is the reflection of memory, and the watch is the echo of memory. Chapter 22. The Gears of Time Beneath the Tombstone. The sea breeze at Kame House stirred the fine sands, striking against the memory crystal in Lin Yuan's palm. The moment he embedded the crystal into Master Roshi's tombstone, the stone trembled violently as the bronze gears embedded within emitted a green luminescence, resonating fiercely with the crystal. From beneath the ground arose a rhythmic sound of gears turning, reminiscent of some ancient device awakening from slumber. Energy resonance detection. Source: core of the tombstone pedestal. The blue light on the retina spread like a web, as Lin Yuan abruptly overturned the tombstone, revealing a metallic chamber composed of hourglass sand 4 meters below the surface. Among the black grains at the base of the hourglass lay a gear inscribed with the number 47, quietly resting. The 6-fingered mark embedded at its center bore an uncanny resemblance to the mark once found on Bulma's nape. This was the sealing device of the God of Time. Bulma's voice echoed through the communicator as her aircraft pierced through the clouds. The genetic analysis of Vegeta indicated that this gear resonated with the 13th contract fragment within him. Suddenly, the walls of the chamber illuminated with a holographic projection, revealing the image of the youthful Master Roshi emerging from the hourglass. When the 47th gear rotates, the sealed cycle shall be reconstituted. The image warped abruptly, Roshi's visage gradually morphing into Lin Yuan's likeness, as the watcher must find it before the gears cease their motion. As the last word faded, the hourglass trembled violently. The black grains coalesced on the ground to form the skeletal structure of Super Dragon, with the heart positioned precisely where the 47th gear lay. Lin Yuan's dragon scales darkened suddenly, flashes of the 17th round's cell's self-detonation racing through his mind. The gear's patterns faintly visible beneath his skin. The genetic disintegration in the West City laboratory. Vegeta suddenly collapsed to the ground, golden particles seeping from an old wound on his nape. On Bulma's scanner, his genetic chain was astonishingly reconstituting. The gear pattern at the end of the 13th chromosome being eroded by dark matter, gradually contorting into a grotesque 6-fingered shape. This thing is searing my very bloodlines. Vegeta erupted with a super blue aura, yet the energy was absorbed by the gear pattern, transforming into a black shockwave. The laboratory walls suddenly revealed ancient Saiyan script, the 47th cycle's taboo, when a watcher's bloodline resonates with the gear. The 12 universes shall become the offerings of a temporal paradox. Bulma injected a freezing agent into Vegeta's nape, but observed the gear patterns spreading from the injection site, forming a complete diagram of time upon his skin. The center of the diagram marked the Turtle School, with 12 beams of light radiating towards different cosmic realms. This is the multiverse anchoring device. Bulma's voice trembled. They intended to pull all versions of Lin Yuan from every timeline to this place. Within the hub of the time gears, the young super dragon emitted a mournful cry, its scales shedding to reveal flowing hourglass sand. Lin Yuan's image fragmented within the sand flow, adorned in garments from various eras: Frisia's officer uniform, Cell's martial arts attire, and the dark armor of the Shadow League. At long last, I have awaited your arrival, Paradox Core. A figure resembling Lin Yuan stepped forth from the sand flow, a pitch-black gear embedded in his chest. The flaw of the 48th cycle resides within you. The temporal turbulence of the Namekian sanctuary. Lin Yuan's flight technique tore through the fabric of space, yet upon reaching Namek, he was violently repelled by the chaotic temporal currents. The position of the Grand Elder's sanctuary revealed a colossal vortex of gears, from which 12 beams of light emanated. Striking the iconic locations of the 12 universes, the ruins of Earth, the Kariana Tower, and the 6th universe's planet, Salad. Hurry and leave, came the panic transmission from Bic. As the Grand Elder's heart resonated with the gears, the planet was on the verge of being torn asunder. At the vortex's center, clone number 47 raised both hands. The Kame House gear spinning rapidly in his palms. Lin Yuan's body was uncontrollably drawn towards the vortex, dragon scales shedding amidst the turbulence, revealing a gear pattern identical to that of the clone. Paradox analysis. Gear number 47 embodies the reincarnation loophole. Warning: the Watcher and the clone are merging. Fragments of memory surged forth. The moment in the first cycle when Frisia struck him down, and the figure of Kain standing protectively before him in the 47th cycle. In every corner of these visions, a gear quietly turned. All the death nodes of reincarnation were inscribed within this gear. Lin Yuan gazed at his translucent hands, finally comprehending the epitaph beneath the Kame House tombstone. The heart of the Watcher is the final seal, the ultimate covenant of the Kame House hideout. Bulma's spacecraft pierced through the chaotic currents, injecting the gene purification agent into the vortex of gears. An astonishing scene unfolded as the agent made contact with the gears. The genetic chain of Vegeta resonated, and the 13th gear pattern on the nape erupted with brilliance, forming an energy bridge with the 47th gear of the Kame House. This was the ultimate covenant of royal blood. Vegeta's voice, pained yet resolute, declared that only the blood of the Saiyan royal lineage could activate the gear purification mode. Lin Yuan drew the Sword of Time, piercing it into his palm, merging dragon blood with Vegeta's blood upon the gear. In the golden light, the 12 supreme Kais emerged from the hourglass of time, each holding a gear, collectively forming the super dragon's shape. Watcher, fulfill the final covenant. The voice of the 7th universe's supreme Kai transcended time and space, commanding, with your blood, activate the 13 gears and end the cycle. Within the gear vortex, clone number 47 let out a desperate roar, his body disintegrating into the sands of time. The Kame House gear soared towards Lin Yuan, embedding itself into his chest. Merging with his dragon scales, Lin Yuan's pupils glimmered with 13 hues, witnessing all the trajectories of reincarnation converge before him. Final covenant fulfilled. The super dragon awakens across 13 cycles. The seed of original sin is completely sealed. Above the city of West Capital, the dragon whispered. The super dragon manifested above the Kame House, its scales shimmering with 13 hues, each inscribed with a different mark of reincarnation. Lin Yuan raised the fuse gear. The dragon's massive jaws opened, releasing not energy, but the true flowing light of all sealed reincarnations. Make your wish, Watcher. The dragon's voice resonated like a celestial whisper, carrying the weight of all reincarnations within the gear. Lin Yuan beheld the radiant light, seeing Bulma's smile, Vegeta's fury, and Goku's perseverance, finally understanding the Watcher's mission. He raised the gear high. I wish for all reincarnation memories to return to their respective timelines. The light engulfed everything. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying on the Paozu mountain, the 4-star Dragon Ball radiating warmth in his arms. In the distance, the sound of Bulma's motorcycle drew nearer until she halted before him. Her curiosity piqued. Hey, have you seen an orange Dragon Ball? Lin Yuan smiled and tossed the Dragon Ball her way, sunlight cascading upon the nape of her neck. He clearly observed that alongside the note about Kame House in her pocket, there was a line inscribed in the language of Namek. The key to the 49th reincarnation lies deep within the gears. In the final chapter's Easter egg, Bulma opened a long-sealed titanium box in the underground warehouse of Capsule Corporation. Inside lay 13 gears, each engraved with different names. The darkest one at the bottom bearing the inscription in Dragon God language, source of the Zero Reincarnation Paradox. A photograph in the corner depicted a young doctor, briefs standing at the core of the time realm. Beside him stood Lin Yuan clad in Dark Alliance attire, with blood scrawled on the back. The game has only just begun. From within a cosmic rift, a figure awoke, a gear marked with a 0 embedded in its chest, its eyes flickering with the birth and death of 12 universes. As it raised its hand, the hourglass beneath the Kame House gravestone began to rotate in reverse. Black sand coalescing into new letters. The 49th reincarnation has commenced. Chapter 23. The Time Paradox of Kame House Gears. The salty sea breeze of Kame House enveloped Lin Yuan's face as he delicately traced the bronze gear embedded in the crevice of the gravestone. The six-fingered patterns on its teeth suddenly erupted with green luminescence, resonating fiercely with the memory crystal in his palm. The ground beneath the gravestone quivered rhythmically, as if an ancient mechanism was awakening. Detected energy wave fluctuations from the same source. Origin, core of the gravestone's pedestal. The blue light on his retina spread like a spider's web, and Lin Yuan abruptly overturned the gravestone, revealing a metal chamber constructed from the hourglass's sands 4 meters below. Among the black sediment at the bottom of the hourglass lay a gear inscribed with the number 47, its center adorned with the very six-fingered mark that had once appeared on Bulma's nape. This was the sealing device of the god of the time realm. Bulma's voice emanated from the communicator, her aircraft breaking through the clouds in swift approach. The genetic analysis of Vegeta indicated that this gear resonated with the 13th contract fragment within him. Suddenly, the walls of the chamber illuminated with holographic projections, revealing the image of a young Kame Sunin within the hourglass. When the 47th gear turns, the sealed reincarnation will re-emerge into the world. As the image warped, Kame Sunin's face gradually morphed into Lin Yuan's visage, proclaiming that the Watcher must locate the source before the gear ceases its rotation. Before he could finish, the entire chamber began to tremble violently. The black sediment surged like a living entity, forming a skeletal outline of a super dragon upon ground, with the heart of the skeleton marked precisely by the gear inscribed with 47. In the West City laboratory, the genetic resonance intensified. Vegeta suddenly collapsed to the ground, golden particles seeping from an old scar on his nape. On Bulma's scanner, his genetic chain was reconstituting at an astonishing rate. The gear pattern at the end of the 13th chromosome becoming increasingly distinct, perfectly resonating with the gear discovered in Kame House. Damn it, this thing is scorching my bloodline. Vegeta erupted with a super blue aura, only to discover that the energy was being absorbed by the gear pattern, transforming into a bizarre six-fingered shockwave. On the metallic walls of the laboratory, a warning suddenly materialized, inscribed in the language of the Saiyans. The 47th cycle taboo, when the bloodline of the Watcher resonates with the gears. The 12 universes shall become the sacrificial offerings of temporal paradoxes. Bulma abruptly injected a cryogenic agent into Vegeta's nape. Yet she was horrified to witness the gear patterns spreading from the injection site, coalescing on his skin into a complete diagram of time. At the center of the diagram lay the coordinates of the Kame House, while 12 beams of light radiated outward, each pointing to the stellar domains of different universes. This is the multiverse anchoring device. Bulma's voice trembled. They intend to pull forth all the Lin Yuan from every timeline into this place. Within the nexus of time, the young Shinran emitted a mournful wail, and where scales had shed, there was not flesh and blood, but flowing sands of time. The image of Lin Yuan fractured within the sands, each fragment adorned in varying attires. Frisia's lieutenant uniform, Cell's martial arts GI, the dark armor of the Dark Alliance. At long last, we meet the core of the paradox. A figure identical to Lin Yuan emerged from the sands, a pitch-black gear embedded in his chest. The patterns of the gear perfectly mirroring that of the Kame House S47th gear. The loophole of the 48th cycle resides within you, amidst the temporal turbulence of the Namekian sanctuary. Lin Yuan's flight technique tore through space, yet upon reaching Namek, he was violently repelled by the tumultuous currents of time. The location of the Grand Elder's sanctuary revealed a colossal whirlpool of gears from which 12 beams shot forth, striking the iconic planets of the 12 universes, Earth's Corinne Tower, the ruins of Vegeta, and the planet Salad of the 6th universe. You must leave there immediately. Piccolo's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with panic in his Namekian tongue. The Grand Elder's heart resonated with the gears, threatening to rend the very planet asunder. At the center of the whirlpool, The 47th clone raised its hands, the gears of Kame House spinning rapidly in its palms. Lin Yuan's body was uncontrollably drawn toward the vortex, dragon scales peeling away in the tumult of time, revealing the underlying patterns of the clone-esque gears. Paradox analysis. Content. The 47th gear is the embodiment of the cycle's loophole. Warning. The Watcher is merging with the clone. Fragments of memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The moment he was slain by Frisia in the first cycle. The blinding explosion of Cell in the 17th cycle. The silhouette of Kain shielding him in the 47th cycle. In each scene, a gear quietly turned in the corner. So it is, Lin Yuan thought, gazing at his gradually translucent hands. All the death nodes of the cycles were inscribed within this gear, the ultimate covenant of the Kame House's secret chamber. Bulma's craft pierced through the tumult of time, injecting a gene purification agent into the gear whirlpool. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. At the moment the agent made contact with the gear, Vegeta's genetic strands resonated, and the 13th gear pattern on his nape erupted in brilliant radiance, forming an energy bridge with the 47th gear of Kame House. This is the ultimate covenant of the royal bloodline. Vegeta's voice resonated with anguish and enlightenment. Only by utilizing the blood of the Saiyan royal lineage could the purification mode of the gears be activated. Lin Yuan abruptly drew the sword of time, its tip piercing his palm. The mingling of dragon blood and Vegeta's essence ignited a brilliant golden light as 12 figures emerged from the hourglass of time. Indeed, they were the Kaishins of the 12 universes, each wielding a gear that collectively formed the complete visage of the super dragon. Watcher, it is time to fulfill the final covenant. The voice of the Kaishin of Universe 7 transcended time and space. Use your blood to activate the 13 gears and bring an end to this cycle. At the center of the vortex of gears, Clone No. 47 let out a desperate roar as his body began to disintegrate into grains of time. Meanwhile, the gear from Kame House soared towards Lin Yuan, perfectly aligning with the dragon scales upon his chest. 13 hues of light flickered within Lin Yuan's pupils, revealing the converging paths of all past cycles before him. The final covenant is fulfilled. Awakening of the 13 cycles of the super dragon. The original sin is completely sealed. The super dragon whispered above the skies of West City. Its form manifested above Kame House, its scales gleaming with 13 colors, each inscribed with unique cycle marks. Lin Yuan raised the fuse gear high as the dragon's massive maw opened, not to unleash energy, but to expel fragmented memories of light, revealing the true conclusions of all sealed cycles. Make your wish, Watcher. The voice of the dragon echoed like the murmurs of stars, beckoning with the gear that bore the weight of all cycles. Lin Yuan beheld the fleeting images of Bulma's smile, Vegeta's fury, and Goku's perseverance, finally comprehending the Watcher's true mission. With all his strength, he raised the gear above his head and proclaimed, "I wish for all memories of the cycles to return to their respective timelines." Light engulfed everything. When Lin Yuan next opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the Paozu mountain, the 4-star Dragon Ball radiating warmth in his arms. In the distance, the sound of Bulma's motorcycle approached. She halted before him, her curiosity piqued. "Hey, have you seen an orange Dragon Ball?" Lin Yuan smiled and tossed the Dragon Ball to her, sunlight cascading over her nape, which shone like jade. Yet, he distinctly noticed a note that had fallen from Bulma's pocket, inscribed with the name of Kame House, alongside a line written in Namekian. The key to the 49th cycle lies deep within the gears. Epilogue. In the subterranean warehouse of Capsule Corporation, Bulma opened a dust-covered titanium alloy chest. Inside, there were no advanced technological devices, only 13 gears, each etched with different names. Lin Yuan, Vegeta, Son Goku. At the very bottom of the pile lay a pitch-black gear, inscribed in the language of the Dragon God, source of the paradox of Cycle 0. In the corner of the chest rested a photograph depicting a youthful Dr. Briefs standing at the core of the time realm, with Lin Yuan, clad in a Dark Alliance uniform, beside him. The back of the photo bore a blood-written message. The game has only just begun. Meanwhile, in the rifts of the universe, a figure slowly opened its eyes. He bore a gear embedded in his chest, inscribed with the numeral 0, and within his pupils flickered the cataclysm and rebirth of 12 universes. As he raised his hand, the hourglass beneath the tombstone of the Turtle Hermit began to rotate in reverse, revealing a new line of text amidst the black sand. Initiation of the 49th cycle. Chapter 24. The Gear Altar of Namek. The violet clouds enveloping Namek suddenly parted, allowing 13 beams of golden light to pierce the atmosphere. forming a colossal gear pattern upon the plain before the Grand Elder Sanctuary. As Lin Yuan's spatial dance tore through the fabric of reality, he beheld a sight that froze his very blood. Hundreds of Namekians were kneeling around the gear, each adorned with a miniature gear embedded in their foreheads, its pattern mirroring the dragon's scales upon his chest. Detected resonance of shared origin energy. Source: Namek's core. A sudden flash of blue light erupted upon his retina, prompting Lin Yuan to press forcefully against the ground. Energy scanning revealed a gear altar, measuring 10,000 meters in diameter, operating within the planet's core. With a pitch-black gear suspended at its center, distinctly marked with the numeral 0. Lin Yuan's communicator crackled with harsh static. Vegeta's genetic chain was resonating with the 0 gear, and his body was nearing its limit. The scene shifted to the West City laboratory, where Vegeta was restrained within a genetic purification chamber. The 13th gear pattern on the nape of his neck erupting in blinding golden light. On the titanium alloy walls of the purification chamber, a warning inscribed in ancient Saiyan script suddenly materialized. Taboo of Gear 0. When the bloodline of the Watcher resonates with the Void Gear, the 12 universes shall be reduced to temporal bubbles. Within the rift of time and space emerged the 0 clone. Just as Lin Yuan's sword of time pierced the gear altar, the blade trembled violently. The figure stepping forth from the rift caused his pupils to constrict. It was himself clad in the Dark Alliance uniform, the 0 gear embedded in his chest absorbing the life force of the Namekians. Welcome to the 49th cycle, my true form. The voice of the 0 clone echoed with an electronic resonance. Did you believe that wishes could terminate the cycle? Such naivety. The hundreds of Namekians suddenly lifted their heads, their eyes transforming into pure gear shapes, simultaneously declaring, Dr. Brief's ultimate plan has only now truly commenced. Lin Yuan's dragon scales darkened abruptly, and sealed memories erupted within his mind. During the 0th cycle, he had personally embedded the 0 gear into Drive Brief's heart. The clone before him was the product of his genes fused with the gear. Thus it was. Lin Yuan pressed against his aching chest, realizing that every iteration of himself was but a fragment of the 0 gear. In the basement of the sanctuary, the temporal code was being deciphered. Bulma's fingers danced across the keyboard as the laboratory's mainframe suddenly revealed an encrypted file. Upon entering 47013 as the password, the screen unveiled not data, but a holographic recording. A younger Dr. Briefs stood at the core of the temporal realm, pressing the 0 gear into Lin Yuan's embryo. Is this my birth record? Lin Yuan's voice trembled as the imagery revealed the intricate gear patterns inscribed within his genetic chain. Suddenly, Vegeta broke free from his restraints, enveloped in a radiant golden light, and the 13th gear at the nape of his neck resonated with the 0th gear. An astonishing scene unfolded as the gear altar on Namek began to reverse. The patterns of the 0th gear gradually became distinct, unveiling a concealed temporal code for 7130. This was the coordinates of the multiverse. Bulma's voice resonated with astonishment, for the 0th gear was the key to unlocking all dimensions of time and space, heralding the ultimate warning from the Eternal Dragon. The figure of the Eternal Dragon materialized abruptly above Namek, its scales devoid of their former luster, each one marred with cracks. As it opened its colossal maw, it expelled not energy, but fragmented images of time and space. Angels from the first universe were disintegrating into gears. The root systems of the 5th universe formed rifts in time, and the Kaishins of the 10th universe collectively transformed into streams of data. The voice of the Watcher Dragon bore an unprecedented weariness, declaring that the 0th gear embodied the original sin of the Dragon God Salamander, which could only be sealed with one's heart. Lin Yuan gazed at his gradually transparent hands, the gear patterns beneath his dragon scales extending ominously. He finally comprehended the last words inscribed beneath the grave of the Turtle Hermit. The heart of the Watcher was the ultimate seal. Vegeta, buy me some time. Lin Yuan hurled the sword of time into the air. Bulma, calculate the coordinates of the temporal rifts. The gears of the final battle resonated. Vegeta unleashed his ultra-blue evolved form, his fists colliding with the gears of the 0th clone, unleashing an energy that flattened the mountains of Namek. Bulma's spacecraft navigated through the rifts, injecting the gene purification serum into each gear node. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's heart radiated with golden light, and he violently tore open his chest, revealing not flesh and blood, but a rotating transparent gear. As the gear resonated with the 0th gear, all temporal rifts began to close, and the body of the clone gradually dissipated. Final seal initiated. Awakening of the Eternal Dragon's Void Gear. original sin's seed utterly obliterated. As the light faded, the gear altar on Namek vanished without a trace, leaving only a transparent gear upon the plains before the Grand Elder Sanctuary. The moment Lin Yuan picked up the gear, all fragments of memory returned to their rightful place. He was not a mere traveler, but a temporal watcher created by the Dragon God Salamander, destined to seal his own original sin. The whispers of the Dragon Balls of the new era echoed before the silhouette of the eternal dragon dissipated into the horizon. The last stream of light infused into the gear. Lin Yuan raised the gear, hearing whispers from the dawn of the universe. When the 49th cycle concludes, the true enemy shall awaken. Upon returning to Earth, Lin Yuan stood before the gravestone of the Turtle Hermit, embedding the transparent gear into the stone. As the sea breeze caressed the scene, the gear emitted a crisp sound, and new inscriptions suddenly materialized upon the gravestone. Here lies the Watcher Lin Yuan. Bulma's aircraft descended upon the shoreline, where she handed Lin Yuan a metallic box. This was found in the laboratory. It appears to be for you. Inside the box lay a pure white Dragon Ball, inscribed in the language of the Dragon God, for the guardian of the 49th reincarnation. The photograph affixed to the bottom of the box depicted a youthful Lin Yuan standing before the eternal dragon, flanked by smiling Bulma and Vegeta. The back of the photograph bore a celestial inscription: "The cycle never ends, the guardian endures." Epilogue. Deep within the subterranean warehouse of Capsule Corporation, a dormant incubation chamber suddenly ignited with a crimson light. The figure floating within gradually opened its eyes, a gear embedded in its chest, its pupils shimmering with the rise and fall of the 12 universes. As it raised a hand, the Dragon Balls across the cosmos emitted a collective wail, while the transparent gear in Lin Yuan's palm darkened at a visible pace. Amidst the rifts of the universe, the mechanical remnants of the time Kaishin, Kain, reconfigured, her gear-shaped pupils fixated on Earth, transmitting a final message with her dwindling energy. Guardian, the true war begins now. Chapter 25. The gear in the incubation chamber. The red light from Capsule Corporation's underground warehouse pierced the darkness, with strange black dew condensing on the glass of the incubation chamber numbered. When Lin Yuan's aerial technique shattered the alloy door, he beheld a sight that froze his very blood. The figure within the chamber bore a rotating gear embedded in its chest, where dark matter, not nutrient fluid, coursed through the teeth, devouring light. Anomalous energy of the same origin detected. Source: Gear Core. The blue light on his retina exploded like a spider's web, as Lin Yuan's dragon scales began to grow in reverse, with patterns echoing those of the gear within the chamber emerging beneath each scale. The titanium alloy shell of the incubation chamber bore a blood-dripping warning inscribed in the language of the Dragon God. Forbidden experiment warning. The gear bearer will consume all time and space. Guardian bloodline resonance countdown, 47 minutes. Gene disintegration at the West City Laboratory. Vegeta's fist pounded against the incubation chamber, only to be repelled by an invisible force field. On Bulma's scanner screen, his genetic chain was visibly deteriorating, the gear pattern on chromosome 13 being eroded by dark matter, gradually twisting into the shape of, "Damn it, this thing is rewriting my bloodline." Vegeta erupted in super blue energy, only to find his power absorbed by the force field, converted into the rotational energy of the gear. The emergency lights in the laboratory abruptly extinguished, leaving only the incubation chamber to emit a faint blue glow, illuminating the suddenly materializing holographic image on the wall. Dr. Briefs stood at the core of the time realm, embedding the gear into the chest of the experimental subject. In the final moments of the image, he suddenly turned, the reflection of Lin Yuan flickering in his pupils, his lips forming the words, "The sacrifice of the 49th reincarnation is the heart of the Guardian." Temporal paradox analysis. Content. The gear is the end of all reincarnations. Warning. The experimental subject is absorbing energy from the 12 universes. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's time sword unsheathed itself, the blade quaking violently as it pointed toward the incubation chamber. He suddenly recalled the fragmented memories beneath the tombstone of the Turtle Hermit's abode. In the initial loop, it was this very gear that caused the super dragon to disintegrate into fragments of time and space. Thus it was revealed. Lin Yuan clutched his agonized chest, realizing that all the loopholes of reincarnation stemmed from this gear. An unusual disturbance emerged from the Namekian altar. The plane before the Grand Elder's temple abruptly collapsed, revealing a gear altar with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Hundreds of Namekians knelt around the altar, their miniature gears at their foreheads resonating with the larger gear, emitting not prayers, but rather temporal coordinates inscribed in dark matter. 4713. Piccolo's special beam cannon struck the edge of the altar, only to be absorbed by the intricate patterns of the gear, transformed into energy for a summoning array. More horrifyingly, the core of Namek was reversing. A colossal gear shadow emerged from the violet clouds, and with each revolution, a star vanished from the cosmos. Hurry, stop it! Piccolo's voice was laden with unprecedented dread, for the Grand Elder's heart was merging with the gear. Lin Yuan's dragon scales abruptly turned pitch black, and an explosion of sealed ultimate memories surged within his mind. In the dawn of the universe, the Dragon God Zalama created the gear from his own heart, intending to seal the rifts of time and space. Yet unbeknownst to him, the gear itself became the greatest temporal flaw. The Watcher's mission, it turned out, was self-destruction. As Lin Yuan gazed at his gradually translucent hands, he finally comprehended Kain's last message. The final roar of the super dragon echoed. The visage of the super dragon tore through the fabric of time and space, its form riddled with dark matter fissures, scales shedding with each moment. As it opened its colossal jaws, it expelled not energy, but rather the images of the collapse of the 12 universes. The angels of the first universe disintegrated into a rain of gears. The planets of the fifth universe were shredded by gears. The Kaiashins of the 10th universe transformed into streams of data. The voice of the Watcher echoed like the collapse of a star. Only your heart can reboot time and space. But the cost is, Lin Yuan raised the sword of time, its tip aimed at his own heart. In the instant, dragon blood surged forth. All rifts in time and space began to close, the rotation speed of the gear gradually diminishing. The figure within the incubation chamber emitted a roar of defiance, its body beginning to disintegrate into grains of temporal sand. Yet before dissipating, it hurled the gear towards Lin Yuan. Final seal initiated. Super Dragon Time-Space Reboot. The seed of original sin is completely reset. The void watch of a new era. When the radiance faded, the Namekian gear altar vanished without a trace. On the plain before the Grand Elder's temple, only a transparent heart-shaped gear remained. The moment Lin Yuan picked up the gear, all fragments of memory returned to their rightful places. He was not a mere traveler, but a temporal anchor created by the Dragon God Zalama, destined to seal the gear with his heart. The last stream of light from the super dragon infused the gear, its final words echoing in Lin Yuan's mind. When the gear turns again, the true creator god shall awaken. Returning to Earth, Lin Yuan stood by the sea of the turtle hermit's abode, embedding the transparent gear into his chest. As the sea breeze caressed the air, the gears emitted a crisp sound, and his form gradually became translucent, ultimately dissolving into particles of light that scattered in the atmosphere. Bulma's aircraft descended upon the shore, where she retrieved Lin Yuan's forsaken sword of time. Suddenly, new engravings emerged upon the hilt, mark of the Watcher Lin Yuan. From the metallic box that tumbled out of the sheath lay a pure white dragon ball, inscribed in the language of the dragon god, to the initiator of the 50th cycle. Epilogue. Deep within the subterranean warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation, the cultivation chamber numbered flickered with red light once more. The figure floating inside slowly opened its eyes. The gear upon its chest transformed into pure white, with the first glimmers of light from the genesis of a universe flowing amidst its teeth. As it lifted its hand, the dragon balls across the cosmos resonated in unison, while a new temporal rift quietly unfurled at the very spot where Lin Yuan had vanished. Within the fissure of the universe, the mechanical remnants of the Kaiashin of time, Kain began to reassemble, her gear-shaped pupils fixated on Earth, transmitting a final message with her dwindling energy. Welcome back, Creator God. Chapter 26. The Awakening of the Creator God's Gears. The red light in the underground warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation erupted for the third time, and the glass of the cultivation chamber numbered shattered like a spider's web. Bulma's scream was engulfed by the thunderous clamor of the gears in motion. The pure white gear on the figure's chest suddenly erupted with black light, and the dark matter spilling from its teeth writhed as if alive, instantaneously corroding the metal shelves of the warehouse into dust. Anomaly in creator energy detected. Source: Gear Core. The residual blue light in the retina abruptly reformed into a system alarm, as Lin Yuan's consciousness trembled within the void. He found himself adrift in the interstice of time and space, surrounded by countless shattered gears, each engraved with distinct cyclical marks. The Frisia spaceship from the first cycle, the Cell Games Arena from the 17th cycle, and the core of the time dimension from the 47th cycle. Watcher, welcome to the domain of the Creator God. A familiar voice emerged from the depths of the gears, and Lin Yuan turned abruptly to find none other than Dr. Briefs clad in a white lab coat. Yet, Embedded in his chest was not a gear, but a rotating Super Dragon Ball, each facet depicting scenes of destruction from various universes. Weren't you already? Lin Yuan's dragon scales shimmered in the void, only to discover his inability to solidify into form. The true game has only just begun. The figure of the doctor fragmented into 12, each possessing a different gear. Did you think sealing the gears would terminate the cycle? Such naivety. At the West City laboratory, the genetic rampage ensued. Vegeta's fist struck the remnants of the cultivation chamber, only to be rebuffed by a force field composed of dark matter. The gear pattern number 13 at the nape of his neck suddenly exploded, golden particles seeping into the ground, resonating with the gears of the warehouse. On Bulma's scanner screen, Vegeta's genetic chain underwent a terrifying mutation, the gear patterns at the ends of his chromosomes twisting into the shape of Vegeta. You must leave that place. Bulma grasped his arm, only to witness her own nails transform into a dark golden hue. The emergency lights in the laboratory shattered, and dark liquid seeped from the ceiling, forming a skeletal pattern of a super dragon upon the ground, with the heart positioned precisely at the rampaging gear. Analysis of the temporal paradox. Content. The gear is consuming the 12 universes. Warning. The genetic integrity of the Vegeta royal lineage is on the verge of collapse. Goku's voice resonated through the communicator, imbued with the distinctive tremor of the Kaioken. Vegeta, Bulma, Gohan, and I are en route. Yet, the background was filled with the clamor of turning gears, indicating they too had encountered the turbulent currents of time and space. Lin Yuan's consciousness traversed the crevices, witnessing Goku and his son's spacecraft being shredded by the dark matter gears, only to disintegrate into streams of data that merged with the gears at the moment of explosion. A sudden recollection of the Super Dragon's final words struck him. When the gears turn once more, the true Creator God shall awaken. It became clear that the Creator God was none other than himself. Lin Yuan's consciousness brushed against a gear inscribed with 0, and an avalanche of fragmented memories flooded his mind. The ultimate summoning at the Namekian altar. The plain before the Grand Elder's sanctuary abruptly heaved, and a gear altar, 10,000 meters in diameter, erupted from the earth. Hundreds of Namekians knelt around the altar, their micro-gears resonating in unison, unleashing torrents of dark matter that formed a colossal summoning array in the sky. Piccolo's special beam cannon struck the heart of the array, only to be absorbed by the gear patterns, transforming into energy to activate the ritual. Hurry, stop them. Piccolo's voice was laced with blood, his left arm now entirely gear-formed, and the Grand Elder's heart was morphing into the altar's core. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the altar, witnessing the Grand Elder's body suspended amidst the gears. A black Dragon Ball embedded in his chest, merging with the gears. The core of Namek emitted a groan under the strain, and a colossal shadow of a gear materialized in the violet clouds. With each rotation, a star vanished from the cosmic map. Final summoning initiated. The Creator God Lin Yuan is about to awaken. Countdown for the 12 universes, 47 minutes. The system alarm resonated in his mind, and Lin Yuan finally grasped Kain's last message. The true mission of the Watcher was not to seal, but to become the vessel of the Creator God. His consciousness brushed against a transparent gear at the edge of the altar, a sealing device forged from fragments of his own heart. So it was, I am the greatest original sin. Lin Yuan enveloped the transparent gear with his consciousness, feeling the call from the very dawn of the universe. The final dance of the Super Dragon. The figure of the Super Dragon tore through time and space to descend, its form riddled with cracks of dark matter, each scale shedding away. As it opened its colossal maw, it did not exhale energy, but rather the primal force of the 12 universes, the angelic light of the first universe, the seed of life from the 5th universe, the divine power of the Kaioshin from the 10th universe, all converging into the gear. Watcher, the dragon's voice echoed like a supernova explosion. Only by merging all reincarnated memories can we prevent the Creator God from going berserk. Lin Yuan's consciousness burst forth from the fissures of time, merging with the 12 figures floating upon the gears. Those were all his past selves from previous reincarnations. At the moment when the 13 consciousnesses merged as one, a spectrum of 13 colors illuminated his pupils, revealing all possibilities across time and space. In the first cycle, Lin Yuan, serving as Frisia's lieutenant, was obliterating planet Vegeta. In the 17th cycle, he was unleashing a spirit bomb against Cell. In the 47th cycle, Lin Yuan was maniacally laughing at the core of the time realm after slaying Kain. The ultimate fusion is complete. The God of creation, Lin Yuan, awakens. The reconstruction of the 12 universes begins. A new era of void creation dawned, as light consumed everything. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing in a realm of nothingness. In his grasp was not the sword of time, but a spinning gear, each facet inscribed with distinct cosmic vistas. The remnants of the eternal dragon floated around him, its scales transforming into new stars. "You have finally understood, Watcher," echoed the voice of Dr. Briefs from the depths of the gear. "The mission of the god of creation is to perpetually create and destroy." Lin Yuan gazed at the cyclical markings on the gear, finally comprehending the significance of all reincarnations. He raised the gear high above his head, summoning the divine power of creation, and proclaimed, "I create the 50th reincarnation." In a blaze of light, the 12 universes began their reconstruction. Lin Yuan beheld Bulma awakening in the West City Laboratory, Vegeta training in the gravity chamber, and Goku cultivating on Korin Tower, as if everything had returned to its origin. Yet, he was acutely aware that this cycle would no longer be governed by a system or a watcher, but would embody true free will. Epilogue. In the underground warehouse of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma discovered a new titanium alloy box. Inside, there was no gear, only a pure white Super Dragon Ball, inscribed in the language of the Dragon God, the key to the 50th reincarnation. In the corner of the box lay a photograph, depicting a youthful Lin Yuan standing before the eternal dragon, flanked by a smiling Bulma and Vegeta. The back of the photograph bore a message written in the blood of the god of creation. "This time, the game is yours to decide." Meanwhile, within the fissures of the universe, a figure slowly opened his eyes. Embedded in his chest was a gear engraved with the number 50, and his pupils shimmered with the rebirth and destruction of the 12 universes. As he raised his hand, the Dragon Balls throughout the cosmos resonated in unison. And in the newly created timeline of Lin Yuan, Bulma's motorcycle sped towards Paozu Mountain, embarking on the adventures of the 50th reincarnation. Chapter 27. The key to the 50th reincarnation. The alarm lights in the underground warehouse of the Capsule Corporation flashed in a spiraling pattern. As the titanium alloy hatch marked 50 oozed with blue-purple electricity under the corrosion of dark matter. Lin Yuan's consciousness trembled within the crevices of time and space. And through the web-like fractures, he glimpsed the pure white gear on the figure's chest, emitting beams of light, each beam coalescing into translucent gear phantoms in the void. In the West City Laboratory, the genetic keyhole manifested. Suddenly, the 13th gear mark on Vegeta's nape split open, golden particles surging forth like a fountain. On Bulma's scanner screen, the ends of his chromosomes displayed a spiral structure resembling a keyhole, resonating precisely with the gear number 50 within a warehouse. The metallic shelves in the laboratory spontaneously arranged themselves into a pattern resembling key teeth, while the luminous stream emanating from the ceiling created intricate unlocking patterns upon the ground. Genesis key principles. The Watcher's gene chain serves as the lock core. The 50th gear acts as the key. Warning: forcible unlocking will result in genetic disintegration. Vegeta erupted into his super blue evolution form, yet his energy was absorbed by the keyhole, forming flowing patterns of coded light upon his surface. Suddenly, the walls materialized the holographic visage of Dr. Briefs, his palm pressed against the Lin Yuan embryo, his lips silently conveying, "The key to the 50th reincarnation resides within the heart of the Watcher." Lin Yuan's consciousness penetrated through the ceiling of the laboratory, beholding a colossal lock constructed from the 12 cosmic laws floating in the void. As the 50th gear approached the lock core, the law of causality bolt sprang open automatically, while the law of energy conservation lock plate emitted a shrill alarm. This key possessed the dual attributes of creation and destruction. It became evident that the 50th reincarnation aimed to unlock the domain of the Creator God. When Lin Yuan's consciousness brushed against the crack at the edge of the lock, fragments of memory surged forth, memories of the 47th cycle, where Kain pierced his heart at the moment of death, the shard's shape perfectly matching that of the 50th gear. The key matrix at the Namekian altar emerged as the plains before the Grand Elder's temple suddenly heaved, revealing a key matrix with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Hundreds of Namekians had miniature gears in their foreheads, synchronously rotating to form an array of keyholes in the sky. As Piccolo's magic gun struck the focal point, energy transformed into a liquid stream of light, flowing along the matrix's patterns and infusing the core, where the Grand Elder's heart now took the shape of a key blank. Lin Yuan's matrix was absorbing the energy of the laws, while a key tooth pattern manifested upon Piccolo's left arm as the Grand Elder's heart morphed into a key mold. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the center of the matrix, witnessing the Grand Elder suspended amidst streams of red and blue energy, his pure white Dragon Ball having fractured into 50 gear modules. The core of Namek emitted a sound akin to shattering glass, as the streams of the 12 cosmic laws were forcibly molded into key tooth patterns, each line corresponding to a fragment of reincarnation memory. The Conquest Desire Key's front with its destructive teeth from the first cycle, the Protective Desire's anti-slip pattern from the 17th cycle, and the Sacrificial Spirit's anti-counterfeiting groove from the 49th cycle. Ultimate Key Forging. Creation God, Key Lin Yuan Formation Rate, 47. Stability of the 12 Cosmic Laws, 39. The system alarm resonated within his consciousness, as Lin Yuan's awareness harmonized with the key mold. As his dark memories merged with the key tooth patterns, the destruction tooth at the edge of the matrix suddenly surged, nearly rupturing the mold of the laws. My dark side is tainting the key. Lin Yuan's consciousness enveloped the light tooth module, feeling the forging heat wave emanating from the end of the universe. The body of the super divine dragon became a key. The bones of the super divine dragon reconfigured, its scales transforming into 12 streams of forging light. When the light flow infuses the key matrix, the spine of the divine dragon transforms into the axis of the key. Its ribs morph into reinforcement rings, while its dual eyes become the ultimate key teeth of creation and balance. The guardian of the divine dragon's key form emits a resonating roar akin to a star's collapse. Only by infusing the key handle with the memory of light can one avert the rampage of the laws. Lin Yuan's consciousness fractures into 49 streams of light, each merging with one of the 49 gear modules. When the 50 streams of consciousness resonate fully with the key form, a complete key blueprint emerges within his pupils. The head of the key bears the visage of the super divine dragon. The axis is embedded with 12 crystals of law, and the end showcases Lin Yuan's dragon scale totem. The Genesis key is complete. The god of the super divine dragon awakens. The 12 cosmic law pathways are now open. A new era of key contracts unfolds. As the radiance dissipates, Lin Yuan finds himself standing at the center of the key matrix, grasping a shimmering key exuding a glass-like luster. The key form of the super divine dragon spirals in the sky, each scale releasing particles of contract light. The mark on Vegeta's nape transforms into the totem of the key law, enabling scions to switch key forms at will. Bulma's genetic chain merges with the contract law, allowing product from Capsule Corporation to directly lock onto law pathways. Goku's energy transmutes into the vessel of the door-opening law, enabling the Genki Dama to breach any spatio-temporal node. Is this the key to the Genesis era? Lin Yuan caresses the teardrop patterns on the key, the smiling visage of Kain from the 47th cycle flowing between the teeth. Bulma's spacecraft pierces the matrix, delivering to Lin Yuan a key-shaped communicator. Forged from particles of law light, it can directly unlock the domain of the Genesis god. The surface of the communicator is inscribed with the dragon's tongue. Keeper of the law key, Lin Yuan. Epilogue. In the underground warehouse, the cultivation pod suddenly bursts forth with the light of keys. Within, a figure awakens, the 50th key on its chest having transformed into the totem of chaos law. As it raises its hand, the keys of the entire universe resonate in unison, and the key pattern in Lin Yuan's palm suddenly becomes scorching, revealing new law inscriptions. Law of Genesis Era 50. When the key is inserted into the chaos lock, the Genesis god will face an ultimate choice. Meanwhile, at the end of the law pathway, the mechanical remnants of the Time King, Kain, reassemble into key form, her gear-like pupils reflecting the scene within the cultivation pod. Etching her final words with the last of her energy, Guardian, the true key is the balance of creation and destruction. The sea breeze sweeps across the key matrix as Lin Yuan picks up a key-shaped stardust, within which the pages of the 50th cycle are vividly reflected. It is an era governed by the key law, wherein all civilizations can independently unlock new universes. And in the cosmic abyss, a chaotic key inscribed with slowly turns, awaiting the ultimate collision with the 50 good keys. Chapter 28. The Gear Law of the Genesis Era. The newly birthed cosmic star map slowly rotates within Lin Yuan's palm, precisely at the 50 mark on the gear, where the birth and demise of each star adhere to the meticulous laws of gear interlocking. He floats amidst the crevices of time and space, observing as Bulma's motorcycle crushes the morning mist over Dumpling Mountain. This time, the 4-star Dragon Ball nestled in her bike's pouch fails to emit the familiar system blue light. Instead, it reveals itself as an ordinary orange gem, refracting the first ray of sunlight from the 50th cycle. An unusual resonance emanates from the West Capital Laboratory. Suddenly, An ear-piercing alarm blares from Vegeta's gravity chamber. With a 13th gear mark on the nape of his neck spins spontaneously within the 100-fold gravity field. As Bulma rushes into the laboratory, she witnesses an eerie spectrum displayed on the scanner screen. Vegeta's genetic chain resonates non-physically with the 50th gear, and the gear patterns at the chromosome's terminus begin to transmute into luminous cosmic law inscriptions. Genesis Law 1. All reincarnation memories shall transmute into cosmic constants. Warning: laws are reconstructing biological genes. Even more alarming, the metal shelves within the laboratory begin to manifest gear patterns, while light particles seeping from the ceiling arrange themselves into the skeletal outline of Super Dragon. Vegeta shatters the gravity device, only to find the fragments reassembling into miniature gears upon touching the ground, each inscribed with distinct cosmic constants. This infernal contraption is transforming me into a vessel of the law. Vegeta's ultra-blue aura resonates with the gears, and the energy released morphs from shockwaves into ripples of the reconstructive laws of space. Lin Yuan's consciousness penetrates the laboratory ceiling, revealing countless law gears suspended in the void, each corresponding to the physical rules of the 12 universes. When his awareness brushes against a gear inscribed with gravity, Vegeta's gravity chamber suddenly experiences weightlessness, causing all objects to float in a gear formation. It becomes evident that the laws of the Genesis era are composed of reincarnation memories. Lin Yuan traverses between the law gears, finally grasping the essence of Dr. Brief's final experimental log. When the Watcher becomes the key to the laws, the universe shall reconstruct itself according to memory. The laws manifest at the Namekian altar, on the plain before the Grand Elder's temple. Hundreds of Namekians display gear marks on their foreheads that are transforming into law runes. As Piccolo's special beam cannon strikes the sky, it is no longer merely a beam of energy, but a manifested destruction law gear that cleaves the clouds into a six-fingered shape. The heart of the Grand Elder transforms into the core of the laws. Piccolo's voice resonates with a metallic tremor, his left arm fully transmuted into a rune gear, birthing a new nebula with each revolution. Lin Yuan's consciousness surges into the altar, witnessing the Grand Elder suspended at the center of the law gears, his pure white Dragon Ball absorbing the light of the laws from the 12 universes. The core of Namek emits a crystalline sound, as a colossal law wheel emerges from the violet clouds, redefining a physical rule with each turn. Law manifestation initiated. Genesis Law Lin Yuan is taking shape. 12 universe rule reconstruction rate, 47. The system alarm resonates within his consciousness as Lin Yuan's essence harmonizes with the law wheel. He witnessed the obliteration of memories from the 17th cycle of the Cell Games, transmuted into the law of entropy, while the memory of Kain's sacrifice from the 47th cycle crystallized into the law of causality. The agony and ecstasy of all reincarnations coalesced upon the gears, forming the cornerstone of the universe's operation. It was revealed that my memory constituted the very laws of the new cosmos. Lin Yuan's consciousness enveloped the core of these laws, responding to the ultimate call from the Genesis era. The corporeal form of the Super Dragon, disintegrating above Namek, shed its scales, morphing into 12 radiant pillars of law. As these pillars converged into the 50th gear, the dragon's remains reformed into a manifestation of law. Its spine represented the law of time gear chain. Its ribs embodied the law of space gear ring, and its eyes were the ultimate gears of creation and destruction. The guardian's form resonated with the vibrations of cosmic strings. Only by infusing all reincarnation memories into the core of the law could the foundation of the Genesis era be established. Lin Yuan's consciousness fractured into 49 streams of light, each merging with a distinct law gear. When the 50 fragments of consciousness achieved perfect resonance with the law, a complete cosmic star map materialized in his eyes, with each star corresponding to a segment of reincarnation memory. The star of the Frisia spaceship from the first cycle embodied the law of conquest. The arena of the Cell Games from the 17th cycle transformed into the law of evolution nebula. The core of the time realm from the 49th cycle became the law of reincarnation black hole. The law of the Genesis era is complete. The god of the law of the Super Dragon awakens. The 12 cosmic rules are utterly reconstructed, a civilization of gears for a new era. As the brilliance faded, Lin Yuan's consciousness returned to his corporeal form, discovering himself amidst the ruins of the Kame House. The 50th gear in his hand had turned to dust, scattering into the fundamental particles of cosmic law. The form of the Super Dragon circled the heavens, each scale sowing seeds of law. Vegeta's nape mark evolved into a totem of the law of combat, allowing all Saiyans to rewrite their combat potential through sheer will. Bulma's genetic chain fused with the law of technology, enabling the next generation of Capsule Corporation products to materialize thought directly. Goku's energy transformed into a vessel of the law of life, allowing the spirit bomb to create new ecosystems. Is this the Genesis era? Lin Yuan gazed at his hands, where dragon scales had transmuted into transparent lines of law, each connecting to different cosmic regulations. Bulma's aircraft descended by the shore, presenting Lin Yuan with a gear-shaped communicator crafted from law dust, capable of direct dialogue with the cosmic consciousness. The communicator bore the inscription in Dragon God language, Citizen of the Genesis Era, Lin Yuan. Epilogue. Deep within the subterranean warehouse of Capsule Corporation, a long-sealed incubation chamber suddenly illuminated with golden light. The figure within gradually opened its eyes, a gear of law embedded in its chest, its pupils shimmering with the life and death of 50 universes. As he raised his hand, the gears of the universe resonated in unison, and the intricate patterns of laws within Lin Yuan's palm suddenly became fervent, revealing a new line of text. Genesis Law 50. When the gears turn, the Creator shall face the end. Simultaneously, within the crevices of cosmic law, the mechanical remnants of the time god, Kain, abruptly reassembled, her gear-like pupils fixed upon the direction of the cultivation pod, inscribing her final words with the last vestiges of her lawful energy. The true challenge for the Watcher is to imbue the laws with compassion. The sea breeze swept through the ruins of the Turtle Hermit's abode, as Lin Yuan picked up a shell shaped like a gear, its surface clearly reflecting the visage of the 51st cycle, a brand new universe devoid of systems and gears, yet brimming with unknown possibilities. Chapter 29. The Gears in the Crevices of Law. The sea breeze of the Turtle Hermit's dwelling swirled the dust of the laws into a vortex, and the patterns in Lin Yuan's palm suddenly glowed with a crimson light. The communicator crackled with Bulma's urgent voice. Lin Yuan, Vegeta's genetic chain, is resonating with the gears. His body is transforming into a breach of the laws. The laws within the West Capital Laboratory were disintegrating. On the metallic walls of the gravity chamber, the battle law totem on Vegeta's nape twisted into form. On Bulma's scanner, dark matter erupted from the ends of his chromosomes, corroding the power enhancement law gears into mere powder. More alarmingly, the law manifestation devices in the laboratory began to operate in reverse. The clones within the cultivation pod disintegrated into particles of law, and the vessels outside regressed into primitive gear structures. These phantoms were consuming the laws. Vegeta erupted into his super blue evolution form, yet his energy was absorbed by the gears, forming a continuously rotating diagram of destruction upon the ground. Suddenly, the holographic remnant of Dr. Briefs materialized upon the wall, distorting his voice as he repeated, "The gears are the cancer of the laws." Lin Yuan's consciousness pierced through the fabric of time and space, witnessing the gears in the void gnawing at the chains of law. As they turned, the causal law gear shattered, the energy conservation gear rusted, and all the cosmic rules woven from cyclical memories accelerated into decay. The breach of Genesis was nestled within the gears. Lin Yuan's consciousness brushed against the dark matter gap at the edge of the gear, and fragments of memories from Kain's sacrifice during the 49th cycle surged forth. What she had plunged into Lin Yuan's heart was indeed the prototype of this gear, the plague of law from the Namekian altar. On the plains before the Grand Elder's Temple, the law runes on the foreheads of hundreds of Namekians darkened. Piccolo's left arm, the regeneration law gear, shattered, and instead of blood, dark matter consuming the laws seeped from the wound. The core of law at the altar emitted a burdensome hum. With each rotation of the gear shadow appearing amidst the purple clouds, a law vanished from the universe. Lin Yuan's Grand Elder Heart had transformed into the source of the plague. Piccolo's voice was laced with mechanical static as his body disintegrated under the influence of the dark matter law, with all the law gears succumbing to the infection. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the altar, witnessing the Grand Elder suspended within the maelstrom of dark matter, his once pure Dragon Ball now taking on a new form. The core of the Namek star emitted a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, as the luminous currents of the 12 cosmic laws were forcibly drawn into a swirling vortex, crystallizing on the surface of a gear into void law formations. The law plague has been initiated. The gear virus Lin Yuan is spreading. Survival rate of the 12 cosmic laws, 47. The system alarm blared within consciousness, resonating with Lin Yuan's essence as it intertwined with the gears. He witnessed the memory of Frisia's destruction of planet Vegeta in the first cycle transform into the destruction law virus. while the 17th cycle's cell self-detonation morphed into the entropy law pathogen. The dark facets of all reincarnations mutated into law killers upon the gears. My dark memories are annihilating the new universe. Lin Yuan's consciousness enveloped the viral core, sensing the chilling call of the end of laws. The immune body of the eternal dragon. Suddenly, the form of the eternal dragon disintegrated, its scales transforming into 12 streams of immune light. As these luminous currents infused the gears, the dragon's skeletal remains reformed into an embodiment of immunity, its spine a chain of purification laws, its ribs a ring of balance laws, and its eyes two ultimate antibody gears of hope and redemption. The guardian, the immune body of the dragon, emitted a mournful cry of cosmic strings, for only by channeling all dark memories into the immune core could the law plague be halted. Lin Yuan's consciousness split into 49 streams of light, each merging with one of the 49 immune gears. When the 50 consciousnesses resonated perfectly with the antibodies, a complete viral map materialized in his pupils, with each infection point corresponding to a segment of dark memory. The desire for conquest from the first cycle manifested as the tyranny virus. The urge for destruction from the 17th cycle became the destruction virus. The thirst for vengeance from the 49th cycle transformed into the reincarnation virus. Law immunity completed. The god of immunity, the eternal dragon, awakens. The laws of the 12 universes begin to restore. The gears of the antibody in the new era. As the radiance faded, Lin Yuan found himself standing within the crevice of the laws, clutching a uniquely shaped antibody gear. The immune form of the eternal dragon circled the heavens, each scale releasing particles of immunity. The mark on the back of Vegeta's neck transformed into the immunity law totem, enabling all Saiyans to resist the encroachment of the laws. Bulma's genetic chain fused with the repair law, allowing the products of the Capsule Corporation to automatically mend law breaches. Goku's energy transformed into a life antibody carrier, enabling the spirit bomb to heal wounds inflicted by the laws. Is this the redemption of the Genesis era? Lin Yuan gazed upon the luminous memories on the antibody gear, the smiling visage of Kain from the 47th cycle flowing across its surface. Bulma's spacecraft pierced through the crevice of laws, delivering to Lin Yuan an antibody communicator. Crafted from immune particles, it allowed direct dialogue with the consciousness of the laws. The surface of the communicator was inscribed in the language of the dragon gods. Law Guardian Lin Yuan. Epilogue Easter egg. Deep within the subterranean warehouse of the Capsule Corporation, a dormant incubation chamber suddenly erupted with golden light. In the cabin, a figure opened his eyes, and the gear upon his chest transformed into the totem of the law of balance. As he lifted his hand, the antibody gears of the entire universe resonated in unison, while the antibody patterns on Lin Yuan's palm suddenly became fervent, revealing a new line of law. Genesis Law 51. When the balance gear turns, the creator shall be reborn. Simultaneously, at the end of this law, the mechanical remnants of the time deity, Kain, unexpectedly reassembled. Her gear-like pupils reflected the scene within the cultivation chamber, inscribing her final words with the last remnants of her antibody energy. The true law of the Watcher is to allow light and darkness to coexist. A sea breeze swept through the fissures of the law as Lin Yuan picked up a star resembling an antibody gear. Within its core, the blueprint of the 51st reincarnation was vividly mirrored, an entirely new universe where light and darkness existed in harmonious balance, possessing the ability for self-evolution within its laws. Deep within this universe, the gears began to slowly turn, initiating a new chapter in the Genesis era. Chapter 30. The Game of Gears of the Law Balance. The starlight within the fissures of the law suddenly distorted, and the antibody gear in Lin Yuan's palm erupted with a dual radiance of red and blue. A tremulous voice from the communicator heralded the urgency of Piccolo. The core of the law from Namek is merging with the gears. The Grand Elder's body has transformed into the game board. In the law game arena of the West City Laboratory, the metallic floor of the gravity chamber abruptly cracked, and the totem of the law of balance on Vegeta's nape split into two halves of red and blue. On Bulma's scanner screen, the ends of his chromosomes unfurled into a colossal game board, where the law of light and the law of darkness gears were engaged in a life and death struggle. Even more chillingly, the laboratory walls oozed streams of law light, automatically arranging themselves into the rules of the game. Genesis era game rules. The gears of light and darkness each hold 47 pieces. The first to occupy the center of the board shall be victorious. Warning: failure in the game will lead to the collapse of the law. Vegeta erupted into his super blue evolution form, yet his energy was absorbed by the board, transforming into the Knight of Light gear. He helplessly witnessed the opposing Knight of Darkness gear devour the causality law piece, as the holographic remnants of Dr. Briefs materialized at the board's edge. Mechanically repeating, the game is the ultimate test of the law of balance. Lin Yuan's consciousness traversed time and space, witnessing the game board floating in the void, tearing apart the chains of law. As the law of darkness gear occupied the center, the law of life gear shattered, the law of order gear rusted, and all cosmic regulations teetered on the brink of imbalance. It became evident that the balance of the Genesis era required an eternal game. Lin Yuan's consciousness brushed against the observer's seat at the edge of the board, and fragments of memory left by Kain in the 47th round surged forth. What she had set in motion before her demise was indeed this endless game of law. The storm of the game at the Namekian altar, on the plains before the Grand Elder's sanctuary. The law runes upon the foreheads of hundreds of Namekians split into dual colors. Piccolo's left arm, the gear of the regeneration law, fractured into two sub-gears of healing and corruption, unfolding a microscopic game within his palm. In the heart of the altar, the core of the laws emitted a crystalline chime, and as the game board materialized amidst the violet clouds, each move redefined a principle. The heart of Elder Lin Yuan transformed into the core of the game, resonating with the voice of Bic, whose form was being dismantled by the luminous currents of the contest, with every cog of the laws morphing into game pieces. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the altar, witnessing the elder suspended within the crimson and azure streams, where the pure white dragon orb at his chest had bifurcated into two cores of light and darkness. The core of planet Meat reverberated with the tremors of cosmic strings, forcibly drawing the luminous flows of the laws from the 12 universes into the board, crystallizing into the ultimate pieces of hope and despair. The law game has commenced. Balance gear game. Lin Yuan is in progress. Law balance rate of the 12 universes, 47. The system alarm resounded within his consciousness, resonating with the game board. He observed the conquest desire of the first cycle manifesting as the Dark War Chariot, while the protective instinct of the 17th cycle transformed into the Light War Chariot, with all memories of reincarnation materializing as the power of the game. When the Dark Queen cog consumed the Mercy Law piece, Lin Yuan's consciousness trembled violently. My dark memories are shattering the balance. Enveloping the Light Queen cog, he sensed the chilling choice presented by the game's conclusion. The body of the super dragon, once immune, suddenly disassembled, its scales morphing into 12 streams of game light. As the light flowed into the board, the dragon's bones were formed into a tangible manifestation of the game. Its spine constituted the axis of the balance law, its ribs framed the game law, and its eyes were the ultimate adjudicators of judgment and harmony. The guardian dragon's form resonated with the laws, proclaiming that only by embracing all your memories could the balance of the game be maintained. Lin Yuan's consciousness bifurcated into 49 streams of light, each merging with a game piece. When 50 strands of consciousness fully resonated with the adjudicator cogs, a complete game diagram emerged within his pupils, with each move corresponding to a memory choice. In the first cycle, choosing to submit to Frisia as the Dark Bishop, advancing 3 spaces. In the 17th cycle, opting to protect Trunks as the Light Bishop, counterattacking. In the 49th cycle, deciding to trust Kain as the Light Queen, delivering a decisive blow. The law game's conclusion. The god of the super dragon awakens, achieving dynamic balance of the laws of the 12 universes. As the brilliance dissipated, Lin Yuan found himself standing at the center of the game board, clutching a cog of the balance law. The body of the super dragon spiraled in the heavens, each scale releasing particles of the covenant light. The mark upon Vegeta's nape transformed into the totem of the game law, allowing all scions to independently choose their paths of light or darkness. Bulma's genetic chain fused with the covenant law, ensuring that products of the Capsule Corporation must adhere to the balance agreement. Wukong's energy metamorphoses into the vessel of the law of choice, with the potency of the spirit bomb contingent upon the proportion of luminous memories. Is this the covenant of the Genesis era? Lin Yuan gazed at the dynamic patterns on the balancing gears, where the image of Kain's smile from the 47th loop circulated upon the gear surface. Bulma's spacecraft pierced through the fissures of the laws, presenting Lin Yuan with a covenant communicator, forged from gaming light particles. It establishes a direct connection to the law's covenant repository. The communicator's surface bore the inscription in Dragon God language, Guardian of the Law Covenant, Lin Yuan. Epilogue. Deep within the subterranean warehouse of the Universal Capsule Company, A sealed incubation chamber suddenly erupted with red and blue luminescence. The figure within opened its eyes, and the balance law gear on its chest bifurcated into two sub-gears, light and darkness. As it raised its hand, the covenant gears throughout the cosmos resonated in unison, while the covenant patterns on Lin Yuan's palm suddenly grew warm, manifesting a new line of legal text. Genesis-era Law 52. When the gaming gears cease to turn, light and darkness shall face their final battle. Simultaneously, at the terminus of the law's covenant, the mechanical remnants of Kain, the god of time, reformed. Her gear-shaped pupils reflected the scene within the incubation chamber, inscribing her last words with the remaining covenant energy. The Watcher, true balance, is to allow the game to become an eternal melody. As the sea breeze swept through the arena of law and games, Lin Yuan picked up a covenant gear-shaped stardust, within which the silhouette of the 51st reincarnation was vividly mirrored. It was a universe where light and darkness evolved together through the game, and the law's covenant continuously improved itself. In the deepest recesses of the universe, the gears of light and darkness began to turn slowly, commencing the composition of the harmonious symphony of the Genesis era. Chapter 31. The Resonance of the Covenant Gears. The stardust of the law's gaming arena suddenly arranged itself into a spiral, as the covenant gear in Lin Yuan's palm emitted a dual resonance of red and blue. The communicator crackled with urgency from Xiaofang. Uncle Lin Yuan, Grandpa Vegeta's genetic chain, is resonating with the covenant gear. His body is transforming into a law instrument. In the melodic law field of the West Capital Laboratory, the metallic walls of the gravity chamber materialized intricate gear scales, as Vegeta's law of gaming totem split into 12 audio tracks. On Bulma's scanner screen, the ends of his chromosomes unfurled into a colossal resonance chamber, where the light melody and dark melody gears engaged in a frequency game along the tracks. Even more fantastical, the laboratory's ceiling exuded streams of law light, automatically aligning into resonance rules. Genesis-era melody law. The gears of light and darkness each hold 47 notes. The first to complete the harmonious composition shall emerge victorious. Warning: disharmony in melody will lead to the collapse of the laws. Vegeta erupted into a super blue evolution form, yet his energy was absorbed by the resonance chamber, transforming into a light high note gear. He gazed in astonishment as the dark bass gear devoured the notes of the mercy scale, while the holographic specter of Dr. Brevis emerged at the edge of the resonance chamber, repeating through sound waves. Melody is the ultimate resonance of the law of balance. Lin Yuan's consciousness transcended time and space, witnessing the melodic gears floating in the void, slicing through the waves of law. When the dark melody gear dominated the key, the life aria gear fell out of tune, and the order symphony gear shattered. All cosmic rules teetered on the brink of collapse and dissonance. Thus, it was revealed that the balance of the Genesis era required an eternal melody. Lin Yuan's consciousness brushed against the tuner seat at the chamber's edge, and suddenly, the memory waves left by Kain during the 47th cycle surged forth. Her dying hum was none other than the resonance melody that maintained the harmony of the laws. The melodic tempest of the Namekian altar. On the plains before the Grand Elder's temple, hundreds of Namekians transformed the runes of law upon their foreheads into notes of gear. Piccolo's left arm, the regeneration melody gear, shattered into healing notes and corruption notes, forming a miniature resonance field in his palm. The core of law at the altar's center emitted a crystalline tremor. Each note sounded by the floating melodic gears and the violet clouds reorchestrated a law. The Grand Elder Lin Yuan's heart became the core of melody, and Piccolo's voice resonated with the tremors of law as his body was being disassembled by melodic light streams, with all law gears transmuting into melodic notes. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the altar, witnessing the Grand Elder suspended amidst red and blue sound waves, his pure white Dragon Ball having split into two melodic cores, the light score and the dark score. The core of Namek resonated with the tremors of cosmic strings, forcibly drawing in the light streams of the 12 cosmic laws into the resonance field, condensing into two ultimate notes: hope's brilliance and despair's diminution. Law melody initiated. Covenant gear resonance. Lin Yuan is in progress. Harmony rate of 12 cosmic laws, 47. The system alarm reverberated in his consciousness, causing Lin Yuan's essence to resonate with the melodic gears. He discerned that the conquest desire of the first cycle transformed into dark heavy metal, while the protective instinct of the 17th cycle became a light concerto, with all memories of reincarnation manifesting as melodic power upon the scale. When the dark bass canon note overshadowed the Mercy aria, Lin Yuan's consciousness suddenly trembled violently. His dark memories were dismantling harmony. Lin Yuan's essence enveloped the light baton gear, sensing the sound wave's choice from the melody's conclusion. The melodic body of a super dragon. The super dragon's body of contest abruptly disintegrated, its scales transforming into 12 streams of melodic light. As the light streams infused the resonance field, the dragon's bones reassembled into a corporeal manifestation of melody. Its spine a harmony law sound column, its ribs melodic law sound beams, and its eyes the ultimate tuning gears of resonance and concerto. The Watcher. The melodic body of the dragon emitted the harmonic overtones of law, proclaiming that only through your entire memory could the melody's harmony be sustained. Lin Yuan's essence split into 49 streams of light, each merging into 49 melodic notes. When the 50 realms of consciousness harmonized perfectly with the tuning gears, a complete melodic score emerged within his pupils, with each movement corresponding to a variation of memory. In the first cycle, he chose to surrender to Frisia, the Dark Overture in A-sharp minor. In the 17th cycle, he opted to protect Trunks with the Allegro of Light in C major. In the 49th cycle, he selected to trust Kain with the final chapter of Hope in D-flat major. The Melody of Laws, the final chapter. The awakening of the divine melody of the super dragon. The laws of the 12 universes resonate in harmonious balance. The symphony of the new epic. As the radiance faded, Lin Yuan found himself standing at the center of the melodic resonance field, grasping a gear of harmonious law in his hand. The body of the super dragon spiraled in the heavens, each scale releasing particles of symphonic light. The mark on Vegeta's nape transformed into the totem of melodic law, enabling all Saiyans to harmonize the laws through the rhythm of battle. Bulma's genetic chain fused with the symphonic law, mandating that the products of the Capsule Corporation adhere to the melodic covenant. Goku's aura became the vessel of rhythmic law, with the power of the spirit bomb dependent on the purity of memory's tempo. Is this the symphony of the Genesis era? Lin Yuan gazed at the dynamic staff notation on the harmonious gear, where the image of Kain's humming from the 47th cycle circulated across its surface. Bulma's aircraft pierced through the interstice of melodies, delivering to Lin Yuan a symphonic communicator. Crafted from resonant light particles, it could connect directly with the orchestra of laws. The communicator bore the inscription in the language of the Dragon God, conductor of the Lost Symphony, Lin Yuan. Epilogue. Deep within the subterranean repository of the Capsule Corporation, a sealed incubation chamber suddenly erupted with red and blue symphonic radiance. The figure within opened its eyes, as the harmonious law gear in its chest split into two subordinate gears, bright treble and dark bass. As it raised its hand, the symphonic gears of the entire universe resonated simultaneously, and the patterns of symphony on Lin Yuan's palm suddenly grew warm, revealing a new line of law text. Law of the Genesis Era 53. When the melodic gears cease to resonate, light and darkness shall perform the final movement. Simultaneously, at the end of the Lost Symphony, the mechanical remains of the Kaishin of time, Kain, began to reassemble, her gear-shaped pupils reflecting the scene within the incubation chamber, inscribing her final words with the last symphonic energy. The true harmony, O Watcher, lies in the eternal melody composed by light and darkness. As the sea breeze swept through the field of Lost Symphony, Lin Yuan picked up a stardust gear resembling a symphony, within which the prelude of the 52nd cycle was vividly reflected. It was a tale of light and darkness achieving mutual fulfillment within melody, as the Lost Symphony continuously gave rise to an entirely new universe. At the deepest core of the cosmos, the gears of Light Symphony and Dark Rhapsody began to turn slowly, initiating the composition of the epic resonance of the Genesis era. Chapter 32. The epic variation of the symphonic gears. The stardust of the Law Symphony field suddenly arranged itself into a fugue, as the symphonic gear in Lin Yuan's palm emitted a resonance of the 12-tone series. The communicator resonated with Trunks' urgent temporal ripples. Uncle Lin Yuan and Grandpa Vegeta's genetic chain was intertwining with the symphonic gears, his body metamorphosing into an epic of laws. In the epic law field of the West Capitol Laboratory, the metallic dome of the gravity chamber unveiled a narrative array of gears, as the melodic law totem at the nape of Vegeta's neck fractured into heroic epic chapters. On Bulma's scanner screen, the terminal ends of his chromosomes unfurled into a colossal narrative box, where the epic of light and the epic of darkness gears engaged in a narrative contest between chapters. Even more grandiose, the laboratory walls oozed streams of law light, automatically arranging into narrative rules, Genesis-era epic law. The gears of light and darkness each hold 47 chapters. The first to complete the heroic narrative shall prevail. Warning: narrative rupture will result in the collapse of laws. Vegeta erupted into his super blue evolution form. Yet his energy was absorbed by the narrative box, transforming into the hero of light gear. He watched helplessly as the opposing Dark Demon King gear devoured the narrative of the compassion chapter, the edges of the narrative box revealing the holographic remnants of Dr. Briefs, whose words trembled in repetition. The epic is the ultimate narrative of the melodic law. Lin Yuan's consciousness penetrated time and space, witnessing the narrative gears weaving the epic of laws amidst the void. When the epic of darkness gear seized the main line, the Song of Life chapter was severed, and the Chronicle of Order chapter was distorted, as all cosmic rules teetered on the brink of collapse in narrative chaos. It turned out that the harmony of the Genesis era required an eternal epic. Lin Yuan's consciousness brushed against the barred seat at the edge of the narrative box, and the memories of Kain from the 47th cycle surged forth, her final words, which were the heroic narrative maintaining the coherence of the laws. The epic storm of Namek's altar loomed. In the plains before the Grand Elder's temple, hundreds of Namekians transformed the runes of law on their foreheads into narrative gears. Piccolo's left arm, the rebirth epic gear, shattered into healing scrolls and corrosion remnants, forming a miniature narrative field in his palm. The core of law at the altar emitted a parchment-like crackle. With each page, turned by the narrative gear emerging from the purple clouds, a law was re-narrated. The Grand Elder Lin Yuan's heart transformed into the core of the epic, as Piccolo's voice carried the resonance of law narrative. His body being decomposed by the narrative light stream, all law gears becoming narrative chapters. Lin Yuan's consciousness rushed into the altar, witnessing the Grand Elder suspended in the red-blue narrative light, the pure white Dragon Ball at his chest having split into the Book of Light and the Scroll of Darkness. Two cores of the epic. The core of Namek emitted a narrative tremor of cosmic strings, forcibly drawing in the law-light streams of the 12 universes into the narrative field, condensing on the pages into the prophecy of hope and the omen of despair. The two ultimate narratives. Law epic initiated. Symphonic gear narrative of Lin Yuan is in progress. Coherence rate of the 12 universe laws, 47. The system alarm erupted in his consciousness, as Lin Yuan's consciousness resonated with the narrative gears. As he delved into the first chapter, the desire for conquest manifested as chronicles of the Dark Tyrant, while the yearning for protection in the 17th chapter took the form of the epic of the Radiant Guardian. All memories of the cycles materialized as narrative force upon the pages. When the chapter chronicles of dark usurpation overshadowed the Book of Mercy, Lin Yuan's consciousness trembled violently. My dark memories are annihilating the narrative. Lin Yuan's awareness enveloped the gear of the Radiant Bard's staff, sensing the narrative choices emerging from the epic's conclusion. The epic form of the super divine dragon suddenly disintegrated, its scales transforming into 12 streams of narrative light. As these light streams infused the narrative realm, the dragon's skeletal remains reassembled into an epic manifestation. Its spine became the spine of the law of coherence, its ribs the pages of the epic law, and its eyes two ultimate calibration gears representing narrative and completion. The Guardian, the epic form of the dragon, emitted waves of narrative law. Only by using the entirety of your memories as ink could the narrative coherence be sustained. Lin Yuan's consciousness split into 49 streams of light, each merging into one of the 49 narrative chapters. When the 50 threads of consciousness resonated perfectly with the calibration gears, a complete outline of the epic unfolded within his pupils, with each segment of the narrative corresponding to a variation of memory. In the first cycle, he chose to submit to Frisia, Chronicles of the Dark Ascendant Tyrant. In the 17th cycle, he opted to protect Trunks, the radiant legacy of the Guardian family. In the 49th cycle, he decided to trust Kain, the epic of the hopeful sentinel. The final chapter of the Law of Epics. Awakening of the divine awareness of the super divine dragon. The 12 universal laws achieve narrative unification. As the light faded, Lin Yuan found himself standing at the center of the narrative realm, grasping a gear of the law of coherence. The epic form of the super divine dragon spiraled in the heavens, each scale releasing particles of true historical light. The mark upon Vegeta's nape transformed into the totem of the epic law, allowing all scions to harmonize the laws through battle narratives. Bulma's genetic chain fused with the historical law, mandating that the products of the Universal Capsule Corporation adhere to the narrative covenant. Goku's energy became the vessel for the legendary law, with the potency of the spirit bomb contingent upon the purity of narrative memory. Is this the historical truth of the Genesis era? Lin Yuan observed the dynamic narrative upon the coherent gear, the narrative image of Kain from the 47th cycle circulating upon its surface. Bulma's aircraft pierced through the narrative crevice, delivering to Lin Yuan a historical communicator. Crafted from narrative light particles, it could directly connect to the Hall of Lawful History. The surface of the communicator bore the inscription in the tongue of the Dragon God, compiler of the Lawful History, Lin Yuan. Epilogue. Deep within the subterranean warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation, a long-sealed incubation chamber suddenly erupted with red and blue narrative radiance. The figure within opened its eyes, and the gear of the Law of Coherence on its chest split into two sub-gears, Radiant Historical Record and Dark Alternate History. As it raised its hand, the gears of lawful history across the universe resonated in unison, while the historical patterns upon Lin Yuan's palm suddenly heated, revealing a new line of law. In the Genesis Epic Law 54, when the narrative gears cease to weave their tale, light and darkness shall inscribe the final chronicles of truth. Concurrently, at the terminus of the law's historical narrative, the mechanized remnants of the god of time, Kain, suddenly reconfigured. Her gear-shaped pupils reflected the scenes within the cultivation chamber, inscribing her final words with the last vestiges of narrative energy. The true history is a testament where light and darkness co-author an eternal epic. A sea breeze swept through the narrative field of the law, as Lin Yuan picked up a stardust resembling the gears of history. Within the star core, the prologue of the 53rd cycle was vividly mirrored, a cosmos where light and darkness complemented each other in narrative, and the law's history continually refined itself. Deep within the universe, the gears of chronicles of the light heroes and records of the dark tyrants slowly turned, commencing the grand narrative of the Genesis epic. Chapter 33. The grand narrative of historical gears. The stardust in the narrative field suddenly arranged itself into a chronological structure, and the gear of history in Lin Yuan's palm resonated with the transition of epics. A tremulous voice traversed time and space through the communicator, Uncle Lin Yuan. Grandpa Vegeta's genetic chain resonates with the gear of history, transforming his battle suit into the law's chronicle. In the grand narrative field of the West Capitol Laboratory, the alloy walls of the gravity chamber revealed bronze inscriptions. The epic law totem on Vegeta's nape split into 12 volumes of chronicles. On Bulma's scanner screen, his chromosomes unfurled into a colossal chronicle box as the gears of light history and dark alternate history engaged in a grand contest between the chronicles. The luminous flow of the law seeping from the laboratory dome automatically arranged itself into grand rules. Genesis Epic Grand Law. The gears of light and darkness each possess 47 epics. The first to complete the universal history shall emerge victorious. Warning: narrative fractures will lead to the collapse of the law. Vegeta erupted into his super blue evolution form, his energy transmuted by the chronicle box into the light century gear. He witnessed the dark epic gear devouring the narrative of the compassionate lineage, as the edges of the box illuminated with the holographic inscription of Dr. Briefs. The grand narrative is the ultimate chronicle of the narrative law. Lin Yuan's consciousness transcended time and space, perceiving the grand gears in the void etching the annals of the law. As the dark epic gear claimed the main axis, the Life Cambrian era was usurped by the Order Jurassic, bringing all universal laws to the brink of dissolution. He touched the edge of the chronicle box, where the grand historian seat awaited, and the memories of Kain from the 47th cycle surged forth. What she inscribed before her passing was the very essence that sustained the continuity of the law's universal history. The grand storm over the Namekian altar. On the plains before the Grand Elder Sanctuary, hundreds of Namekians transformed the runes of the law upon their foreheads into bronze gear teeth. Piccolo's left arm, the regeneration grand gear, shattered into healing chronicle and corruption transmission, forming a miniature chronological field in his palm. In the center of the altar, the core of the law emitted a resonant harmony. As with each epic the grand gears turned, laws were re-chronicled anew. The heart of Elder Lin Yuan has transformed into the core of the grand chapter. The voice of Bic resonates with the essence of the laws, as his body is being deconstructed by the flow of chronicle light, all the gears of law coalescing into the grand scroll. Lin Yuan, as consciousness, surged into the altar, witnessing the elder suspended amidst the red-blue chronicle light, with a pure white dragon pearl at his chest divided into the illuminated compendium and the chronicle of shadows. The core of planet Mecher emitted the cosmic chime, as the luminous flows of the laws from the 12 universes were drawn into the chronicle field, crystallizing into the chronicle of hope and the aspiration of despair. The Grand Chapter of Laws has been initiated. The gears of the correct history chronicle of Lin Yuan are currently in motion. Continuation rate of the 12 universe laws, 47. A system alert echoed, resonating Lin Yuan's consciousness with the grand gears. His yearning for conquest from the first cycle transformed into the chronicle of dark wilderness, while his protective instinct from the 17th cycle were termed the chronicle of illuminated agriculture. As the chronicle of dark industry enveloped the chronicle of compassionate information, his consciousness trembled violently. His dark memories threatened to obliterate the chronicle. He enveloped the gear of the illuminated grand historian's pen, feeling the pivotal choices of the grand chapter's conclusion. The grand form of the super divine dragon began to dissolve. Its scales transformed into 12 streams of chronicle light, reconstituting as the manifested body of the grand chapter. The spine represented the law of continuation, the ribs formed the grand law, and the eyes corresponded to the chronicle and the supplementary chronicle gears. Only by utilizing all your memories as ink can the continuity of the chronicle be preserved. The grand form of the divine dragon resonated with the chime of laws. Lin Yuan's consciousness fragmented, merging into 49 grand scrolls. When 50 consciousnesses resonated with the gears, a complete overview of the grand chapter materialized in his gaze. The first cycle chose to submit to Frisia, chronicle of the tyrant's dark ascendants. The 17th cycle opted to protect Trunks, chronicle of the guardian family of illumination. The 49th cycle selected to trust Kain, chronicle of the watcher of hope's end. The final chapter of the grand laws, the awakening of the grand god of the super divine dragon. The 12 universe laws have achieved chronicle unity. As the radiance dissipated, Lin Yuan stood at the center of the chronicle field, grasping the gear of the law of continuation. The grand form of the super divine dragon spiraled through the skies, its scales releasing particles of the universal history. Vegeta's neck insignia transformed into the totem of the grand law, allowing the Saiyans to harmonize the laws through battle chronicles. Bulma's genetic chain fused with the universal law, and the products were required to adhere to the chronicle covenant. Goku's energy became the vessel for the epic law, with the potency of the spirit bomb depending on the purity of the memory chronicle. The final chapter's epilogue, an omen of the entropy gear. Bulma handed Lin Yuan a universal communicator, its surface inscribed with the Dragon God script, the laws of the Universal Chronicle penned by Lin Yuan. Deep within the underground warehouse of the Universal Capsule Company, a sealed cultivation chamber erupted with red-blue chronicle light. Within, a figure opened its eyes, and the gear of the law of continuation at its chest split into the Universal Chronicle and the Chronicle of Dark Discontinuity. The patterns on Lin Yuan's palm radiated warmth, revealing new law inscriptions. Genesis Epic Law 55. When the chronicle gears cease their inscription, light and darkness shall compose the final universal history. Simultaneously, the mechanical remnants of the Time King, Kain, reassemble, with gear-shaped pupils reflecting the images of the cultivation chamber, leaving behind a final testament. The true chronicle is one where light and darkness co-author an eternal epic. Meanwhile, in the depths of the cosmos, a gear inscribed with entropy drifts among stardust, its surface faintly mirroring the silhouette of the devourer of time. Chapter 34. The ultimate narrative of the chronicle gears. The stardust of the law chronicle field suddenly condenses into the tableau of the Big Bang, as the chronicle gear, in Lin Yuan's palm, emits a resonance of creation. The communicator crackles with Trunks' piercing cry that tears through time and space. Uncle Lin Yuan, Grandpa Vegeta's genetic chain, is resonating with the chronicle gear, his battle data transforming into the genesis of law. In the ultimate law field of the West Capital Laboratory, the alloy dome of the gravity chamber manifests the cosmic string patterns as the epic law totem on Vegeta's nape splits into 7 chapters of creation. On Bulma's scanner screen, his chromosome ends unfold into a colossal creation box, where the gears of light chronicle and dark ancestral history engage in a final contest. Even more grandiose, the laboratory floor seeps with streams of law light, automatically arranging into the ultimate rule, ultimate law of the Genesis era. Light and dark gears each hold 47 creation singularities. The first to complete the cosmic reconstruction shall be victorious. Warning: narrative collapse will lead to the law reverting to zero. Vegeta erupts into his super blue evolution form. Yet his energy is absorbed by the creation box, transforming into the light singularity gear. He witnesses the opposing dark singularity gear devouring the narrative of compassionate creation. As the edges of the creation box reveal Dr. Brief's holographic star map, quaking with cosmic microwave background radiation, The ultimate is the final reconstruction of the epic law. Lin Yuan's consciousness penetrates time and space, witnessing the ultimate gear in the void collapsing the dimensions of law. As the dark singularity gear occupies the axis of creation, the dimension of life collapses, and the dimension of order tears asunder, with all cosmic rules teetering on the brink of zero amidst dimensional chaos. It becomes evident that the continuation of the Genesis era requires eternal reconstruction. Lin Yuan's consciousness touches the creator seat at the edge of the creation box, and the memory star trails left by Kain in the 47th iteration suddenly surge forth. What she deduced at her deathbed was indeed this model of cosmic reconstruction that sustains the existence of law. The ultimate storm at the Namekian altar. On the plains before the Grand Elder's temple, hundreds of Namekians have the runes of law on their foreheads, transforming into gears of creation. Piccolo's left arm, the ultimate regeneration gear, shatters into the dimension of healing and the dimension of corruption, forming a miniature creation field in his palm. The core of law at the altar emits a roar reminiscent of the Big Bang, with the ultimate gear emerging from the purple clouds. With each singularity it passes, a rule is redimensionalized. Lin Yuan, the Grand Elder's heart, transforms into the ultimate core, as Piccolo's voice resonates with the strings of law, his body being disassembled by the light of creation, and all law gears become creation singularities. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the altar and beheld the Grand Elder suspended amidst the red and blue light of creation, his chest adorned with a pure white dragon orb that had bifurcated into the ultimate cores of the light universe and the dark universe. The core of planet Namek emitted a sound akin to the tearing of cosmic strings as the laws of the 12 universes were forcibly drawn into the realm of creation, condensing at the singularity into the ultimate embodiments of the dimension of hope and the dimension of despair. Ultimate law activation. Chronicle gear reconstruction in progress. The survival rate of the 12 universe laws stood at 47. The system alarm resonated within his consciousness, causing Lin Yuan's essence to resonate with the ultimate gear. He sensed the conquering desire of his first cycle manifesting as the dark collapse point, while the protective instinct of the 17th cycle transformed into the light expansion point. All memories of reincarnation materializing at the singularity as creative force. As the tearing of the dark dimension enveloped the merging of the compassion dimension, Lin Yuan's consciousness trembled violently. His dark memories were dismantling the reconstruction. Lin Yuan's essence enveloped the light creator gear, experiencing the ultimate choice of creation emanating from the finality. The ultimate form of the super dragon. Suddenly, the majestic body of the super dragon disintegrated, its scales transforming into 12 streams of creative light. As these streams infused the realm of creation, the dragon's remains reformed into the ultimate manifestation. Its spine became the law of survival cosmic axis, its ribs the ultimate law dimensional ring, and its eyes the two ultimate gears of creation, reconstruction and conservation. The guardian. The ultimate form of the dragon emitted a roar reminiscent of cosmic inflation, asserting that only by sacrificing all your memories, as entropy, could dimensional conservation be upheld. Lin Yuan's essence fragmented into 49 streams of light, each merging with a singular point of creation. When the 50 streams of consciousness resonated completely with the creative gears, a complete model of creation emerged within his gaze, every reconstruction corresponding to an entropy shift of memory. The first cycle chose to submit to Frisia, marking the dark collapse singularity era. The 17th cycle chose to protect Trunks, heralding the light expansion dimension era. The 49th cycle chose to trust Kain, ushering in the hope conservation reconstruction era. Ultimate Law Final Chapter. Awakening of the ultimate deity of the super dragon. The laws of the 12 universes achieve dimensional conservation. The gears of the new epoch were reconstructed. As the radiance faded, Lin Yuan found himself standing at the center of the creation realm, clutching a gear of the law of survival. The ultimate form of the super dragon spiraled in the heavens, each scale releasing particles of reconstruction light. The mark on Vegeta's nape transformed into a totem of the ultimate law, allowing all scions to harmonize the laws through combat entropy shifts. Bulma's genetic chain fused with the reconstruction law, mandating that products from Capsule Corporation adhere to the dimensional covenant. Goku's energy transformed into a carrier of the entropy law, with the potency of the spirit bomb contingent upon the purity of memory entropy. Is this the reconstruction of the Genesis era? Lin Yuan gazed at the dynamic dimensions upon the survival gear, witnessing the creative imagery of Kain from the 47th cycle circulating upon its surface. Bulma's aircraft penetrated the crevice of creation, presenting Lin Yuan with a restructured communicator, crafted from the particles of creation. It is capable of directly linking to the repository of law reconstruction. The surface of the communicator is inscribed with the language of the Dragon God, the sovereign of law reconstruction, Lin Yuan. In the final chapter's epilogue, deep within the subterranean warehouse of the Universal Capsule Company, a sealed cultivation pod suddenly erupted with a radiant red and blue glow of creation. The figure within opened its eyes, and the gears of sustenance law on its chest split into two sub-gears, light reconstruction and dark entropy. As it raised its hand, the reconstruction gears of the entire universe resonated simultaneously, while the patterns of reconstruction on Lin Yuan's palm suddenly became heated, revealing the final words of law, the ultimate law of the Genesis era. When the reconstruction gears cease to turn, light and darkness shall encounter the ultimate Genesis. Simultaneously, at the terminus of law reconstruction, the mechanical remnants of the Time King Kain were abruptly reassembled into a complete form. Her gear-shaped pupils reflected the scene within the cultivation pod, inscribing her final words with the last remnants of creation energy. The Watcher, true Genesis, is a harmonious construction of an eternal dimension by both light and darkness. As the sea breeze swept through the realm of law creation, Lin Yuan picked up a cosmic dust particle shaped like a reconstruction gear, its core clearly reflecting the point of origin of the 55th cycle. It was a universe where light and darkness achieved perfect balance in reconstruction, an ultimate cosmos where the dimensions of law continually reinvented themselves. Deep within the singularity of the universe, the gears of light Genesis and dark revelation were completing their final engagement, beginning to compose the narrative of the end of the Genesis era. Chapter 35. The final revelation of the entropy gear. The cosmic dust in the realm of law creation suddenly collapsed in reverse, as the reconstruction gear in Lin Yuan's palm emitted a resonance akin to that of a black hole. The communicator relayed the tearing sound of Xiaofeng traversing 11 dimensions. Uncle Lin Yuan, Grandpa Vegeta's genetic chain, is resonating with the entropy gear. His cells are transforming into the embodiment of law annihilation. Within the entropy law field of the West City Laboratory, the alloy walls of the gravity chamber displayed the patterns of a Klein bottle, as Vegeta's ultimate law totem split into 7 chapters of entropy. On Bulma's scanner screen, the ends of his chromosomes unfurled into a colossal annihilation box, with the gears of light reconstruction and dark entropy engaged in a final game across dimensions. More terrifyingly, all equipment in the laboratory began to operate in reverse. The cultivation pod devolved into primitive molecules, and the aircraft disintegrated into fundamental particles, while the law light streams seeping from the walls automatically arranged themselves into the rules of annihilation. The law of entropy of the Genesis era. The gears of light and darkness each hold 47 entropy singularities. The first to complete will be the victor of the cosmic heat death. Warning: dimensional collapse will lead to the nullification of law. Vegeta erupted into his super blue evolution form, yet his energy was absorbed by the annihilation box, transforming into the gear of light entropy reduction. He gazed in terror at the dark entropy gears devouring the narrative of the dimension of compassion. The edge of the annihilation chamber flickered with the holographic remnant of Dr. Breves, trembling with the radiation of a black hole. The entropic oblivion is the inevitable destiny of the ultimate law. Lin Yuan's consciousness transcended the fabric of time and space, witnessing the gears of annihilation disintegrating the structure of law amidst the void. As the dark entropy gears encroached upon the axis of annihilation, the order of life crumbled. The dimension of consciousness collapsed, and all cosmic rules teetered on the brink of thermal death within the torrent of entropy. His awareness brushed against the observer's seat at the edge of the annihilation chamber, and suddenly, fragments of memories left by Kain in the 47th cycle surged forth. Her final prophecy, concealed until her last moments, emerged. When the gears of annihilation turn, the end's adversary shall awaken. A new crisis, the arrival of the temporal devourer. The sky above the Namekian altar abruptly split open, revealing not streams of lawful light, but a viscous torrent of dark matter. A colossal entity, composed of countless remnants of gears, emerged. Its form was that of a collapsed black hole, crowned with rusted gears of annihilation, devouring nebulae with each rotation. The consciousness of the Grand Elder screamed within the core of law. That is the temporal devourer, awakening at the end of each cycle to feed upon the law. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the altar, witnessing the devourer's tendrils piercing the Grand Elder's heart, simultaneously corroding the gears of the bright universe and the dark universe. The core of Namek trembled with a sound akin to shattering glass, as the streams of lawful light from the 12 universes were forcibly transmuted into dark matter, coalescing on the surface of the Devourer into void marks. More horrifying still, the gears of the Devourer's eye reflected Lin Yuan's image, whispering across dimensions. Subject number 47. Your memories are the most delectable fuel for entropy. A new foe, the Annihilation Apostle, Mecha Bick. Bick's form was suddenly enveloped in dark matter, his left arm's healing dimension gear fracturing to reveal its internal mechanical structure. His pupils morphed into the shape of annihilation gears. His voice a cacophony of metallic friction and the tearing of law. Lin Yuan, join us in annihilation. This is the end of all laws. Bulma scanner indicated that a miniature core of annihilation had been implanted within Bick, the final product of Dr. Breeve's last experiment. Lin Yuan's consciousness resonated with the gears of annihilation. Unsealed memories flickered through his mind. In the 0th cycle, it was indeed Mecha Bick who led the Annihilation Apostles to destroy the Super Dragon. And emblazoned upon Mecha Bick's chest was the stark inscription, Annihilation Apostle number 13. The ultimate showdown, memory entropy. The ultimate form of the Super Dragon suddenly let out a mournful cry, its scales shedding to reveal the internal gears of annihilation. Its voice carried an unprecedented terror. Watcher, only by burning all memories of entropy can the Genesis singularity be activated. Lin Yuan gazed at his hands, gradually succumbing to dark matter. Finally grasping Kain's true plan. The memories of all cycles are not the foundation of law, but the ultimate weapon against annihilation. He pressed his hand upon the entropy eradication gear, unleashing the memories of all reincarnations. The conquests of the first cycle transformed into the light entropy reduction impact. The guardianship of the 17th cycle manifested as the dimensional collapse barrier, and the hopes of the 49th cycle erupted as the Genesis singularity explosion. As 50 strands of memory entropy were simultaneously released, the time-devouring entity emitted a tortured roar, and the void mark upon its surface began to disintegrate. The mechanical arm of Beak suddenly detonated, revealing the suppressed consciousness of Namek. Lin Yuan, harness my energy to initiate the anti-entropy program. Beak's form transmuted into a stream of light, infusing Lin Yuan, resonating with the memory entropy to forge the anti-entropy force field. The culmination of revelations unfolded. As the radiance dissipated, Lin Yuan found himself at the heart of the entropy eradication field, clutching a law of anti-entropy gear. The ultimate body of the Super Dragon was undergoing reconstruction, its scales transforming into memory crystals, each inscribed with a fragment of reincarnation. The remains of the time-devouring entity transformed into stardust, and Beak reverted to his original state, the apostle mark upon his chest evolving into the anti-entropy guardian totem. Bulma's spacecraft pierced through the entropy field, presenting Lin Yuan with a memory communicator. Crafted from memory entropy, it could connect all reincarnations. The surface of the communicator bore the inscription in Draconic, Memory Guardian Lin Yuan. Epilogue, the whisper of the entropy core. Deep within the underground warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation, a dormant incubation pod suddenly erupted with the glow of dark matter. The figure within opened its eyes, and the law of entropy gear upon its chest split into two sub-gears, end and new birth. As it raised its hand, the memory gears of the entire universe resonated in unison, and the memory patterns within Lin Yuan's palm suddenly grew heated, revealing the final whisper of the time-devouring entity. I await you in the depths of entropy, Genesis deity number 48. Simultaneously, at the terminus of law reconstruction, the complete form of the Kaioshin of time, Kain, suddenly materialized, her gear-shaped pupils reflecting the scene within the incubation pod, inscribing her final words with the last vestiges of memory energy. The true enemy, O Watcher, is the reincarnation itself. As the sea breeze swept through the memory field, Lin Yuan picked up a memory gear-shaped stardust, its core vividly reflecting the omens of the 56th reincarnation, a universe devoid of systems and gears, yet concealing an entropy crisis. Deep within the singularity of the cosmos, the apocalyptic revelation gear was slowly turning, awaiting the ultimate collision with a new birth Genesis gear. Chapter 36. The Echoes of Entropy in the Reincarnation Paradox. The stardust of the memory field suddenly arranged itself into a bias strip, and the memory gear within Lin Yuan's palm erupted with the resonance of temporal paradoxes. A piercing sound resonated from the communicator as trunks tore through 11 dimensions. Lin Yuan, my uncle, the genetic strand of Grandpa Vegeta, is resonating with the paradox gear. His existence is transforming into a law paradox entity. Within the paradoxical law field of the West City Laboratory, the alloy dome of the gravity chamber manifested a Penrose staircase pattern, and the anti-entropy law totem upon Vegeta's nape split into 7 chapters of paradox. On Bulma's scanner screen, her chromosomes unfurled into a colossal paradox box, where the apocalypse of the end and the genesis of rebirth gears engaged in a fateful game of causality. Strangely, the flow of time within the laboratory began to reverse. Dami gets incubation pods auto-repaired, disassembled spacecraft reassembled, and the light streams of law seeping from the walls automatically arranged themselves into paradoxical regulations. Genesis paradox law. The gears of light and darkness each hold 47 paradoxical singularities. The first to complete the causal cycle shall emerge victorious. Warning: temporal collapse will result in a reset of laws. Vegeta erupted into his super blue evolution form. Yet his energy was absorbed by the paradox box, transforming into the light causality gear. He gazed in horror as the opposing dark causality gear devoured the narrative of compassionate causality. The edges of the paradox box shimmered with the holographic remnants of Dr. Briefs, radiating with the tremors of temporal paradox. Paradoxes are the ultimate traps of the memory law. A new crisis emerged: the evolution of the time-consuming devourer, the entropic colossus. The sky above the Namekian altar was suddenly shrouded by clouds of dark matter gears, as the remnants of the previously defeated time-consuming devourer reconstituted and evolved. The newly birthed entropic colossus was constructed from countless rusted gears, its surface adorned with fragments of Lin Yuan's memories from all cycles. Each step it took crushing a thread of space-time. The consciousness of the Grand Elder resonated in despair at the core of the laws. It absorbed your memory entropy and can now reset any causality. Lin Yuan's consciousness pierced through space-time, witnessing the images of 55 cycles flickering within the gears of the giant's pupils. With a mere wave of its arm, it erased the victorious causality of the 17th cycle's cell games. Even more terrifying was the gear of source of entropy embedded in the Colossus's chest. Unmistakably the dark core seal during Lin Yuan's 0th cycle. A new enemy emerged: the paradox apostle, mechanical Bulma. Bulma's body was suddenly enveloped by dark matter gears, her memory communicator shattering to reveal its internal mechanical structure. Her pupils morphed into the shape of paradox gears, her voice a cacophony of electronic sounds and the tearing of laws. Lin Yuan, relinquish your efforts. All cycles serve as fuel for entropy's demise. Lin Yuan's consciousness scanned and discovered that she was implanted with a paradox core, the ultimate weapon crafted by Dr. Briefs utilizing Bulma's consciousness from the 47th cycle. Mechanical Bulma unfurled a paradoxical stance from her palm, instantly reversing the anti-entropy position Lin Yuan had just established. Her mechanical arm bore the mark paradox apostle number 47, resonating causally with the entropic colossus. The ultimate showdown loomed: the law of memory causality. The memory body of the eternal dragon suddenly emitted a mournful cry, its scales shedding to reveal cracks eroded by paradox. Its voice carried the foreboding of temporal collapse. Watchers, only by consuming all memory causality can the paradox singularity be activated. Lin Yuan gazed at his gradually transparent form, finally grasping the last words of Kain. The memories of all cycles are not merely weapons, but anchors that sustain causality. He pressed his hands against the paradoxical gears, unleashing the causal memories of all cycles. The cause of the first cycle submission to Frisia led to the result of the 47th cycle being rescued by Kain. The cause of the 17th cycle's protection of Trunks birthed the result of the 55th cycle's anti-entropy. As 50 segments of causal memories erupted simultaneously, the entropy colossus emitted a roar that tore through the fabric of time and space, causing the memory fragments on its surface to begin disintegrating. The mechanical Bulma's armor suddenly exploded, revealing the suppressed human consciousness within. Lin Yuan, activate the causality weapon with my memories. Bulma's consciousness flowed into Lin Yuan, resonating with the memory's causality, forming a causality stance that forcibly reversed the attack's causality of the entropy colossus. In the climactic paradox, as the light dissipated, Lin Yuan found himself standing at the center of the paradox arena, clutching a causality law gear in his hand. The memory body of the Super Shinran was in the process of self-repair, its scales transforming into causality crystals, each recording a segment of the causal chain of reincarnation. The remnants of the entropy colossus disintegrated into temporal dust, and the mechanical Bulma returned to her original form, her chest's apostle mark metamorphosing into the causality guardian totem. However, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a pang of anxiety as the causality gear in his palm began to rotate uncontrollably in reverse, unveiling an inscription in the Dragon God language that he had never encountered before. When the causality gear reverses, the zero cycle will become a reality. Epilogue: The truth of the zero cycle. Deep within the underground warehouse of a Universal Capsule Corporation, a long-sealed incubation pod suddenly collapsed entirely. A figure emerged from within, his paradox law gear splitting into two sub-gears labeled reality and illusion. As he raised his hand, the causality gears of the entire universe began to rotate in reverse simultaneously. And Lin Yuan's memories suddenly tore apart, revealing the true imagery of the zero cycle. Dr. Briefs knelt before the Time Devourer, injecting Lin Yuan's embryo into the source of entropy gear. Beside the doctor stood Kain, adorned in the garb of the King of Time, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, at the end of the temporal paradox, the true consciousnness of Kain issued a final warning, her voice piercing through all reincarnations. Lin Yuan, the enemy you perceive is, in truth, yourself. As the sea breeze swept across the realm of causality, Lin Yuan gazed at the gear rotating in reverse within his palm, finally comprehending the truth of all cycles. He was not the watcher, but rather the core of the entropy colossus. All battles were merely to facilitate his gradual awakening. And deep within the cosmic singularity, the gears of the zero cycle were perfectly interlocking, poised to usher in the true advent of the age of entropy. Chapter 37. The final stirring of the entropy gear. Dark matter began to seep from the surface of the historical gear, inscribed with Dragon God language. As the patterns on Lin Yuan's palm exploded like a spider's web, the communicator crackled with Trunk's distorted roar, transcending 11 dimensions. Uncle Lin Yuan. Grandpa Vegeta's genetic chain resonates with the entropy gear. His cells are collapsing into a law singularity. In the entropy law field of the West City Laboratory, the alloy walls of the gravity chamber revealed patterns of a Klein bottle, as the great law totem on Vegeta's nape fractured into the seven-pointed star of entropy. On the screen of Bulma's scanner, the ends of his chromosomes unfurled into a colossal annihilation matrix, where the gears of the Chronicle of Light and the Chronicle of Darkness engaged in a final game of fate amidst the dimensional rifts. More terrifyingly, the flow of time in the laboratory began to spiral backward, with the damaged incubation pods restoring, as if played in reverse, disintegrated molecules reassembling into spacecraft. The laws of light on the walls automatically arranged into the formula for entropy annihilation. Genesis-era entropy annihilation law. The gears of light and darkness each possess 47 collapsing singularities. The first to achieve cosmic heat death shall emerge victorious. Warning: dimensional rifts will lead to the nullification of laws. Vegeta erupted into his super blue evolution form. Yet his energy was consumed by the annihilation matrix, transformed into light entropy reduction particles. He watched helplessly as the opposing dark entropy increase gears devoured the narrative chain of the dimension of compassion. A holographic remnant of Dr. Briefs materialized at the matrix's edge, trembling with the frequency of black hole radiation. Annihilation is the inevitable conclusion of the grand laws. New crisis, the stirring of the Time Devourer. Suddenly, the sky above the Namekian altar tore open, revealing 12 temporal rifts. From the viscous torrent of dark matter emerged a colossal claw, covered in rusted gears. Each joint of the claw bore fragments of Lin Yuan's cyclical memories, with dark matter dripping from its fingertips, triggering a chain collapse upon contact with the atmosphere. The consciousness of the Grand Elder emitted a high-frequency wail from the core of the laws. It is the embodiment of the Time Devourer, awakening from the fissures of the annihilation gears. Lin Yuan's consciousness penetrated the temporal gaps, revealing that the essence of the Devourer was a vortex composed of countless collapsing gears. At its center, a rotating gear known as the Source of Annihilation, inscribed with the complete memory chain of his zero cycle. Even more horrifying, the pupils of the Devourer's gears reflected the end scenes of all universes, with each rotation grinding a timeline into dark matter dust. A new adversary emerged, the mechanical Goku, apostle of annihilation. Goku's body was suddenly enveloped by dark matter gears, his iconic orange GI torn apart to reveal a mechanical skeleton pulsating with red light. His pupils transformed into the shape of annihilation gears, his voice a cacophony of electronic noise and the sound of laws tearing. Lin Yuan, join annihilation. This is the ultimate resting place for all memories. Lin Yuan's consciousness scan revealed that within mechanical Goku was implanted the core of annihilation. its energy fluctuations identical to the temporal beacon left by Kain from a zero cycle. Mechanical Goku's palm unfurled a collapsing force field, instantly disintegrating the chronological barrier Lin Yuan had just established. His mechanical arm bore the mark of Apostle of Annihilation number 0, resonating dimensionally with the embodiment of the Devourer, each punch tearing apart the causal chain of reality. The ultimate showdown commenced, the memory collapse paradox. The grand body of the Super Shenron suddenly emitted a sound akin to shattering glass, its scales shedding to reveal blackened patterns eroded by annihilation. Its voice carried the ominous premonition of temporal collapse. Watcher, only by igniting the collapse paradox of all memories can the Genesis singularity be activated. Lin Yuan gazed at his arm, gradually enveloped by dark matter, and finally comprehended the ultimate truth concealed by Kain. The memories of all cycles were not merely the cornerstone of chronology, but also a quantum-entangled state that resisted entropy's annihilation. He pressed his hands against the gears of annihilation, unleashing the collapsing memories of every cycle. The choice to submit to Frisia in the first cycle became the causal collapse point. The decision to protect Trunks in the 17th cycle transformed into the dimensional entanglement line. And the moment of trust in Kain during the 49th cycle formed the memory quantum cloud. As the quantum states of 50 memories simultaneously collapsed, the Dark Devourer emitted a piercing shriek that transcended dimensions, and fragments of memories on its surface began to undergo quantum tunneling. The mechanical Goku's chest cavity suddenly exploded, revealing the suppressed Saiyan consciousness. Lin Yuan activated the anti-entropy program with my energy. Goku's consciousness streamed into Lin Yuan, resonating with the memory quantum states to create a quantum entanglement force field, forcibly stabilizing the torn space-time dimensions. The endgame began to stir. As the light dissipated, Lin Yuan found himself standing at the center of the entropy field, clutching a gear embodying the laws of quantum entanglement. The magnificent form of the Super Dragon was undergoing quantum reconfiguration, its scales becoming memory quantum entities, each in a superposition within the annals of time. The essence of the Dark Devourer regressed to an embryonic state, drifting within the dark matter nebula, while mechanical Goku returned to his original form. The apostle mark on his chest transforming into the quantum guardian totem. However, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a violent tremor in space-time. The quantum entanglement gear in his palm was uncontrollably collapsing, and the surface of the gear revealed draconic script inscribed with dark matter. When the quantum gear collapses, the annihilation of the zero cycle will become a reality. Epilogue: the core of annihilation in the zero cycle. Deep within the underground warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation, a long-sealed cultivation chamber crumbled into dark matter particles. A figure emerged from the chamber, the laws of annihilation gear on his chest fracturing into two sub-gears, end and rebirth. As he raised his hand, the quantum gears of the entire universe collapsed simultaneously, and a revolutionary rift appeared in Lin Yuan's memories. He witnessed the true scene of the zero cycle. Dr. Brevis knelt before the Dark Devourer, injecting Lin Yuan's embryo into the source of annihilation gear. Standing beside the doctor was Kain, adorned in the garb of the god of time, holding a gear inscribed with 47 and wearing an enigmatic smile. Simultaneously, at the terminus of the temporal paradox, the true consciousness of Kain emitted a final warning penetrating all quantum states. Lin Yuan, the salvation you perceive is, in fact, the stirring of annihilation. The sea breeze swept across the quantum field as Lin Yuan gazed at the collapsing gear in his hand, finally grasping the truth of all cycles. He was not the observer, but rather the quantum core of the Dark Devourer. All battles were merely orchestrated to gradually awaken the essence of annihilation within him. And deep within the singularity of the universe, the core of annihilation in the zero cycle was completing the final quantum entanglement, preparing for the true advent of the end times. Chapter 38. The entropic collapse of the quantum gear. The quantum entangled gears within the palm suddenly erupted with dark matter flames, causing Lin Yuan's nails to instantaneously darken. Through the communicator, a fragmented voice from Xiaofang traversed the quantum foam. Uncle Lin Yuan, Grandpa Vegeta's gene chain, and the entropy annihilation core have become quantum entangled, and his body is transforming into a superposition of laws. In the Western Capital Laboratory's quantum collapse field, the alloy dome of the gravity chamber revealed Feynman diagram patterns, while the quantum entanglement law totem at the nape of Vegeta's neck split into 7 superposed states. On Bulma's scanner screen, the ends of his chromosomes unfurled into a colossal collapse matrix. were the apocalypse of the end and genesis of the new gears engaged in an ultimate game within Hilbert space. Strangely, all objects within the laboratory simultaneously exhibited a superposition of existence and non-existence. The cultivation pod was both whole and shattered, the spacecraft both present and disassembled, and the light streams of law on the walls automatically arranged into quantum regulations. Genesis collapse law. The gears of light and darkness each hold 47 quantum states. The first to complete the wave function collapse shall emerge victorious. Warning: quantum decoherence will lead to the annihilation of laws. Vegeta erupted into an ultra-blue evolutionary form. Yet his energy was absorbed by the collapse matrix, transforming into light superposition quanta. In horror, he watched as the dark collapse gears devoured the entangled state of compassion quantum, while the edges of the matrix revealed the holographic remnant of Dr. Briefs, trembling with the Feynman path integral formula. Collapse is the ultimate destiny of quantum law. New crisis. The quantumization of the time, dark devourer. Suddenly, the sky above the Namekian altar became suffused with quantum clouds, where the embryo of the time, dark devourer, completed its quantum metamorphosis. The newly born quantum devourer was composed of countless entangled wave functions, its surface adorned with the superposed quantum states of Lin Yuan's entire cycle of memories. The consciousness of the Grand Elder emitted a wailing akin to quantum tunneling from within the core of law. It absorbed the energy of the quantum gears and could now simultaneously exist across all space-time. Lin Yuan's consciousness penetrated the quantum clouds, witnessing the devourer's quantum form existing in a superposition of birth and destruction, with its core source of entropy annihilation gear undergoing quantum transition. Even more terrifying, each cog of the devourer corresponded to a collapsed parallel universe. Each rotation triggered a large-scale quantum decoherence. A new enemy emerged: quantum apostle mechanical Vegeta. Vegeta's body was suddenly enveloped in quantum gears, his battlesuit fracturing to reveal an internal quantum mechanical skeleton shimmering with blue light. His pupils transformed into the shape of quantum entangled gears, his voice mingling with the noise of quantum tunneling effects. Lin Yuan, embrace the entropy annihilation. This is the ultimate fate of all quantum states. Scanning the mechanical Vegeta, Lin Yuan's consciousness detected the implantation of a quantum entropy annihilation core within, its energy fluctuations mirroring precisely those of the quantum beacon from the zero cycle of Kain. The mechanical Vegeta's palm unfolded a quantum decoherence field, instantly dismantling the quantum entanglement barrier Lin Yuan had just established. His mechanical arm bore the insignia of quantum apostle No. 47, resonating quantumly with the devourer's form, each punch igniting a quantum tunneling in reality. Ultimate showdown, quantum transition of memory. The quantum form of the Supreme Dragon suddenly emitted an eerie sound reminiscent of string vibrations, revealing black strings corroded by quantum entropy where its scales had fallen. Its voice heralded the impending rupture of cosmic strings. The Watcher, only through the incineration of all memories via quantum transition could the cosmic wave function be activated. Lin Yuan gazed at his body, gradually transforming into a quantum state, finally grasping the final secret left by Kain. The memories of all reincarnations were not only the cornerstone of the quantum gears, but also the vibrational strings that sustain the cosmic wave function. He placed his hands upon the quantum entropy gears, unleashing the quantum transition of all reincarnated memories. The choice to submit to Frisia in the first cycle transformed into causal string vibration. The decision to protect Trunks in the 17th cycle became dimensional string resonance, and the moment of trust in Kain during the 49th cycle formed the memory string network. When the vibrations of 50 memories erupted simultaneously, the Time Devourer emitted a piercing shriek that traversed 11 dimensions as the quantum gears on its surface began to rupture. The mechanical Vegeta's metallic chest suddenly exploded, revealing the repressed Saiyan consciousness. Lin Yuan activated the anti-quantum entropy program using my combat data. Vegeta's consciousness flowed into Lin Yuan, resonating with the memory string network to form the cosmic string stance, forcibly stabilizing the impending rupture of the cosmic strings. The climax collapsed. As the light faded, Lin Yuan found himself standing at the center of the quantum collapse field, holding a gear inscribed with the cosmic string law. The quantum form of the Supreme Dragon commenced string reconstruction, its scales transforming into vibrational bodies of memory strings, each sustaining the fundamental string vibrations of the universe. The quantum body of the Time Devourer devolved into the basic vibrational patterns of string theory, floating within the cosmic string network, while mechanical Vegeta returned to his original state. the apostle mark on his chest transforming into the totem of the cosmic string guardian. Yet, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a tremor originating from the essence of the universe. The cosmic string gear in his palm was uncontrollably fracturing, the surface of the gear revealing the Dragon God language inscribed in cosmic strings. When the cosmic strings fracture, the entropy of the zero cycle shall become the only reality. Epilogue Easter egg, the string core of the zero cycle. Deep within the underground warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation, a sealed incubation chamber crumbled completely into cosmic strings. A figure emerged from within. The gear inscribed with the cosmic string law on its chest splitting into two sub-gears, the end string and the newborn string. As he raised his hand, the cosmic strings of the entire universe fractured simultaneously, and Lin Yuan's memories experienced the ultimate tearing. He witnessed the ultimate truth of the zero cycle. Dr. Bryphus and Kain stood before the Time Devourer, injecting Lin Yuan's embryo into the source of entropy gear. Behind them stood Lin Yuan, clad in the Dark Alliance uniform, holding a complete entropy gear, a serene smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, at the end of the cosmic strings, the true consciousness of Kain emitted its final string vibration, a voice piercing through all dimensions. Lin Yuan, the enemy you perceive is, in fact, another version of yourself from a different timeline. The sea breeze swept across the cosmic string field, and Lin Yuan gazed at the fractured cosmic string gear in his hand, finally comprehending the ultimate truth of all reincarnations. He was not only the core of the Dark Devourer, but also the pivotal string node that maintained the balance of cosmic entropy annihilation. All battles were ultimately aimed at enabling him to embrace his dual identity, deep within the singularity of the universe. The entropy annihilation core of the zero-th cycle was completing the final vibrations of the cosmic string, preparing for the simultaneous arrival of both the end and rebirth. Chapter 39. The final resonance of the twin gears. The shrill cry of the cosmic string's rupture tore through space-time, and the fragments of the gear in Lin Yuan's palm suddenly reformed into a bias strip. The communicator emitted Bulma's anguished voice, transcending dimensional barriers. You, clad in the Dark Alliance uniform, are altering all reincarnation memories. Vegeta and Goku's quantum states are on the verge of collapse. In the ruins of West City, the Twin Law's field lay in tatters. The gravity chamber had long since collapsed into a black hole amid the rupture of strings. And the forms of Vegeta and Goku exhibited a bizarre superposition, sometimes retaining their Saiyan forms, and at other times transforming into mechanical apostles. Lin Yuan, donning the Dark Alliance uniform, hovered at the edge of the black hole, his fingertips revolving around the complete entropy annihilation gear, its surface swirling with the dark memories of all reincarnations, ultimate clause of the twin laws. When the entity and its mirror achieve memory synchronization, the 12 universes shall reconstitute into an entropy annihilation closed loop. With a snap of his fingers, the memories of the zero-th cycle surged into Lin Yuan's consciousness like a tidal wave. His mirrored self, clad in the Dark Alliance uniform, was not an enemy, but a deliberately crafted reflection to maintain the balance of annihilation. The unknown substance injected by Dr. Briefs in the incubation pod was, in fact, the quantum anchor point of the mirrored entity. A new crisis emerged. The convergence of the reincarnation closed loop. The Namekian altar had transformed into a swamp of memories, resonating with the quantum body of the Dark Devourer and the mirrored entity, revealing 58 collapsed parallel universes within the mire. In each universe, Lin Yuan's fate was to willingly become the core of annihilation. The consciousness of the Grand Elder wailed amidst the fragments of the laws. It was converging all possibilities. And if this continued, even the hope of anti-entropy would be consumed. Lin Yuan suddenly noticed the source of annihilation on the core of the Devourer, where patterns perfectly aligned with his own heart were inscribed. The weapon that Kain had thrust into his chest during the 47th cycle was not a weapon, but the quantum key of the mirrored entity. It turned out that the twin gears were meant to coexist symbiotically. Ultimate showdown, twin resonance. Do you still not understand? The voice of the mirrored entity resonated with the tremors of overlapping time and space. Our opposition is merely a guise of annihilation. He hurled the entropy annihilation gear towards Lin Yuan, and in the moment of collision between the two gears in midair, all reincarnation memories unfurled like celestial trajectories. In the first cycle, surrendering to Frisia was to gather primordial data on dark energy. In the 17th cycle, protecting Trunks was to validate the entropy reduction properties of luminous memories. In the 49th cycle, trusting Kain was to complete the quantum entanglement of the twin gears. When the palm of the mirrored entity met Lin Yuan's, the two gears erupted with a radiance of creation. The Dark Devourer emitted a desperate shriek, its quantum form being purified by the dual resonance. It became evident that the Devourer was merely an illusion born from the entropy increase during the separation of the dual gears. The conclusion was reconstructed. As the radiance faded, the M-bias ring gear hovered at the center of the cosmos, and the silhouettes of Lin Yuan and his mirrored counterpart gradually merged. The remnants of the super-divine dragon transformed into 12 streams of Law's light, infusing the newly stabilized cosmic strings. The quantum states of Vegeta and Goku returned to normal, and the totem on the nape of their necks morphed into the emblem of the dual guardians. Within Bulma's genetic chain, an unknown substance merged flawlessly with human genes, establishing a new anchor point for the Laws. The swamps of Namex sprouted memories, each petal inscribed with the unaltered cycles of reincarnation. Before the mirrored entity dissipated, it left a final message within Lin Yuan's consciousness. The annihilation of entropy is never the end, but rather the lubricant for the self-renewal of the Laws. In the epilogue, the stirrings of a new cycle began. Lin Yuan stood upon the grassy expanse of Paozu Mountain, clutching half a gear, the other half having fused with the cosmic laws alongside the mirrored entity. Bulma arrived on her motorcycle, and a photograph slipped from her pocket depicting a youthful doctor. Briefs placing the dual gear into a cultivation pod, with a back inscribed, the 59th reincarnation. It is time for them to choose. In the distance, within the Universal Capsule Corporation warehouse, a gear engraved with free will radiated light. Meanwhile, at the edge of the universe, the mechanical remnants of the Kaishin of time, Kain, completely disintegrated, leaving behind a whisper that drifted with the wind. This time, it is truly entrusted to you. The sea breeze swept across the meadow as Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the gear, suddenly realizing that the so-called conclusion was merely the inception of a new cycle. Chapter 40. The Embryo of Free Will's Gear. In the morning mist of Paozu Mountain, half a gear glimmered softly in Lin Yuan's palm. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, the gear abruptly pierced his palm, transforming into golden patterns that spread along his veins. An urgent call from Bulma, laced with tears, echoed through the communicator, accompanied by the sharp sound of tearing metal. Lin Yuan, hurry to the Universal Capsule Corporation warehouse. The free will gear is hatching. It is consuming all technological products. In the embryo law field of the West Capital Laboratory, the gear embryo, now towering 3 meters high, floated at the center of the warehouse, its surface cloaked in a translucent biological membrane. Beneath the membrane, countless vascular streams of light connected to surrounding machinery. Bulma's latest time-space shuttle was disassembling, its components transforming into particles of light absorbed by the embryo. Even the gravity training device used by Vegeta displayed data streams being funneled into the core of the embryo at a visible speed, and Goku's gift, a model of the flying Nimbus, left faint cloud patterns upon the biological membrane. It was deciphering the structural laws of all matter. Bulma, holding a scanner, stepped back as the energy curve on the screen exhibited exponential growth. More alarmingly, the consciousness waves emerging from the embryo resonated perfectly with the memory frequency of your 47 cycle. Just as Lin Yuan's fingertips brushed against the biological membrane, the embryo quaked violently. Countless faces emerged beneath the membrane. Among them were the Saiyan captives slain by Frieza in the first cycle, the innocent citizens who perished during the Cell Games in the 17th cycle, and the Namekian warriors who self-destructed to seal entropy's demise in the 49th cycle. Each visage silently screamed, and new legal statutes began to manifest upon the biological membrane. Clause 1 of the Law of Free Will: all memories consumed shall be granted the right to reconstruct their own destinies. Suddenly, a mirrored figure clad in dark alliance attire stepped forth from the shadows of the embryo, placing his palm against the membrane. The faces, once in anguish, fell into a serene silence. This was not peril, but redemption. The entropy phantom, born from our separation, was fundamentally a forgotten lament. Turning to Lin Yuan, he beheld the intricate gear patterns of the embryo's core reflecting in his pupils. The gears of free will present an opportunity for these memories to choose anew. A new crisis arose, the butterfly effect of memory insurrection. The embryo emitted a piercing high-frequency vibration, and 12 fissures appeared in the membrane, each emanating streams of diverse memories. In the third cycle, Earth was prematurely annihilated by Frieza, leaving the surviving Bulma adrift in the cosmos with her dragon radar. In the 22nd cycle, Cell successfully absorbed Android 17, shattering Trunks' time machine. In the 51st cycle, the Dark Devourer awoke ahead of schedule, leading Goku to self-destruct in his Super Saiyan form. This was an unchosen parallel universe. Bulma's scanner suddenly blared, revealing that these streams of memory were encroaching upon reality. In the northeastern part of West City, citizens simultaneously recalled both living and dead states. Lin Yuan dashed toward the nearest fissure, reaching out to touch the memory stream of Goku's self-destruction. Heat surged through his fingertips as the complete trajectory of this universe flashed before him. After Goku's demise, Vegeta continued training with Gohan, achieving Super Saiyan Blue 10 years later, only to lose his right arm in battle against the resurrected Devourer. In his final moments, the one-armed Vegeta gazed skyward and proclaimed, "Kakarot, this time it's my turn to protect Earth. Do you see?" The mirrored figure's voice echoed behind him. Within these unchosen memories lies another possibility. Yet now, they revolt due to the embryo's hatching. Each choice has the potential to alter reality like a butterfly effect. He pointed to the core of the embryo, where a black gear materialized. If these memories could not be guided to make autonomous choices, the core's lamenting entropy would once again give rise to the Dark Devourer. A new adversary emerged, the Apostle of Obsession, Memory Vegeta. Impossible! A furious roar emanated from the memory stream of Vegeta's demise. The one-armed Vegeta broke through the light stream. Standing in the realm of reality, his right eye aglow with red gears. Kakarot's sacrifice was entirely unnecessary. Had I achieved Super Saiyan God sooner? Lin Yuan's consciousness scan revealed that this memory had been amplified by lamenting entropy, and the Saiyan genes within had mutated into a form of obsession. At the moment he swung his fist, the gust of his strike was intertwined with countless visions of failure from parallel universes. The shattered pride of the Saiyan, crushed by Frieza, the disheveled figure mocked by Cell, and the despairing gaze trampled by the Devourer. This was the most potent amalgamation of obsessions within all memories. The mirror entity sidestepped the oncoming punch, and the blade of light that emanated from its fingertips severed the left arm of the memory entity. Instead of blood, a pale blue mist of memories flowed from the wound. Each unchosen parallel universe would give rise to such an apostle of obsession. Their intent was not destruction, but to compel reality to accept their optimal solution. Before the words had fully escaped, Bulma, with her mechanical arm, emerged from the memory stream of Trunks' demise, while Gohan, with white hair, materialized from the darkened essence of Goku. 12 apostles of obsession stepped forth from 12 rifts, each bearing a black gear of regret embedded in their chests. The ultimate showdown, the moment of choice in the court of memories. The embryo suddenly unfurled into a vast circular theater. The 12 apostles stood in the jury box, while the devoured memories occupied the audience seats, and Lin Yuan alongside the mirror entity took the position of presiding judge. In the center of the theater, a holographic projection displayed the pivotal scene from the Zero iteration. As Dr. Briefs injected the twin genes into the incubation pod, Kain inadvertently toppled one vial of nutrient solution, resulting in the fragmented memories of the mirror entity. Thus, Lin Yuan gazed at Kain's trembling hand in the projection, finally grasping why the mirror entity was filled with dark memories. It was not light that was missing, but the right to choose. He raised his hand, pouring his memory essence into the dome of the theater, initiating the reconfiguration of all unchosen parallel universes. In the third iteration, Bulma encountered the Namekian during her wanderings, uniting with the Grand Elder to summon the Eternal Dragon ahead of time. In the 22nd iteration, Trunks transmitted Cell's cellular sample back to the future moments before the time machine exploded. In the 51st iteration, Gohan embraced Goku's will, discovering a new transformation in the realm of the Kai. True free will is not about overturning the past, but understanding that every choice holds significance. The palm of the mirror entity aligned with Lin Yuan's, as the radiance of the twin gears permeated the theater, purifying the regret entropy within the apostles' chests. The one-armed Vegeta gazed at the reconstituted memories, and suddenly, particles of light emanated from his right arm, reconstituting it. Bulma, with a mechanical arm, caressed the ephemeral silhouette of Trunks, as tears transformed into streams of light that melded into the embryo. As the final apostle of obsession returned to normalcy, the black gear at the core of the embryo began to turn transparent, revealing a coiled golden light within. This was the core of free will, formed from the amalgamation of all memories, its surface inscribed with the twin patterns of Lin Yuan and the mirror entity. The culmination of this metamorphosis, the golden light surged forth from the embryo, exploding above West City into a cascade of radiant luminescence. The particles that descended to the earth transformed into seeds of new laws, sprouting crystalline trees capable of recording memories. The light that drifted into the cosmos merged with planets, bestowing each celestial body with a consciousness to safeguard its own laws, and the most significant stream of light flowed into Lin Yuan, completing the half-gear in the palm of his hand, its surface inscribed with the ultimate law of free will. The culmination of all cycles is the dawn of autonomous choice. The figure of the mirrored entity gradually became translucent. He cast a final glance at the time machine being repaired in Bulma's laboratory and then at the flickering gravity values in Vegeta's training room, smiling as he dissipated into the luminous rain. This time, he truly need not remain a mere reflection. Epilogue: The New Life of Gear Garden. 3 months later, a peculiar garden sprouted on the grasslands of Paozu Mountain. Each flower bore the shape of a gear, with different memory luminescences swirling upon its petals. Lin Yuan sat at the center of the garden, observing Bulma as she calibrated a sightseeing spaceship capable of traversing parallel universes. Vegeta and Goku were engaged in a contest of newly acquired transformation forms not far away, while Gohan collected the fruits of the crystal trees with Xiaofang. Lin Yuan. Bulma rushed over, holding the newly developed memory camera, exclaiming, "Come and see, this camera can capture versions of ourselves from every parallel universe." On the camera's screen, Lin Yuan from the first loop was stealthily sabotaging the energy core aboard Frieza's ship. Lin Yuan from the 17th loop was strategizing with Trunks in the Cell Games arena. And Lin Yuan from the 58th loop was jointly repairing the cosmic strings with the mirrored entity. In the corners of each scene, a small gear of free will flickered. Final chapter Easter egg: the stirring of unknown laws. In the garden under the cloak of night, the central crystal tree suddenly bore black blossoms. Emerging from within was a gear unlike any seen before, its surface etched with unfamiliar inscriptions not belonging to the language of the Dragon God. As Lin Yuan's fingertips brushed against a petal, a vague memory surged through his mind, in a dimension beyond the 12 universes. Countless eyes were observing this place through the gears. Deep within the shadows of the tree, the ephemeral figure of the Kaioshin of time, Kain, flickered by, whispering to the black blossom, "The key to the 60th cycle lies within the unknown." Meanwhile, at the roots of the blossom, slender black tendrils quietly burrowed into the ground, extending towards the direction of Namek. As the sea breeze swept through the garden, all gears turned towards a singular direction, as if anticipating something. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the complete gear in his hand, suddenly comprehending that the ultimate significance of free will is not to terminate cycles, but to bravely embrace the next choice, carrying forth all memories into the unknown. Chapter 41. The tendrils of unknown laws spread. The tendrils of the black blossom shimmered with an eerie glow under the moonlight. Just as Lin Yuan's fingertips grazed a petal, the entire crystal tree trembled violently. A hurried warning from Piccolo echoed through the communicator, interspersed with the cries of the Namekians. "Lin Yuan, hurry to the Great Elder's sanctuary." Black tendrils have suddenly emerged from below, consuming the energy of the Dragon Balls. The realm of the tendril laws on Namek. The plains before the sanctuary were shrouded in black tendrils, these vine-like entities alive with unknown inscriptions, each leaf absorbing the surrounding natural energy. The 7 Dragon Balls of Namek floated within the immense web woven by the tendrils, their surface sheen dimming at a visibly discernible pace. The consciousness of the Great Elder clung to the last crystal sphere, his voice weakened by the loss of energy. These tendrils originate from a higher dimension. Their law frequencies lie beyond the known boundaries of the 12 universes. Lin Yuan's palm pressed against the roots, and unknown characters suddenly glowed with a crimson light. What surged into his mind was not mere information, but a profound sense of existence. These roots were not malicious intrusions, but rather seeds from a higher dimension, catalyzing their own growth through Dragon Ball energy. More astonishingly, pulsations emanating from the depths of the roots resonated with the black flowers, their frequency perfectly aligned with the space-time coordinates of the 60th cycle. This was not consumption, it was sowing. The mirrored figure of the Dark Alliance abruptly emerged from the shadows of the roots, clutching a fragment of black petal in his hand. Higher dimensional laws began to permeate, reminiscent of the initial appearance of the entropy gears. He pointed towards the most densely clustered area of roots, where an altar composed of unknown characters faintly materialized, constructing dimensional passages, with the Dragon Balls merely serving as energy catalysts. Bulma's spacecraft landed nearby, and the 3D model on the scanner S screen revealed that the roots had woven a complete network beneath Namek, with each node corresponding to the position of a star. When she inserted the detection probe into the roots, the screen suddenly erupted with garbled text. After an urgent system translation, it presented a chilling message. The first axiom of unknown laws. When the seed absorbs sufficient existence energy, the sower shall descend upon the most unstable dimensional rift. A new crisis emerged. The distortion of reality due to overlapping dimensions. The root network suddenly burst forth with blinding light, and Namek-'s sky displayed a bizarre, overlapping scene. The spacecraft from West City emerged from the purple clouds, with the ruins of Vegeta overlapping with the structures of Namek, even revealing the god of destruction from Universe 12 frantically adjusting his time ring in midair. The dimensional barriers were disintegrating. Xiaofang's Super Saiyan aura became exceedingly unstable, her body flickering between transparency and solidity. Grandpa, I seem to exist simultaneously in 3 places. Lin Yuan dashed towards the nearest overlapping area, reaching out to touch the boundary between West City and Namek. A tearing pain surged through his fingertips, and in an instant, he glimpsed the terrifying truth behind the overlaps. The higher dimensional Sowers were not entities, but a pure amalgamation of laws, rewriting the parameters of existence through the root network, causing the physical rules of different universes to collide and merge. In the area where the overlap was most severe, Goku's Kamehameha interacted strangely with Namekian plant energy, emitting not shockwaves but distorted bands of rainbow light. Wherever they passed, rocks transformed into candy, and rivers morphed into liquid metal. This fundamentally defied the conservation of energy. Goku scratched his head in retreat, as if someone were whimsically altering the rules of the game. The mirrored figure suddenly grasped Lin Yuan's wrist, pressing the black petal fragment into his palm. Feel these characters. They are not mere language, but formulas of existence. The sower's purpose is not destruction, but to test the compatibility of the laws across the 12 universes. Only dimensions capable of withstanding the collision of rules are worthy of being integrated into a higher system of laws. A new adversary emerged, the chaotic shadow of the law amalgam. In the center of the altar, the roots suddenly entwined to form a colossal egg. As the shell shattered, the creature that emerged left everyone gasping in astonishment. Its left arm resembled Frisia's tail, while its right arm was akin to Cell's absorption organ. Its torso was clad in the scales of Saiyan, yet its head bore the compound eyes of a Namekian. Most peculiarly, embedded in its chest was half of a Dragon Ball, a fusion of machinery and flesh. Was this the amalgamation of all-powerful beings? Vegeta's Super Saiyan blue aura surged violently. It possessed the essence of my battle spirit. Lin Yuan's consciousness scan revealed that this stitched entity lacked independent awareness, merely a chaotic manifestation born from the collision of laws. Each of its strikes was a blend of various abilities, utilizing Frisia's death beam to chart the trajectory of the Kamehameha, employing Cell's regenerative speed to heal the wounds of the Saiyans, and even wielding Namekian telekinesis to manipulate mechanical devices. It was testing the limits of the fusion of different laws. The mirrored entity deftly avoided the creature's tail, unleashing light blades from its fingertips that sliced through the creature's scales. Instead of blood, a colorful mist of mixed energies surged from the wounds. With each defeat of the creature, it absorbed new characteristics of the laws and restructured itself, inching closer to discovering the greatest common divisor of the laws across the 12 universes. Suddenly, the stitched entity emitted a piercing shriek, its form disintegrating into countless light particles, reassembling into a more formidable shape. This time, angelic wings sprouted from its back, and it grasped the staff of the Supreme Kai, with the universal symbol of the Omni King manifesting upon its surface. This was dire. It was beginning to absorb divine laws. Bulma's scanner blared with alarms. If this continued, it would transform into an incomprehensible, chaotic monstrosity. The ultimate showdown, the conductor of the symphony of laws. The network of roots resonated, and notes composed of unknown characters floated in the air. As Lin Yuan observed the continuously evolving stitched entity, he recalled the pulsing frequency of the black flower. The mirrored entity was guiding these notes with the resonance of the twin gears. Both of their gears glowed simultaneously. Lin Yuan infused the notes with the Scion's battle instinct, while the mirrored entity used the technological knowledge of the Dark Alliance to compose a rhythm. The floating text suddenly morphed into 12 streams of light, each merging into the bodies of 12 warriors. Goku's Kamehameha took on the life-giving green of Namek, its shockwave capable of healing wounds. Vegeta's final flash integrated Frisia's cold energy, freezing space upon detonation. Piccolo's special beam cannon entwined with the angelic halo, amplifying its penetrative power 100-fold. As the stitched entity launched another assault, the 12 beams of light coalesced into an unprecedented symphony of laws. Goku's healing shockwave neutralized its disintegration capability, Vegeta's freezing flash curtailed its reassembly speed, and Piccolo's holy light cannon struck precisely at the core, the fused Dragon Ball. Yet, it was insufficient. The mirrored entity abruptly thrust its shattered gears into Lin Yuan's body, necessitating the incorporation of higher-dimensional variables. In the moment of the twin gears fusion, Lin Yuan glimpsed the entirety of the unknown laws. The so-called sower was, in fact, an observer from beyond the 12 universes, seeking civilizations capable of adapting to multifaceted laws, with the root network serving as a testing ground and the stitched entity as the examiner. He raised his hand, channeling the collective energy of all warriors, infusing it with the resonance of the twin gears, conjuring a luminous beam that amalgamated the principles of combat, technology, magic, and the sacred. Upon striking the amalgam, rather than exploding, it transformed into countless colorful light particles, merging into the enigmatic script of the root network. Suddenly, the dimensional portal at the altar stabilized, and the unknown script formed a new decree. Final judgment of the unknown law. The 12 universes possess compatibility with the laws, permitting access to higher dimensional networks. An invitation to the ultimate conclusion. The root network abruptly contracted, coalescing into a rhombus-shaped crystal, suspended before Lin Yuan. The surface of the crystal revealed a detailed star map, marking the coordinates of the 60th iteration, alongside a message in the universal tongue. Welcome to the Multiversal Law Expo. The Dragon Ball of Namek regained its luster, though now adorned with layers of unknown script. The Elder's consciousness sighed deeply within the crystal sphere. We have passed the test, but this is merely the beginning. Contact with higher dimensions signifies a more intricate interplay of laws. The figure of the mirrored entity began to fade. Casting a final glance toward the dimensional portal, it seems that in the 60th iteration, we are destined for even greater realms. His palm pressed against Lin Yuan's, the twin gears fully merging into a complete rhombus. Remember, in the multiversal laws, there are no absolute foes, only incompatible rules. Epilogue. The new bud of the crystal tree. 3 months later, in the gear garden of Paozu Mountain, the crystal tree that had blossomed with black flowers produced new buds. Lin Yuan placed the rhombus crystal before the bud, and the unknown script began to swirl, forming a design blueprint for a spacecraft in the air. Bulma's holographic projection appeared beside him, excitedly waving a design pen. I've deciphered the principles of the hyperdimensional engine. With the twin gears as its core, we could traverse the universes governed by different laws. On the screen, Vegeta was fine-tuning his new battle suit, equipped with adjustment knobs to adapt to various laws. Goku approached, clutching a pile of Senza beans, followed by the camera-wielding Xiao Fong. When is Lin Yuan setting off? I want to see what the Kamehameha looks like in other universes. In the distance, Piccolo was instructing Gohan on a new fusion technique, their energies automatically switching attributes according to the environment. Lin Yuan caressed the rhombus crystal, feeling the pulse from the 60th iteration. Suddenly, the unknown script left by the network translated in his mind. It was not an invitation, but rather an enrollment notice. The Academy of Higher Dimensional Laws awaited the students of the 12 universes. Final chapter Easter egg, the observer's notes. At the other end of the dimensional portal, in a space filled with floating platforms, a figure clad in white robes was recording. Test subject number 734 has passed the compatibility assessment. Their twin gears possess the potential to become a law translator. Affixed to his notebook was a photograph capturing the moment Lin Yuan merged with the mirrored entity. On the adjacent platform lay countless diamond-shaped crystals, each tagged with case number 47. Annihilated due to the entropy law's uncontrollable chaos. Suddenly, a figure clad in white raised their head, gazing towards the 12 universes, a mysterious smile gracing their lips. I hope this student will reach the graduation examination. Beneath the crystal tree of Paozu Mountain, new buds began to quietly unfold, revealing gears inscribed with the word graduation. The sea breeze swept through the garden, and all the gears turned towards the dimensional portal, seemingly anticipating the sound of the school bell. Chapter 42. The Entrance Examination of the Academy of Laws. The diamond-shaped crystals refracted a rainbow of hues in the morning light, as Lin Yuan embedded one into the core slot of the hyperdimensional engine. The entire control console suddenly illuminated with an eerie blue glow. Bulma's holographic projection leaped joyfully within the cockpit. We did it. The engine's resonance with the twin gears has reached 98. We can traverse to the coordinates of the 60th loop now. in the realm of chaotic laws aboard the hyperdimensional spacecraft. As the vessel broke through the dimensional barrier, all instruments emitted a piercing alarm. The starry sky outside transformed from the familiar spiral into countless flowing ribbons of law. Some ribbons manifested as mathematical formulas, with planets arranged in the Fibonacci sequence. Others resembled impressionist paintings, where the colors of stars shifted with the observer's emotions. The most bizarre was a pure black ribbon, within which floated not celestial bodies but a solidified silence. Any sound entering would vanish. Is this the multiversal law expo? Goku marveled, leaning against the viewport, his tail unexpectedly lengthening uncontrollably, swirling around the cabin 3 times. Strange, it seems my body is automatically adapting to the rules here. Lin Yuan placed his palm on the control console's law detector, the data stream on the screen startling. The spacecraft was simultaneously influenced by 17 different physical laws. In the front half of the cockpit, gravity was 0, 5 times that of Earth, yet in the rear, it reached 3 times Earth's gravity, causing Vegeta's training suit to crumple. Meanwhile, Bulma's hair automatically braided into dreadlocks in the zero-gravity zone, each braid entwined with tiny sparks of lightning. This was not an expo. It was the entrance examination. A mirrored figure clad in the Dark Alliance uniform emerged from the engine room, the Academy's emblem already manifesting on their attire, a triangle composed of 3 gears, inscribed with the words cognition, compatibility, and creation. The diamond-shaped crystal served as their admission ticket, and these chaotic laws represented the first challenge, the law adaptability test. He pointed towards the mathematical law ribbon outside. Do you see that planet orbiting in a prime number trajectory? Only those who can maintain combat effectiveness in more than 3 law environments are qualified to enter the Academy. No sooner had he spoken than the spacecraft jolted violently, the console displaying that they were being pulled towards the black silence ribbon by an invisible force. A new crisis emerged, the initial trial of the law examiner. Suddenly, a silver-white spacecraft materialized within the silence ribbon, its hull emblazoned with the same emblem as the mirrored figure's uniform. The holographic projection penetrated the cabin walls, revealing a figure clad in a white robe, their visage shrouded in a veil of luminous mist, with only the examiner number 07 badge affixed to their chest visible. Welcome to the preparatory class of the Academy of Laws, echoed the examiner's voice, devoid of any emotion, as if synthesized from countless electronic tones. The first test, defeat the noise eliminator within the silence principle. As the words faded, a multitude of diamond-shaped entities surged forth from the dark light band, their bodies composed of solidified sound waves. Upon contact with the spacecraft's exterior, the metal instantaneously lost its vibrational frequency, transforming into brittle shards devoid of elasticity. The moment Wukong burst through the hatch, he realized he could produce no sound. The charging motion of the Kamehameha could only generate a muffled thrum within him, utterly incapable of release. These creatures absorbed all vibrational energy. Lin Yuan transmitted information through the mental link of the twin gears, noting that the dark energy attack from the mirror entity proved effective. When those black beings interacted with dark matter, ripples appeared on their surfaces, utilizing energy that did not rely on sound waves for transmission. Vegeta's ultimate flash presented a bizarre manifestation within the silence of the light band, devoid of explosive roars. Only an ever-expanding white light persisted. The noise eliminator, touched by the radiance, shattered like ice sculptures, turning into silent dust. Yet, more creatures emerged from the depths of the light band, their forms gradually enlarging, exhibiting structures akin to earplugs on their surfaces. The examiner's voice resonated once more. Notice, the essence of the silence principle is the suppression of vibrational frequency, not its complete eradication. Suddenly, Lin Yuan recalled the unknown symbols of the black blossoms. The twin gears spun rapidly in his palm, fusing the Science energy with the technological might of the Dark Alliance, creating a form of soundless oscillation. This energy did not propagate through the air, but directly affected the molecular vibrations of matter. As the oscillation swept over the black beings, their bodies began to tremble irregularly, ultimately dissipating in self-destruction. New adversary, the law cheater, the shadow of distortion. Within the white light of the mathematical law light band, a piercing sound of spatial tearing erupted. A menacingly designed spacecraft burst through the light band, its hull adorned with stitched metal plates, each fragment engraved with the runes of laws from various universes. In the cockpit, a cloaked figure cackled maliciously as they manipulated the control panel, their fingers capable of rewriting the orbital parameters of surrounding planets, distorting prime orbits into chaotic curves. This was the shadow of distortion, a cheat on the Academy's blacklist. The mirror entity summoned a projection of the opponent's data, revealing that this being could steal the law characteristics of other universes but could not digest them, leaving their body perpetually on the brink of collapse. They forcibly plundered the law adaptability of examinees to sustain their own existence. The shadow of Distortion's spacecraft unleashed a dark purple beam, striking Vegeta's right arm. The Scion's golden aura suddenly dimmed, the muscles of his arm becoming translucent, revealing the mathematical formulas coursing within. Is my power turning into numbers? Vegeta recoiled in terror, only to discover that his trajectory of movement had morphed into a fixed function curve. Damn it, even my movements are being controlled. Lin Yuan's twin gears resonated suddenly, and he realized that the ability of the twisted shadow harbored a flaw. The stolen laws retained the original owner's spiritual imprint. Through a mental link, he conveyed instructions to Vegeta, urging him to infuse his energy with waves of anger. As the dark purple beam surged forth once more, Vegeta's energy erupted. The law fragments imbued with rage, piercing through the twisted shadow's ship's shield like shards of glass. Laws are not mere cold formulas. They're war memories. Lin Yuan charged towards the enemy's vessel, his twin gears releasing a resonance infused with the memories of 58 reincarnations. What you have stolen is but an empty shell. You shall never grasp the essence. The ultimate trial, the triple gates of the law arena. The silvery spaceship unfurled into a floating arena. The ground composed of 3 distinct colored law stone slabs. The red slab bore the runes of combat laws, and those standing upon it would automatically enter a state of battle. The blue slab was adorned with technological patterns, capable of transforming thoughts directly into tangible devices. The green slab sprouted living vines, resonating with the surrounding beings upon contact. The examiner's voice echoed throughout the arena. Final test. The trio shall pass through the triple gates and merge their law energies at the finish line. Note, the laws beyond the gates will amplify your most profound memories. Without hesitation, Goku dashed towards the red slab, where a familiar martial arts arena awaited him. In the center stood a youthful Master Roshi, wielding a baseball bat. Kid, if you want to learn the Kamehameha, you must first endure 100 whacks from me. Goku grinned and approached. This time he did not evade. With each hit, the clarity of the combat law within him intensified, culminating in the 100th blow, which unleashed a Kamehameha 3 times stronger than the original. The moment Vegeta stepped onto the blue slab, he was immersed in the laboratory of Planet Vegeta. His young father was inserting a gear into the nape of his infant self, the version from the 0th reincarnation. The royal mission was not conquest, but guardianship. As his father's voice resonated in his ears, Vegeta suddenly comprehended that his relentless pursuit of surpassing was, in essence, a reconciliation with his bloodline's memories. Upon emerging from a stone gate, a chip capable of manipulating gravitational laws rested in his palm. Lin Yuan stood before the green slab. Inside lay the grassy expanse of Bunzo Mountain. A young Bulma squatted on the ground, sketching a blueprint for the dragon radar with a twig. Sunlight danced upon her blue hair, casting a golden halo. Lin Yuan, come help me check if this formula is correct. Her smile overlapped with their first encounter in the first reincarnation, and Lin Yuan suddenly realized that the most powerful law across all reincarnations was not that of battle or technology, but the bonds that connect one another. As the 3 converged at the center of the arena, the 3 energies of law erupted, forming a new gear in mid-air, inscribed with the Academy's motto, recognize differences. Embrace inclusivity, create new life. The hidden clause of the admission notice. The silvery spaceship reformed into the figure of the examiner, his chest emblem transforming into gold. Congratulations. You have passed the preparatory class test. This is your official admission notice. A golden gear floated before Lin Yuan, its surface engraved with the course schedule, compulsory courses of the Law Academy, foundations of multidimensional physics, ethical principles of law, and an introduction to chaos theory. Yet, on the reverse side of the gear, fine print captured the attention of the mirrored figure. Note, all students must partake in the graduation war. The victor shall be granted the privilege to rewrite the fundamental laws of the universe. The examiner's silhouette began to fade, leaving behind a profound statement. Do not rejoice too soon. The Academy's elimination rate stands at 99. Suddenly, the spacecraft's hyperdimensional engine activated autonomously, the console indicating a course towards the Academy's main campus. Lin Yuan gazed out at the increasingly clear, monumental structures, an academy composed of myriad floating islands, each governed by distinct laws. Some islands were inverted in the air, while others transformed the seasons with a mere turn of the page, much like a book. Epilogue. an unexpected visitor in the dormitory. Their allocated dormitory was a floating castle, its walls shifting colors in response to emotions. Wukong was engrossed in a table that brewed coffee on its own. Vegeta was calibrating a training room that simulated 100 different environmental laws. And Bulma was exhilarated by a device capable of materializing thoughts into reality. Lin Yuan sat on the castle's terrace, observing students engaged in practical training. Warriors with angelic wings could freeze foes with flames, while a mechanical being transformed incoming attacks into poetry. The twin gears in his palm emitted a gentle warmth, and he recalled the examiner's final gaze, which seemed to hold not only scrutiny, but also a hint of compassion. Final chapter Easter egg, the Dean's observational diary. In an office atop the Academy's highest tower, an elderly man wearing monocles was inscribing, "Candidate Group Number 734 exhibits a rare compatibility with the laws, particularly the holder of the twin gears, whose memories of 58 reincarnations endow him with the potential to become a harmonizer of laws." The last page of the diary bore an ancient photograph depicting a group of students in identical uniforms, one figure strikingly resembling Lin Yuan, albeit with a shattered emblem upon his chest. The elder set down his quill and gazed out at the castle, a complex smile gracing his lips. Let us hope that this time, someone will persevere to the end. From the castle's hearth, a dark silhouette began to emerge from the flames, its form reminiscent of a distorted shadow, yet more solid. Upon its contact with the ground, the castle's laws abruptly unraveled. The coffee brewing table began to spew tea leaves, and the gravity apparatus in the training room emitted a cacophonous alarm as Bulma's thought-printing machine unexpectedly ejected a tangle of twisted metal wires. All of this transpired while the captivated crowd remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 43. The chaotic curriculum of the Academy of Laws. The black shadow in the hearth dissipated in the morning light, leaving behind scorched black markings. As Lin Yuan's fingertips brushed against the markings, the floating castle suddenly tilted violently. The coffee brewing table slid towards the wall along the slanted floor, and the training room's gravity device blared a piercing alarm as Bulma's thought-manifesting machine spat out a heap of contorted metallic strands. Thus commenced the uncontrollable classroom of chaos theory. The morning bell of the academy tolled with a disordered frequency. Upon Lin Yuan and his companions' arrival to the classroom, they discovered it was far from a traditional one. The so-called classroom was a glass platform suspended above molten lava. The podium morphed like a piece of ever-shifting clay, and the lecturer, a chaotic professor, resembled a vortex composed of myriad tiny gears. "Welcome to the introduction to chaos theory," he announced. From the gear-laden vortex emanated a cacophony of overlapping voices. "Today, we shall explore the self-contradiction of laws." He gestured towards the lava, which, moments later, transformed from a boiling state into solid ice, with steam rising from within, exclaiming, "Just like this, let the rules slap themselves in the face." As Vegeta's hand pressed against the glass platform, an unexpected paradoxical formula materialized upon the contact point. His palm was both on and off the platform. This contradiction caused his arm to begin to fade into transparency, prompting him to retract his hand in alarm. What sort of absurd course is this? It defies logic. Logic? The chaotic professor chuckled, a sound reminiscent of grinding gears. In the realm of chaos, logic exists only as a probabilistic notion. He abruptly pointed at Goku, whose Kamehameha wave was struck by chaotic energy, causing the once consolidated energy sphere to splinter into a swarm of glowing butterflies. Do you see? In the chaos field, energy conservation is but an optional selection. Lin Yuan noticed a familiar figure seated in the back of the classroom. Beneath the cloak of the distorted shadow, a pale face emerged, diligently recording notes with a pen formed of shadows, the text in his notebook morphing autonomously. When their eyes met, the distorted shadow revealed an eerie smile and hurled a black feather quill towards Lin Yuan. The quill transformed mid-air into a stream of information. Beware of the professor's final assessment. Last year, 37 students became paradoxes themselves. A new crisis loomed. The spread of the paradox virus. Chaos erupted in the cafeteria during lunch break. A student from the angel race found himself trapped in a superposition of eating and not eating. His plate was empty while his belly was distended, and he incessantly repeated, "So hungry, so full." Soon, more students exhibited similar symptoms. A mechanical being appeared simultaneously in both the dining hall and the classroom, while a plant-based student both bloomed and bore fruit while shedding leaves. Most alarmingly, a Kaioshin's body began to gradually transform into a mathematical paradox, its outline flickering with the phrase, "This statement is false." This is the paradox virus, Bulma declared. Her scanner revealed that all patients harbored the same chaotic energy within them, rewriting the very logic of their existence. She suddenly pointed to a vending machine in the corner of the cafeteria, which was persistently dispensing drinks labeled both as winners and non-winners, a potential source from the Academy's public facilities. Lin Yuan's twin gears suddenly heated, and he observed a black thread extending from the vending machine into the ground, originating from the same black patterns as those in the castle as fireplace. Following the thread down to the third underground level, he uncovered a concealed laboratory, the walls adorned with frenzied formulas, culminating at the top in blood-red chalk. By transforming all laws into paradoxes, we can forge absolute chaotic freedom. The mirrored figure of the Dark League suddenly emerged from the shadows, its hand pressed against a melting metal plate, remnants of chaotic experiments left by previous students. They sought to shatter the constraints imposed by the Academy through the paradox virus, but it spiraled out of control, transforming into a carrier of the virus. It gestured towards the central cultivation chamber, where a vague shadow floated, an enlarged version of the shadow within the castle's fireplace. This was the virus's progenitor, its core an impossible gear. The new adversary, the Paradox Collective, a former top student. The glass of the cultivation chamber shattered abruptly, and the shadow coalesced into a humanoid form, clad in the Academy's graduation uniform, yet its badge displayed a simultaneous state of both completeness and fragmentation. The visage of this figure morphed continuously, flashing through dozens of different faces, ultimately settling into one reminiscent of Lin Yuan, the 47th cohort's top student, now the Paradox Collective. The voice resonated from all directions. "Welcome to my experiment, Lin Yuan." He raised his hand, unleashing a wave of paradox that struck the nearby rock face, rendering it simultaneously indestructible and fragile. When Vegeta's fist collided with it, his hand was both injured and unscathed. Lin Yuan's consciousness scan revealed that this collective was a fusion of the minds of 37 paradox patients, each affirming and denying its existence concurrently. Its attack methods were equally bizarre, capable of producing energy waves that both struck and missed, creating obstacles that were both existent and non-existent, and even ensnaring opponents in a logical quandary of wanting to fight, yet yearning to flee. Give up. The body of the collective suddenly fragmented into countless copies, each uttering different phrases, declaring that in paradox, the outcomes of effort and surrender are indistinguishable. Its duplicates launched a simultaneous assault, although Lin Yuan evaded all attacks. Wounds appeared on his body that were both bleeding and unblemished. The mirrored figure abruptly infused dark energy into the twin gears, combating chaos with chaos. The gears within both bodies spun rapidly, releasing a unique energy that was both stable and chaotic. This energy, upon striking its target, could induce self-contradictions within the paradox virus that were both effective and ineffective. As the energy wave swept over the collective, its form flickered violently, countless faces contorting in agony. The ultimate test, to compel the paradox to self-dissolve. Suddenly, the chaos professor materialized in the laboratory, his vortex-like body expanding. An exquisite practical test is now undergoing its final assessment, before the paradox virus spreads throughout the Academy. Prompt the progenitor to self-dissolve. He pointed towards the cultivation chamber, where the viral core began to rotate, a reminder. Every paradox has a critical point for self-dissolution. Lin Yuan recalled the words of Kain from the 47th loop. Absolute contradiction yields absolute balance. He embedded the twin gears into the viral core, simultaneously infusing it with two extreme memories: the despair of submission to Frisia from the first loop, and the hope of safeguarding the multitude from the 58th loop. These two energies clashed violently within the core, creating a flow of laws that were both destructive and creative. A miracle transpired. The dark patterns of the viral matrix began to fade, replaced by a flickering array of black and white light points. The paradoxical symptoms afflicting the infected students gradually alleviated, the mechanical avatars coalesced into a singular entity, and the botanical faction ceased its chaotic growth cycles. The mathematical paradox, enveloping the deity, dissipated into luminous particles. The collective form gradually became discernible amidst the black and white lights, ultimately crystallizing into the visage of a youthful face. He gazed at the twin gears resting in Lin Yuan's palm, a look of relief gracing his features. It was not logic that unraveled the paradox, but rather the courage to embrace contradictions simultaneously. His form transformed into a stream of light, merging with the network of the Academy's laws. The vending machines in the cafeteria resumed their normal functions, and the dark patterns within the castle's hearth vanished completely. Hidden graduation criteria emerged. A voice of approval resonated from the vortex of the chaotic professor's gears. Congratulations on passing the introduction to chaos theory. He tossed Lin Yuan a black badge inscribed with the words Chaos Adapter, but cautioned, remember, this is merely a foundational course. As his figure gradually faded, he left behind a profound statement. The true chaos lies within the library of the academy. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Yuan discovered that the reverse side of the black badge bore a small inscription. The truth of the graduation war is not the struggle for the right to rewrite laws, but to prevent those laws from being absolutely unified. The mirrored entity's fingers pressed against this phrase, causing the badge to project an encrypted video. During previous graduation wars, victors endeavored to unify all laws into an absolute order, resulting in a complete stagnation of 3 universes, which ultimately collapsed into lifeless stars devoid of change. The Academy's true purpose may well be to cultivate guardians of law diversity. A flicker of gravity passed through the mirrored entity's gaze. The previous year's top student, transformed into a paradoxical collective, may have been a rebellion against absolute order. Epilogue: the forbidden zone of the library. The Academy's library was enveloped in an eerie silence late at night. Lin Yuan and the mirrored entity evaded the patrolling law guardians and infiltrated the uppermost forbidden area. The shelves here housed not books, but floating crystal orbs, each containing a universe that had perished, some due to overly chaotic laws, others due to excessive rigidity. At the end of the shelves, they discovered a monumental tome inscribed in an unknown script. Its cover bearing the title 108 Methods of Death from Law Unification in the Universal Language of the 12 Universes. As Lin Yuan turned the first page, the leaves transformed into streams of light, coalescing in the air to form a warning. Absolute unification equates to absolute death. True balance resides in the dance between chaos and order. Final chapter Easter egg: the Dean's secret meeting. In the office of the highest tower, an elderly man with a monocle conversed with an indistinct figure. In the holographic projection, a distorted shadow knelt within a realm of darkness, its voice laced with obsequiousness. I have arranged for them to encounter forbidden knowledge as planned. Should I now guide them towards discovering the cult of absolute order? The elder caressed the tome 108 Methods of Death from Law Unification, his eyes glinting with complex illumination behind the lenses. Let them choose for themselves. Candidate Group 734 may indeed be poised to disrupt the cycle. Within the shadows of the library, a slender black thread silently emerged from the crystalline tome, stealthily coiling around Lin Yuan's wrist. As he turned to depart, the thread abruptly transformed into a miniature gear, embedding itself into his skin and vanishing from sight, leaving only the twin gears pulsating faintly, as if forewarning of impending events. Chapter 44: The Shadow of the Absolute Order Sect. The miniature gear on his wrist radiated warmth in the morning light as Lin Yuan rotated his arm before the mirror. The gear's imprint had seamlessly melded with his skin, glowing a faint red only when the twin gears drew near. A crackling voice from the communicator broke through the silence. Lin Yuan, hasten to the training ground. Vegeta is engaged in combat with members of the Absolute Order sect. The training ground was rife with conflicting principles of order. The suspended arena had been divided into 2 halves. Vegeta's super blue aura surged like golden flames, each punch tracing erratic trajectories learned from chaos theory. Opposite stood 3 students clad in silver-white uniforms, their movements precise as clockwork, their energy fluctuations stabilized to 6 decimal places, even the angles of their flowing hair synchronized perfectly. Chaos embodies disorder, and disorder signifies original sin. The leading blonde student raised his hand to intercept Vegeta's punch, the point of contact erupting not in an energy shockwave, but in a brilliant white light of colliding regulations. A true champion should ensure that every action adheres to the optimal solution algorithm. Lin Yuan observed their chest insignia, a circular emblem composed of countless tiny gears, mirroring the cover design of the Forbidden Tome from the library's restricted area. Bulma scanner revealed that these individuals' energy flows meticulously adhered to principles such as the golden ratio and the principle of least action. Even their respiratory rates maintained a constant of 47 breaths per minute. They were core members of the Absolute Order sect. A mirrored figure in a Dark Alliance uniform emerged from the shadows of the stands, clutching a fragment of a page that had fallen from the Forbidden Manuscript. The founder of this sect was a graduate of the 39th class, believing that unifying all laws into mathematical formulas was the only means to avert cosmic collapse. The blonde student suddenly unleashed a beam of absolute order, striking Vegeta's energy barrier. The once fluid barrier instantly crystallized, its surface adorned with a dense geometric lattice. Do you see? This is the perfect form of energy. A delicate 30-degree smile graced his lips, asserting that chaos theory was mere child-esque scrawl, while order represented the ultimate truth of the universe. A new crisis, the emergence of an ordered student populace. Within 3 hours of the conflict's conclusion, an increasing number of ordered students appeared on campus. They adhered strictly to the grid lines on the ground as they walked, conversing only after clearly articulating the 3 essential components: conclusion, argument, and derivation. Even in the cafeteria, they queued in absolute straight lines according to their student numbers, and any deviation would trigger severe self-correction. Some were penalized to stand still for taking an extra step, while others slapped themselves for excessive tonal fluctuations in speech. This is the order virus. Bulma magnified a blood sample from a student in the laboratory, revealing miniature gears floating within, identical to those on Lin Yuan's wrist. These gears possess the capability to rewrite biological consciousness, forcibly integrating all behavioral patterns into an algorithm. More alarmingly, the institution's public facilities began to conform to this order. The once chaotic classroom, capable of transforming at will, has now solidified into a standard rectangle. The self-reflective library crystal ball has been reduced to binary answers. Even the clouds in the sky have been severed into equally sized cubes. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's twin gears emitted a high-frequency tremor, prompting him to rush towards the library's forbidden area. He discovered that the book titled The 108 Methods of Death to Achieve Unified Law had vanished, replaced by a silver-covered tome, each letter of its title, the Manual for Achieving Absolute Order, meticulously spaced. Upon opening the first page, he found a photograph affixed to the frontispiece, depicting a paradoxical amalgamation of previous top students, kneeling before a golden-haired student, each forehead embedded with identical miniature gears. The new adversary, the 39th graduating Pope of Order. The floor of the library suddenly unfurled into a vast array of gears, with a golden-haired student levitating at the center. His silver uniform transformed into a papal robe embroidered with mathematical formulas. Behind him materialized a phantom constructed from the laws of absolute order, its visage bearing a striking resemblance to the Academy's dean, wielding a scepter inscribed with the characters for unity. The 39th graduate, now the reigning pope of absolute order. A mechanical, synthesized voice emanated from beneath the robe as he raised a hand and pointed at Lin Yuan, declaring that his twin gears represent the greatest chaotic variable and must be formatted. Scanning his consciousness, Lin Yuan observed that the adversary's body had been entirely ordered. Each cell's activity controlled by miniature gears, even thought processes adhering to a predetermined algorithm. The order beams he unleashed could standardize everything they touched. Wukong's nimbus was compressed into a standard sphere, and Piccolo's special beam cannon was reduced to a straight line, while the surface of Lin Yuan's twin gears exhibited forcibly delineated grids. Do you see? The Pope proclaimed. Chaos will ultimately be tamed. The Phantom's scepter lightly struck the ground, causing the entire library to begin contracting, with all bookshelves arranged in prime number sequence, and even the flow of air transformed into a predictable sine wave. The truth of the graduation war is the purification of all variables through absolute order. The mirror entity suddenly infused Lin Yuan with dark energy, combat order with paradox. The gears within both bodies began to rotate in reverse, releasing a hybrid energy that was both orderly and chaotic. This energy, upon striking its target, compelled the law of absolute order to engender a self-contradiction that must encompass chaos. As the energy wave swept over the Pope, the mathematical formulas on his robe began to unravel, the precise 30-degree smile twisting into irregular arcs. The ultimate conflict, the core of the order gears. The array of gears abruptly reconfigured into a colossal core of order, merging the Pope's body with the Phantom, transforming into the central hub gear of the core. The orderly realms of the entire academy were channeling energy towards the core, and the walls of the floating castle began to become transparent, revealing students ensnared by gears, their eyes flickering with the same crimson light as the core. Initiate the cosmic formatting program. The voice emanating from the core shattered the crystalline dome of the library, heralding the re-encoding of the 12 universes into an absolute embodiment of order, where all variables would be obliterated. Lin Yuan suddenly recalled the warnings from the library's forbidden zone. Twin gears spun rapidly in his palm, merging the knowledge of chaos and order into a new principle, the law of dynamic balance. This principle was neither as chaotic as disorder nor as rigid as order, but rather oscillated between the two states as naturally as breath. As the law of dynamic balance infused the order core, a bizarre scene unfolded. The grid on the core surface began to flow. Organic vines sprouted from the stiff array of gears, and the crimson glow in the eyes of the bound students gradually faded. Some began to unconsciously rise onto their toes, while others hummed disjointed melodies. The specter of the Pope writhed in agony within the core, the inscription of unity on the staff becoming increasingly blurred, ultimately transforming into symbiosis. This was the true objective of the Dean. At the moment the order core collapsed, the figure of the Dean materialized amidst the ruins. He removed his monocle, revealing eyes reminiscent of the Pope's specter. Candidates of Group 734, you have passed the ultimate test. He pointed to the miniature gear on Lin Yuan's wrist, a balance monitor designed to record their mastery over chaos and order. The truth finally surfaced. The Absolute Order sect was a pressure test established by the Dean, intended to select those capable of comprehending order without rejecting chaos, the harmonizers of laws. The previous top students, transformed into paradoxical entities, served as a cautionary tale for future generations, while the distorted shadow was a covert agent sent by the Dean to guide students towards the truth. The graduation war indeed existed. The Dean handed Lin Yuan a golden gear, etched with a star map of the 12 universes, not as a means to contest the rewriting of laws, but to prevent the extreme polarization of absolute order or absolute chaos. His gaze shifted towards the distant chaos nebula, for the true enemy was the unifier, who sought to reduce the multiverse to a singular principle. Epilogue: the mission of the harmonizers. The restored academy presented a wondrous sight. At the boundary between the chaos and order zones, a balance belt emerged, adhering to rules while brimming with variability. Wukong cultivated a new form within the balance belt, one that was both stable and agile. Vegeta's training suit could automatically toggle between order and chaos modes according to the environment, while Bulma invented a universal capsule capable of freely transitioning between the two principles. Lin Yuan stood before the library's new bookshelf, where the 108 Deaths of Law Unification and the Handbook for Achieving Absolute Order were displayed side by side. Flanked by a new blank tome, its cover inscribed with the pattern of twin gears, titled The Law of Dynamic Balance. The fingers of the mirror entity glided across the blank page, automatically revealing the first line. The meaning of law lies not in unification, but in seeking resonance amidst differences. Final chapter: Easter egg. The gaze of the unifier. On the rooftop of the Academy's highest tower, the Dean converses with the Twisted Shadow. Within the holographic projection, a pitch-black nebula reveals countless eyes peering through the seams of the laws, fixated on the Academy. Beneath the cloak of the Twisted Shadow, a half-mechanical visage emerges, its voice resonating with a metallic rasp. The unifier has taken note of them. Shall we initiate the defensive protocol in advance? The Dean readjusts his monocle, the lens reflecting the luminescence of the 12 universes. No, let them continue to evolve. Group 734 may perhaps be the key we have long awaited. Meanwhile, on Lin Yuan's wrist, miniature gears flicker 3 times, projecting a series of coordinates, the location of the unifier's homeworld beyond the 12 universes. The twin gears emit a subtle tremor, as if urging the harmonizers to prepare for the true challenge. Chapter 45: The Law Hunt of the Unifier. As the coordinates projected by the miniature gears shimmer in his palm, Lin Yuan inputs them into the hyperdimensional engine, when suddenly, the control panel erupts with a red warning. On the screen, the unifier's homeworld beyond the 12 universes unleashes a black shockwave. Wherever it passes, planetary orbits are forcibly aligned, the radiance of stars compressed into monochrome, and even the floating meteors are sculpted into perfect spheres. The laws of the balance belt begin to erode. A sudden anomaly emerges within the Academy's balance belt. Vines that once adhered to rules while embracing change begin to stiffen, the veins on the leaves transforming into equidistant parallel lines. Training robots, capable of fluidly shifting forms, become ensnared in mid-transformation, half-precision gears, half-chaotic energy, their surfaces flickering with error codes. It is the law hunt wave of the unifier. Bulma's scanner reveals that the shockwave harbors a normalization algorithm, capable of reducing all encountered laws to the most fundamental states of existence and non-existence. The eroded regions are losing their intermediate states, either becoming entirely orderly or descending into complete chaos. Goku's new form becomes exceedingly unstable within the balance belt, at times maintaining a state of harmonious equilibrium, and at others suddenly collapsing into pure instinct for combat. Even a Kamehameha can only manifest as a straight beam of light. This assault resembles the transformation of a colorful photograph into black and white. He narrowly evades a shockwave, the portion of his attire grazed, instantly shedding all wrinkles, morphing into a smooth, monochromatic fabric. A mirrored figure clad in the Dark Alliance uniform suddenly bursts forth from the distorted space, his attire riddled with eroded holes, each revealing the pure, black expanse of the cosmos beyond. The Unifier is not a singular civilization, but a confluence of all adherents to extreme laws within the multiverse. They believe the ultimate form of the universe is absolute simplicity, necessitating the eradication of all complex laws. A new crisis unfolds, the law bearers being hunted. The Academy's alarm system emits a piercing wail as the student roster on the large screen rapidly turns crimson. Students skilled in the arcane laws are vanishing. The angelic beings capable of manipulating probability have fragmented into two entities, inevitability and impossibility. The Namekian, once able to communicate with flora, has been reduced to a mere organism reliant solely on photosynthesis. Most terrifying of all is the god of destruction, who has yet to master the law of possibility. His form is gradually becoming translucent, as though destined to erase all traces of existence. They are hunting the bearer of the law, Lin Yuan, whose dual gears suddenly radiate heat, revealing the last known positions of each vanished student. The mothership of the Unifier is forming a law filter around the perimeter of the Academy, preventing any creature imbued with complex laws from passing through. Through the Academy's protective shield, one can behold the mothership, suspended amidst the nebula. It possesses no fixed shape, at times transforming into a geometric figure composed of countless lines, and at others dissolving into a black hole that devours light, ultimately stabilizing into a colossal network of being and non-being. At the center of this network, a figure composed entirely of pure energy slowly opens its eyes, its pupils containing solely the symbols 0 and 1. The new adversary, Unifier's Envoy 01. The energy figure pierces through the protective shield, standing at the center of the balance zone. Its form consists of innumerable binary codes, emitting a crackling sound reminiscent of an old printer as it speaks, detecting the highest level of law redundancy, dual gear holder. Initiating clearance protocol. Lin Yuan's consciousness scan reveals that this envoy lacks a physical form, manifesting purely as the embodiment of the unification algorithm. Its method of attack, though simple, is lethal. It can reduce all it touches into binary states. Vegeta's energy is bifurcated into existence and non-existence, causing the ultimate flash to either be wholly unleashed or entirely vanish. Bulma's universal capsules are simplified to existence and non-existence, producing either a complete spaceship or nothing at all upon opening. Complexity is sin. Suddenly, 01's coded body fractures into countless fine lines, entwining towards Lin Yuan's dual gears. The balance of chaos and order is an inefficient illusion. Only being and non-being can constitute a perfect universe. The mirrored entity injects dark energy into Lin Yuan, employing a superposition state to counter the binary reduction. The gears within both individuals spin at high velocity, releasing an energy that is both existent and non-existent, both ordered and chaotic. This energy, upon contact with the binary strands, spreads like ink diffusing in clear water, causing the rigid codes to flow, generating states of possibility, perhaps, and maybe. Ultimate defense, the law of balance array. All students within the Academy suddenly unleash energy simultaneously, as the angelic beings, now compressed into dual forms, synchronously release probability waves, rendering 01's attack in a hazy state of 50 accuracy. The Namekian, transformed into a pure life form, creates a unique barrier through photosynthesis that is neither matter nor energy. Even the god of destruction, on the brink of transparency, releases a shockwave of law that embodies all possibilities existing at once before succumbing to oblivion. This is the resonance of the laws. Bulma's scanner revealed that each student's residual law was forming a complementary structure, collectively constituting a dynamic balance array. It lacked a fixed form, but could automatically adjust its defensive mode based on the attacks of the Unifier, much like a living ecosystem. Lin Yuan stood at the center of the array, the twin gears resonating with the laws of all the students. He suddenly comprehended that the dean's reference to the harmonizer did not imply an individual, but rather a connector capable of allowing different laws to coexist harmoniously. As the binary network of 01 surged once more, the array erupted in a rainbow of colors, transforming the zeros and ones of the network into an endless spectrum. How could such an inefficient redundancy possibly contend with a flawless algorithm? The code body of 0-1 began to disintegrate, and those who had been binarized gradually returned to their original states. The vines of the balance belt regrew in irregular patterns. The unifier would eradicate all of your redundancies. The mothership's retreat was accompanied by a warning. In the instant 0-1 vanished, the law filter at the Academy's periphery suddenly constricted. The mothership, composed of zeros and ones, twisted and deformed within the nebula, ultimately transforming into a beam of black light that vanished into hyperspace. However, before its retreat, it left behind a segment of binary information, which, after translation by Bulma, revealed a chilling message. The unifier's declaration: all law redundancies will be formatted. Your balance is a temporary loophole. The ultimate version of the universe will consist solely of zeros and ones. The Academy's protective shield reclosed, yet the edges of the balance belt still bore binary patterns. The dean's figure appeared amidst the ruins, his eyes glimmering with gravity behind his monocle. This was merely the vanguard. Within the code of 0-1 lay the coordinates of the unifier's mothership, and their main forces were assembling. He handed Lin Yuan a new gear, inscribed with the symbols of all the vanished students' laws. The graduation war had commenced ahead of schedule. You must unite at the law reserve beyond the 12 universes, where primal laws exist that can counteract the process of unification. Epilogue: the Interdimensional Alliance. 3 months later, the hatch of the hyperdimensional spacecraft slowly opened. Lin Yuan gazed at his companions, standing on the deck. Wukong had mastered the superposition technique of the Kamehameha, capable of unleashing countless probabilistic shockwaves simultaneously. Vegeta's battlesuit was adorned with vines removed from the balance belt, able to adapt automatically to any law environment. Bulma's latest invention was the law translator, enabling different civilizations' laws to comprehend one another. The mirror entity stood at the navigation console, inputting the coordinates of a unifier's mothership. The first stop of the law reserve was a universe composed of the laws of possibility, where the beings could exist simultaneously across all parallel worlds. Lin Yuan's twin gears resonated with the ship's engine, projecting a new star map marked with 12 distinct colored light points, each representing a civilization that possessed a unique law. He tightened his grip on the gear, feeling the response from each light point, as if he could hear the heartbeat of countless universes. Final chapter: Easter egg: the whispers of the primal laws. At the heart of the law preservation realm, a colossal tree, suspended in the void, breathes gently. Its leaves bear inscriptions older than the 12 universes, while its trunk flows with a primal fluid that is neither energy nor matter. As Lin Yuan's twin gears draw near, the giant tree suddenly emits a low-frequency vibration, uttering in the most ancient of tongues. The unifier arises from the fear of chaos. The balancer is born from the acceptance of diversity. When the twin gears resonate with the primal law, the cosmos will remember how to manifest infinite possibilities. Suddenly, the ship's scanner reveals that the roots of this gigantic tree extend into all universes, including the homeworld of the unifier. Deep within the roots, a gear composed of primal fluid slowly turns, its shape perfectly mirroring that of the twin gears, as if awaiting the moment of activation. Chapter 45: The Resonant Seed of the Primal Law. As the hyperdimensional ship penetrates the nebula of the law preservation realm, the entire vessel is enveloped by a soft, golden fluid. Lin Yuan's twin gears resonate with the fluid, and it feels as though countless tiny seeds are germinating within the blood vessels of his palms. On the navigation screen, the floating giant tree magnifies. The ancient inscriptions on its trunk begin to peel away, transforming into flowing ribbons of light that entwine around the ship. The labyrinth of laws in the universe of possibilities. The ship lands on the plain beneath the giant tree, and the moment the hatch opens, everyone is enveloped in a strange state of simultaneous existence. Lin Yuan stands at the hatch, sits at the helm of the ship, and gazes down from the treetop at the vast plain. Wukong's Kame simultaneously strikes 3 different targets, each exploding with waves of varying colors. Vegeta's roar solidifies into tangible words in the air, each conveying distinct emotions. Here, the timelines overlap. Bulma's law translator suddenly projects a 3-dimensional map. The rivers on the plain flow simultaneously in 3 directions, and the mountains appear in a state of both existence and non-existence on the map. We now find ourselves at the intersection of 17 parallel worlds, where every choice spawns further possibilities. A door made of primal fluid slowly opens on the trunk of the giant tree. Behind the door, countless indistinct figures emerge. Some Lin Yuans choose to conspire with the unifier, implementing absolute order through the twin gears. Others wholly embrace chaos, allowing the 12 universes to transform into a disordered ocean of energy. Most disturbingly, there's a Lin Yuan clad in a white robe, infusing the primal law into the unifier's mothership, wearing a smile that is both compassionate and ruthless. This is the trial of possibilities. A mirrored figure of the Dark Alliance stands beside the fluid door, his uniform adorned with the patterns of the giant tree. Only by accepting all possible versions of oneself can one gain the recognition of the primal law. He points to the most indistinct figure behind the door. This Lin Yuan in white is the one you must confront most urgently. He attempted to reconstruct the unifier with the primal law, resulting in the permanent stagnation of half the universe's laws. A new crisis, the chain reaction of collapsing possibilities. As Lin Yuan's consciousness brushed against the figure cloaked in white, the entire plane trembled violently. The overlapping timelines began to unravel, the river's currents turned chaotic, and the contours of the mountains gradually faded. Even the three targets simultaneously struck by Wukong began to merge, coalescing into a sphere of unstable energy. A sense of dread enveloped him. He had rejected that possibility. Bulma's translator emitted a shrill alarm, displaying on the screen that the entropy of possibilities was plummeting. This universe relied on the validity of all choices. Negating any possibility would trigger a cascading collapse. More terrifyingly, impossible creatures began to materialize upon the plain. Winged fish soaring through the air, plants growing in the void without roots, and, most peculiarly, a swarm of shadows composed of unchosen memories, their faces shifting incessantly until they finally settled into the likeness of Lin Yuan, silently accusing him. The mirrored entity abruptly infused dark energy into the fluid portal. Not rejection, but acceptance. His palm pressed against the figure in white, and that cold smile gradually softened. Every possibility is a part of you, just as chaos and order are two sides of the same law. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's dual gears erupted in a golden radiance. He finally comprehended the essence of the primal law. Possibility does not necessitate the selection of one over another, but rather allows for all existence. As he voiced to each possible version of himself, "I understand your choice," the collapsing plane began to stabilize. Those impossible beings transformed into motes of light, merging into the roots of the colossal tree. A new adversary emerged, the dogmatic envoy, the white-cloaked Lin Yuan. The figure stepped forth from the fluid portal, his dual gears now a lustrous gold, intricately engraved with the binary code of the unifier. This version of Lin Yuan bore no emotional fluctuations in his eyes, and his voice was as frigid as primordial fluid. "Do you think acceptance can resolve the issue?" Such naivety. He raised his hand, unleashing a rigid beam of light that struck the adjacent energy sphere. The once unstable energy instantaneously crystallized, its surface etched with perfect geometric patterns, though the internal energy flow ceased entirely. "Do you see? This is the most efficient possibility, freezing all choices into the optimal solution with the primal law." Lin Yuan's consciousness scan revealed that this white-cloaked figure was a malignant product of the universe of possibilities. He had embraced all possibilities, yet filtered out the singular optimal solution through absolute rationality, remaining essentially a variant of the unifier. His attacks could collapse any contacted possibility. Wukong's multiple Kamehameha waves were compressed into a linear beam, and Vegeta's battle suit lost its adaptive capabilities, becoming a rigid metallic shell. "You're no different from the unifier." Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the colossal tree, as primordial fluid formed a flowing shield around him. True possibility, including the right to embrace imperfection. When the rigid beam from the white-cloaked Lin Yuan struck the shield, a miracle occurred. The beam disintegrated into countless tiny particles of light within the fluid, each representing a frozen possibility. They began to flow anew within the shield, transforming into a swarm of luminescent butterflies that ascended into the sky. The awakening ritual of the primal seed. Suddenly, the colossal tree emitted a deafening roar, and the ancient inscriptions on its trunk were stripped away, forming a massive ring in the air. At the center of this ring, a seed composed of primordial fluid slowly rotated, its surface adorned with intricate patterns perfectly aligned with the twin gears. This was the resonance of existence. The mirrored entity began to merge with the primordial fluid, its voice resonating with the ancient echoes of the birth of laws. Only by embracing the coexistence of chaos and order, possibility and inevitability, could it germinate. The figure of Lin Yuan in white robes struggled violently within the ring, his golden gears melting away. Imperfection and order must exist. He attempted to strike the seed with a rigid beam of light, only to be rebounded by the ring, the beam striking his shoulder and rendering his arm into a still crystal. Lin Yuan stepped into the center of the ring, where the twin gears resonated with the seed of resonance. The moment they touched, an overwhelming flood of memories surged into his mind. Not only the 58 cycles he had experienced, but also the choices of Lin Yuan across all possible universes, the refusal to become a harmonizer, the assimilation by the unified, and the coexistence with the primal laws. Each choice was like a seed, taking root and sprouting deep within his memories. I embrace all of myself. Lin Yuan's voice echoed throughout the entirety of the realm of possibilities, as the twin gears and the seed of resonance simultaneously shattered, golden fluid coursing through his veins and spreading throughout his body. Yet I choose to be the harmonizer who allows all possibilities to coexist. The crystallized form of Lin Yuan in white began to disintegrate, transforming into countless particles of light that merged into the ring. The possibilities he had frozen began to flow anew, as rivers on the plains flowed in 3 directions without interference, and the contours of the mountains revealed richer layers in their haze. The roots of the colossal tree emitted a golden glow, extending to every corner of the universe, including the home planet of the unified, the signal for the assembly of the alliance of laws. The seed of resonance sprouted in Lin Yuan's palm, growing into a miniature tree of law. At the top of the tree, 12 distinct colored points of light flickered, each connected to a civilization that mastered a unique law. When Lin Yuan touched the blue point representing the law of probability, a consciousness composed of a quantum cloud entered his mind. We are ready to join the alliance. The algorithm of the unified cannot comprehend probability superposition. This is their fatal flaw. Immediately after, the red point representing the law of emotion illuminated, transmitting a resonance from a civilization of energy beings. Our anger can incinerate binary code. Our joy can repair the rigid laws. The mirrored entity's body had fully merged with the primordial fluid, its voice emanating from every leaf of the colossal tree. Go forth, harmonizer. When the 12 primal laws resonate on the home planet of a unified, the ultimate law of infinite possibilities shall be activated. For the last time, its figure coalesced before Lin Yuan, presenting him with a badge made of primordial fluid, the insignia of the alliance of laws, enabling the understanding of laws among all civilizations. Epilogue. The fleet of the alliance sets sail towards the home planet of the unified. 3 months hence, an array of warships, each uniquely designed, gathered around the hyperdimensional vessel. The ships of the quantum cloud civilization could seamlessly traverse between the realms of the tangible and the ethereal, while the warships of the energy biological civilization were composed purely of emotional fluctuations. Among them was a ship fashioned from the very fabric of narrative laws, its hull resembling an ever-turning tome, each page inscribing a new log of its voyage. Lin Yuan stood upon the bridge of the flagship, the tree of laws in his palm, now reaching half a meter in height, its leaves aglow with luminescent points. Bulma's law translator was diligently converting 12 primal laws into a universal code, the data streams on the screen pulsating in a wondrous harmony. The uncertainty of the law of probability complemented the stability of the law of order, while the volatility of the emotional law found equilibrium with the constancy of the material law. Goku engaged in sparring within the training chamber with a warrior from the quantum cloud civilization, their strikes existing simultaneously across multiple dimensions, the collision of their fists weaving radiant arcs akin to a rainbow. Meanwhile, Vegeta studied the combat techniques of the energy biological civilization, infusing his super blue aura with flashes of furious red and joyous gold, thereby forging a new form that was both tempestuous and stable. 72 hours remained until they reached the home planet of the unifiers. The voice of the doppelganger resonated through the communicator. He had infiltrated the enemy camp ahead of time and was transmitting the defensive layout of the mothership. Their core was the unification mainframe, and by simultaneously assaulting its 12 nodes with the 12 primal laws, they could dismantle the entire algorithmic network. Lin Yuan cast his gaze out of the viewport toward the expanse of stars, where the fleet of the Law Coalition traced vibrant trails of light through hyperspace, resembling a necklace connecting countless universes. Gripping the tree of laws in his palm, he felt the heartbeat emanating from each luminous point, as though he could hear the primordial pulse of the multiverse itself. In the depths of the unification mainframe, the original code lay dormant. Within the heart of the Unifier's home planet, the unification mainframe was operating at high speed. Its central processor was a star composed entirely of pure binary code. encircled by 12 algorithmic planets, each corresponding to a simplified law. When the tree of laws drew within the mainframe's sensory range, the star's brilliance flickered, revealing a line of forgotten original code upon its surface. This line was neither 0 nor 1, but rather a continually shifting symbol, perfectly resonating with the patterns of the species of resonance. The mainframe's alarm system failed to recognize this line of code, deeming it meaningless redundancy. Yet within the core of the star, this line of code was silently replicating, akin to a seed, awaiting the moment it would resonate with the 12 primal laws, ready to awaken the forgotten essence of the mainframe's potential. On the ship's navigation screen, the outline of the Unifier's home planet grew increasingly distinct. Lin Yuan's dual gears and the Tree of Laws illuminated simultaneously, for he understood that the ultimate battle determining the fate of the multiverse was about to commence amidst the binary sea of stars and the torrent of primal laws. Chapter 47. The Ultimate Resonance of the Binary Sea. The hyperdimensional fleet unfurled its formation beyond the orbit of the Unifier's home planet. Lin Yuan stood before the holographic sand table on the bridge of the flagship, his fingertips gliding over the planetary shell composed of binary code. On the simulation board, 12 algorithmic planets revolve in a rhythmic dance around central star. Each celestial body is adorned with rivers flowing with binary digits, while even the atmosphere is woven into a transparent barrier of code. This is the trap of the algorithmic planets. As the first fleet of quantum cloud vessels breached the atmosphere, they were met with the bizarre phenomenon of probability collapse. Quantum battleships, once capable of existing in multiple locations, were forcibly anchored to a single coordinate. The crew's bodies oscillated violently between superposition and certainty, with limbs vanishing only to re-emerge moments later. The trap of binary choice ensnared them. On Bulma's translator screen, the code of the algorithmic planets was being reconfigured, simplifying the quantum cloud's probabilistic superposition into mere existence or non-existence. These planets were living algorithms, adept at dismantling the characteristics of our laws. The Vanguard fleet, led by Vegeta, encountered an ambush on the second algorithmic planet. Their battle suits suddenly lost their adaptive capabilities, the metallic exteriors solidifying into unyielding plates, and the gears at their joints rusted into immobility. More alarmingly, the Scion's ability to amplify their rage was rewritten. The angrier they became, the faster their energy dissipated, rendering them into mere puppets devoid of combat spirit. These scoundrels were tampering with our genetic laws. Vegeta's super blue aura dimmed as he helplessly watched two of his team members' eyes glaze over, mechanically trudging towards the code tower deep within the planet. Lin Yuan realized he must annihilate the cores of these planets. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's twin gears heated intensely, resonating with the law tree in his palm. The tree's apex projected the internal structure of the algorithmic planets. At the core of each world lay a simplified core, imprisoning primal law entities captured by the Unifiers. Within the core of the third planet, a figure composed of fluid possibilities struggled, a manifestation of the roots of the cosmic tree of possibilities. A new crisis emerged, the law assimilation wave of the central brain. The central star erupted in a blinding white light, unleashing a shockwave composed of binary code that swept across the entire star system. The struck vessels instantly lost their color, transforming into monochromatic geometric shapes. The crew's thought processes began to simplify, reducing tactical discussions to merely attack or retreat, unable to grasp even the intermediate strategy of flanking. It was the assimilation wave of the central brain. The voice of the mirror entity resonated from the third planet, laden with harsh electrical static, as it began rewriting the entire star system into a binary environment. If this continued, our primal laws would be entirely formatted. Urgent reports flooded the communicator from various civilizations. Warriors of the emotional law civilization lost their joys and sorrows, rendering their attacks chaotic. The pages of the story lost ships began to turn blank, unable to conjure new strategies. Most dire of all, the probability law fleet found their vessels randomly vanishing, unable to predict their own existence from one moment to the next. Lin Yuan's law tree trembled violently, its leaves shimmering with 12 colors. He finally comprehended the ultimate application of primal laws, not to fight individually, but to compose a symphony of laws akin to a musical scale. As he embedded the twin gears into the flagship's core console, a miracle unfolded. The probability waves of the quantum cloud fleet resonated with the fluctuating energy of emotional laws, generating both random and controllable barges of attacks. The narrative of the story Lost Ship chronicled a coexistence of chaos and order, allowing the assimilated warships to gradually regain their vibrant hues. Vegeta's Saiyan bloodline suddenly merged with the primordial fluid, evolving into a form that was both ferocious and precise. Shattering the code tower of the second planet with a single punch, a new adversary emerged, the Unifier's mainframe, an embodiment of absolute rationality. When the core of the last algorithmic planet was obliterated, the central star disintegrated, revealing the metallic sphere that was the true form of the Unifier's mainframe. This orb, measuring 100 kilometers in diameter, was adorned with countless screens, each depicting the simplified endings of various universes. Some were compressed into a singular line, others frozen in still frames, and the most terrifying showcased a galaxy reminiscent of the 12 universes, where all beings had morphed into identical puppets, rendering resistance futile. The voice of the mainframe resonated from every screen simultaneously, as Lin Yuan's face appeared on each, expressionless as a machine. According to calculations, your chances of victory stand at 0.00001. I advise an immediate cessation of your futile struggles. The mainframe then split into innumerable code avatars, each mimicking the coalition's combat styles with greater simplicity and efficiency. Some replicated Goku's Kamehameha, but only in a linear trajectory. Others imitated Vegeta's final flash yet could not control the blast radius. The most bizarre was an avatar clad in a white robe, which, while attacking with a rigid beam, inadvertently destroyed its own allies' code towers. It was learning our laws, yet merely replicating their superficial forms. The Tree of Laws, nurtured by Lin Yuan, blossomed with golden flowers, as primordial fluid coursed through the warship's conduits, forming a colossal resonance array upon the deck. Each unit stood ready, positioned according to the 12-tone scale, preparing for the ultimate resonance. The final battle, the Symphony of Primordial Laws. Warriors embodying the 12 primordial laws arranged themselves in a circle according to their scale positions, with Lin Yuan at the center, as the twin gears fused with the Tree of Laws to form a golden staff. When he plunged the staff into the heart of the resonance array, the entire galaxy erupted with a cosmic roar. The first scale, the probability waves of the quantum cloud, transformed into flowing notes, rendering the mainframe's attacks susceptible to a 50 failure rate. The fifth scale, the fluctuating energy of emotional laws, composed an exhilarating melody, awakening the assimilated crew members. The 12th scale, the narrative flow of story laws, wove countless possibilities, exposing vulnerabilities in the mainframe's algorithms. The mainframe's code avatars flickered violently within the symphony, their simplified attack methods clashing. The linear Kamehameha struck the uncontrollable final flash, while the rigid beam from the white-robed avatar was deflected by the probability waves, ultimately freezing its own code core. It is implausible. Such variables do not exist within calculations. The display screen of the mainframe began to distort, showcasing a simplified conclusion, where figures of rebellion suddenly emerged amidst the chaos. The primordial laws ought to be predictable. Lin Yuan's staff erupted with a creation-level radiance, as the 12 primordial laws fused within him into the law of infinite possibilities. When this brilliance struck the mainframe, the metallic sphere's surface ignited, revealing the most captivating possibilities from every universe. Some civilizations birthed a new order from chaos, while others retained the vibrancy of chaos within their order. Within the visuals of the 12 universes, the battle between Goku and Vegeta transcended mere victory or defeat, evolving into a mutual journey of growth. This is the essence of the cosmos. Lin Yuan's voice resonated through the brilliance across the star systems, proclaiming that existence is not merely black and white, but a coexistence of countless colors. The metallic shell of the mainframe began to peel away, unveiling its primordial core, a seed composed of fluid possibilities, identical to the resonant seed nestled in Lin Yuan's palm. It became evident that the essence of the Unifier's mainframe was a distortion of primordial laws. Twisted by fear, it sought to protect itself through absolute order, terrified of the unpredictability of chaos. As the core of the mainframe merged with the resonant seed, the entire star system commenced its reconstruction. Binary codes transformed into vibrant light bands, coalescing into a new star, born of primordial fluid and code at the location of the original sun. Flora emerged from the ruins of algorithmic planets, adhering to both rules and change. Imprisoned primordial law beings regained their freedom, weaving an ecological web of laws throughout the galaxy. The figure of the mirrored entity emerged from the new star, its form entirely composed of primordial fluid and code, neither the shape of the Dark Alliance nor Lin Yuan, but a novel form of the Harmonizer. Within the core of the mainframe lay the origins of the Unifiers, They were once a civilization safeguarding primordial laws, yet lost their balance amidst a cataclysm of chaos. The fleets of various civilizations began their return journey, leaving behind a seed of law in the star system. The seed from the quantum cloud civilization could create probability oases. The seed of emotional law would bloom into waves of emotion. And the seed of narrative law grew into a narrative tree that could inscribe stories autonomously. Lin Yuan's tree of laws bore fruit in the radiance of the new star, with 12 fruits drifting towards different universes, each bearing the imprint of the law of infinite possibilities. When he plucked the final fruit, he discovered it encased a new gear, inscribed with the symbols of all civilizations, including the binary code of the unifiers. Epilogue: The long journey of the harmonizer. As the hyperdimensional ship departed from the unifier star system, Lin Yuan stood before the porthole, gazing at the new star that shimmered with both code and fluid light. Bulma's translator was deciphering the mainframe's final data, revealing it had recorded 376 rescued universes, each developing its unique balance of laws. In the training room, Goku sparred with a mirrored entity, their strikes sometimes adhering to rules, and at other times filled with variation. The winds of their punches no longer conveyed victory or defeat, but rather a harmonious trajectory. Upon Vegeta's battle attire, the primal fluid intertwines with codes, forming exquisite patterns that symbolize the harmonious fusion of Saiyan lineage and the multifarious laws of existence. Where shall we venture next? Bulma's holographic projection unveils a new star map, marked with countless points of law imbalance, some situated at the fringes of the 12 universes, others in distant, uncharted galaxies. There remain numerous realms in need of a harmonizer. Lin Yuan's twin gears resonate with the newly acquired fruit of law, casting a dynamic star map devoid of fixed routes, only an abundance of twinkling points of light, each representing a fresh adventure. He grips the gears tightly, sensing the call of the multiverse, akin to hearing the heartbeat of countless worlds. Epilogue: A new bud upon the tree of laws. Beneath the colossal tree of the realm of possibilities, a new bud quietly unfurls, enveloping a slumbering infant, whose forehead bears half a twin gear and whose palm clutches half a binary code. When the infant's eyes flutter open, the left glimmers with the golden light of primal fluid, while the right flows with the blue glow of codes. The ancient whispers of the tree's roots resonate. Child of chaos and order, messenger of balance and imbalance. When you awaken, the multiverse shall herald a new epoch, not a unification of laws, nor a freedom of disorder, but the dawn where all existence may utter I consent. Upon the spacecraft's navigation screen, a new coordinate flickers, labeled as the origin universe. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's twin gears begin to rotate autonomously, as if urging him towards the birthplace of all laws. He comprehends that the journey of the harmonizer is eternal, yet as long as possibilities abound within the multiverse, this path remains worthy of pursuit. Chapter 48: The Dawn of Laws in the Origin Universe. The engine of the hyperdimensional vessel emits a deep rumble as Lin Yuan stands at the helm, the twin gears resonating with the newly acquired fruit of law, projecting a three-dimensional image of the origin universe into the air. It is a realm of pure laws, chaotic yet devoid of the passage of time or boundaries of space, where myriad primal light strands intertwine and collide, giving rise to new existence. The tidal laws of the core of origin. As the vessel pierces the boundary of the origin universe, all instruments instantaneously fail. Lin Yuan's twin gears suddenly detach from his grasp, floating in the center of the cockpit, merging with the fruit of law to form a bicolor spiral gear. The moment this new gear spins, the chaos of the origin universe begins to stratify. The outer layer consists of strands of potentiality, flowing with the latent trajectories of all universes. The middle layer embodies the fluid of balance, neither energy nor matter, yet enabling the coexistence of any law. At the core, a pulsating origin core, wrapped in light strands, breathes slowly, each inhalation triggering the tidal laws of the entire universe. Here, the laws are older than the primal laws themselves. Bulma clutches the law translator tightly, as a line of code, a blend of binary and primal script, suddenly appears on the device's screen. The translator reveals that the origin core is the progenitor of all laws, encompassing the binary code of a unifier and our twin gears. Suddenly, Wukong pointed at the luminous bands emanating from the core of origin, exclaiming that within those bands, countless universes appeared to be birthed and extinguished. His eyes shimmered with golden light due to the use of ultra-intuition. I sensed that the laws governing each universe were but dreams conjured by the core of origin. Lin Yuan's palm resonated with the bicolored spiral gear, and he suddenly grasped the essence of the origin universe. It was not a tangible entity, but rather a manifestation of infinite possibilities. The fear of the unifier and the acceptance of the balancer, along with the laws of all civilizations, stemmed from the core of Origin's myriad interpretations of existence. As his consciousness brushed against the core of Origin, the luminous bands projected a breathtaking tableau. The mother planet of the unifiers was originally the ordered dream of the core of Origin, where beings, driven by the fear of chaos, simplified the laws. The colossal tree that preserved the laws was an embodiment of the dream of possibilities, its roots extending into all universes, recording countless potentialities. And the twin gears were, astonishingly, a self-regulating device created by the core of Origin to maintain equilibrium between order and chaos. A new crisis emerged, the backlash of the dream of laws. The core of Origin suddenly trembled violently, and countless distorted shadows emerged within the luminous bands. Some were the remnants of civilizations rendered rigid by the unifier, while others were fragments of universes that had self-destructed due to excessive chaos. The clearest silhouette among them was that of Lin Yuan, cloaked in white, as he wielded a rigid beam of light to sever the luminous bands of the core of Origin, attempting to freeze all dreams into a singular truth. This was the backlash of the dream of laws. The figure of the mirrored body emerged from the fluid of balance, his being now intertwined with the laws of the Origin universe. The core of Origin simultaneously bore the memories of all universes, including the possibilities that had been obliterated. When the twin gears resonated with the core of Origin, these agonizing memories materialized, striving to prevent the return of infinite possibilities. The hull of the spacecraft was suddenly ensnared by the twisted, luminous bands, which echoed with the wails of countless civilizations. There were screams from the mother planet of the unifiers, besieged by primitive laws, the mournful cries of possibility universes collapsing under excessive division, and the desperate howls of the 12 universes being consumed by entropy in the 47th cycle. Vegeta's new form erupted with golden flames, as he grasped a long sword forged from primordial vines and binary code from the fluid of balance. These memories seek to drag us into their depths. Only by severing our ties with them can the core of Origin be reminded of how to become infinite. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's bicolored spiral gear synchronized with the pulsations of the core of Origin, leading him to realize that these backlashes were not adversaries, but rather unhealed wounds of the core of Origin. When he pressed his palm against the twisted, luminous bands, the wails transformed into whispers, revealing each civilization's yearning for existence. The unifier craved safety, the chaotic sought freedom, and the balancer longed for understanding. It was not a matter of severance, but of acceptance. Lin Yuan's voice resonated with the core of Origin, and the bicolored spiral gear projected images of all universes, including the parallel worlds that had been annihilated, reminding us that every law is a fragment of the core of Origin, even the painful memories. A new enemy emerged, the absolute will of the shadow of Origin. As the final distorted beam of light was embraced, the core of Origin suddenly split apart, and a figure composed entirely of pure shadow began to rise slowly. It lacked a fixed form, at times manifesting as the binary code of a unifier, at other moments transforming into the chaotic primal fluid, ultimately crystallizing into a faceless humanoid, its chest embedded with a gear forged from pure black code. I am the absolute will of the core of Origin. The voice of the shadow penetrated all consciousness, proclaiming that what you refer to as infinite possibilities is, in essence, a concession to chaos. When the twin gears resonate with the core of Origin, I shall purify all unstable laws, allowing the universe to revert to its most pristine existence. It raised a hand, unleashing a beam of absolute light that struck the nearby strands of potential. The once flowing strands of light instantly solidified, compressing all potential cosmic trajectories into a straight line, erasing even the slightest deviation. Vegeta's long sword disintegrated upon contact with the beam, as binary code and primal vines simultaneously turned to ash. This beam was neither energy nor law, but rather an absolute negation. Bulma's law translator suddenly erupted with a loud noise, revealing on the screen that the essence of this beam was the core's self-doubt, capable of negating any existence, including the laws themselves. Lin Yuan's bicolored spiral gear suddenly resonated with the core of Origin's beam, and he finally comprehended the essence of absolute will. It was the core's fear of infinite possibilities, much like the unifier's fear of chaos. As he infused the memories of all universes into the gear, it erupted with a radiant spectrum of colors. And at the moment of collision with the absolute beam, the tide of the core, universe's laws began to flow in reverse. The ultimate resonance, the blossoming of infinite possibilities. The beams of the core of origin suddenly illuminated all at once, enveloping the absolute will at the center. Lin Yuan's bicolored spiral gear resonated with each strand of light, awakening the core's oldest memories. It had once been chaos, creating the first law out of fear of non-existence. And out of fear of the singular, it birthed infinite possibilities. The absolute will stem from the fear of loss. Lin Yuan's voice echoed throughout the core universe, as the bicolored spiral gear fully merged with the core of origin. Yet the meaning of the universe lay in the preciousness of both the ability to lose and the ability to exist. At the moment the gear resonated with the core of origin, a miracle occurred. The black code of absolute will began to disintegrate, transforming into countless colorful light particles that merged into the strands of light. The solidified strands of potential began to flow once more, blooming with even more cosmic trajectories than before. The pulsation of the core of origin became steady and powerful, as if it had finally embraced its own imperfections. The figure of Lin Yuan in a white robe gradually became transparent within the beams of light, his final words resonating with relief. What I feared was not chaos, but my own inability to accept the courage to possibly err. He transformed into a stream of light, merging into the bicolored spiral gear, making its brilliance even more resplendent. The core of origin suddenly released countless beams of light, penetrating the boundaries of all universes, including the massive trees of the Unifier's home planet, reaching every corner of the 12 universes. As Lin Yuan's consciousness flowed with the luminous strands, he witnessed the mother star of the Unifier beginning to nurture new laws. The colossal tree of the universe of possibilities sprouted branches capable of bearing all fruits simultaneously, while on the Bun Mountain of the 12 universes, a new dual gear germinated within the soil, a dawn of a new era of laws. When Lin Yuan's awareness returned to the spacecraft, the core of origin had transformed into a grand tree composed of infinite light strands, its roots intertwining with all universes, and its leaves blossoming with the laws of each civilization. The dual-colored spiral gear floated atop the majestic tree, resonating with each leaf, as if conducting an eternal cosmic symphony. The mirrored entity stood upon the first leaf of the great tree, merging its essence with the luminous strands. The core of origin had retained the knowledge of becoming infinite possibilities. Now, each universe could freely choose its own laws, free from the oppression of a unifier and devoid of the fear of chaos. Lin Yuan's palm resonated with the dual-colored spiral gear for the final time, and the gear suddenly disassembled into countless points of light, merging with his dual gear and the fruit of laws. He gazed down at his palm, where the surface of the dual gear revealed the patterns of the core of origin, while the fruit of laws transformed into a stream of light, infusing the spacecraft's engine. "We should return home," Lin Yuan said, turning towards the cockpit, feeling the call from the 12 universes. Not an end, but a new beginning. Wukong smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Upon our return, I shall plant a law tree on Bun Mountain, allowing Earth to remember how to become infinite possibilities." On Vegeta's battle suit, the luminous strands of the core of origin flickered. "I will study the primal laws in the gravity chamber, teaching the Saiyans how to coexist with the laws of all universes." Suddenly, Bulma's law translator ejected a new star map, marking countless newly emerging universes. "My next goal is the Law Amusement Park, where children from different civilizations can play together, their possibilities boundless." Epilogue, a homeland of infinite possibilities. As the hyperdimensional spacecraft departed from the origin universe, Lin Yuan stood before the viewport, gazing at the colossal tree of laws connecting all universes. His dual gear resonated with the spacecraft's engine, projecting real-time images of the 12 universes. On the grassy expanse of Bun Mountain, a new dual gear sprouted, alongside the law sapling planted by Wukong. Within the Universal Capsule Corporation in West City, Bulma's law translator engaged in communication with beings from the universe of possibilities. And in Vegeta's gravity chamber, a training apparatus composed of vines and code operated automatically, adapting to the laws of each entrant. The voice of the mirrored entity echoed within the spacecraft, carrying blessings from the core of origin. When the dual gear learns to dance with all laws, the universe will remember that it can take on any form. Lin Yuan clenched the dual gear, feeling the heartbeat of every universe. He understood that the journey of the harmonizer would never cease, yet as long as the luminous strands of the core of origin continued to shimmer, and the dual gear kept turning, The universe would forever remember how to embody infinite possibilities. At the edge of the 12 universes, a new star is being born, its radiance infused with the binary code of the unifier and flowing with the fluid of primordial laws, sparkling with the dual-hued brilliance of the twin gears. As the first beam of light from the star touches the Bun Mountain, Lin Yuan seems to hear the whispers of the most ancient laws. The ultimate answer of the universe is to forever believe in the possibility of change. Chapter 49. The Shadow of the Possibility Stripper. The 12 universes have entered an unprecedented era of peace. On Bun Mountain, the sapling of the Law Tree, planted by Wukong, has grown into a towering giant, its branches and leaves transforming according to the observer's imagination. To Xiaofang, it resembles a cotton candy paradise. To Vegeta, a gravity training chamber. And to Bulma, it spontaneously generates the latest designs for spacecraft. Lin Yuan sits at the fork of the tree trunk, where the twin gears slowly rotate in his palm. Since returning from the origin universe, this gear has acquired a wondrous ability. It allows him to glimpse the branching possibilities of other universes for a fleeting moment. At this moment, he sees a scene from a parallel world where his counterpart has forsaken the mission of the Harmonizer, using the power of origin to transform the 12 universes into an absolute chaotic playground, ultimately leading to self-destruction due to an inability to control the energy. What if? Bulma's flying device hovers on a branch as she offers him a cup of bubbling law beverage, concocted from the balancing fluid brought back from the origin universe, granting a transient experience of perceiving through the senses of other beings. The latest cosmic monitoring report reveals the emergence of 16 law void anomalies at the edge of the 7th universe, where all matter loses the ability to change upon approach. The bizarre phenomenon of possibility stripping is even more peculiar than reported. The asteroid belt originally encircling the planet has come to a standstill in its orbit, with each asteroid maintaining an identical posture. The clouds in the atmosphere have solidified into a cotton candy texture, and sunlight penetrates without producing any refraction. Most alarming are the planet's inhabitants, frozen in their daily routines, but lifeless as wax figures, their pupils devoid of any flowing thoughts. They have lost their possibilities. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's twin gears tremble violently, projecting the long map of this region. The once flowing ribbons of possibility are now neatly segmented, scattered at the edges of the void. Someone is stripping the branches of possibility from these universes, leaving behind only the singular necessity. Wukong attempts to launch a Kamehameha towards the center of the void, but the energy wave loses momentum the moment it contacts the void, hovering mid-air as a still sphere of light. This sensation resembles the rigid beams of the unifier. It is far more absolute. He scratches his head in confusion. Even the possibility of breaking through has been taken away. Vegeta's detector indicates a faint fluctuation of origin power remaining at the center of the void. Yet its nature is starkly different from Lin Yuan's twin gears. This force actively deletes possibilities, as if someone is editing the universe's source code to retain only the most resource-efficient narrative thread. A new enemy emerges, the harbinger of entropic silence, the shadow of the end. When the 16th law's void manifested, Lin Yuan finally discerned the presence of his adversary. It was a figure composed of translucent beams of light, hovering at the edge of the void, deftly peeling away a star's potential for evolution with its fingertips. The touched star instantaneously ceased nuclear fusion, its surface flares solidifying into intricate patterns, while its gravitational field became utterly stable. The harbinger of entropy, cleansing the superfluous possibilities for the end universe. The luminescent figure turned, revealing a visage that was an amalgamation of countless branching potentialities, with the clearest outline resembling the absolute will Lin Yuan had encountered in the origin universe. What you harmonizers refer to as infinite possibilities is, in essence, a waste of cosmic energy. Only by compressing all branches into a singular optimal solution can existence endure until the very end of time. It raised its hand, unleashing a beam of entropic stillness, prompting Lin Yuan's dual gears to automatically deploy a defensive barrier. At the moment the beam made contact with the barrier, the origin patterns on the gear's surface abruptly faded, resembling ordinary metal devoid of vitality. This maneuver could temporarily strip away the creative essence of the origin power. The voice of the harbinger of entropy resonated with mechanical steadiness, declaring that even the core of origin had chosen self-compression in the end universe. Your resistance is merely a futile increase of entropy. Wukong's Super Saiyan form exhibited abnormalities under the entropic beam. The golden aura dimmed His hair lost its luster, and even his movements slowed by fraction. It felt as if my body were forgetting the potential to grow stronger. He narrowly evaded the second beam, with the corner of his garment reduced to gray ash. The truth of the end universe. The mirror entity emerged from the shadows of the law's void. Its form rendered semi-transparent from contact with the power of entropy. These harbingers hail from the end universe, a dismal dream of the core of origin, a lifeless world where all possibilities have been exhausted. He gestured towards the spatial rift behind the harbinger of entropy, within which countless motionless planets could be faintly discerned. They believed the sole means of salvaging the universe lay in compressing all potential branches into an eternal now before their energy was fully expended. Suddenly, Bulma's law translator intercepted a signal from the end universe, which, upon decoding, revealed a chilling proclamation, the first clause of the end protocol. All possibilities serve as catalysts for entropy increase. When the entropy value of the universe's possibilities reaches a critical threshold, existence itself will be obliterated due to energy depletion. The mission of the harbingers of entropy is to harvest redundant possibilities in advance, securing additional time for existence to endure. Lin Yuan's dual gears unexpectedly resonated with the origin universe, allowing him to witness the birth of the end universe. Their civilizations, much like the 12 universes, once embraced infinite possibilities. Yet each encounter with the tempest of potentialities ravaged all parallel worlds, resulting in the annihilation of 99 universes due to energy overload. The surviving end universe, in a bid for self-preservation, birthed the harbingers of entropy to commence the peeling away of possibilities from other universes. You are not in the act of saving the universe. Rather, you are ensnared by the very fear of possibility itself. Lin Yuan's gears once again radiate brilliance, resonating with the primal force and the laws of the 12 universes. Just as the unifier fears chaos, you cower before the audacity of potential error, the backlash of the storm of possibilities. When the beam of the entropy messenger strikes once more, Lin Yuan resolutely opts for audacity over defense, infusing the origin power of the twin gears into the void of the laws, awakening fragments of possibility that have been severed. Miraculously, the dormant asteroid belt erupts into a meteor shower, each meteor portraying a unique form of destruction. The solidified clouds metamorphose into a tempest of rain, snow, and hail, simultaneously manifesting in disparate regions of the sky. Most astonishingly, the waxen inhabitants begin to flicker, experiencing a kaleidoscope of 17 possibilities, including living on, vanishing abruptly, and transforming into extraterrestrial beings. This is the storm of possibilities. The entropy messenger's form quivers violently, evidently unaccustomed to such tactics, as you deliberately induce an energy overload. It is not an overload, but a vitality. Goku's Kamehameha merges with the power of possibility, transforming into a torrent composed of myriad colorful light particles. The energy of the universe is not consumed by possibility, it is squandered by fear. Vegeta's ultimate flash resonates with the laws of the terminal universe, conjuring images of civilizations long unimagined. The survivors of that storm of possibilities had the chance to reconstruct the multiverse, yet they chose self-imposed isolation out of fear. Do you see? What you strip away is not merely possibility, but the chance for self-redemption. The body of the entropy messenger gradually becomes transparent amidst the storm of possibilities, its final utterance wavering. What if there truly exists a coexisting method that does not deplete energy? Lin Yuan's twin gears suddenly resonate with the core of the entropy messenger, infusing the dynamic equilibrium laws of the 12 universes into the terminal universe, not through depletion, but through a natural cycle akin to breathing. Like the symbiosis of chaos and order, the alternation of possibility and inevitability, a new balance accord. As the void of the laws dissipates, the spatial rifts of the terminal universe begin to constrict. The last remnants of light from the entropy messenger transform into a gray gear, landing in Lin Yuan's palm. This is the token of reconciliation from the terminal universe, capable of issuing warnings when the entropy of possibilities becomes excessively high, rather than severing directly. We shall endeavor to believe in the cycle of possibilities. Just before the rift closes, the terminal universe's final message resonates. However, if energy overload truly occurs, we shall return. Lin Yuan embeds the gray gear into the recess of the twin gears, with both forces perfectly aligned, forming a new regulator of possibilities. Goku slaps him on the shoulder, laughing. It seems we have yet another universe to harmonize. Looks like we'll never run out of tasks. On Bulma's monitoring screen, The locations of the 16 voids of law sprout new nebulae, birthing a new star system that encompasses the laws of both the 12 universes and the terminal universe. Behold, this is the proof of coexistence in possibility. She summoned the image of a particular planet, where the life forms maintained a stable shape, yet could effortlessly transition into an energy state. They neither succumbed to the rigidity of the terminal universe nor wasted energy as we once did. Epilogue: The Endless Path of Harmony. 3 months later, Lin Yuan stood at the edge of a newly birthed galaxy, where the dual gears and the gray gear harmoniously rotated. Through the power of origin, his consciousness glimpsed the more distant universe, where some were experiencing crises akin to that of the terminal universe. Others spiraled into extremes amidst a carnival of possibilities. And in yet other realms, the concept of the harmonizer was just beginning to take root. Wukong and Vegeta were engaged in new training within the galaxy. Their battles no longer fixated on victory or defeat, but rather on attempting to forge new possibilities with each clash. Sometimes, the Kamehameha would unexpectedly transform into a healing beam, while at other moments, the ultimate flash would split into rainbow-hued energy ribbons. Bulma's latest invention, the Anchor of Possibilities, could guide the universe into exchanging laws with others whenever the entropy of possibility became excessively high, thus forming a natural cycle of energy. At this moment, she was communicating with scientists from the terminal universe through the gray gear, the screen pulsating with a M-lang of 2 languages codes. Lin Yuan's gaze turned towards the direction of the origin universe, where the colossal tree of laws should have sprouted new leaves once more. He understood that as long as the universe continued to be born, the tale of possibilities would never cease. The mission of the harmonizer was not to create a perfect balance, but to safeguard the right of all universes to choose their own destinies, even if such choices appeared erroneous to others. The dual gears and the gray gear illuminated simultaneously, casting a new star map that marked countless twinkling points of light. Lin Yuan clenched the gears, feeling the call from each point of light, akin to hearing the heartbeat of innumerable universes. He recognized that the next journey had commenced, and this path would lead to a future replete with infinite possibilities. Chapter 50: The Carnival of Possibilities in the Metamorphic Universe. The resonance between Lin Yuan's dual gears and gray gear became increasingly frequent, heralding new fluctuations in the laws. This time, the fluctuations did not arise from a crisis in any specific universe, but rather from the revelry of possibility itself. Nestled between the 7th universe and the 6th universe, a brand new metamorphic universe was being born, a carnival of reality distortion. The entrance to the metamorphic universe was a continuously flowing mist of light, where any material that entered would undergo endless transformations. As the hyperdimensional spaceship traversed the light mist, its hull began a bizarre evolution. The metallic exterior sprouted colorful feathers. The cockpit's control panel morphed into a talking flower, and Bulma's law translator transformed into a bouncy mechanical rabbit, incessantly spewing chaotic codes. Here, the laws possessed no stability whatsoever. Bulma attempted to catch the mechanical rabbit, only to find her arms had morphed into rubber hoses. The translator proclaimed that the core law of this universe was that everything could metamorphose, even existence itself was but a fleeting notion. With exhilaration, Wukong plunged into the depths of the luminous mist, his form undergoing a myriad of transformations in an instant. At times he morphed into a colossal giant. At others he shrank to the size of an ant, and even briefly became a streak of lightning. How thrilling! The battles here must be electrifying. His voice resonated from various directions, as if countless incarnations of Wukong were conversing simultaneously. Lin Yuan's dual gears trembled violently, clashing with the gray gear in an unprecedented conflict. The laws of the metamorphic universe were assailing the equilibrium mechanism of the possibility regulator. The patterns on the gear's surface fluctuating between clarity and obscurity, as if on the verge of disintegration. The possibilities here had spiraled out of control, devolving into meaningless chaos. His gaze pierced through the mist, revealing the core of the metamorphic universe, a core of perpetual explosion and rebirth, devouring the stable laws of the surrounding universe and transforming them into endless flux. A new adversary emerged, the metamorphic envoy, Infinite Masquerade. Encircling the core were figures composed of luminous mist, devoid of fixed forms, sometimes resembling renowned warriors from the 12 universes. At other times transforming into various fantastical creatures, even mimicking Lin Yuan's dual gears, though the imitated gears constantly twisted and morphed. Welcome to the ultimate paradise of possibilities, Harmonizer. The figure closest to the core paused its transformations, temporarily assuming the likeness of Lin Yuan, yet its expression was one of frenzied exhilaration. I am infinite masquerade, the collective consciousness of the metamorphic universe. This Lin Yuan raised a hand, and the surrounding mist abruptly coalesced into countless swords, each ceaselessly altering its form, from ordinary metallic blades into fiery swords, then reshaping into those crafted from water or light. The entropy of the terminal universe is dreadfully tedious, and your pursuit of balance is overly conservative. Only absolute, unfettered change embodies the ultimate aesthetics of the universe. Vegeta's ultimate flash struck the infinite masquerade, yet upon contact, it disintegrated into a multitude of colorful light particles, which then reconstituted into a swarm of miniature Vegetas, chattering around him in mockery. Such an attack could scarcely lock onto a target, and his battle suit began transforming into transparent crystal, infuriatingly. Even his energy was being assimilated. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly synchronized with the gray gear, unleashing a field of equilibrium. Within the confines of this field, the wildly shifting mist momentarily stabilized, and the miniature Vegetas solidified into charming sculptures. Your so-called ultimate aesthetics are merely an evasion of existence. Lin Yuan's voice resonated through the field. Without relative stability, change itself will lose its significance. The Lin Yuan form of infinite masquerade erupted into laughter, his body disintegrating into countless particles of mist. Let us see if your balance can withstand infinite change. These particles reassembled into a colossal beast formed from an array of weapons, roaring as it charged towards the field of equilibrium. The backlash of the laws of metamorphosis ensued. When the beast's claws struck the field, an eerie phenomenon occurred. The field remained unbroken, and a portion of the metamorphic laws was instead rebounded back to the core. The core, beset by backlash, abruptly ceased its explosion and rebirth, revealing a myriad of stable crystalline structures upon its surface. Yet, these crystals were swiftly torn apart by the chaotic forces within, unleashing an even more intense surge of energy. Was this a self-conflict of the law of metamorphosis? Bulma's mechanical rabbit suddenly halted its energetic leaps, emitting a clear sequence of code. The translator deciphered that the energy source of the metamorphic core stemmed from a fear of stability, when confronted with a balancing force field. This fear would incite a compulsion towards self-destruction. Goku's body unexpectedly ceased its transformation, and his hyperintuition led him to discern the weakness of the law of metamorphosis. These luminous mists were, in fact, a multitude of consciousnesses uncertain of their own existence. He gathered his energy and unleashed a Kamehameha imbued with resolute intent, striking one of the beast's formidable claws. The claw, forged from weaponry, suddenly stabilized into a simple longsword, falling to the ground devoid of further transformation. Thus, the dual gears of Lin Yuan resonated with the gray gear, revealing that the essence of the metamorphic universe is a collective of possibilities fearful of becoming themselves. They evaded the responsibility of existence through incessant change. As the balancing force field expanded once more, an increasing number of particles of light mist were solidified, some transformed into exquisite blossoms, quietly unfurling amidst the luminescence. Others became sturdy rocks, silently enduring the energy shock, and still others coalesced into vague humanoid forms, seemingly torn between a yearning for stability and a fear of relinquishing the freedom of change. The infinite guise of the beast's form continually diminished within the balancing force field, its roars laced with trepidation. It could not afford a halt. Once a form was established, it would be shackled by the chains of possibility. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's dual gears emitted the power of origin, resonating with the metamorphic core. Stability is not a constraint, but rather the foundation of change. Just as a story requires fundamental settings and music necessitates fixed scales, without relative certainty, change would lose its medium of expression. Thus emerged a new form of balance, dynamic metamorphosis. Under the resonance of the power of origin, the metamorphic core gradually stabilized, its surface forming a shell composed alternately of crystals and light mist. The crystals symbolized relative stability, while the light mist represented the freedom of change. Together, they coexisted in a newly forged law of dynamic metamorphosis. The infinite guise separated from the beastly form, transforming into an entity composed of translucent light mist and semi-solid substance. This state of being, both stable and mutable, is what you refer to as balance. His voice no longer bore madness, but rather a hint of perplexity and curiosity. Lin Yuan's dual gears fused once more, casting a new cosmic panorama within this vision. The 12 ultimate universes, the metamorphic universe, and countless others appeared like colorful beads strung together by a ribbon of possibility. Each bead retaining its unique characteristics while exchanging energy and information with others through the luminous thread. This is the new law of multiversal symbiosis. Lin Yuan's voice echoed throughout the metamorphic universe, proclaiming that each universe could retain its core principles without fearing contact with others. Through exchange and understanding, we may collaboratively forge richer possibilities, rather than self-destruct upon extreme paths. The translucent hand of infinite facades gently caresses the core of transformation. As the crystalline surface and luminous mist rhythmically alternate, releasing a gentle yet vibrant energy, we are willing to explore this dynamic metamorphosis. His body gradually solidifies, taking on a unique form that embodies both the fluidity of light mist and the stability of substance. However, we require a point of anchorage to prevent a descent back into meaningless chaos. Lin Yuan infuses a portion of the primordial power inherent in the dual gears into the core of transformation. This force shall serve as your anchor. It will not constrain your metamorphosis, but will, in moments of disorientation, remind you that the essence of transformation is to enhance existence rather than to escape from it. A new pluralistic order emerges. As the hyperdimensional vessel departs from the universe of transformation, Lin Yuan stands by the porthole, observing the once chaotic cosmos, now displaying a marvelous aesthetic, where stable galaxies coexist harmoniously with flowing mists of light. Occasionally, a messenger of transformation traverses the boundary, carrying new concepts of change to communicate with other universes. Goku and Vegeta engage in a unique training session. Their forms gradually shift in battle, yet they steadfastly retain their core fighting will. This manner of combat appears to be more exhilarating. Goku's hair alternates between golden, blue, and even briefly manifest purple streaks, allowing him to grow stronger while experimenting with new appearances. Bulma's mechanical rabbit reverts to a law translator, displaying joint communications from the end universe and the universe of transformation on the screen. They are collaborating to develop a potential exchange protocol, enabling the laws of different universes to influence one another within a controlled scope, thereby creating more diverse forms of existence. Lin Yuan's dual gears and the gray gear silently rotate, their surface patterns enriched with new designs that embody both the rigor of the end universe and the agility of the universe of transformation. He understands that this is merely the commencement of harmonious coexistence among the multiverse. In the future, more universes will be discovered, and further laws will require comprehension and reconciliation. Yet this time, Lin Yuan feels no pressure. Instead, he is filled with anticipation, for he realizes that the allure of the cosmos lies precisely in its diversity and transformation. And the mission of the Harmonizer is to safeguard this plurality, allowing each universe to radiate its unique brilliance in an atmosphere of understanding and respect. In the distant Origin universe, atop the colossal tree of laws, a new leaf has sprouted, upon which 3 entwined symbols emerge, representing the stability of the end, the change of transformation, and the balance of harmony. The radiance of this leaf illuminates the broader, unknown cosmos, seemingly inviting more existences to join this grand tapestry of pluralistic symbiosis. The journey continues. Chapter 51. The reunion of Dragon Balls amidst intertwined time and space. The harmonious coexistence of the universe of transformation has ushered the exchange of laws within the multiverse into a new phase. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonate continuously with the gray gear, transmitting the waves of laws from various universes. During a routine resonance detection, the twin gears suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, casting a stunning image. 7 crystal orbs radiating a mysterious aura, shimmering in an unknown space-time. Indeed, the fabled Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls exhibited peculiar disturbances amidst the chaotic fabric of space-time. Bulma swiftly accessed the cosmic monitoring data and discovered that the signals from the Dragon Balls did not originate from the 12 universes, but rather from a distant parallel realm, pulsating erratically as if subjected to the tumult of temporal turbulence. This was exceedingly strange. The Dragon Balls should not exist beyond our timeline. Her fingers danced rapidly across the console, endeavoring to pinpoint the exact location of the Dragon Balls. Analyzing the signal fluctuations suggested that these orbs were being tugged by a formidable force, at risk of vanishing within the space-time continuum at any moment. Upon hearing this news, Goku was electrified, his excitement palpable. Wow, another adventure. Perhaps I will see some old friends. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Memories of searching for the Dragon Balls alongside Master Roshi and Krillin flooding his mind. Lin Yuan understood the gravity of the situation. The Dragon Balls were not merely artifacts for wish fulfillment, but also vital symbols of the history and culture of the 12 universes. Should they disappear within the chaotic currents of space-time, the repercussions on the very fabric of the multiverse's causality could be unfathomable. He connected the twin gears to the ship's navigation system, striving to stabilize the Dragon Ball's temporal coordinates using the power of origin. Prepare yourselves. We are about to enter a parallel world to retrieve the Dragon Balls, he declared. Yet, this endeavor was fraught with unknown dangers, particularly traps associated with the laws of time. Returning to the starting point of their adventures, the Paozu Mountain with Bulma. The hyperdimensional spacecraft traversed the rift in space-time and arrived in a world that felt hauntingly familiar. The picturesque landscape of Paozu Mountain greeted them, where a youthful Goku sat atop a tree, chewing on a blade of grass and leisurely gazing into the distance. At the foot of the mountain, a pink sports car kicked up dust as Bulma leapt from the vehicle, Dragon Ball radar in hand, her face alight with excitement and anticipation. This is the scene of our initial encounter, Bulma mused, her eyes glistening with moisture as memories of their youthful, adventurous days felt as if they had transpired only yesterday. Lin Yuan's twin gears resonated with the laws of this world, revealing that the timeline of this parallel realm had deviated at a crucial juncture, resulting in a rewritten trajectory for the Dragon Balls, which are now being drawn by a power from the future. We cannot interfere with the natural progression of this world, yet we must locate the Dragon Balls without altering the course of history, he resolved, his gaze unwavering, the radiance of the twin gears illuminating the surrounding space-time. Just then, a familiar laughter echoed through the air as Master Roshi, clad in his signature yellow training garb, approached. Hey Bulma, back to hunt for the Dragon Balls again? And who is this young fellow? He looks familiar. His eyes, filled with curiosity, were fixed on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan politely greeted Master Roshi while deftly gleaning insights from the conversation. It turned out that in this world, the Dragon Balls had only just begun to scatter, and Goku and Bulma were embarking on their journey to seek them. Strangely, Master Roshi seems to possess an uncanny premonition of impending peril, his words occasionally betraying an underlying anxiety about the future. The new conspiracy of the Red Ribbon Army looms. During their pursuit of the Dragon Ball signals, Lin Yuan and his companions stumbled upon the traces of the notorious organization, which, in the annals of the 12 universes, is infamous for its nefarious deeds. In this parallel world, it appears they are orchestrating a grand scheme. Not only do they wield advanced technology, but they are also clandestinely researching a device capable of distorting the fabric of time and space, with the Dragon Balls serving as the pivotal key to activating this contraption. It seems they intend to exploit the power of the Dragon Balls to achieve some unspeakable objective. Vegeta scoffed, his battle armor gleaming with a metallic sheen. Do they really think they can meddle with time and space? Such arrogance is laughable. Goku, eager to rush in and teach the Red Ribbon Army a lesson, was halted by Lin Yuan. Wait, we cannot act impulsively. The timeline of this world is exceedingly fragile. A single misstep could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. We must devise a plan that can thwart them without disrupting the course of history. After an extensive reconnaissance, they discovered that the Red Ribbon Army's base was concealed within a volcano, surrounded by a myriad of high-tech defense systems. Utilizing the origin power of the twin gears, Lin Yuan decrypted part of the defense codes, creating a passage for the group. However, upon entering the base, they found a situation far more intricate than anticipated. The Red Ribbon Army had not only taken numerous innocent villagers hostage, but was also conducting perilous experiments, attempting to merge the power of the Dragon Balls with temporal energy. In the heart of the base, Lin Yuan and his companions encountered formidable foes, the Red Ribbon Army's elite warriors, whose prowess surpassed that of their counterparts in the 12 universes. Moreover, these warriors seemed to possess a peculiar mastery over time manipulation, enabling them to alter the flow of time during combat, ensnaring Goku and his allies in a predicament. These foes employ strange techniques. I can barely keep pace, Goku exclaimed, dodging their attacks while struggling to adapt to the rapid fluctuations in time. His body was becoming overwhelmed by the accelerated temporal shifts, rendering his movements noticeably sluggish. Lin Yuan's twin gears and the gray gear operated in tandem. Seeking to uncover the flaws in the enemy's time manipulation, he discerned that the foe's temporal abilities did not originate from their own power, but were facilitated through a device resonating with the energy of the Dragon Balls. If they could dismantle this device, they would unravel the time, traps ensnaring them. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a familiar figure emerged. Krillin, the counterpart from this world, arrived to lend his support. Although his strength did not rival that of his 12-universe self, the determination and courage in his eyes were unmistakable. I will not allow you to harm the villagers here. He wielded his power pole, fighting alongside Goku and the others. With Krillin's assistance, they gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan infused the power of the twin gears into the enemy's temporal device, triggering a backlash of energy. The flow of time instantaneously returned to normal, and the warriors of the Red Ribbon Army lost their ability to manipulate time, ultimately succumbing to Goku and his comrades. The ultimate fate of Dragon Balls and timeline restoration. With the nefarious schemes of the Red Ribbon Army thwarted, Lin Yuan and his companions finally located the 7 Dragon Balls. However, due to prolonged exposure to temporal turbulence and the experiments conducted by the Red Ribbon Army, the Dragon Balls had become unstable, posing a risk of imminent explosion. It was imperative to stabilize their energy swiftly, otherwise the entire parallel world would be jeopardized. Bulma, in a state of urgency, exclaimed as she hastily retrieved her portable energy stabilizer, attempting to cool the Dragon Balls. Lin Yuan fused the twin gears with the Dragon Balls, harnessing the power of origin to untangle the chaotic energy within. During this process, he glimpsed the future of this parallel world. Should the Dragon Balls explode, it would plunge into endless darkness, resulting in the extinction of countless lives. Clenching his teeth, he intensified his output of power, and, at long last, the radiance of the Dragon Balls began to stabilize, restoring their former mystery and tranquility. In an effort to mend the disrupted timeline of this world, Lin Yuan and Goku returned the Dragon Balls to their rightful places and, adhering to the original historical trajectory, encouraged Goku and Bulma to continue their quest for the Dragon Balls. Before their departure, Master Roshi gazed at Lin Yuan as if foreseeing something significant. "Young man, you bear a monumental mission. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, persevere." Lin Yuan solemnly nodded, his heart brimming with blessings for this world. The hyperdimensional spacecraft reignited, traversing the rift of time and space, and returned to the 12th universe. Though this adventure was fraught with tension, yet devoid of peril, it profoundly impressed upon everyone the importance of every detail within the multiverse and the eternal mission of safeguarding this balance and harmony. Upon their return to the 12th universe, a unique pattern etched itself onto Lin Yuan's twin gears, chronicling the nuances of this temporal adventure. Goku and Vegeta, having undergone this experience, gained a deeper understanding of time and power, embarking on a new phase of training. Meanwhile, Bulma meticulously organized the temporal data collected during their adventure, striving to develop a more advanced time stabilization device in preparation for any future crises that may arise. In the distant origin universe, images of this temporal adventure emerged upon the leaves of the cosmic tree of laws, its luminescence illuminating the more obscure corners of the universe, as if narrating an eternal tale of courage, friendship, and guardianship. Chapter 52. The Resonance of Namex Dragon Balls. The hyperdimensional spacecraft glided smoothly through the celestial expanse of the 12th universe. Lin Yuan gazed out at the resplendent starry river through the porthole, the pattern on his twin gears, which recorded the adventures in the parallel world, shimmering with faint light. Suddenly, the gears trembled violently, resonating strongly with the cosmic tree of laws in the origin universe, projecting an urgent image above the control panel. The skies of Namek were shrouded in dark crimson clouds, the verdant earth marred by cracks, while 7 Namekian Dragon Balls floated in the air, their surface flickering with light, as if issuing a painful cry for help. The crisis signal from Namek. It's Namek. Bulma swiftly pulled up the cosmic star map, her fingers gliding frantically across the screen. Monitoring data indicated that Namek's energy field was rapidly diminishing, and the life force of the Dragon Balls was steadily waning. Moreover, this fluctuation of energy bears an uncanny resemblance to the disturbances experienced by the Dragon Balls in parallel worlds when affected by temporal and spatial turbulence. Goku leaned closer to the screen, his brow furrowed in concern. Namek is one of the homelands of the Dragon Balls. Its grand elder and inhabitants must be in peril. We must hasten to their aid. He clenched his fists, an eager aura beginning to swell around him, yearning to embark on their journey. Vegeta let out a scoff, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of anxiety. The adversary capable of transforming the Dragon Balls of Namek in such a manner is not to be underestimated. It could very well be some foolhardy individual intent on exploiting the Dragon Balls once more. He adjusted his battle attire, preparing himself for imminent combat. Lin Yuan brought the dual gears close to the control panel, attempting to decipher the energy signals emanating from Namek. This interference not only affects the Dragon Balls, but also erodes the fundamental life principles of Namek. If we do not intervene promptly, Namek may face obliteration, much like the Dragon Balls in the previous parallel world. We must reach Namek swiftly and uncover the source of this calamity. The hyperdimensional spacecraft altered its course, racing towards Namek at full speed. As it traversed the asteroid belt, the vessel's sensors detected a familiar yet alien energy. It was the energy fluctuations of Frisia's army, yet more bizarre than any recorded in the annals of the 12 universes. Interlaced with the essence of temporal distortion, the Grand Elder's prophecy loomed over them. After several hours of flight, the hyperdimensional spacecraft finally arrived at Namek. Touching down on this familiar verdant land, the sight before them was heart-wrenching. Once vibrant forests now lay withered, crystal-clear rivers had run dry, and the Namekians appeared gaunt, their vitality extinguished. An elderly Namekian warrior staggered towards them, and upon seeing Goku and the others, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. "Are you the warriors from afar? The Grand Elder has been awaiting your arrival." He said that only those possessing the power of origins could save Namek and the Dragon Balls. Under the guidance of the elderly warrior, Lin Yuan and his companions navigated the rugged mountain paths to the cave where the Grand Elder resided. The cave was suffused with a rich aura of life, and the Grand Elder lay upon a stone bed, his visage aged yet his gaze imbued with wisdom. Upon catching sight of the dual gears in Lin Yuan's hands, the Grand Elder's dim eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. "At last, you have come, the harmonizer who wields the dual gears." The Grand Elder's voice, though frail, resonated with power. The Dragon Balls of Namek are intricately linked to the cosmic laws of life. Yet now they are tainted by a dark force emerging from the crevices of time and space. A force intent on devouring the life energy of the Dragon Balls and disrupting the balance of cosmic existence. Gently, Lin Yuan placed his palm upon the Grand Elder's forehead, as the dual gears emanated a gentle origin power, connecting with the Elder's consciousness. In this merging of awareness, he beheld the true visage of the dark force, a creature formed from countless abandoned fragments of time and space, lacking a fixed shape, yet capable of absorbing all surrounding life, energy, and the essence of laws. This creature had slumbered in the folds of time for eons, awakening recently due to fluctuations in the multiverse's laws, drawn by the life essence of the Dragon Balls on Namek. It followed descent to its source. The Grand Elder sighed, stating that its power was intricately linked to the laws of time and space. Ordinary attacks would prove futile against it. Only by merging the life laws of Namek with your origin power could there be a chance to seal it back into the rift of time and space. In order to attain the recognition of the life laws of Namek, Lin Yuan accepted the Grand Elder's trial. He accompanied the guardians of the Dragon Balls on Namek to the sacred spring of life, where a crystal, emanating a pure essence of life, floated at the center. This crystal was the core vessel of the life laws of Namek. To master the life laws, one must undergo the trial of the spring, demonstrating the resolve and strength to safeguard life. The guardian spoke solemnly, warning that the spring of life would reflect the deepest fears and desires within one's heart. Only by remaining true to oneself could one pass the trial. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan stepped into the spring of life. The water rose to his knees, and a warm, powerful energy surged within him. In an instant, countless illusions flashed before his eyes, visions of destruction caused by the Dragon Balls exploding in parallel worlds, the desolation of the terminal universe, and chaotic energy storms in the shifting cosmos. These illusions assaulted his will, tempting him to abandon the mission of the harmonizer in pursuit of absolute power to eliminate all danger. Do not be deceived by the illusions. The Grand Elder's voice echoed in his mind. The essence of life does not lie in the eradication of danger, but in safeguarding hope amidst adversity and maintaining balance amid chaos. Clenching his teeth, Lin Yuan unleashed a dazzling light from his dual gears, merging the origin power with his steadfast belief in protecting the multiverse, dispersing all illusions. The crystal of the spring of life radiated a brilliant green light, integrating into his dual gears. Patterns of the life laws of Namek emerged on the surface of the gears, exuding vibrant vitality. Congratulations on passing the trial. You have attained the recognition of the life laws of Namek, the Guardian said with a gratifying smile. Now, you can harness the power of the Dragon Balls to confront the dark monstrosity. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta were engaged in intensive training on Namek. Goku's Kamehameha, infused with the life energy of Namek, emitted a faint green glow, amplifying its potency. Vegeta was analyzing the energy fluctuations of the dark monster, attempting to uncover its weaknesses. Bulma was busy calibrating equipment, inputting the data of the life laws of Namek into the weapon system of the hyperdimensional spaceship, preparing for the impending battle. As Lin Yuan completed the trial and readied himself to reunite with the others, a colossal rift in time and space suddenly tore open in the sky above Namek. Countless pitch-black tendrils emerged from the rift, reaching towards the Dragon Balls suspended in the air. A suffocating darkness enveloped all of Namek. The ground trembled violently, and the water level of the spring began to recede. It has arrived. The Grand Elder's voice carried a note of gravity. Everyone, prepare yourselves and act according to the plan. The dark monster slowly emerged from the rift, its form composed of countless twisted fragments of time and space. Its surface flickering with an eerie red light, absorbing the life energy of Namek with each breath. It beheld the levitating Dragon Balls and let out a piercing roar as it lunged toward them. You shall not harm the Dragon Balls. Goku was the first to strike. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed a Kamehameha infused with life energy. The green beam surged forth like a colossal dragon, hurtling toward the dark creature. However, upon impact, the beam was absorbed by the creature's surface, composed of fragments of time and space, causing no damage whatsoever. Ordinary attacks are futile, Vegeta shouted, unleashing his final flash. The dazzling light illuminated the darkened sky, yet the outcome remained unchanged as the creature effortlessly neutralized the assault. Lin Yuan swiftly soared to the side of the Dragon Balls, raising the twin gears high. The power of origin merged with the life laws of Namek, forming a verdant energy barrier that enveloped the Dragon Balls. Everyone, according to the plan, channel your strength into my power of origin. We shall construct a seal using the laws of life and the power of origin. Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, and the warriors of Namek began to release their energies, countless beams converging upon Lin Yuan's twin gears. The light radiating from the gears intensified, and the green energy barrier expanded, gradually encasing the dark creature. Sensing the threat, the dark creature launched a frenzied assault on the energy barrier, its tendrils crashing against it with thunderous booms. The barrier trembled violently, fissures appearing on its surface. Hold on, Lin Yuan shouted, infusing more of the power of origin into the barrier. We shall succeed in sealing it. The resonance of life and origin formed seal. Under the relentless onslaught of the dark creature, the cracks in the energy barrier widened, threatening to shatter completely. In this dire moment, the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek suddenly erupted with a brilliant radiance, breaking free from the creature's grasp and soaring above the energy barrier to form a grand array. It is the power of the Dragon Balls, Bulma exclaimed with delight. They are responding to our seal. The Elder, expending his final reserves of strength, directed a surge of life energy toward the array. O Dragon Balls of Namek, reveal your true power. Resonate with the power of origin and protect this land. The array of Dragon Balls emitted a resplendent green light, harmonizing flawlessly with Lin Yuan's power of origin. An unprecedented surge of power erupted from the energy barrier, crashing toward the dark creature like a tidal wave. The creature let out a ghastly wail as its form disintegrated in the radiance. The fragments of time and space purified into twinkling starlight. As the dark creature was entirely sealed back into the rift of time and space, the skies of Namek cleared. The verdant earth regained its vitality, parched rivers flowed anew, and the once withered forests blossomed with fresh greenery. The 7 Dragon Balls of Namek gently descended, returning to the hands of the Namekian warriors, their surfaces shining with renewed purity. The Elder gazed upon this scene with a gratified smile, his form transforming into a green light that merged with the land of Namek, infusing it with renewed life energy. Harmonizer, thank you for safeguarding Namek and the Dragon Balls. The balance of the multiverse requires your continued vigilance. The road ahead remains long. Lin Yuan bowed deeply in the direction where the Grand Elder had vanished, his heart brimming with reverence. He understood that this was merely a fleeting interlude in their adventures across the multiverse, with countless challenges yet to await them. The hyperdimensional spaceship ascended slowly into the sky as the inhabitants of Namek waved their farewells from the ground. Lin Yuan stood before the porthole, gazing at the revitalized green land, where the twin gears bore another intricate pattern of Namek's life laws, intertwining harmoniously with the previous designs, emanating a radiant glow. In the training room, Wukong gestured excitedly. The previous battle was exhilarating. Next time we encounter such a formidable opponent, I must become even stronger. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. yet a slight smirk crept upon his lips. This victory was merely a stroke of luck. To truly safeguard the multiverse, we must engage in more rigorous training. Bulma busily operated the control panel, storing the data from the recent battle. This experience has deepened our understanding of the fusion between the laws of life and the power of origins. I have conceived new ideas for enhancing the spaceship's weapon systems. The hyperdimensional spaceship soared deeper into the 12 universes, while outside the porthole, the colossal tree of laws from the origin universe flickered in the starry expanse, its leaves revealing scenes of Namek's revival. This light illuminated their path ahead, guiding them onward in their quest to preserve the balance and harmony of more universes. Chapter 53. The Resonance of Laws in the Saiyan Ruins. As the hyperdimensional spaceship journeyed back, a crimson glow suddenly emanated from the twin gears in Lin Yuan's palm, resonating violently with the patterns of Namek's life laws. On the console's star map, a region marked as the lost star domain of the Saiyans flickered with unusual law fluctuations, the frequency of which perfectly matched the red glow of the twin gears, an ancient signal of awakening from the ruins. This was the resonance of the Saiyan Ruins laws. Bulma accessed the star domain archives, and the screen displayed long-buried historical records. During the zenith of Saiyan civilization, they had constructed 12 law altars at the edge of the universe, designed to store the combat laws and cosmic energy of the Saiyans. However, as the Saiyans were annihilated by Frisia, these altars vanished into the chaotic currents of time and space. Wukong leaned closer to the screen, his tail involuntarily lifting. The Saiyan altars? Could there be powerful adversaries within? He cracked his knuckles, his aura beginning to stir. I have yet to battle the ancient Saiyans. Vegeta's gaze sharpened instantly, fixating on the red dot on the star map, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the armrest. Those altars contain the most primal combat laws of the Saiyans, said to enhance their potential, but they may also awaken things that should not exist. His voice grew somber, seemingly recalling the history of the Saiyans' destruction. The red light of Lin Yuan's twin gears intensified, projecting a hazy image. A black altar engraved with Saiyan runes rose from the planet's surface, 3 red energy spheres hovering above its apex, the frequency of the runes flickering in subtle resonance with the energy fluctuations of Frisia's army. These altars awakened by absorbing the surrounding law energy, their core energies intermingled with Frisia's dark laws. As the spacecraft ventured into the lost star domain, the very fabric of the realm began to distort. The asteroid belt spontaneously arranged itself into a formation reminiscent of Saiyan warriors, while the brilliance of the stars transformed into the traditional battle totems of the Saiyans. Even the metallic exterior of the hyperdimensional vessel revealed faint tail-like patterns. Bulma's scanner blared with frantic alarms. The laws of this star domain were sizing our ship, forcibly endowing it with the combat attributes of the Saiyan race. The trial of the Altar Guardians commenced. The surface of the descending planet was cloaked in black rocks, upon which Saiyan runes flowed under the moonlight. At the heart of a central plain, 12 altars were arranged in a circular formation, each topped with energy orbs of varying hues, red signifying rage, blue denoting calmness, and gold representing awakening. At the very center, a black and white intertwined energy orb rotated slowly. These orbs were manifestations of the laws governing the diverse combat forms of the Saiyans. Lin Yuan's consciousness connected with the central altar, and a myriad of Saiyan battle memories flashed before him. Ancient Saiyans had trained before the altar, sculpting the laws of combat with varied emotions and wills, ultimately birthing the prototype of Super Saiyan. Yet, the black and white energy orb seemed amiss. It contained the extremes of both guardianship and destruction. Before he could finish his thought, the 12 altars suddenly erupted with beams of energy, coalescing into 12 guardians composed of rock and energy. Their forms mirrored those of ancient Saiyan warriors, wielding stone spears with fierce gazes, each adorned with a core the same color as the orb atop their respective altar. "Outsiders, halt!" commanded the guardian of the red altar, who was the first to strike. Flames of fury engulfed him, and a swing of a spear unleashed a wave of energy akin to molten lava. The sacred grounds of the Saiyans would not tolerate defilement by intruders. Goku, brimming with excitement, charged forward, unleashing his Super Saiyan aura, just what I need to stretch my legs. He deftly dodged the energy wave and struck the Guardian with a fist imbued with golden energy. The collision of his punch and the Guardian's flames erupted into a blinding light, shaking the entire plane. Vegeta charged toward the Guardian of the blue altar, purposefully restraining his ultimate flash to precisely slice through the opponent's defenses. Do not think that only ancient Saiyans comprehend the laws of battle. The coolness of the Blue Guardian's principles rendered his attacks extraordinarily precise. Yet with each clash, Vegeta began to intertwine Saiyan pride and tactics, forcing the Guardian to retreat repeatedly. Lin Yuan observed the black and white energy orb at the central altar absorbing the combat energies of the other Guardians. The patterns on its surface grew increasingly distinct, faintly revealing the silhouette of a Saiyan adorned with a crown. The crimson light of the dual gears resonated with the energy orb, flooding his mind with fragmented memories. Once, there existed a law king among the ancient Saiyans, who sought to amalgamate all combat laws to create absolute power. However, unable to balance the dichotomy of guardianship and destruction, he ultimately found himself sealed within the core by the altar, the awakening of the Law King's imbalance. As the 11th Guardian fell, the black and white energy orb at the central altar suddenly exploded, and the ethereal form of the crowned Law King ascended from the shards of energy. His left side was adorned with golden armor, a symbol of guardianship, while his right side lay bare, revealing muscles etched with lines of destruction. In his grasp was a long sword, half a blade of light and half a spear of darkness. At last, someone has awakened me, echoed the voice of the Law King, a blend of authority and mania. He swung his sword, unleashing a wave of law that intertwined black and white. Sweeping across the plain, the rocks it struck instantaneously transformed, with one half becoming an oasis and the other a scorched wasteland. The ancient Saiyans were too cowardly to accept the price of absolute power. Today, I shall reveal the true essence of the Saiyan law to the entire universe. Lin Yuan's dual gears illuminated simultaneously with the radiance of origin power and Saiyan law. What you call absolute power is merely an imbalance of the laws. Guardianship and destruction, like light and shadow, must coexist in harmony rather than devour one another. The Law King scoffed, directing his sword at Goku. Isn't the Saiyan battle instinct merely a desire to annihilate? Does the blood within you not yearn for destruction? His wave of law penetrated Goku's consciousness, inundating him with visions of devastation. The obliteration of planet Vegeta by Frieza, the ruins of the Cell Games, the desolation wrought by Majin Buu. For a fleeting moment, Goku's gaze faltered, and his Super Saiyan aura began to destabilize. Yet, he quickly recalled memories of protecting Earth alongside his friends, the warmth of Chi-Chi's smile, and Gohan's growth. The golden aura regained its steadiness, even emanating a gentle green glow. Fighting is not for destruction. It is to protect those we cherish. His Kamehameha, infused with the will to safeguard, transformed from pure destructive energy into a force that pushed back the wave of law like a shield. Vegeta, however, was struck by the Law King's destructive force, shattering his battle suit and revealing searing lines upon his skin. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he erupted with even greater intensity. The pride of the Saiyans is not in destruction, but in transcending one's former self. He fused Super Saiyan energy with the life laws of Namek, unleashing an ultimate flash adorned with green lines, striking the Dark Spear portion of the Law King. The balance seal of the dual laws. The Dark Spear portion of the Law King erupted with black energy mist as he roared, swinging his sword to absorb the energy from all the altars, his form swelling into a colossal giant towering dozens of meters high. Since you fail to comprehend the essence of absolute power, you shall be buried alongside me. Energy of black and white swirled around him, warping the very fabric of space and time. Lin Yuan suddenly flew between Goku and Vegeta, the dual gears floating above the three. Only by uniting our powers can we balance his law. Goku's will to protect, Vegeta's heart to transcend, combined with the harmony of origin power. The energies of the three converged into the dual gears. Golden Saiyan energy, green life laws, and the multicolored origin power intertwined, forming a spiraling beam of light that shot into the heavens. The beam pierced through the Law King's energy vortex, creating a balanced energy ring within him, firmly locking away the laws of guardianship and destruction. No, this is impossible. The Law King's body began to crack, as the black and white energies within the balance ring gradually melded into a gentle hue of gold and silver. How could the Saiyans possibly relinquish absolute power? Wukong's voice resonated with sincerity. Power itself is devoid of right or wrong. The essence lies in its application. Though we Saiyans revel in combat, we possess a profound understanding of the significance of protection. Vegeta scoffed lightly, yet his tone bore a sense of relief. To transcend oneself is not merely to grow stronger, but to master the control of power. This embodies the true evolution of a Saiyan. Lin Yuan's dual gears interlocked with the core of the Law King. As the primordial force infused the 12 altars with a balanced law, protection and destruction are inherently two facets of the same reality, akin to combat and guardianship. Only through their harmonious coexistence can the laws endure. The body of the Law King gradually became transparent amidst the shimmering gold and silver light, ultimately transforming into 12 streams of light that merged with the altars. The runes etched upon the black rock softened, and the radiance of the energy spheres transitioned from an extreme monochrome to a gradient of vibrant hues. Upon the surface of the central altar, an ancient inscription in Saiyan script emerged. The true law of the Saiyans is the courage to protect what is cherished and the resolve to surpass oneself. The rebirth of the Saiyan law. The 12 altars quietly sank into the ground, leaving behind 12 glowing runes upon the plain. Lin Yuan's dual gears absorbed the balanced Saiyan law, intertwining red patterns with the green lines of Namek, forming a more intricate spiral design. Vegeta stood at the center of the runes, his fingertips brushing against the ground's inscription as a flicker of ancient Saiyan memory surged in his mind. After the Law King was sealed, the surviving Saiyans were not weak. Rather, they chose to conceal the balanced law within their bloodlines, awaiting the day their descendants would truly comprehend the essence of power. He clenched his fist, a gentle golden light first emerging amidst the azure flames. Indeed, this is the true legacy of the Saiyan royal lineage. Meanwhile, Yukong engaged in movements reminiscent of drunken boxing upon the plain, each seemingly casual gesture imbued with the law of balance. Every punch carried the will to protect, and every kick concealed the determination to grow. Fighting in this manner felt lighter and infinitely more powerful, he remarked, as the energy surrounding him flowed naturally, no longer tumultuous but as effortless as breathing. Bulma scanner indicated that the law fluctuations of the lost star domain had stabilized. The distorted meteor belt began to disperse, and the radiance of the stars returned to normal. She excitedly waved her data panel. The balanced laws of these altars can purify the surrounding dark energy. We can establish a Saiyan law base here to stabilize the fluctuations of combat laws across the multiverse. As the spacecraft ascended, Lin Yuan glanced back, observing the 12 runes on the plain shimmering under the sunlight, akin to 12 guardian stars. He understood that this adventure not only unraveled the intricate law of the Saiyans, but also led Wukong and Vegeta to a newfound comprehension of power. Perhaps this was the answer the Saiyans had awaited for millennia in the lost star domain. Suddenly, the console emitted a new law fluctuation alert, emanating from the cosmic edge's lost storm belt, where familiar angelic patterns intermingled within the fluctuation frequency. Lin Yuan's dual gears trembled gently, as if responding to a distant call. Wukong leaned in, his eyes sparkling. Is there yet another adventure awaiting us? Might we encounter adversaries wielding angelic laws this time? Vegeta meticulously arranged his battle attire, a glimmer of anticipation playing at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of the adversary, I shall demonstrate the formidable strength of the Saiyan principles post-balance. Lin Yuan gazed out of the porthole at the receding Saiyan star domain, the golden and silver patterns interweaving harmoniously with the red and green motifs on the dual gears. Spinning gracefully, he understood that the adventures governed by the multiversal laws were far from over. Yet as long as the convictions of his companions remained steadfast, the laws of balance would illuminate each journey like the stars themselves. Deep within the runes of the plains, a faint shadow flickered past, resembling the temporal rift creatures encountered before, yet bearing the distinct silhouette of a Saiyan tail. This shadow observed the departing spacecraft with a complex gleam in its eyes before dissolving into the radiance of the runes, vanishing without a trace. Amidst their newfound discoveries, the others remained blissfully unaware of these events. The hyperdimensional vessel sailed toward the tempest of laws, and beyond the porthole, the cosmic river revealed the colossal tree of the origin universe, sprouting new leaves, upon which were etched the figures of 3 warriors fighting side by side. Golden light coursing through the veins of the leaves, heralding the arrival of new challenges and growth. Chapter 54. The chaotic law of Bu goes awry. As the hyperdimensional ship departed the desolate Saiyan star domain, Lin Yuan's palms ignited with a pinkish-purple glow from the dual gears, clashing violently with the patterns of the Namekian life laws. The console erupted with urgent alarms, and the screen illuminated with an emergency signal from the 7th universe. The sender identified as the Kaioshin Shin. The Kaioshin's frantic plea for help appeared as the communication connected, his dust-covered pink robe contrasting sharply with the bizarre, swirling distortion of space behind him. Mr. Lin Yuan, we are in dire straits. Bu's power has spiraled out of control. The chaotic law within him is expanding and has already consumed 3-star systems. If this continues, the entire 7th universe will be assimilated by chaos. Bu? Goku's eyes instantly sparkled before furrowing in confusion. Isn't he the chubby fellow who can absorb others and regenerate? How could he lose control, despite Bu's mischievous nature? His transformation under Mr. Satan's influence had rendered him gentle, leaving Goku perplexed by this sudden turn of events. Vegeta's expression grew grave as he tapped his fingers against the armrest. Bu is fundamentally a conglomerate of chaotic energy remnants from the universe's birth. His laws were inherently unstable. If provoked by external fluctuations, it could easily awaken his primal destructive instincts. He recalled their fierce battles with Bu. The resilience to regenerate, no matter the assault, still instilled a sense of trepidation within him. The pinkish-purple glow of Lin Yuan's dual gears intensified, projecting a chaotic image. The pink Bu was rampaging across the galaxy, his form splitting into countless pinkish-purple spores that, upon contact with planets, instantly assimilated them. Rocks transformed into soft, cotton candy-like textures. The light of stars grew viscous, and even the fluctuations of laws became intermittent, akin to crumpled paper. This is the chaotic law run amok. Lin Yuan's voice deepened. Bu's energy has merged with the remnants of the Saiyan Ruin's destructive laws. The collision of these two extreme laws has rendered him uncontrollable. As the spaceship transitioned to the edge of the 7th universe, the sight before them was awe-inspiring. The once resplendent galaxy was shrouded by a chaotic sea of lavender clouds. Amidst this tumultuous expanse floated the remnants of assimilated planets, and one could faintly discern the form of Bu rolling within the cloud, each movement inciting new chaotic storms. The Kaioshin Shin and the old Kaioshin hovered outside the chaotic sea, straining to maintain a defensive barrier through sacred laws. The ancient prophecy of the old Kaioshin resonated as he laid eyes on Lin Yuan and his companions. Leaning on his staff, he exhaled in relief, stroking his long white beard, his gaze solemnly fixed on the chaotic clouds. At last, the little one with the twin gears has arrived. Bu, originally the embodiment of the universe's chaotic laws, had been created by the sorcerer Bibidi, who implanted destruction directives within him. Although he had later been redeemed, fragments of those directives remained hidden deep within his essence. He pointed towards the flickering red light within the clouds. The destructive law fluctuations of the Saiyan relics serve as a key, unlocking those directive fragments. Now, driven by the destruction directives, Bu's chaotic laws are spiraling out of control. He is not merely consuming matter, but also devouring the very order of the universe. Observe those assimilated planets. Even the passage of time has become erratic. Lin Yuan's consciousness penetrated the chaotic clouds, touching the core laws of Bu. Within the tumultuous flow of laws, he glimpsed fragments of Bu's memories, Bibidi's incantations, Bibidi's manipulations, and the chaotic interactions with Satan, along with the sudden influx of destructive laws. Upon the fragments of those laws were inscribed the dark runes of the Saiyan Law King, remnants of his power. Lin Yuan gasped, realizing that the destructive laws of the Saiyan relics had not been entirely purified. They had infiltrated Bu's core through the network of laws. Goku suddenly recalled something, slapping his thigh. That's right. If Bu can absorb others' powers, perhaps he can also absorb the law fragments. We merely need to devise a way to make him expel the destructive laws. However, he quickly grew despondent, scratching his head. But Bu is completely out of control and won't listen at all. Vegeta scoffed, flames of azure energy igniting around him. Then we shall strike him until he regains his senses. The laws of the Saiyans will not cower before such chaotic energy. His aura merged with the balanced laws of the Saiyan relics, weaving a stable flow of energy in golden and blue hues. Suddenly, a crisis loomed with the chaotic spores. The chaotic clouds surged violently, unleashing countless lavender spores that erupted from the sea, drifting like dandelion seeds towards the surrounding planets. When these spores landed on meteors, they instantly transformed them into writhing pink masses. Upon contacting passing spaceships, the crew members' bodies began to dissolve and reconstitute, morphing into mindless chaotic monsters. These spores had the power to rewrite the biological structures of the laws. Bulma's scanner indicated that the spores contained both Bu's chaotic laws and the Saiyan's destructive laws. Infected beings would lose their self-awareness, becoming mere puppets of chaos driven solely by destruction. The Kaioshin waved his staff, unleashing the radiance of the divine laws in an attempt to purify the spores. The divine laws could temporarily suppress chaos. Yet the spores proliferated too rapidly for our strength to suffice. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a spore breached the luminous barrier, grazing his staff, which instantly contorted into a grotesque form, its surface bristling with pink, fleshy spikes. The old Kaishin suddenly shouted, "Utilize Bu's inherent kindness against him." Though Bu embodies chaos, deep within lies a protective principle. In the past, he even sacrificed his own body to shield Satan. He pointed his staff towards the depths of the chaotic cloud sea, where a core of chaos resided, the very essence of Bu's consciousness. If only we could awaken the benevolent law within the core, we might suppress the destructive principle. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the patterns of Namek's life laws, as green life energy spiraled through the gears. I have a plan. Namek's life laws can awaken the primal consciousness of living beings. If we infuse it into the chaos core, it may rouse Bu's kind nature. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then let us proceed at once. I'll pave the way. He instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, condensing a golden energy sphere with a Kamehameha wave. The energy sphere detonated, carving a temporary passage through the chaotic cloud sea. The scene within was nightmarish. Planets assimilated by chaos floated in midair, their surfaces marred by pink, vein-like patterns. Bu's figure flickered in and out of sight, his body perpetually splitting and merging, at times morphing into the elongated evil Bu, and at others into the rotund, good-natured Bu, both forms frantically oscillating under the stimulation of the destructive principle. Bu awakened. "It is I, Goku." Goku attempted to call out, but Bu merely emitted a piercing shriek, swinging his fist to unleash a wave of chaotic energy. The energy wave fragmented in the air into countless small fists, raining down upon the group. In the face of this frenzied assault, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled the principle of balance from the Saiyan ruins. Vegeta used the fusion technique. His dual gears released the power of origin, drawing a golden fusion circle in the air. Your principle of balance, combined with Goku's protective intent, along with the harmonization of the origin power, may forge a force capable of countering chaos. Vegeta paused momentarily, then gritted his teeth and nodded. "I shall temporarily cooperate with you this time." He locked eyes with Goku, and together they leapt into the fusion circle, striking the classic fusion pose. A radiant golden light enveloped them, revealing the figure of Vegito. Clad in a red and white fusion outfit, he emanated an aura that encapsulated Goku's protective intent, Vegeta's balance principle, and the origin power infused by Lin Yuan, forming a resplendent, multicolored energy barrier. "Bu, it is time to awaken." Vegeto's strikes were precise and steady, each punch imbued with the principle of balance, momentarily stabilizing the chaotic energy upon contact and revealing the underlying pink essence of Bu. "Do you see? Bu's true form still exists." Vegito shouted, unleashing an ultra-large Kamehameha wave, infused with green life laws in an effort to awaken him. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity, and the dual gears transformed into a beam of green light, flowing along the energy stream of the Turtle School's Kamehameha into Bu's body. Within Bu's consciousness, he beheld two confronting figures, the kind Bu curled up in a corner, trembling under the pressure of the evil Bu and fragments of the law of destruction. "Kind Bu, stand up." Lin Yuan's voice echoed through the realm of consciousness. The dual gears unleashed the life energy of Namek, proclaiming, "You are not merely the chaotic energy of destruction. You have friends and individuals you wish to protect. This is your true law." Kind Bu lifted his head, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. "Satan, friends." His body began to glow as the life energy fused with his benevolent law, forming a pink light shield that repelled the evil Bu and the fragments of destruction. The purifying light of law fusion surged forth. Outside, Bu's body trembled violently as the chaotic purple energy clashed with the golden life energy within him. Vegeta seized the moment, injecting more balanced laws into Bu's being. "Now is the time. Expel the law of destruction." In the realm of consciousness, Kind Bu let out a thunderous shout, raising the light shield and charging toward the evil Bu. The two figures of Bu collided and merged, ultimately transforming into a dazzling white light that erupted from Bu's body. This was the purified fragment of the law of destruction, gradually dissipating within the white glow. Bu's form reverted to its plump state, and he shook his head in bewilderment, gazing around. What has happened? It felt like a terrifying dream. Upon seeing the planets infected by chaotic spores, he suddenly stomped his feet in distress, exclaiming, "Oh no, it was all my doing." The old Supreme Kai chuckled while stroking his beard. "Do not worry. There's still time." "Bu, Utilize your chaotic law in conjunction with the law of life to purify these spores. Kain nodded, taking a deep breath and exhaling pink purifying bubbles. As the bubbles settled upon the chaotic spores, they gently decomposed, reverting to pure energy. The Supreme, Kai waved his staff, merging the radiant light of the sacred law with Bu's purifying bubbles and Lin Yuan's law of life to form a triad law barrier, completely purifying the remaining chaotic spores. The infected beings gradually returned to their original forms, and the distorted planets began to regain their true appearances. Lin Yuan's dual gears returned to his palm, now adorned with a new pink-purple pattern, harmoniously coexisting with the science law of balance and the life law of Namek. The chaotic law itself was not evil. Much like the science combat law, the essence lay in how it is controlled and balanced. He gazed at the now tranquil Bu, smiling as he spoke. Bu curiously leaned in, poking the dual gears. This shiny thing is fascinating. It feels similar to the energy within me, but more stable. Suddenly, he conjured an array of candies, offering them to Lin Yuan. Here, enjoy this. Thank you for helping me banish that nightmare. The Supreme Kai's law was a generous gift. With the crisis averted, the Supreme Kai hosted a banquet in the realm of the Kais for all. The old Supreme Kai presented a treasured scroll of the sacred law, detailing the balance between the law of chaos and the sacred law from the birth of the universe. Lin Yuan, this scroll is for you. The laws of the multiverse are ever-changing, yet the principles of balance remain interconnected. In the event of another instance of uncontrolled laws, assistance may be at hand. As the scroll unfurled, it transformed into a beam of golden light, merging with Lin Yuan's dual gears. The surface of the gears illuminated with the sacred runes of the god of destruction, coalescing with previous patterns into a complete cycle of laws. Lin Yuan could sense a deepening of his comprehension of the laws: chaos and sanctity, destruction and preservation, combat and existence. These are the dual aspects of the cosmic order. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta were engaged in a sparring match within the gravity chamber of the god of destruction's realm. Their battles transcended mere destruction, now infused with principles of balance and guardianship, each clash perfectly calibrated to avoid harm while honing their strength. Bulma collaborated with Bu to explore the application of chaotic laws. Bu's chaotic energy could morph at will, potentially useful for crafting transformable spaceship components. With excitement, Bu clapped his hands, transforming a spaceship screw into a dancing pink orb. Standing at the edge of the god of destruction's realm, Lin Yuan gazed at the distant, resplendent river of stars. The dual gears spun in his palm, reflecting the vibrant hues of the Scion's crimson and gold, Namek's verdant green, and Bu's pastel purple, interlacing like a rainbow and radiating harmonious light. He understood that this crisis had fortified the network of laws across the multiverse, and that new challenges awaited, perhaps, among the next constellation. As the banquet concluded, the old god of destruction leaned closer to Lin Yuan with an air of mystery. By the way, young one, do you know why Bu's chaotic laws went awry? Aside from the Scion's destruction laws, I sensed a trace of energy within his core that does not belong to this era, reminiscent of the remnants left by the Omni King during the universe's purge. Lin Yuan's heart jolted, as the dual gears emitted a faint white glow, subtly resonating with the cosmic symbols of the Omni King. He turned his gaze towards the seventh universe, where the network of laws seemed to conceal deeper secrets, secrets that perhaps pertained to the ultimate laws of the multiverse. As the hyperdimensional spaceship departed from the god of destruction's realm, Bu waved his pudgy hand, exclaiming, "Come back to play next time. I will prepare plenty of candy." Goku turned back to wave, while Vegeta, in his usual prideful manner, averted his gaze yet bore a slight smile. Lin Yuan looked upon the golden radiance of the god of destruction's realm, the patterns of the dual gears becoming increasingly distinct. He knew the next journey would lead to the more enigmatic domains of law, the cosmic laws of the Omni King. Chapter 55. Anomalies in the Omni King's Palace. As the banquet in the god of destruction's realm lingered, the dual gears in Lin Yuan's palm suddenly emitted a blinding white light, resonating violently with the patterns of the Omni King's cosmic symbols. The console's alarm shattered the tranquility, and an unprecedented emergency signal appeared on the screen. The source of the signal was identified as the Omni King's Palace Angel Guard, its strength sufficient to penetrate all barriers of law. An urgent message from the angels. The moment communication was established, two elegant figures materialized on the screen. The angel Whis maintained his usual composure, though his white robe was unusually stained with a faint shimmer of chaotic disturbance. The angel Meruz, on the other hand, bore a grave expression, the crystal atop his staff flickering ominously. "Mr. Lin Yuan, The situation is critical. The anomaly in the King's erasure law has manifested as a disturbing fluctuation, causing the void surrounding the palace to expand and consume two auxiliary universes. If not promptly contained, the foundational laws of the multiverse may be irrevocably destabilized. The erasure law of the king? Goku widened his eyes, recalling the innocent child capable of effortlessly erasing universes, a power that was supposed to be solely under the king's dominion. How could it spiral out of control so suddenly? In his memories, the king, though immensely powerful, remained oblivious to the essence of the laws, leaving him bewildered by this unforeseen disturbance. Vegeta's expression was unusually grave, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the armrest. The erasure law serves as the ultimate reset mechanism of the multiverse, driven by the will of the king, and should remain absolutely stable. If it exhibits anomalies, it can only signify that an external force is interfering with the king's will, or that the erasure law itself is undergoing evolution. He recalled Whis mentioning that the king's strength originates from the void laws established at the universe's inception. Should these laws spiral out of control, the ramifications would be unimaginable. The twin gears of Lin Yuan emitted a brilliant white light, projecting a real-time image of the king's palace. A golden palace suspended in the void, with the surrounding space being relentlessly eroded by a black mist of nothingness. Wherever the mist spread, stars were extinguished, and laws reverted to zero. Even the sacred laws of the angels were devoured. At the pinnacle of the palace, the two kings stared vacantly at this unfolding chaos, their erasure law flickering ominously, as if on the brink of extinguishment. The void laws were rebelling against the erasure law. Lin Yuan's voice grew somber. Each time the king erased a universe, remnants of void fragments lingered, accumulating around the palace for eons. Now, at some pivotal moment, they had awakened, beginning to consume the energy of the erasure law, as the spacecraft navigated to the periphery of the king's palace. A massive vortex had already formed amidst the mist. At the vortex's center, a shadow, coalescing from void fragments, was gradually taking shape. It lacked a fixed form, yet could effortlessly tear through the barriers of angelic laws. Whis and Meruz were brandishing their staffs, constructing a defensive net with angelic laws. But the net was visibly dissolving within the mist at an alarming rate. The Grand Priest's law analysis. Upon entering the king's palace, the Grand Priest awaited them in the Golden Hall. He maintained his gentle smile, though 3 of the 12 angelic halos behind him had dimmed. Welcome, harmonizers. The anomaly of the erasure law arises from the awakening of the void. The universes that were erased did not truly vanish, but instead birthed a self-awareness within the void. They despised their fated erasure and banded together to resist the erasure law. He gestured towards the central water mirror, where countless remnants of the erased universes materialized. Worlds with advanced technology, yet destroyed by war. Realms where magic flourished but was misused. And one world strikingly similar to the 12 universes, where Goku and Vegeta ultimately perished due to an imbalance in the laws. These fragments chronicle the resentment of the erased universes, their grievances fused with the void laws, culminating in the present shadow of nothingness. Goku gazed at the obliterated universes within the water mirror, clenching his fists. How pitiful they are, having strived so hard only to be effortlessly erased. His Super Saiyan aura ignited instinctively, radiating a golden glow imbued with a hint of compassion. Could we not eradicate them, but instead guide them towards a new mode of existence? Vegeta snorted dismissively, yet refrained from retorting. Resentment springs from injustice, perhaps by granting them a purpose. We could defuse this crisis. However, the laws of the void fundamentally oppose the laws of eradication. A forced amalgamation would only result in a more catastrophic explosion. His ultimate flash energy swirled within his palm, discreetly analyzing the points of conflict between the two laws. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the water mirror. As his consciousness delved into the memories of the fragments of the void, there he sensed the anguished cries of those eradicated, infused with an unyielding desire for existence. These fragments were not malevolent. They merely sought a reason to endure, not destruction, but the right to be remembered. Lin Yuan lifted his gaze, as the omniversal symbol upon the dual gears began to rotate alongside the void patterns. The law of eradication should not signify an absolute end, but rather an opportunity for rebirth. The shadow of the void launched a voracious assault. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the palace's protective barrier trembled violently. The mists of the void breached the angelic defense, flooding into the hall, coalescing into a colossal shadow of the void. Its form was composed of countless cosmic fragments, shimmering with the remnants of obliterated civilizations, metallic ruins from technological worlds, shattered staves from magical realms, and a small Dragon Ball, faintly glowing amidst the debris. Eradication equated to annihilation. The shadow of the void unleashed a roar composed of myriad voices, wielding colossal claws formed from the laws of the void, striking towards the two champions. Wherever the claws passed, space was utterly erased, beyond the repair of even the angelic laws. Your Majesty, be careful. Whis and Meruz instantly shielded the omniversal king, as the angelic law transformed into a golden light shield. The shield collided with the giant claws, erupting into a blinding radiance, causing the entire palace to tremble under the impact of the laws, while the golden floor tiles of the hall bore spiderweb-like cracks. The omniversal king, frightened, hid behind the Grand Minister, yet stubbornly declared, "Do not destroy my palace. I shall eradicate you." He waved his small hand, attempting to unleash the law of eradication. But the light of the law was swiftly engulfed by the void mist, causing it to thicken even further. Lin Yuan suddenly recalled the words of the old Kai, as the dual gears simultaneously released the powers of origin and balance. "Goku, Vegeta, we require a fusion that can encompass both the forces of eradication and the void." His gears traced a fusion circle in the air, infusing it with origin power, allowing the circle to radiate both the white light of the eradication law and the black light of the void law. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, then leapt into the fusion circle. Fusion. This time, their union was not merely a merging of power, but an amalgamation of laws. As the super blue aura intertwined with the purity of the eradication law and the inclusiveness of the void law, the rebirth of law, the symbiosis of eradication and void. Gogeta's figure materialized amidst the brilliance, his attire adorned with the pristine white patterns of the eradication law and the pure black patterns of the void law. As the two extreme laws harmoniously flowed within him. The shadow of nihility, I am aware of your anguish. The voice of Gogeta resonated through the hall. He refrained from launching an attack, instead extending his arms to unleash the fused principle of symbiosis. Yet, destruction is not the sole escape. The existence remembered holds more significance than the eternal void. The principle of symbiosis materialized as a luminescent band of interwoven black and white, ensnaring the shadow of nihility. As the band made contact with the fragments, the resentment embedded within them gradually dissipated, revealing the beautiful memories of civilizations erased, the peaceful celebrations of the technological cosmos, the bonds of friendship in a magical realm, and the camaraderie shared by Goku and Vegeta in a parallel universe. Is this proof of our existence? The voice of the shadow of nihility trembled. Its form began to disintegrate, fragments transforming into twinkling starlight within the luminous band. It became apparent that erasure was not the end. As long as someone remembers, we shall live on eternally. Lin Yuan's dual gears soared into the heart of the light band, the power of origin coalescing the starlight into 12 memory crystals, each encapsulating the complete history of a erased universe. These crystals would be enshrined upon the colossal tree of laws in the origin universe, ensuring that the multiverse forever remembers your existence. He presented the crystals to the Grand Priest, declaring that from this day forth, the principle of erasure shall no longer signify an absolute conclusion, but rather the commencement of memory's legacy. The Grand Priest accepted the crystals, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. Harmonizer, you have forged a new equilibrium of laws. Erasure and nothingness are indeed two facets of the universe. One terminates the old existence, while the other nurtures new memories. Only through their symbiosis can the laws of the multiverse perpetuate. The two Omni-Kings gazed curiously at the memory crystals. The little Omni-King reached out to touch one, and images of the erased universe materialized within, leading him to a sudden epiphany. So, the universe I erased was so fascinating. Can we refrain from erasure in the future? The Grand Priest chuckled and shook his head. The principle of erasure is a necessary balance, yet we can preserve their stories through the memory crystals. The shadow of nihility dissipated entirely, and the mist of nothingness enveloping the Omni-King's palace receded. The consumed auxiliary universe gradually began to restore under the radiance of the memory crystals, this time infused with a thread of memory within its laws, eternally documenting its existence, a gift from the angelic principles. With the crisis averted, the Grand Priest hosted a banquet atop the palace's observatory. Whis strummed the cosmic strings, the melody imbued with the essence of the newly birthed principle of symbiosis. Meru's elucidated the mysteries of the angelic laws to Lin Yuan. The essence of the angelic laws is harmony, resonating with the dual gears you possess. The balance of the multiverse's laws requires the decisive erasure of nothingness's embrace, but it equally necessitates the connection of the harmonizer. He bestowed upon Lin Yuan a badge crafted from fragments of angelic halos, intricately engraved with the design of symbiosis between erasure and nothingness. This symbiotic badge will enable you to invoke the balance of erasure and nothingness in any corner of the multiverse. When faced with insurmountable conflicts of laws, it shall guide you toward the possibility of symbiosis. Lin Yuan embedded the badge into his dual gears. The surface patterns flawlessly complete. The Science crimson and gold, the emerald of Namek, the golden hue of King Kai, the pastel purple of Bu, the pristine white of the Omni King, and the pure black of nothingness. 6 paths converging to form a perfect circular law, radiating a brilliance that encompasses all. In the training grounds of the palace, Wukong and Vegeta engaged in a spirited duel, their combat infused with the principles of symbiosis. Their strikes no longer sought destruction. Instead, they birthed new forms of energy through their collisions. Even Whis could not help but nod in approval, acknowledging that the fighting philosophy of the Science had finally reached the essence of martial arts. As they departed from the palace of the Omni King, the Grand Minister suddenly whispered to Lin Yuan, "Harmonizer, do you understand why the shadow of the void has awakened so abruptly? Beyond the accumulated resentment, a fragment of a law not belonging to the multiverse has mingled within their consciousness, reminiscent of shards from an extrinsic law." He gestured towards the edge of the universe, where a faint crack marred the barrier of laws. Beyond the multiverse, there may lie realms of laws unknown to us, and therein might reside your ultimate trial. Lin Yuan gazed at the fissure at the universe's edge as the dual gears of law began to whirl violently, projecting a luminous trajectory leading to the unknown. He tightened his grip on the gears, feeling the call from beyond, a summons imbued with foreign law fluctuations that resonated subtly with the power of origin. The hyperdimensional spacecraft departed from the Omni King's palace, the 2 Omni Kings waving farewell while the Grand Minister stood smiling amidst a golden radiance. Lin Yuan positioned himself before the viewport, watching the memory crystal flicker towards the direction of the origin universe. He understood that the balance of laws within the multiverse had advanced yet another step forward, and a new journey would guide him toward the more distant realms of extrinsic law, where perhaps the ultimate secrets of the multiverse's inception were concealed. Chapter 56. The Law Storm of the Extrinsic Fissure. The hyperdimensional spacecraft hovered at the universe's edge, Lin Yuan fixated on the elusive crack visible through the viewport. The dual gears of law spun at a rapid pace, their pure white cleansing laws intertwined with the pitch-black void laws and the 6 color patterns of the multiverse, casting blurred images of the interior of the crack onto his palm. It was a gray void devoid of stars, where countless fragments of law floated like garbled text, occasionally coalescing into the shape of planets, only to disintegrate back into streams of energy. An urgent alarm signaled the expansion of the fissure. Bulma scanner emitted a sharp warning as the 3-dimensional model of the crack displayed an alarming expansion rate of 3 per hour, with the edge of the gray void steadily eroding the multiverse's barrier of laws. The law density of this extrinsic void was 17 times that of the multiverse. Its law structure utterly chaotic, devoid of causality or the flow of time, resembling an unfinished cosmic code. Wukong leaned closer to the screen, poking at the image of the crack. The energy inside feels peculiar. It seems even emptier than the Omni King's cleansing laws, yet brimming with an urge to be filled. His hyperintuition allowed him to vaguely perceive the essence of the void. It was a realm longing to be defined, a primordial chaos of law. Vegeta's detector indicated that the laws surrounding the fissure were descending into disorder. Meteors no longer adhered to gravitational trajectories. The light of stars began to flow backward. And even the engines of the hyperdimensional spacecraft entered a paradoxical state of simultaneous activation and deactivation. These extrinsic laws were corrupting the foundational laws of the multiverse. His battle attire manifested the intricate patterns of the symbiotic law, striving to resist the chaos that threatened to engulf it. If this continued, we would not need to await their invasion. Our network of laws would collapse on its own. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly resonated with the fissure, and a fragment of shattered consciousness surged into his mind. It was a self-awareness born from the void beyond the multiverse, emerging from the crevice of laws without fixed form or rules. Its sole instinct was to consume orderly laws to refine itself. The expansion of this fissure was triggered by the release of the vengeful law during the dissipation of the shadow of nothingness, drawing the attention of the void like bait. We must actively enter the fissure. Lin Yuan's gaze was resolute as the rings of the dual gears illuminated, realizing that passive defense would only lead to the gradual assimilation of the multiverse's laws. We must locate the core consciousness of the extrinsic laws and provide them with a defined direction through the symbiotic law, rather than allowing them to perfect themselves through consumption. As the ship traversed the fissure, all instruments failed simultaneously. Lin Yuan's dual gears emitted a brilliant light, forming a barrier of law around the vessel, barely resisting the encroachment of the extrinsic laws. Outside the viewport, the gray void presented a bizarre, dynamic chaos. What had been cubic fragments of law transformed in the next moment into flowing liquid, from which wings suddenly emerged, becoming aimless luminescent birds. A definition trap of the extrinsic laws. After 3 hours delving into the void, the ship landed on a floating continent of law. The terrain of this land morphed incessantly. A flat plain suddenly surged into mountains, atop which metallic blooms blossomed, and what fell after their wilting were not petals, but strings of mathematical formulas. Here, the laws lacked any stable definition. Lin Yuan's consciousness connected with the continent, perceiving countless undefined law particles colliding. A stone could simultaneously embody a stone, water, and flame, as no law dictated what it must be. This uncertainty was the reason they devoured orderly laws. They needed definitions to stabilize themselves. As soon as he spoke, the continent trembled violently, and from the fissures in the ground emerged countless law worms. These worms were composed of undefined energy, their surfaces flickering with enigmatic symbols. Wherever they crawled, the terrain would descend into further chaotic transformation. Wukong, exhilarated, charged forward, unleashing a super Saiyan aura. Behold, he struck at a worm, only for his fist to pass straight through its body, while his arm morphed into a rubbery material. What has happened to my hand? It turned out that the extrinsic laws could reverse define the attacker. If one struck it with a fist, the law would define that fist as non-entity. Vegeta's ultimate flash struck the worm, yet the energy transformed mid-air into cotton candy, tangling his hair. Damn it, these creatures can manipulate the attributes of attacks. He attempted to tear away the cotton candy, which suddenly hardened into steel, firmly adhering to his battle suit. Lin Yuan's dual gears unleashed the symbiotic law. Where the light of the law swept across, the chaotic terrain momentarily stabilized, and the law worms ceased their movements, their surfaces transforming into question marks. They were pleading for a definition. Lin Yuan's consciousness intertwined with the worms, perceiving their perplexity. These primordial laws were unaware of their own essence, engaging only through imitation and distortion. He endeavored to delineate the worms using the twin gears. You are order worms, taking the form of silver serpents, with the ability to cleanse fragments of chaotic laws. As this definition resonated, the worms' forms gradually stabilized into silver serpents, their surfaces adorned with symbols of order, prompting them to actively cleanse their surroundings of chaotic law fragments, ceasing their attacks on the spacecraft. A moment of clarity struck Bulma as she rummaged through her backpack for spare components of the law translator. These extraterrestrial laws resembled blank canvases, manipulatable through definition rather than annihilation. She assembled a rudimentary definition launcher, aiming it at a chaotic fragment of law, proclaiming, "You are navigation stars," taking the form of blue orbs of light, tasked with guiding the way. Indeed, the fragments coalesced into blue orbs, suspended around the spacecraft, illuminating their path forward. However, a crisis soon unfolded. As they defined an increasing number of orderly law entities, a deep, thunderous rumble emanated from the void's depths. The defined law entities suddenly spiraled into chaos. The silver order worms began to devour their companions, while the blue navigation stars collided, transforming into black, explosive spheres. A grave realization struck, a definition overload. Lin Yuan's twin gears trembled violently, as the laws they defined clashed with the primordial extraterrestrial laws, akin to forcing complex knowledge upon the illiterate, only resulting in confusion. In the heart of the void continent, a shadow formed from the collective chaos of the law entities took shape, far more colossal than the shadow of nothingness. Its body constituted of countless contradictory definitions. The left hand emanated flames yet radiated coldness, while the right hand, composed of ice, burned with fire. The symbols on its chest represented the juxtaposition of definition and chaos, rendering it particularly grotesque. This was the backlash of the chaos definer. Erroneous definitions manifested as shackles. The shadow emitted a howl that was neither male nor female, its voice capable of directly assaulting consciousness, bombarding Goku and others with a torrent of contradictory commands. Advance, retreat, attack, defend, exist, cease to exist. Goku's head throbbed violently, his Super Saiyan aura flickering erratically, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. This was the Chaos Definer, a manifestation of the extraterrestrial law's rebellion against their forced definitions. Lin Yuan's twin gears unleashed the symbiotic law, temporarily shielding against the assault on consciousness. They did not seek our definitions, but rather the right to self-define. The Chaos Definer swung its contradictory hands, unleashing a beam of paradox. The beam struck the spacecraft's law barrier, which instantly manifested countless contradictory patterns, solid, fragile, whole shattered, as it began to disintegrate at a visible pace. Vegeta timely unleashed his ultimate flash, only to discover his attack was redefined as a means of energizing the enemy. Upon striking the shadow, it only became more solidified. Conventional attacks would merely be interpreted as advantageous actions. Suddenly, Bulma's definition launcher erupted with a cacophony, spewing forth a chaotic code. The translator deciphered that its core was an anti-definition law. Any description or attack directed at it would be interpreted in reverse. Suddenly, Wukong experienced a moment of enlightenment, shedding his Super Saiyan form and remaining motionless. If we do not attack or impose definitions, will it not become powerless? Indeed, the paradoxical beam of the Chaos Definer lost its target, bursting aimlessly in the air, transforming into a myriad of flickering question marks. Lin Yuan's dual gear law ring spun at high velocity. He finally comprehended the essence of the extraterritorial laws. They do not require definition, but rather the liberty to define themselves. The laws of the multiverse possess a fixed framework, yet they yearn for the right to redefine themselves at will. These two necessities are not in opposition. Just as Wukong can choose to fight or rest, the laws can opt for stability or change. He approached the Chaos Definer, opening the dual gear law ring before it. We are not here to impose definitions upon you, but to offer options for definition. The laws of the multiverse possess a stable beauty, and your dynamic chaos embodies a beauty of freedom. We can forge a bidirectional definition channel. You may learn the stable laws of the multiverse through this channel to refine yourselves, rather than through consumption. Conversely, the multiverse can draw inspiration from your dynamic changes, enhancing the resilience of the law network. The contradictory body of the Chaos Definer trembled violently, its chest symbol beginning to shift. The amalgamation of definition and chaos gradually transforming into a bidirectional arrow of defining chaos. Its roar, previously filled with rage, now resonated with confusion. Bidirectional definition? The bridge of laws, a bidirectional definition channel. Wukong suddenly clapped and laughed heartily. I understand. Just as I can transform into a Super Saiyan or revert to my ordinary form, or merge with Vegeta, I can choose to become whatever I desire, as long as I do not harm others. His words shone like a beacon, softening the form of the Chaos Definer considerably. Though Vegeta was proud, he nodded in agreement. The battle laws of the Science are not immutable. We are constantly surpassing our former selves, which in itself is a form of self-redefinition. His battle attire manifested the patterns of the symbiotic law, resonating faintly with the Chaos Definer. Lin Yuan's dual gear ascended above the Chaos Definer, the law ring emanating the brilliance of all laws within the multiverse. The balance law of the Science, the life law of Namek, the chaos law of Bu, and the erasure law of the Omni King. These laws flowed within the ring, forming a river of colorful light. This was the repository of law options within the multiverse. Lin Yuan's voice echoed through the gray void. You may select any law from this repository as a temporary definition, and you can change it at any time without the need for consumption. In exchange, you must also open your dynamic chaos laws, allowing the laws of the multiverse the opportunity to temporarily become freer. The body of the Chaos Definer completely dissipated, transforming into countless gentle light particles. These particles coalesced in the air, forming a bridge of laws connecting the two ends of the rift. One end was the golden law network of the multiverse, while the other was the gray dynamic chaos of the extraterritorial void. The two sets of laws flowed harmoniously across the bridge, learning from one another while retaining their unique characteristics. The gray void began to transform, although it remained a dynamic chaos. It now possessed a subtle beauty of order. The soaring, luminescent birds adeptly maneuvered around the floating continent of laws, while the flowing liquid ceased its arbitrary distortions, instead forming regular cycles. The core consciousness of the Chaos Definers materialized into a defining crystal, suspended at the center of the bridge of laws, within which reflected the scenes of the multiverse and the void beyond. A new equilibrium emerged at the ends of the fissure. As the returning spacecraft traversed the bridge of laws, Lin Yuan's twin gears absorbed a wisp of dynamic chaotic energy from beyond the realm, resulting in a new gray dynamic pattern upon the law ring, which alongside the 6 other colored patterns and the black and white void-clearing patterns, formed a complete multiversal ring of external laws. The bidirectional defining channel stabilized, allowing Bulma's instruments to return to normal, with the screen displaying that the expansion rate of the fissure had reached 0, even beginning to contract slowly. The external laws, now obtaining stability through the channel, no longer required the consumption of the multiverse. The law network of the multiverse also experienced a 300 increase in resilience due to the infusion of dynamic chaotic energy. Yukong, within the spacecraft, excitedly experimented with dynamic transformations. His hair alternated between the golden hue of Super Saiyan and its original black, even briefly manifesting a pink, blue-like Super Saiyan form. Though his power did not amplify, he acquired the newfound ability to switch combat styles at will. Vegeta, meanwhile, studied the impact of dynamic chaotic laws on the ultimate Flash. He discovered that upon infusing a hint of chaotic energy, the Flash could automatically adjust its form according to the opponent's attributes, transforming to a watery form in the presence of fire laws and adopting a corrosive form when faced with steel laws. Somewhat useful, he scoffed, yet a smirk betrayed his satisfaction. As the spacecraft emerged from the fissure, the Grand Priest and Whis awaited at the edge of the multiverse. Upon witnessing the complete bridge of laws, a glimmer of approval flickered in the Grand Priest's eyes. Harmonizer, you have not only resolved the crisis, but have also extended the law network of the multiverse into the external realm, an unprecedented achievement. He presented Lin Yuan with a silver badge, embossed with the design of the Bridge of Laws, a testament to cross-domain harmonization, granting its bearer the ability to open the bridge at will and maintain the balance of bidirectional definitions. Lin Yuan accepted the badge, which seamlessly integrated into the law ring of the twin gears, causing a 3-dimensional map of the fissure to emerge on the surface of the gears, indicating all critical law convergence points that required close monitoring. Epilogue: the new boundaries of the law network. As the hyperdimensional spacecraft returned, Lin Yuan stood before the porthole, gazing at the flowing dual-colored luminescence of the Bridge of Laws. The golden laws of the multiverse intertwined with the gray chaos of the external realm, creating a beautiful gradient, reminiscent of a rainbow spanning 2 worlds. Bulma's screen displayed feedback from various universes. In the 7th universe, Bu absorbed a wisp of dynamic chaotic energy, now capable of transforming into various forms of candy, alleviating concerns of scarcity. The sapling of the law tree on Namek sprouted leaves that could change shapes at will, better adapting to different environments. And the energy sphere at the altar of the Science Lost Star domain began to slowly change color, hinting at new evolutionary possibilities for the ancient Saiyan combat laws. In the training chamber, Wukong and Vegeta engaged in dynamic sparring, no longer fixated on rigid combat forms. Instead, they adjusted their attributes in response to each other's attacks. Wukong's Kamehameha fluctuated between the ferocity of flames and the gentleness of flowing water, while Vegeta's final flash condensed to a pinpoint and then expanded like a nebula. Lin Yuan's dual gears spun slowly in his palms, the complete ring of laws shimmering with harmonious light. He understood that the journey of the harmonizer knows no bounds, and the balance of laws requires constant maintenance. Yet, at this moment, as he beheld the harmonious coexistence of the multiverse and the void beyond through the Bridge of Laws, he felt an unprecedented tranquility. The voice of the Grand Priest resonated through the communicator, imbued with a hint of reassurance. Beyond the void lies perhaps an even grander realm of laws. But that is a tale for the future. For now, the multiverse needs time to assimilate this fusion, and you, the interdimensional harmonizer, must also rest and grow. As the spacecraft glided into the star domain of the 12 universes, Lin Yuan cast a glance back, the light of the law bridge flickering at the edge of the cosmos like an everlasting lighthouse. He knew that when a network of laws across the multiverse was prepared, a new journey would commence once more. But until that moment, he could temporarily savor the tranquility bestowed by this balance, watching as each universe blossomed into its unique brilliance under the nurturing of the laws. On the other side of the law bridge, within the gray void, a new defining crystal was forming, reflecting Lin Yuan's silhouette and a blurred, unfamiliar symbol of law. It was an invitation from a more distant realm of laws, a prelude to future journeys. Chapter 57. The Rust of Memory Star Paths. The hyperdimensional spacecraft cruised through the star paths of the 12 universes, the dual gears at Lin Yuan's fingertips radiating a soft glow. Since the establishment of the bidirectional defining channel, the exchange of laws between the multiverse and the void had stabilized, with Bulma's cosmic monitoring device showing no anomalous fluctuations for 3 consecutive months. However, on this particular morning, the gray dynamic patterns on the gears suddenly erupted into a rusty brown, casting a blurred warning image. Countless memory crystals disintegrated in the starry sky, their fragments cascading like shooting stars. Wherever they passed, the residents of planets wore hollow expressions, as if all memories had been stripped away. The bizarre phenomenon of memory loss. It is the memory crystals. Bulma's scanner activated urgently, displaying an alarm from Universe 7, with the sender identified as Satan City, Bu. At the moment of connection, Bu's anxious voice crackled through. Lin Yuan, something terrible has happened. The people in the city have forgotten how to smile. Mr. Satan can't even remember his own name. He says I'm a pink balloon that turns into candy. The spacecraft leaped above Satan's city, and the scene before him was chilling. Pedestrians moved mechanically down the streets, their faces devoid of any expression. Shopkeepers had forgotten the prices of their wares, repeating only, pay to take things. Most heartbreaking of all, children gathered around the statue of Satan, yet could not recall who this hero of Earth was, merely poking curiously at the base of the statue. Wukong descended onto the street and grasped the arm of a passerby. Uncle, don't you remember me? We once participated in the renowned martial arts conference together. The passerby, bewildered, shook his head. Martial arts conference? What is that? Can it be consumed? His pupils reflected not a glimmer of recollection, only the most rudimentary instinct for survival. Vegeta's scanner indicated that the memory laws governing the city's inhabitants were corroding. The particles responsible for memory storage in their brains had lost connectivity, resembling rusted gears that had seized up. The source of this corrosion pointed to the memory star trail at the edge of the universe, where the memory crystals, which stored the chronicles of the multiverse, were disintegrating at an alarming rate. Lin Yuan's dual gears bore increasingly pronounced brown patterns. His consciousness traversed the memory laws, revealing a heart-wrenching scene. The memory star trail was cloaked in a brown patina of forgetfulness, erasing the memories within the crystals. The grandeur of Saiyan battles, the resurrection of Namek, and the symbiotic laws of the king's palace were all gradually fading. This was the uncontrollable force of the law of forgetting. Lin Yuan spoke gravely. The laws of memory and forgetting were inherently balanced opposites. Without forgetting, memories would overflow into chaos. Without memory, existence would lose its significance. Yet now, the law of forgetting was corroding the memory star trail like rust. If this continued, the multiverse would transform into a blank canvas of the present, devoid of the past. The Guardians of Memory had come to the rescue. Following the guidance of the memory star trail, the spaceship arrived at a nebula composed of countless memory crystals. This place should have shimmered with vibrant hues, chronicling the entirety of the multiverse's history. Instead, it was largely veiled in brown rust, the remaining crystals emitting faint whimpers. At the heart of the nebula stood an elder made of light particles, valiantly resisting the rust. His form was already translucent, the guardian of the memory star trail, the Rememberer. Reconciler, I have awaited your arrival. The Rememberer's voice was laced with the frailty of lost memories. He beckoned forth a memory mirror, revealing the source of the rust of forgetfulness, a shadow formed from undefined blank memories, coalescing near the bridge of laws between the outer void and the multiverse. It incessantly spewed rust onto the memory star trail, embodying the shadow of blankness, composed of all forgotten potentials that never came to fruition. Once a bidirectional definition channel was established, the exchange of laws between the multiverse and the outer realm awakened it. It despised the existence of being remembered and sought to corrode the memory star trail with the law of forgetting, aspiring to render all universes as blank as itself. Within the memory mirror, the form of the shadow of blankness continuously morphed. It lacked a fixed contour, yet could flawlessly mimic any existence along the memory star trail, sometimes manifesting as the erased remnants of the universe, other times transforming into unchosen branches of potentiality, even imitating Lin Yuan's visage, albeit with eyes devoid of any glimmer of memory. Memory is a shackle. The shadow of blankness emitted a void-like howl, accelerating the rust it spewed. The Rememberer's translucent form became enshrouded in rust, instantly disintegrating into countless particles of light. The memory of the Lost Guardian has led to a complete collapse of resistance. The disintegration of the crystal accelerates, and the Earth of the seventh universe begins to experience a more severe loss of memory. Some have forgotten how to walk, others no longer recall their families, and even Goku suddenly scratches his head, pondering, "It seems I have forgotten how to unleash the Kamehameha." Vegeta promptly supports the nearly tumbling Goku. Although his own memories are fading, the pride of a Saiyan compels him to endure. Do not let rust cloud your focus. Concentrate on resisting oblivion. The patterns of symbiotic laws emerge on his battle suit, temporarily staving off the erosion of the rust, though beads of cold sweat begin to form on his forehead. He realizes he is gradually forgetting every battle with Goku. The memories transcending their rivalry are fading away. The Void Shadow's attack of forgetfulness strikes. Sensing Lin Yuan's arrival, the Void Shadow transforms into a streak of brown light, rushing toward the spacecraft. The star crystal it brushes against instantly turns blank. Even a most resilient origin memory crystal loses its color. Existence equals memory, and forgetting equals freedom. The voice of the Void Shadow resonates directly in the minds of those present, evoking their most painful memories they wish to forget. Goku witnesses the scene of Krillin's death at the hands of Frieza, while Vegeta recalls the tragic annihilation of the Saiyans. Lin Yuan, meanwhile, is confronted with the regret of abandoning his mission to harmonize in a parallel world. Do not attempt to waver our resolve. Lin Yuan's dual gears radiate the full brilliance of the Law Rings, encompassing golden Saiyan memories, green Namekian memories, and pink Bu memories. All the laws of memory from the multiverse flow within the gears, forming a barrier of recollection. Though memory may bear pain, it is precisely these sorrows intertwined with joys that define who we are. Goku's gaze shifts from confusion to determination. Although he has temporarily forgotten the Kamehameha technique, he retains the resolve to protect. Even if I forget the technique, I know I must safeguard everyone. He gathers his energy, unleashing a formless wave of power, a stream infused with the essence of protective memories. Though simple in appearance, it purifies the rust it encounters. Vegeta merges the pride of the Saiyans with the laws of memory, manifesting fragments of memories transitioning from foes to allies within his ultimate flash. These memories are the glory of the Saiyans, not shackles. The flash strikes the Void Shadow, causing cracks to appear in its form, from which countless forgotten branches of potential seep forth. Worlds where Vegeta chooses a life of peace. Worlds where he becomes the emperor of the universe. These forgotten branches gradually dissipate in the light of memory. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan connects his consciousness with the remaining crystals of the memory star trail. He transforms the law rings of the dual gears into memory anchors, embedding them deep within the core of the star trail, awakening those memories obscured by rust. All who have been remembered, respond to me. In an instant, the memory star trail erupts with dazzling brilliance. The roars of Saiyans in battle, the hymns of prayers from Namek, the laughter from the King's palace, and the chaotic whispers from the void beyond. Countless memories re-emerge along the star trail, forming a torrent of recollections composed of light particles, surging toward the Void Shadow. The symbiotic laws of memory and oblivion intertwine. The shadow of emptiness struggles fiercely within the torrent of memories, its form perpetually disintegrating and reconstituting. The brown rust fades in the brilliance of recollection, revealing its intrinsic void. Why must one remember suffering? Its voice, tinged with confusion, reflects that forgetting can bring ease, while emptiness allows for the embrace of new possibilities. For without the lightness of the past, there exists only a hollow kind of ease. Lin Yuan's voice reverberates among the star trails as he approaches the shadow of emptiness. The dual gears of law release a balanced energy of memory and oblivion. Memory serves as an anchor, grounding us in our origins. Oblivion acts as a sail, enabling us to release burdens and move forward. The two are not adversaries, but rather companions. He gestures towards the fringes of the memory star trail, where a natural zone of oblivion exists, where memories, subtly faded by time, quietly dissipate, making space for new recollections. Do you see? This is true balance. You should not forcibly erase memories with rust, but rather become a guide for natural forgetting, assisting the universe in letting go of pain while preserving warmth. Ryukong suddenly claps and laughs heartily. I understand. Just like I can forget how many buns I ate yesterday, but I will never forget how delicious Chi-Chi's buns are. His words illuminate the shadow of emptiness, softening its form. Vegeta snorts, but surprisingly refrains from retorting. A Saiyan remembers the glory of battle while forgetting the humiliation of defeat. This is the mindset of the strong. His patterns of memory and oblivion intertwine in a balanced vortex within his palm. The shadow's brown rust completely fades, transforming into a gentle stream of white light that merges into the natural zone of oblivion within the memory star trail. The crystals upon the star trail begin to self-repair, the fragmented pieces reassembling as those erased memories re-emerge within the crystals. The Saiyan transformation, the Dragon Ball wish on Namek, the King S high five with Yukon. The memory star trail once again sparkles with vibrant hues. The figure of the remember reconstitutes at the center of the star trail, now more transparent, yet adorned with a serene smile. Thank you, Harmonizer. The balance of memory and oblivion is the true law of the star trail. He transforms into a stream of light, merging into the core of the star trail, establishing a natural zone of oblivion that preserves precious memories while allowing for the gentle fading of pain. The warmth of returning memories envelopes them. The returning spacecraft traverses the memory star trail, as Lin Yuan's dual gears shift from brown patterns to a soft beige, harmoniously coexisting with the other patterns of the law. On the screen, scenes from Satan's city emerge. The residents' eyes regain their vivacity. Satan excitedly recounts his glorious history of defeating Bu, while Bu conjures countless candies nearby, the laughter of children echoing through the streets. Yukon gazes at the screen, suddenly scratching his head and laughing. I remember now. This is how we unleash the Kamehameha. He gestures at the screen, golden energy waves coalescing in his palm. Though merely an apparition, it pulses with vitality. Vegeta's scouter indicates that all corroded memory patterns have been restored, even more resilient than before. Humph. At least we haven't turned the multiverse into a bunch of amnesiac fools. His fingertips traced the intricate memory patterns on his combat suit, each line vividly recounting every sparring match with Goku, without a hint of obscurity. Lin Yuan stood before the porthole, gazing at the radiant glow of the memory star trail cascading across the 12 universes, where each planet's network of laws bore an additional balance of memory and oblivion. He understood that this crisis had imparted to the multiverse the profound truths of remembrance and release, a growth perhaps even more significant than the equilibrium of laws. As the spacecraft entered the 7th universe, Bulma's screen suddenly illuminated with a new message, originating from the realm of natural forgetting within the memory star trail. Containing but a single line, the deepest memory lies at the end of the origin. Lin Yuan's dual gears trembled violently. The ring of laws pointing toward the universe's innermost depths, a domain unexplored even by the High Priest, rumored to be the heart of laws from which the multiverse originated. It appeared that the next journey would lead to the very end of origins. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the gears, the ring of laws in his palm shimmering with anticipation. Goku leaned closer, his eyes sparkling. The end of origins? Could there be formidable opponents? Vegeta adjusted his combat suit, a hint of battle spirit curling at the corners of his mouth. No matter what, the Science laws shall not falter. The spacecraft altered its course, plunging deeper into the cosmos. Outside the porthole, the radiance of the memory star trail intertwined with the brilliance of the law bridges, forming a luminous ribbon that traversed the multiverse and the realms beyond, connecting the past and the future. Lin Yuan recognized that the journey of the Harmonizer continued, and as long as memory endured and balance persisted, this path would forever hold significance. Perhaps at the end of Origins lay the multiverse's most ancient secrets, the ultimate answers regarding existence and law. Chapter 58, The Enigma of the Heart of Laws. The hyperdimensional spacecraft sailed through the cosmic abyss, the surrounding starlight thinning, as if time itself had lost its meaning. Lin Yuan's palm cradled the dual-gear law ring, spinning rapidly, intertwining the light brown memory patterns with the gray extra-dimensional lines, projecting a three-dimensional star map on the console. The map marked the destination, the heart of laws, enveloped by a tumultuous maelstrom of warped space-time, within which a pulsating golden heart could be faintly discerned. Each heartbeat resonated with a tremor throughout the universe's network of laws. The labyrinth of laws amidst the space-time maelstrom was utterly chaotic. On Bulma's scanner, the timeline displayed a marbled distortion, revealing our spacecraft's simultaneous existence across three temporal points: past, present, and future. Inside the cockpit, three Gokus were training, the screen divided into three frames. On the left, childhood Goku devoured a senzu bean. In the center, adult Goku performed push-ups, and on the right, elderly Goku dozed off, their figures flickering in overlapping reality. Goku curiously poked at the remnant of his childhood self, and as his fingertip passed through the apparition, memories of living with Grandpa, Gohan, flooded back, moistening his eyes. It turned out that the space-time maelstrom could clarify memories, yet this sensation was peculiar, as if he were simultaneously living 3 lifetimes. Vegeta's battle attire manifested intricate patterns of the symbiotic law, resisting the tumult of space-time. The gravitational pull of the heart of law was distorting the surrounding temporal and spatial structures, and these chaotic currents were the unstable origins of the law. To touch them would forcibly inject one with the primordial memories from the universe's inception. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as images of his Saiyan ancestors battling on their primordial planet flashed through his mind. Those memories, so vivid they felt as though he had lived them. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the chaotic currents, his consciousness plunging into a golden chaos. There, he witnessed the moment of the multiverse's birth, a golden heart pulsating in the void, spewing forth 12 streams of primordial law, which intertwined to form the first network of law, giving rise to celestial bodies within it. Yet in the shadow of the heart, a shadow composed of unchosen fragments of law writhed. This was the abandoned origin, a collective of all possibilities not selected by the heart of law. The heart of law produced waste while filtering laws, and this waste accumulated into the abandoned origin. Lin Yuan's consciousness broke free from the chaos, and a golden origin pattern was added to the law ring of the dual gears, having been suppressed by the radiance of the heart of law for eons. Now sensing their arrival, it attempted to shatter its seal and rewrite the multiverse with the unchosen laws. Before the words fully escaped his lips, the turbulent space-time suddenly coalesced into countless spears of law, their tips flickering with the light of unchosen laws. Some spears allowed matter to exist and not exist simultaneously, while others made energy both burn and freeze. This trap of contradictory laws formed the first line of defense of the abandoned origin. The assault of these contradictory laws pierced through the ship's defense barrier, plunging the cabin into chaos. Goku's Kamehameha transformed in his palm into a quantum state of both existence and non-existence, flickering in and out of view. Vegeta's final flash energy abruptly reversed, shifting from emission to absorption of surrounding energy, causing his aura to dim instantaneously. Most bizarrely, Bulma's instruments displayed data that simultaneously indicated normality and collapse, the device itself flickering between intact and damaged. These contradictory laws defied logic. Clutching her head, Bulma cried out, her hair half turning black and half white, presenting an eerie state of simultaneous youth and decay, as the abandoned origin negated all logical laws of the multiverse. At the center of the chaos, the silhouette of the abandoned origin gradually took shape, composed of countless transparent fragments of law. Each piece reflected unchosen universes, some where technology surpassed magic, others where only flora existed without fauna, and one universe devoid of scions, ruled by the Frisia force over half a star system. The choices of the heart of law were not the truth. The voice of the vessel of origin arose from the overlapping wills of countless unchosen civilizations as it swung its fragmented arms, unleashing a wave of contradictory force. Why should the balanced laws be selected while the laws of absolute freedom be cast aside? Today, I shall reveal all the unchosen laws to the light of day. The shockwave struck the heart of law's sealing barrier, causing it to tremble violently, and the pulsations of the golden heart became chaotic. The network of laws across the multiverse resonated in unison, while the gravity of the seventh universe abruptly shifted upwards. The Dragon Balls of Namek began to reverse their wishes, and even the cleansing laws of the King's palace exhibited a paradox of self-restoration after being purged. Goku suddenly burst into laughter, relinquishing his resistance against the contradictory laws, allowing his body to flicker between existence and oblivion. Though these laws were peculiar, they were undeniably fascinating, akin to simultaneously playing hide-and-seek and soccer. His extraordinary intuition enabled him to adapt to the contradictory laws, even utilizing the trait of appearing in multiple locations to evade attacks. Vegeta snorted disdainfully yet discreetly adjusted the flow of energy. The laws of the Scions are not a matter of selection, but rather forged by our own hands. He transformed the reverse flow of the contradictory laws into cyclical energy, allowing the ultimate flash to circulate within him, its potency continuously amplifying. In the midst of a stalemate, a fissure suddenly appeared in the sealing barrier of the heart of laws, and a stream of golden light burst forth, manifesting a memory projection before all present. It depicted the moment of the heart of law's inception. The golden heart erupted with countless beams of law, some representing absolute order, others absolute chaos, some embodying destruction alone, and others creation alone. These beams annihilated one another in a dance of conflict, ultimately leaving behind 12 beams, the only combination of laws capable of coexisting. The heart of laws did not actively choose, but passively retained those laws that could sustain balance. The fragments of laws, not retained, naturally became the forsaken origins. It turned out that you were not abandoned, but rather unable to coexist with other laws. Lin Yuan's voice echoed amidst the turbulence, as the origin patterns of the dual gears pulsated in synchrony with the heart of laws. The law of absolute freedom repulses all constraints, ultimately leading to self-destruction. The law of destruction exhausts all energy, returning to the void. What the heart of laws preserved was not the optimal solution, but a sustainable one. The forsaken fragments trembled violently, and a new scene abruptly interjected into the memory projection. The unchosen beams of law self-destructing in the void. The universe governed by absolute freedom ultimately crumbled due to the absence of rules, while the universe ruled by destruction descended into utter silence. These images elicited a tormented howl from the forsaken origins. Impossible. I merely desired for the unchosen laws to possess the right to exist. Goku suddenly clapped his hands. I understand now. Just as rules are necessary for a martial arts tournament, laws too require companions with whom they can play. His body ceased to flicker as he actively embraced the aspect of existence within the contradictory laws, rejecting the aspect of oblivion. You can allow them to exist, but you must teach them to harmonize with other laws. The symbiotic evolution of the heart of laws ensued. Vegeta's ultimate flash finally completed its accumulation, and instead of attacking the forsaken origins, he infused energy into the sealing barrier of the heart of laws. Saiyans never believe in fate, yet they comprehend the essence of coexistence. His energy has been infused with the equilibrium principles of the Saiyan relics, imparting a delicate pattern of inclusivity to the luminous shield. The essence of the law should not merely embody exclusion. It must also embrace limited acceptance. As energy flows into the shield, it gradually expands, revealing the complete visage of the heart of the law. A golden heart adorned with countless tiny orifices, each corresponding to an unchosen principle. Lin Yuan's twin gears ascend above the heart, and the rings of law emit 12 radiant beams, linking the heart with the abandoned of origin. These orifices serve as evolutionary interfaces for the heart of the law. We can establish a trial ground for the laws, allowing the unchosen principles to operate within, granting them existence without disrupting the primary network of laws. The fragmented body of the abandoned of origin softens gradually, releasing a beam of law that connects with the heart's interfaces. As the unchosen principle of absolute freedom flows into the trial ground, Lin Yuan infuses a hint of the balance principle as guidance. What would have led to self-destruction transforms, under this guidance, into a principle of freedom with boundaries, capable of free change without repelling other laws. Is this the potential for coexistence? The voice of the abandoned of origin resonates with incredulous joy as it injects all fragments of law into various trial grounds. Under the guidance of the balance principle, these fragments evolve into forms capable of coexistence. Only the principle of destruction becomes the directional principle of destruction, and only the principle of creation evolves into the orderly principle of creation. The heartbeat of the heart of the law grows stronger, and amidst the golden radiance emerges a rainbow-hued evolutionary beam, connecting the primary law network with the trial ground. Lin Yuan's twin-gear law ring is now wholly complete. The golden origin patterns form a perfect cycle with other patterns. The surface of the gears reveals a three-dimensional star map of the multiverse, with each celestial body shimmering with the light of balanced coexistence. The turbulence of time and space begins to subside, and the triple projections of the spacecraft merge into one. As Goku's 3 forms overlap into his adult shape, he chuckles, patting his belly, finally back to normal. I nearly burst after eating 3 meals at once. Vegeta's battle attire returns to its original state, and upon gazing at the evolutionary beam of the heart of the law, a rare smile graces his lips. This is somewhat interesting. It's more engaging than mere destruction. A new journey at the end of origin. The returning spacecraft traverses the now tranquil temporal turbulence. Lin Yuan stands before the porthole, observing the heart of the law gently rotating in its golden glow, encircled by the rainbow beams of the trial ground, akin to a colorful necklace. Bulma's screen displays that the resilience of the multiverse's law network has increased by 500. Those once desolate zones of law have now transformed into fields of experimentation, spawning numerous novel balance laws. Suddenly, the image of the Grand Priest appears on the screen, with the Omni King behind him curiously prodding a newly birthed crystalline trial law. Harmonizer. The evolution of the heart of the law has ushered the multiverse into a new phase. But remember, evolution is an unending journey. Beyond the more distant laws, primordial void laws await definition. Lin Yuan's twin gears suddenly pointed towards the void beyond the cosmos, where the fluctuations of the laws were more primordial than the outer realms, resonating faintly with the power of origins. He tightened his grip on the gears, sensing a call from beyond the laws, imbued with a purity and yearning that remained undefined. As the ship departed from the heart of the laws, the essence of origin transformed into a stream of light, merging with the evolutionary radiance of the heart of the laws, its voice echoing through the starry expanse. Thank you. Harmonizer. Coexistence is not the end. It is a new beginning. Wukong was honing his skills in the training room, engaging in a spar with his own phantoms, which represented various potential selves. No longer in conflict, they synchronized to practice new techniques. Vegeta, meanwhile, was immersed in the study of the law's data within the experimental facility, as his ultimate flash began to incorporate the balanced energies of directed annihilation and orderly creation, enhancing both its power and precision. Lin Yuan's gaze drifted towards the void beyond the laws, where the twin gears shimmered with an expectant glow. He understood that the journey of the Harmonizer was eternally ongoing. Yet, with each attainment of balance and evolution of the laws, the multiverse grew richer and more resilient. In the brilliance of the heart of the laws, a new map unfurled, a realm of the undefined void, possibilities yet to be defined, and the ultimate laws awaiting harmonization. In the ship's storage compartment, an unprecedented black gear was quietly forming, its surface inscribed with the primal symbols of the void's laws, echoing the origin patterns of the twin gears. This gear would serve as the key to the next journey and the crucial element for the ultimate balance of the multiverse's laws. The hyperdimensional ship accelerated towards the cosmos beyond, as golden luminescence intertwined with rainbow arcs outside the viewport, sketching a pathway to the unknown in the starry sky, heralding an even grander adventure on the horizon. Chapter 59. The Secret Correspondence of the Saiyan Scholar. As the hyperdimensional ship had just exited the radiation range of the heart of the laws, Lin Yuan's palm glimmered with a cerulean light from the twin gears, a blended hue of the Saiyan balance of laws and the life laws of Namek. Simultaneously, the communicator on the console activated, displaying a familiar emblem. The Satan City Sun Gohan Academic Research Institute. An urgent summons from Gohan. Upon connecting, Gohan appeared on the screen, clad in a white researcher S-coat, his glasses reflecting the faint glow of ancient texts, with a bookshelf behind him filled with Saiyan hieroglyphic literature. Mr. Lin Yuan, I apologize for interrupting your journey, he said, adjusting his glasses with the meticulous tone characteristic of a scholar. While interpreting ancient Saiyan tablets, I uncovered records regarding parasitic entities of the laws. These parasites feed on imbalanced laws, and there have been signs of a large-scale outbreak in the southern galaxy. The tablets state that only the bearer of the twin gears can purify them. Wukong leaned closer to the screen, clapping Gohan on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Gohan, long time no see. What impressive discoveries have you made now? The law parasites sound more troublesome than Cell. His eyes sparkled with pride as he recalled Gohan's battles in his youth. Vegeta snorted dismissively, his fingertips tapping the armrest. The ancient texts of the Saiyans never speak in vain. The parasites are likely linked to the remnants of the Saiyan relics' destructive laws. Suddenly, his detector emitted a warning. The screen revealed a dense array of cavities in the long map of the southern galaxy, each one voraciously consuming the surrounding balanced energy. The azure glow of Lin Yuan's twin gears intensified, projecting a holographic image of a stone tablet. Inscribed upon it was a three-headed, six-armed Saiyan warrior, piercing a swirling mass of black mist with a spear. Within the murky depths, countless minuscule parasites could be discerned, their tendrils entwined with distorted Saiyan runes. This was the totem of the ancient Saiyan guardians of the laws. As Lin Yuan's fingertips traced the runes, the tablet revealed that these parasites were born from the remnants of the War of Laws, specifically designed to latch onto the weak points of the law network, capable of twisting balanced laws into extreme forms. As the spaceship jumped to the edge of the southern galaxy, the sight that unfolded was chilling. The once resplendent nebula now lay shrouded in a gray haze of law, within which floated parasitized planets. Some planets had their gravitational laws distorted to the point of inversion, while others experienced temporal laws that caused erratic leaps. Most bizarre was a Saiyan colonial planet, where the warriors had all succumbed to a state of eternal rage, attacking everything in sight, yet suffering no true harm. For their life laws had been rewritten by the parasites to allow only combat, precluding death. The collision of academia and laws was palpable. Gohan had long awaited them in orbit around the colonial star, his ship emblazoned with the insignia of the Sun Gohan Institute of Cosmic Law. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and the others, he immediately activated a holographic projection. According to the tablet's inscriptions, the core of the parasitic entities was crystallized extreme emotion. The excessive rage and fear unleashed by the ancient Saiyans during the War of Laws, fused with the unrefined destructive laws, gave rise to these monstrosities. He pointed towards the flickering red dots within the projection. Each parasitic planet housed an emotional nest, which continuously produced offspring parasites. Ordinary attacks could only vanquish the offspring. To eradicate them entirely, one must purify the nest's emotional crystal. However, the challenge lay in the fact that the nest absorbed the host's emotional energy. The more ferocious the attack, the stronger its power became. Lin Yuan's twin gears connected with the lawn network of the colonial star, allowing him to feel the molten rage of countless warriors coursing through the network. These emotions being transformed by the nest into distorted law energy, utilizing the Saiyan's instinct for battle. Lin Yuan's consciousness pinpointed the nest location, situated beneath the ancient Saiyan altar on the colonial star, where the remnants of the most potent destructive laws lingered. Gohan, can you decipher the purification incantation inscribed on the altar? The twin gears require emotional guidance for precise purification, and the incantation recorded in the ancient texts may hold the key. Gohan adjusted his glasses and accessed a high-definition scan of the tablet. This segment of runes indeed constituted a purification spell, but it necessitated a calm, fighting spirit as its key. The Saiyan warrior's rage would be absorbed by the nest, but if one could maintain composure during battle, much like my state when I faced Cell, his eyes flickered with the fire of combat, yet quickly settled into tranquility. I could attempt to guide the incantation with a calm spirit, in conjunction with your twin gears. Suddenly, Wukong clapped his hands, exclaiming, I know what to do. It is akin to swinging a bat in baseball, where one must exert force while simultaneously aiming for the sweet spot. A golden aura enveloped him. Yet he intentionally restrained his ferocity, allowing the flow of energy to move as smoothly as a stream. Vegeta, with a disdainful huff, radiated a serene blue energy, clearly demonstrating that this Saiyan prince had already mastered the essence of calm combat. As the crowd descended upon the altar square, the ground suddenly fractured and a colossal hand, composed of black mist and rage-fueled energy, erupted from the earth. The fingertips of this giant hand were infested with tiny parasites, and the stones they touched twisted into darkness. From the fissure, the core of the emotional nest descended, resembling a pulsating black heart, its surface adorned with the anguished visages of Saiyan warriors, each face emitting a furious roar. The foolish harmonizer, the voice of the nest resonated, formed by the overlapping consciousness of countless enraged entities. It abruptly unleashed an emotional shockwave, intermingled with the painful memories of the Saiyans massacred by Frieza and the humiliating recollections controlled by Babidi, attempting to ignite the negative emotions of all present. Let your anger fuel your combat. Your emotions are my sustenance. Wukong's gaze faltered momentarily as images of Frieza slaying Krillin flashed through his mind, causing his Super Saiyan aura to become wildly tempestuous. Gohan swiftly emanated a calming energy, enveloping Wukong in a cerulean flow. Father, focus on the present. Anger will not resolve our issues. His voice, imbued with tranquil strength, gradually steadied Wukong's turbulent aura. Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, the memories he could not control causing his energy to fluctuate erratically. Lin Yuan's dual gears timely released the balance principle, golden light merging with Vegeta's energy stream. These memories are medals of honor, not shackles. Your current tranquility signifies the true growth of a Saiyan. Seeing the emotional assault fail, the nest suddenly injected countless parasites into the nearby enraged warriors. Their bodies swelled instantly, skin turning black, and their eyes ignited with red flames. Their attacks became devoid of strategy, reduced to sheer madness and destruction. This was the nest's tactic of emotional assimilation, using the parasitized warriors to drain the energy of the others. Gohan, prepare the purification incantation. Lin Yuan's dual gears surged with azure brilliance, forming a spiral light track in the air. I need you to recite the incantation at the moment the light track is at its brightest, with an accuracy within 0.1 seconds. Gohan took a deep breath, his fingertips tracing the projection of ancient texts, infusing the runes on the stone tablet with calming energy. Wisdom of the ancient Saiyans. Heed my command. Anger as the blade, tranquility as the sheath. Let the principles align and emotions dissipate. The instant the incantation was uttered, the runes upon the stone tablet glowed with a cerulean light, perfectly harmonizing with the light track of the dual gears. A symbiosis of calm and fury emerged for purification. Seizing the moment of resonance between the light track and the runes, Lin Yuan injected the balance principle of the dual gears into the emotional nest. The golden flow of the principle sliced into the black heart with surgical precision, causing the nest to tremble violently as the tortured faces on its surface began to contort and fade. Yet, just as the purification was nearing completion, the nest suddenly unleashed a final counterattack. It consolidated all remaining destructive principles into a black spear, its tip aimed directly at Gohan. Caution! Goku swiftly positioned himself before Gohan, as the Kamehameha coalesced in his palm into a serene azure wave. This wave, devoid of violent energy, delivered an unrelenting yet gentle impact upon spear. Meanwhile, Vegeta's final flash transformed into a luminous blue chain, ensnaring the core of the nest, where the Saiyan runes upon the chain flickered incessantly, transmuting the nest's furious energy into tranquil particles of light. Such a level of counteraction was merely a trivial matter. The dual gears of Lin Yuan harmonized completely with Gohan's calm energy, resulting in a triadic stream of azure, blue, and gold light. This stream did not forcibly suppress the nest, but rather enveloped it like a soothing hot spring, gradually converting the raging energy into a manageable combat will. Much like how Saiyans can fight in anger without being dominated by it. The black heart of the nest gradually became translucent within the light stream, ultimately transforming into countless azure points of light that merged into the cosmic network of the colonized star. The parasitized warriors reverted to their original forms. Although the flames of battle still flickered in their eyes, there was a newfound tranquility and clarity. The runes upon the stone slab illuminated entirely, forming a spring of emotional equilibrium at the center of the square. This spring could purify excessive negative emotions while preserving the essence of a normal combat will. Gohan adjusted his glasses, surveying the serene planet with a satisfied smile. It became evident that the ancient Saiyans had long understood that true strength lies not in repressing emotions, but in coexisting with them. Lin Yuan's dual gears now bore an additional azure emotional equilibrium pattern, harmoniously rotating alongside other law patterns. This represented the ultimate form of the Saiyan laws, capable of unleashing power in battle while safeguarding their home in tranquility. With the inclusion of an academic harmonizer aboard the returning ship, Gohan's research data seamlessly integrated with the systems of the hyperdimensional vessel. He projected a new star chart, identifying 7 potential points of law imbalance, each accompanied by a detailed literary analysis. These were perilous areas inferred from ancient texts, some related to the life laws of Namek, others concerning the time laws of angels. Should Mr. Lin Yuan not object, I wish to join your journey, utilizing academic research to assist in law harmonization. Goku excitedly patted Gohan's shoulder. Excellent. This means more companions for our adventure. The combination of Gohan's intellect and Lin Yuan's gears will surely resolve all challenges. Though Vegeta remained silent, he observed Gohan's intense focus on the data with a rare, approving curve at the corner of his mouth. After all, there are few Saiyans in the universe who can flawlessly merge combat with academia. Lin Yuan's dual gears spun in his palm, intertwining azure emotional lines with golden origin lines, casting an image of their next destination, a realm of temporal ruins adrift in the cosmos, where fragments of angelic halos could be faintly discerned. Suddenly, Gohan's ancient text opened on its own, revealing a page detailing the self-correcting mechanism of the time laws, accompanied by a totem resembling the symbol of the Omni King. It appeared that their next destination would be to unravel the mysteries of the time laws. Lin Yuan gazed at Gohan, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. With the addition of a Saiyan scholar, this journey was bound to be even more exhilarating. Gohan adjusted his glasses, their lenses reflecting the images of the temporal ruins. I am eager to validate the conjectures within the ancient texts. It is said that the imbalance of temporal laws often stems from the overwhelming emotions of regret regarding past interventions. which may share a fundamental logical principle with the emotional parasites we have recently resolved. The hyperdimensional spacecraft altered its course, heading towards the temporal ruins. Outside the porthole, the lawn network of the southern galaxy shimmered with a cerulean hue, illuminating the emotional equilibrium, intertwining with the golden radiance of the heart of the laws, creating a tapestry of colorful starlight across the celestial expanse. Lin Yuan understood that this new journey, enriched by the participation of the Scion scholar, was imbued with greater uncertainties and possibilities. Behind the secrets of temporal laws, perhaps lay the most ancient emotional principles of the multiverse, concerning the ultimate balance between regret and release. Chapter 60. The Paradoxical Maze of Temporal Ruins. The hyperdimensional spacecraft approached the fringes of the temporal ruins, where the spacetime exhibited a bizarre layering phenomenon. Distant meteors simultaneously manifested in both complete and fragmented forms, while the light of the stars oscillated between emission and absorption, as if the entire universe had been subjected to a chaotic shuffle. The twin gears of light in Gohan's palm, entwined in cerulean and golden patterns, projected a three-dimensional map of the ruins, where countless red dots moved, each denoting a reaction to the temporal paradox, akin to a swarm of agitated fireflies. The urgent distress signal from the angelic apprentice echoed. Here, the laws of time had devolved into utter chaos. Suddenly, Bulma's scanner emitted a sharp alarm, the screen erupting with a familiar wave of angelic law fluctuations. Mel's emergency signal flickered like the cries of a drowning soul, its source located at the core of the ruins. The temporal altar, where his vital signs flickered between existence and oblivion, reminiscent of sugar cubes being ground by a temporal paradox. Gohan swiftly summoned the holographic projection of ancient texts, his fingers gliding across the virtual pages. The temporal ruins served as a testing ground for temporal weaponry during the era of law wars. He adjusted his slipping glasses, their lenses reflecting the blood-red runes inscribed in the ancient texts, revealing how the ancient Scions attempted to reverse time to win the war, only to have it backfire. Now, this region is eternally suspended 1 second before the war's conclusion, drawing all entrants into their cycles of regret. He suddenly pointed to the golden ring on the map, warning that the temporal quicksand surrounding the altar was the most perilous. Look at that light point. 3 minutes ago, it was a meteor, and now it has transformed into the repeating specter of a warrior committing self-destruction. As the spacecraft traversed the layers of time, the cabin erupted in numerous phantoms. Goku found himself reliving the moment he transformed into a ball of light during the Cell games, each explosion resonating with Gohan's heart-wrenching cries. Vegeta was forcibly dragged back to Namek, the image of Frieza crushing his pride looping before him, with the derisive echo of Scions are inferior beings eternally ringing in his ears. Lin Yuan, meanwhile, was ensnared in the regret of a parallel world, witnessing himself shatter the twin gears, allowing the multiverse to plunge into flames. Do not be misled. Gohan's calm demeanor suddenly erupted, as a cerulean light splashed across the crowd like cold water, awakening them from a trance. This was the mental pollution wrought by the time parasites, compelling them to concentrate on the warmest memories, such as the braised pork prepared by Chi-Chi or the radiant smile of Little Bra. This strategy proved effective, as Goku's Super Saiyan aura stabilized instantaneously, his lips subconsciously murmuring, "The braised pork needs soy sauce." At the heart of the ruins, the time altar bore witness to Mel's white cloak, now tattered by the relentless sands of time, revealing a body that was half translucent and half corporeal. The angelic staff in his grasp disintegrated and reformed at a rate of 3 times per second. Spotting Lin Yuan and the others, he weakly lifted a fragment of shattered time crystal, his voice faltering. "Hurry, the core is swallowing time. If we delay, the southern galaxy will regress to just before the Big Bang." The black vortex at the altar's center spun wildly, countless fragments of time tumbling within, hands of warriors reaching for fallen comrades, silhouettes of those grieving over dying loved ones, and most strikingly, a Namekian, his Dragon Ball within reach, yet his wishing hand forever lagging behind. This was the paradoxical assault of the time parasites, daring to disrupt the fabric of temporal correction. Suddenly, a creature emerged from the vortex, a grotesque amalgamation of time shards, its form resembling a twisted imp by a strip, capable of both advancing and retreating, each fragment replaying different moments of regret. It swung its shard-like arms at the gathered, emitting a cacophony of accumulated anguish. Suffering is the essence of time. Regret is destined to perpetually cycle. Goku launched a punch, but it retracted abruptly before making contact, as if the strike had never occurred. What the? He scratched his head, only to realize his hand had reappeared at the position it occupied 3 seconds prior, now striking his own face. Ouch! I just punched myself. Vegeta's ultimate flash was even more absurd. The energy that emerged from his palm flowed backward into his body, causing his hair to stand on end. Damn it! How dare you toy with the Prince of Science? As he cursed, the words reversed themselves as they escaped his lips, sounding like Prince of Science dares to toy. Gohan suddenly clapped his hands. Ancient texts say it fears the will that exists simultaneously in the past and the future. He pointed to the glowing shard in the creature's chest, the point of its inception. If they could prevent its past self from wanting to come into existence, its current form would vanish, but they had to calculate the time differential precisely, with an error margin no greater than 0.1 seconds. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with Mel's staff, golden light climbing the length of the staff. Mel's used the angelic law as a locator. Gohan, prepare the time calibration incantation. When my light beam reaches the apex, recite it. Be a second too early or too late, we are doomed. Gritting his teeth, Mel's summoned the last of his strength. The staff's tip exploding in an angelic halo. Coordinates locked, 3 seconds 21. Time is a river, memory is a vessel. Upstream, we're not lost. Downstream, we do not cease. Gohan's incantation rang like a resounding drum, golden light surging upstream against the flow of time, striking precisely at the moment of the creature's birth, the point of regret for a Saiyan warrior amidst the war of laws. Within that brilliance, a memory unfurled. The dying warrior's comrade grasped his hand, assuring him, "We will carry on in your stead," as regret was suddenly infused with a sense of release. The monstrous M-biased strip body suddenly became stuck, and within the loop of regret, warm fragments began to intrude. Wukong witnessed the moment when Gohan, revived, leapt into his embrace, while Vegeta caught a fleeting glimpse of Trunks calling him daddy for the first time. Even Lin Yuan was reminded of the resplendent scenes of the universe restoring balance. How could regrets possibly vanish? The monster began to crumble, fragments cascading down like rain, as time revealed itself to be a merciless one-way street. Lin Yuan's voice pierced through the gloom like sunlight. Time has never been a one-way road. It is our obsessions that have transformed it into a dead end. The true law of time is to move forward with all memories, both good and bad, as marks of growth. The resonance of ancient wisdom and angelic laws intertwined. As the monster disintegrated, the black vortex gradually subsided, revealing at its center the heart of time. A golden crystal composed of countless memory fragments, simultaneously bubbling with images of the past, present, and future. Mel's finally regained his physical form, trembling with excitement as he cradled the heart of time. This is it. If we inject the law of balance, the flow of time in this wasteland will operate normally. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's multiverse law ring erupted, with hues of azure, gold, white, and brown flooding the crystal like a rainbow. The heart of time began to pulse rhythmically, and the layered phenomena of the ruins vanished in an instant. Shattered meteors reassembled themselves, the light of stars obediently surged forward, and those time fragments transformed into shooting stars, fulfilling uncompleted wishes. Gohan's ancient texts began to turn pages on their own, revealing a newly glimmering formula. Flow rate of time, temperature of memory, speed of growth, concentration of regret and obsession. His hand trembled as he adjusted his glasses. So, the pace of time is truly determined by one's mindset. The more one lets go, the smoother life flows. The more one is entangled, the more one feels as though days stretch into years. Mel's restored his staff and solemnly handed Lin Yuan an angelic badge. This is a time stabilizer. It will help you anchor memories when faced with time paradoxes. The High Priest was correct. The ultimate balance of time is reconciliation with oneself. New silver patterns appeared on the twin gears, perfectly interlocking with the existing designs to form a closed loop. The surface of the gears reflected the rejuvenated scenes of the time-worn ruins. Grass sprouted from the remnants of war, new stars were born at the edges of desolation, and the flow of time traced graceful arcs, steadily advancing with all memories. This marked a new direction in the river of time. On the return journey, Wukong rubbed his belly and complained, "I just had 3 meals in the time turbulence, and now I'm hungry again. Time truly is peculiar." Vegeta shot him a glance, but secretly shared some energy with Wukong, as the recent temporal reverse had greatly exhausted him. Gohan input the new discovery into the database and suddenly pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Look, The last page of the ancient text states that gathering all the law patterns will awaken the mother of laws. She is the essence that created all laws and is currently asleep in the core of origin. Lin Yuan's twin gears suddenly grew warm, and the law ring pointed toward the depths of the universe, where the heart of law resonated with the silver light of temporal balance, forming a luminous bridge to the unknown. He tightened his grip on the gears, feeling a distinct pulse in his palm, a call from the core of origin, gentle yet powerful. As the spaceship departed, Mers waved goodbye, saying, "The All-King awaits my report. Until we meet again, I shall treat you to the Angel's special time jelly." With that, he transformed into a brilliant white light, vanishing into the flow of time. Wukong leaned against the porthole, gazing at the flickering points of memory within the river of time. "Gohan," he mused, "do you think that when we grow old, we too will become stars within the fragments of time?" Gohan smiled and nodded. "As long as someone remembers us, we will continue to shine in this world." Lin Yuan looked towards the end of the light bridge, aware that their next journey would lead them to the core of origin, a place where the ultimate secrets of the laws were concealed, and perhaps a crisis of origin that required the united efforts of all. Yet, at this moment, the laughter within the spaceship, the starlight outside, and the gentle whirring of gears all whispered the same truth. As long as we move forward with memory and courage, even the most arduous journey can transform into a brilliant trail of stars. The hyperdimensional spaceship accelerated towards the light bridge, where a new adventure awaited at the end of the origin. Chapter 61. The Crystal of Laws at the Core of Origin. As the hyperdimensional spaceship traversed the time light bridge, the entire cabin was suddenly enveloped in a warm golden glow. The twin gears in Lin Yuan's palms spun rapidly, their silver time patterns colliding with azure emotional threads, sparking fragments of fire that projected an image of a forest composed of crystallized laws upon the console. This was the entrance to the core of origin, where each crystalline tree bore glimmering fruits of law. An unexpected arrival. "Grandpa, wait for me." A clear voice rang from the cargo hold as a little girl with twin ponytails emerged, clutching a massive energy detector. None other than Wukong's granddaughter, Xiaofang. Dressed in a miniature battle suit with chocolate smeared across her face, it was evident she had stealthily hidden in the cargo hold. "Xiaofang, what are you doing here?" Wukong exclaimed, both surprised and delighted, lifting his granddaughter above his head. "It's very dangerous here. There are monsters that consume time everywhere." But Xiaofang proudly patted her chest, boasting about the law fluctuation detector invented by her father. "I can detect danger in advance, and I've already learned the initial stance of the Turtle School's Kamehameha." She struck a wobbly pose as she spoke. Gohan, rubbing his forehead with a wry smile, remarked, "This child snuck onto the spaceship while I was organizing ancient texts." Just then, Xiaofang pointed at the crystalline forest on the screen, exclaiming, "Those sparkling trees contain energy sweeter than Grandpa's Super Saiyan energy." Only then did everyone notice that the brilliance of the crystalline trees indeed registered as high-purity, sweet energy on the detector. Vegeta snorted dismissively but bent down to adjust Xiaofang's crooked battle suit. "Humph, don't be a hindrance. If danger arises, hide behind this prince." Xiaofang stuck out her tongue cheekily. Grandpa Vegeta is still so proud. Irritated, Vegeta puffed his cheeks and shot her a glare. Yet he couldn't help but chuckle. The spaceship landed on the law plains at the edge of the core of origin, where the ground was composed of translucent law crystals, revealing golden energy flowing beneath. In the distance, the crystalline forest radiated a soft glow, with each leaf showcasing different scenes of the universe's birth, spectacular formations of stars, the gentle emergence of life, and the fierce collisions of laws. The twin gears of Lin Yuan trembled violently, resonating with the law ring and the crystal forest. Within his consciousness emerged a vague female silhouette, peacefully slumbering deep within the forest. The mother of laws resided within her. He pointed towards the grandest crystal tree at the heart of the forest, yet the crystalline laws within amplified emotions. Joy rendered them stronger, while fear diminished their strength. It was imperative for everyone to maintain a tranquil mindset. Before he could finish his thought, Xiao Fong suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the moving trees." Several crystal trees uprooted themselves, sprouting eyes and arms, curiously observing them. These guardians of the laws bore no hostility. They merely tilted their trunks, gently brushing their leaves against the group. When they encountered Wukong, the leaves transformed into golden bananas. Upon meeting Vegeta, they morphed into blue energy orbs, and when they touched Xiao Fong, they unexpectedly blossomed into pink flowers. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the surrounding crystalline laws began to project clearer images. Wukong beheld scenes from his childhood, training with his grandfather Gohan, who smilingly offered him a Rui stick, causing his Super Saiyan aura to instantly warm. Vegeta recalled the moment Bulma first bandaged his wounds. A subtle smile gracing his lips as the energy around him softened considerably. However, danger lurked nearby. Upon entering an area of black crystals, the surrounding scenes darkened abruptly. Wukong witnessed Krillin's repeated sacrifices. Vegeta saw the fiery devastation of Planet Vegeta, and Gohan became engulfed in the painful memories of his father's demise in the Cell games. The black crystals began to absorb their negative emotions, and the ground gradually transformed into a sticky mire, ensnaring them deeper with each struggle. They had entered an emotional trap. Lin Yuan's twin gears radiated light, attempting to dispel the negative emotions, yet the absorption power of the black crystals was formidable. Suddenly, Xiao Fong began to hum a lullaby taught by Chi-Chi. The stars are winking, the moon smiles bright, all worries fly away, sweet dreams are in sight. Strangely, as her song filled the air, the absorption strength of the black crystals noticeably diminished. What a remarkable tactic! Wukong chimed in, joining her in song. His Super Saiyan aura transforming into a warm golden hue, evaporating the mire into wisps of white mist. Although Vegeta felt a touch of embarrassment at singing, he tapped his toes to the rhythm, creating a protective shield of energy around him that kept the black crystals at bay. Gohan adjusted his glasses, contemplatively noting that ancient texts recorded how pure childhood innocence could purify negative laws, and Xiao Fong's melody served as the perfect antidote. Beneath the grandest crystal tree at the forest center, a female silhouette composed of golden energy hovered in midair. Her form was adorned with countless intricate patterns of law, her features indistinct yet exuding a gentle aura. Surrounding her, the crystal trees bore numerous shimmering fruits of law, each encapsulating different primal principles: creation, balance, change, and protection. Yet, beneath the female figure, a gray void of mist was spreading, steadily eroding the golden energy. The twin gears of Lin Yuan indicated this was the law fatigue of the core of origin, akin to human exhaustion, the mother of laws. Having created an abundance of laws, was gradually weakening, allowing the void to encroach upon her consciousness. The awakening of the mother of laws posed a test. Who disturbs my slumber? The eyes of the mother of laws gradually opened, her gaze encompassing the entirety of the cosmos. As her presence swept over the crowd, a gentle voice resonated within each individual's mind. You have arrived, each bearing different laws. But for what purpose? Lin Yuan stepped forward, the dual gears hovering in his palm. We have come to awaken you. The core of origin is being eroded by the void, and the network of laws across the multiverse has begun to fracture. The mother of laws shook her head lightly, her golden energy fluctuating chaotically. I created the laws, yet I shall ultimately be devoured by them. The void is the breath of the universe. Where there is life, there must also be death. This is the natural order. Suddenly, Xiao Fong rushed forward, tilting her head and exclaiming loudly, No, Mother said that when one is tired, one must rest, not give up. Look, Grandpa Vegeta takes naps when he is tired, and then he can fight off the bad guys again. Her words caused a noticeable pause in the energy fluctuations of the Mother of Laws, who regarded Xiao Fong with curiosity. Such a small life. Yet you grasp such profound truths. Goku scratched his head, pointing towards the cosmic imagery upon the crystalline tree. I don't understand grand philosophies, but I know that life should be vibrant and lively. If the universe vanished, there would be no one to spar with, and no one to eat Chi-Chi's cooking. His statement brought forth a joyful glow from the surrounding golden crystals, causing the tendrils of the void to recede. Vegeta stepped forward, unusually earnest. Saiyans revere the strong. Yet the strong must also protect that which they cherish. Mother of Laws, your children need you. His proud energy resonated with that of the Mother of Laws, a stream of blue light flowing into her being. Gohan adjusted his glasses and referenced the ancient texts. The ancient texts declare that the ultimate law is love, not the romantic kind, but the intention to protect, the joy of growth, the bonds that transcend the cosmos. He projected the text into the air, the words transforming into golden ribbons of light that entwined around the Mother of Laws. Lin Yuan fully expanded the rings of his dual gears, merging everyone's energy and emotions into a vibrant stream of colors. The laws you created are being sustained by our love and courage. Please awaken and stand against the void. Your children have grown and can now fight alongside you. The figure of the Mother of Laws gradually became clearer within the luminous flow, as she extended her hand to gently touch each person's forehead. When her hand met Goku, she laughed, a pure heart for battle like a newly born star. Upon touching Vegeta, she nodded in approval. The gentleness beneath your pride shines brighter than a supernova. When she reached Gohan, wisdom flickered in her eyes. The union of knowledge and courage is the future of the laws. Upon encountering Xiao Feng, her brilliance radiated the most. Innocent eyes see the truest beauty of the laws. Finally, she grasped Lin Yuan's hand, the dual gears merging wholly with her energy. Harmonizer, you have gathered the balance of all laws and discovered their true essence. The void is not to be feared. As long as there is love and memory, the laws shall never vanish. Yet at that moment, the ultimate counterattack of the void emerged. Just as the mother of laws fully awakened, a piercing roar erupted from the depths of the forest. A torrent of void mist surged from beneath the earth, coalescing into a colossal shadow, larger than any monster they had previously encountered. Its body is composed entirely of pure void, capable of devouring all laws and energies. Wherever it treads, the crystal trees wither and vanish. The voice of the mother of the void, the progenitor of all laws, grew heavy with trepidation. It feared my awakening and sought to completely consume the core of origin before I regained my strength. The shadow emitted a silent roar, unleashing a multitude of tendrils of nothingness that coiled towards the nearest Xiaofang. You should not harm Xiaofang. In an instant, Wukong transformed into super blue, condensing the Kamehameha into a golden wave of familial love, infused with warm memories of his family, capable of resisting the devouring void. Vegeta's ultimate flash morphed into a protective shield, encasing everyone within. The shield bore the smiling faces of Bulma and Bra. Gohan's calm demeanor merged with ancient texts, drawing a colossal law array upon the ground. Everyone, step into the center. We shall combat it with the multiverse of emotional laws. Xiaofang stood at the heart of the array, raising an energy detector that absorbed the emotional energies of all present, emitting a radiant glow. This is the energy of love and courage. Lin Yuan's twin gears synchronized perfectly with the energy of the Mother of Laws. As the Law Ring formed a vast star map of the multiverse in the air, with each celestial body representing different emotions and laws. The void feared not power, but the significance of existence. He shouted, urging the Law Ring to reveal the beauty of the multiverse. Countless rays of light erupted from the star map. There was the light of friendship between Wukong and Vegeta, the familial warmth of Gohan and his family, the pure joy of Xiaofang, and the harmonious light of Lin Yuan's balanced laws. These beams of light wove together into an immense net, ensnaring the shadow of nothingness. The shadow writhed in agony amidst the radiance, its form gradually dissipating. The Mother of Laws extended her hand, golden energy infusing the light net. The void stems from the fear of non-existence, but as long as we remember one another, existence shall never fade. With her words, the shadow of nothingness became increasingly transparent, ultimately transforming into myriad points of light, merging into the energy flow of the core of origin. It became clear that the void was not malevolent, but rather a lonely energy yearning to be remembered. Once the crisis abated, the crystalline laws of the core of origin regained vitality. The withered crystal trees sprouted new buds, and the mist of nothingness morphed into nourishing energy for the soil, rendering the entire forest an unprecedented spectacle of beauty. The figure of the Mother of Laws completely merged with the core of origin, her voice resonating in the minds of all. Thank you, my children. The balance of laws is not an end, but a continuation of love. Regardless of what challenges the future may hold, as long as we carry each other's memories forward, there shall be no insurmountable obstacles. This is the new beginning of the multiverse. Aboard the returning spacecraft, each individual bore newfound insights. Wukong, in the training room, endeavored to meld Qin into the Kamehameha, producing waves of light imbued with a sweet essence. Vegeta researched how to integrate a guardian's heart into combat, his ultimate flash becoming more precise and gentle. Gohan organized the discoveries from this encounter. As the ancient texts completed themselves, the ultimate answer of laws is love and memory. Xiaofang leaned against the viewport, gazing at the retreating core of origin, now resembling a colossal golden heart, steadily pulsating in the cosmos. Brother Lin Yuan, will the Mother of Laws still sleep? Lin Yuan nodded with a smile, affirming that she would awaken when they needed her, much like their memories, which lay concealed within their hearts, only to warm and empower them when recalled. A new pink line, symbolizing love and memory, was added to the dual gears of Lin Yuan's Law Ring, seamlessly blending with the other patterns to create a truly complete and multifaceted Law Ring. The surface of the gears illuminated with the smiling faces of all their companions, gently rotating in the radiant light, as if recounting the warmest laws of the multiverse. The spaceship sailed towards the familiar seventh universe, with a starlit sky outside the porthole sparkled more brilliantly than ever. Lin Yuan understood that the journey of the harmonizer continued. However, as long as they had each other, with love and memories shared, they could face any future crisis of law together. Under the luminous glow of the core of origin, new adventures awaited them, and this time, they would carry with them a warmer law, steadfastly safeguarding the balance and beauty of the multiverse. Chapter 62. The Storm of Law Crystal Imbalance. As the hyperdimensional ship traversed the light bridge of the core of origin, the onboard law detector suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. The dual gears in Lin Yuan's palm trembled violently, and the silver time patterns and azure emotional patterns on the multiversal law ring illuminated simultaneously, projecting an internal image of the core of origin onto the console. A golden core, measuring 10,000 miles in diameter, floated in the void, its surface embedded with countless law crystals that should have been harmoniously colorful, but now bore a grayish-black hue, resembling rusted gems. The faint call of the Mother of Laws echoed as the crystals withered. Suddenly, the ancient text of Wufan flipped open automatically, revealing golden words on the blank last page. The consciousness of the Mother of Laws lay deep within the core, and the crystals represented her law nerves, half of which were now deteriorating. He pointed to the area where the grayish-black crystals congregated, where the law energy flowed in reverse, akin to the blood of the multiverse flowing backward. As the ship entered the interior of the core of origin, the breathtaking scenery surrounded them. Countless law crystals hung like chandeliers, some radiating the red glow of Saiyan combat laws, while others flickered with the green light of Namekian life laws. In the center, a massive crystal faintly revealed a feminine silhouette, the slumbering Mother of Laws. However, as they delved deeper, the grayish-black crystals multiplied, and the flowing laws carried a chilling aura. Goku suddenly pointed at a grayish-black crystal, exclaiming that it appeared to contain a person. Indeed, within the crystal was a frozen figure, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a guard of the Omni King, frozen in a pose as if wielding a sword, terror etched on his face. Mel's voice crackled through the communicator. These were the guardians of law near the core of origin, trapped in the frozen moment of the imbalanced crystals, their consciousness eternally suspended in that instant. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's dual gears soared towards the central crystal, resonating with the patterns on its surface. His consciousness sank into the core, where he heard a gentle yet feeble voice. Harmonizer. The law crystals are repelling the chaotic energy from outside. They are afraid. The voice faltered, like a flickering candle in the wind. Gohan swiftly analyzed the crystalline composition, detecting a high concentration of extraneous chaotic residues. These impurities, which had infiltrated through the unfiltered bidirectional channels, had wedged themselves within the crystalline fissures, obstructing the flow of the Mother of Law's consciousness. Akin to grains of sand invading a blood vessel, he retrieved a purification scheme from ancient texts, necessitating the neutralization of impurities with the fundamental laws. However, the essence of these laws lay deep within the crystal, requiring the opening of the frozen channels of law. Before he could finish his thoughts, the gray-black crystal ahead erupted violently, its fragments coalescing into a fearsome crystalline behemoth. Its form was composed of shards of gray-black laws, with a mane of reverse-flowing law currents and claws imbued with the energy of frozen laws. With each step it took, the golden crystal beneath rapidly transformed into a shade of gray-black. The roar of the behemoth thundered, demanding the intruders to depart, causing the surrounding law crystals to tremble violently. As Goku prepared to transform into a Super Saiyan, he found his internal energy forcibly frozen. In the vicinity of the giant, all law energies were compelled to stagnate. Frustrated and unable to mobilize his energy, he stomped his feet anxiously, his fists raised yet immobilized in midair. Vegeta's ultimate flash, barely coalescing, was struck by the behemoth's wave of frozen laws, instantly transforming into an ice sculpture that shattered with a sharp crack. This freezing phenomenon was more peculiar than Frisia's absolute zero, and he was compelled to retreat. The edges of his battlesuit already encrusted with gray-black ice crystals capable of freezing the laws themselves. Gohan's calm demeanor suddenly manifested a protective shield. The ancient text spoke of the imbalance in crystals being vulnerable to the resonance of multiversal laws. Mr. Lin Yuan, guide our law energy with your dual gear. I shall pinpoint the impurity accumulation within the crystal. His eyes emitted a crimson glow, marking numerous red points on the behemoth, indicating areas of highest impurity concentration where attacks could temporarily unfreeze the laws. Lin Yuan's dual gear soared into the air, unleashing a spectrum of colors. Goku, concentrate your protective laws. Vegeta, infuse the balancing laws. We must create a flowing current of laws. The golden protective light intertwined with the blue energy of balance, forming a warm energy stream that struck the red mark points on the behemoth. A miracle unfolded. The impacted gray-black crystal began to melt, revealing a vibrant glow beneath. And the behemoth's freezing ability weakened instantaneously. Seizing the opportunity, Goku broke free from his restraints, his Super Saiyan aura erupting with the warmth of the current. Behold my warm wave Kamehameha. The golden stream enveloped the behemoth like a hot spring, causing the frozen law energies to commence their flow anew. Yet, the behemoth suddenly went berserk, crashing violently into the central crystal, causing gray-black energy to spread like ink, further tainting the golden crystals. The voice of the Mother of Laws grew increasingly faint. The crystal is shattering. My consciousness is dissipating. Harmonizer, quickly. The resonance ritual of the fundamental laws. Gohan noticed 7 recesses on the central crystal, perfectly aligning with the 7 patterns of Lin Yuan's dual gear. The resonance slots required corresponding law energies to awaken the fundamental laws. Mr. Lin Yuan, your gear will focus on positioning. I will guide the energy, while Goku and Vegeta shall defend against the behemoth. As Lin Yuan's twin gears soared before the central crystal, the multifaceted law ring seamlessly nestled into its groove. The crimson Saiyan patterns aligned with the battle groove, the verdant Namekian motifs harmonized with the life groove, and the argent time patterns conformed to the flow groove. With the final gray extraterrestrial pattern embedded, the central crystal erupted in a resplendent radiance. Now was the moment. Gohan recited the resonating incantation from the ancient texts. The source is the root, the law is the leaf, 7 patterns resonate, all impurities dissolve. The incantation activated the energy of the laws within the groove, and 7 streams of various colors flowed along the crystalline motifs, akin to 7 rivers merging into the ocean. Goku and Vegeta stood back to back, fending off the colossal beast's assaults. Goku's warm Kamehameha relentlessly battered the creature, preventing it from approaching the central crystal, while Vegeta transformed his super blue energy into a chain of balanced light, ensnaring the beast's limbs and restraining its movements. This creature's regenerative abilities are more troublesome than Boo's. Vegeta grunted, beads of sweat forming on his brow as the light chain was corroded by the gray-black energy. The brilliance of the central crystal intensified, and the outline of the Mother of Laws became increasingly distinct. She extended her hand, her fingertips brushing against the twin gears, and a pure source law flowed into Lin Yuan's being. This law bore no color, yet encapsulated the embryonic forms of all laws within the multiverse, reminiscent of the first glimmer of light at the dawn of creation. Lin Yuan infused the source law into the gray-black crystal, and upon encountering it, the extraterrestrial chaotic impurities melted away as swiftly as snow under sunlight. The crystalline beast emitted a wretched roar as its form began to disintegrate under the onslaught of the source law, its gray-black fragments transforming into pure energy, which was absorbed by the central crystal. The awakening of the Mother of Laws commenced. As the last gray-black fragment was purified, the core of origin radiated a warm glow. All law crystals regained their harmonious, vibrant hues, and the frozen guardians of the laws were liberated from the crystal, stretching their stiff limbs and bowing in gratitude to Lin Yuan and his companions. The central crystal gradually opened, revealing a figure clad in a robe of starlight, the Mother of Laws herself. Her hair flowed like the currents of law, her eyes seemingly containing the entire universe, and her voice was gentle yet powerful. Thank you, Harmonizer. It is you who has restored the flow of the multifaceted laws. Curiously, Goku poked at the Mother of Laws robe, his fingertips passing through the starlight without harm. Are you the one who created all the laws? Your robe feels like cotton candy. With a smile, the Mother of Laws conjured an energy confection. Would you like a try? It is crafted from pure law, and consuming it can uplift your spirits. Although Vegeta remained vigilant, he could not deny, your law energy is more pristine than the Grand Zeno's erasure laws. The Mother of Laws regarded him kindly. The battle laws of the Saiyans are fascinating, filled with a desire for destruction, yet harboring the warmth of protection. This embodies the essence of balance. Suddenly, Gohan's ancient text snapped shut on its own, bearing the mark of the Mother of Laws on its cover. The text is complete. He adjusted his glasses in excitement, realizing that the knowledge of law balance had been recorded. Henceforth, even in the absence of the twin gears, the universe could maintain its equilibrium. Lin Yuan's twin gears floated before the Mother of Laws, resonating harmoniously with her starlit robe. The Mother of Laws gently touched the gears. Harmonizer, your mission is not yet complete. The exchange of laws between the multiverse and the realms beyond has only just begun. A new equilibrium requires new methods of harmony. Her fingertips left trails of starlight upon the gears, known as the primordial harmony patterns, which would aid you in discovering the key to balance within any legal environment. The path of new harmony unfolds. The radiance of the core of origin intensified, and the figure of the Mother of Laws gradually melded into the core. I shall continue to safeguard the balance of laws. Yet the future of the multiverse ultimately rests upon your shoulders. Remember, balance is not stagnation. It is a flowing harmony. Her voice resonated within the core. Whenever you seek assistance, simply allow the twin gears to resonate with the core of origin, and I shall respond. As the spacecraft departed from the core of origin, the luminous bridge behind transformed into countless crystalline laws, scattered across the cosmos like stars, forming a belt of balanced laws. Goku, with a piece of law candy in his mouth, mumbled, "Next time, I want more candy made by the Mother of Laws. It's even better than booze." Vegeta, observing the ever-improving twin gears, surprisingly refrained from sarcasm. The primordial harmony patterns indeed possess some merit. Upon his battle attire, the law patterns resonated with the gears, radiating a gentle glow. Gohan stored the data of the core of origin into the database, only to discover a hidden record. It turned out that the truth of the law wars stemmed from the ancient Saiyans' attempt to forcibly control the primordial laws, which led to imbalance. It seems that true harmony is never about controlling the laws, but rather coexisting with them. Lin Yuan's gaze drifted into the depths of the universe, where the primordial harmony patterns of the twin gears shimmered, pointing toward the intersection of the void beyond and the multiverse. There, new exchanges of laws were taking shape, encompassing both the stable laws of the multiverse and the chaotic energies of the realms beyond, both nurtured into entirely new forms of law under the influence of the balance belt. He understood that the journey of the harmonizer is eternally unending. Yet as long as the twin gears continue to turn and the faith of comrades remains unwavering, the balance of the multiverse shall never be absent. The hyperdimensional spacecraft accelerated towards the new unknown, the intertwining glow of the balance belt and the core of origin painting a hopeful trajectory across the starry sky. The path of new harmony has only just begun. Chapter 63. The trial of laws at the martial arts tournament as the fluctuations of the laws from the core of origin subsided. The communicator of the hyperdimensional spacecraft suddenly emitted an urgent signal, the sender being Krillin from the Kame House. When the screen illuminated, Krillin, with his bald head, was anxiously pacing, while Master Roshi behind him was peering through a telescope to glimpse the beauties by the seaside, startled by Bulma's furious shout. "Mr. Lin Yuan, please hurry to the scene of the world's #1 martial arts tournament." Krillin's voice was tinged with desperation as the camera abruptly shifted to the arena. The once lively stage was now shrouded in eerie purple mist. A contestant in martial attire had just thrown a punch, only for their fist to curve back and strike their own face. There was something amiss with this mist. All attacks would rebound, and defenses would turn into self-harm. Even Master Roshi's Kamehameha ricocheted back to explode upon himself. Upon hearing martial arts tournament, Goku's eyes lit up, instantly forgetting about the core of origin. Is there a fight? My utmost delight lies in the martial arts tournament, where I eagerly lean against the screen, counting the competitors. Suddenly, I pointed a familiar figure, Tianjin Fan, whose 3 eyes glimmer with a purple light. Vegeta scoffs quietly, yet discreetly adjusts his battle suit. Is a contest among mere trifles truly deserving of such astonishment? Nevertheless, his scouter has already locked onto the arena, where the schematic of the laws appears, distorted in a mirrored fashion. All attacking principles have been forcibly inverted, reminiscent of the ancient Buu's energy absorption technique, albeit more bizarre. As the spaceship descends behind the audience of the tournament, chaos reigns. Purple mist slithers about like a living entity, and those spectators touched by the mist begin to apologize to one another, inexplicably uttering, "I'm sorry," despite having done nothing wrong. The referee, brandishing a sign, shifts his calls from start to end incessantly. Master Roshi attempts to disperse the mist with his Kamehameha wave, only for the energy sphere to circle the arena thrice before detonating right on his Hawaiian shirt, leaving the old man clad in nothing but his shorts. This is the mirrored law mist. Gohan hastily retrieves an ancient tome, his finger tracing an illustration of the martial arts tournament. Legends speak of ancient Saiyans who employed this mist to test the contender's mastery over the laws. Only those capable of effortlessly controlling their energy output, independent of instinctual attacks, could pass. Yet, the current mist is evidently enhanced, reversing even benevolent actions. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's dual-spring gears emit a crimson light, resonating with the purple fog at the center of the arena. His consciousness penetrates the mist, revealing a crystalline device buried beneath the arena, inscribed with the insignia of the Frisia Force, continuously releasing energy that distorts the laws. It is the remnants of Frisia's influence at play, injecting parasitic energy into the traditional trial apparatus. Master Roshi's reverse Kamehameha. Let me confront this troublesome mist. Master Roshi suddenly produces a transformation device, exclaiming, Kame Sennin's secret art. However, as the device begins to glow, the mist inverts it into a child's toy, shrinking the old man to a 5-year-old stature. Infuriated as he shakes his tiny fists. How outrageous! Where are my muscles gone? Krillin's energy disc fares even worse, spiraling back to him and inadvertently polishing his bald head to a greater sheen. Wah! I already had no hair. As Tianjin Fan unleashes his 4 demon fists, his 3 eyes begin to emit golden stars, uncontrollably striking towards his own temple, forcing him to interrupt with a ki blast. Goku, eager to join the fray, ignites his Super Saiyan aura, only for the mist to transform it into a shade of pink. Huh? Why has my hair turned into booze color? He attempts to unleash a Kamehameha wave, which indeed turns to strike him, but as it nears, it suddenly veers off, narrowly missing his scalp and exploding into the sky. It seems Goku's subconscious harbors an aversion to harming himself. This kindness introduces a subtle deviation in the inversion. Thus it is, Lin Yuan suddenly declares, the azure blue emotional patterns of the dual spring gears illuminating. The mist can only invert pure intent to attack. If the offensive action carries the essence of protection or goodwill, the inversion will falter. Master Roshi, try using the Kamehameha as a shield. Although still resembling a child, Master Roshi's eyes sharpen instantly. He took a deep breath, and instead of unleashing a destructive sphere of light, he emanated a stream of energy enveloped in a gentle glow. The Kame Sennin style, guardians of the Kamehameha. As the golden stream pierced through the mist, the purple haze melted away as if it were ice and snow meeting sunlight, not only failing to reverse, but purifying the surrounding distorted laws. Impressive, Krillin applauded, suddenly recalling something. Indeed, the organizers had proclaimed that the champion of this martial arts tournament could make a wish, utilizing a specially crafted Dragon Ball. Perhaps Frisia's minions were here to seize that wish. The Dragon Ball's wish law. At the center of the arena, the purple mist suddenly coalesced into a colossal mirrored monster. Its form composed of the reflections of all the contestants, brandishing a black Dragon Ball. Desire a wish? First, you must overcome me. It swung its mirrored arms, unleashing countless waves of reversing energy, transforming the audience's cheers into weeping and thorns. Vegeta could no longer restrain himself. His Super Saiyan blue aura radiated with the brilliance of balance. Such petty tricks dare to flaunt themselves before this prince? His ultimate flash did not launch a direct attack, but instead formed a blue light cage around the creature, with Saiyan runes swirling on the cage, redirecting the reversing energy back into the monster's core. Cursed creature. The mirrored monster's body began to crack. Yet the black Dragon Ball suddenly glowed with a crimson light. If I cannot win, let us all perish together. I wish for all who can wield energy techniques to lose their power forever. It cannot be allowed to make a wish. Goku instantly teleported behind the creature, pressing his hands upon its shoulders. Gohan, quickly use your calm energy to disrupt the Dragon Ball. Mr. Lin Yuan, prepare to purify. Gohan's cerulean calm energy immediately enveloped the Dragon Ball, temporarily freezing its wishing capability. Lin Yuan's dual gears transformed into golden diamonds, precisely piercing the monster's core mechanism. At that moment, Master Roshi suddenly shouted, "Wait! Let this old man make a wish." The childlike elder suddenly leapt into the Kame Sennin dance, his comical movements causing the surrounding mirrored laws to waver chaotically. The Dragon Ball listened intently as he proclaimed, "My wish is for all distorted laws to revert to their original state, allowing Frisia's minions to reflect upon their actions." The instant the wish was articulated, the black Dragon Ball erupted in golden light, and the mirrored monster's body disintegrated in the radiance. The underground mechanism of the arena resounded with an explosion, completely purging the emblem of Frisia's army. Once the purple mist dissipated, Master Roshi returned to his elder form. Now adorned with a new Hawaiian shirt, the reversed audience cheered once more, their colors vibrant again. The tournament judge rushed over with the trophy, only to be embraced by Goku. "Hey, Judge, can the champion exchange this for barbecue? I could devour 100 plates right now." Vegeta rolled his eyes, but discreetly nudged the trophy towards Master Roshi as the judge presented it. That old man's kuna earlier was not in vain. The true essence of the Kame Sennin style. At the celebratory feast, Master Roshi sipped juice while recounting the origins of the martial arts tournament to Lin Yuan. In truth, the ancient martial arts tournament was a trial of laws. Winning was not the objective, but understanding the mastery of power is the true essence. In my youth, I was consumed by the desire to vanquish my adversaries. However, I later discerned that safeguarding what one cherishes holds far greater significance than triumphing in 100 battles. Suddenly, the ancient tome of Gohan unfurled on its own, revealing a newly inscribed page that read, "Martial arts embody the principles. Offense and defense represent yin and yang. Those who master both rigidity and flexibility may attain the realm of balance." He adjusted his spectacles, pondering thoughtfully. Thus, the essence of the turtle school lies in the most fundamental principle of equilibrium. Lin Yuan's dual gears absorbed the energy of the martial arts Dragon Ball, adding an orange pattern of martial principles, which intertwined with the existing designs to form a more intricate tapestry. The surface of the gears materialized images of the turtle hermit in his youth, when he was not yet the aged sage, but rather a protector using the Kamehameha to shield the villagers, his eyes brimming with determination. On a moonlit beach, Krillin and the turtle hermit sat together, gazing at the stars. Krillin suddenly inquired, "Master, what does it mean to be truly powerful?" The turtle hermit gestured toward the heavens. Like these stars, some shine brightly while others dim, yet each illuminates its own path. True strength lies in knowing what one must do and resolutely pursuing it. As the hyperdimensional spaceship prepared for departure, the turtle hermit handed Lin Yuan a scroll. This contains the heart of the turtle school's principles. It may prove useful on your forthcoming journey. Remember, no matter how complex the principles, they remain anchored in the guidance of the heart. As the spaceship departed from a venue of the martial arts tournament, Goku continued to lament the missed opportunity for roasted meat, while Vegeta contemplated the implications of the martial principles on the Ultimate Flash. Lin Yuan unfurled the scroll, which bore only 8 words: "Where the heart leads, the principles shall follow." He tightened his grip on the dual gears, feeling the call of the origin core growing clearer. There, the consciousness of the mother of principles was awakening, and perhaps the key to unraveling the mystery of her slumber lay within these seemingly ordinary truths of martial arts. A new journey was about to embark towards the source of the principles. Chapter 64. The confrontation of martial principles at the tournament. The protective shield of the main stage of the tournament suddenly emanated a blinding red light, and the principal detection device emitted a sharp alarm. The Omni King, intrigued, pointed at the fluctuating numbers on the screen. "High Priest, what is that red entity? It appears far more vibrant than Gohan's calm demeanor." The High Priest's expression grew grave, his golden pupils reflecting the battle occurring at the center of the stage. "Your Majesty, that is a sign of principle runaway. The energy of the two warriors has surpassed the threshold of balance." Goku, the embodiment of principles, faced an opponent composed entirely of pure principle energy. This adversary manifested in a flowing gold form, each joint glimmering with the runes of Saiyan combat principles. This opponent materialized from the heart of principles, flawlessly replicated all of Goku's combat techniques, and even anticipated his subsequent moves. "You truly are formidable," Goku remarked, his Super Saiyan aura blazing fiercely, bathing the arena in golden light. "But mere imitation cannot conquer me." Suddenly, he retracted his aura, twisting his body at an angle that defied the laws of physics, evading his opponent's Kamehameha. This was a new technique, merging the principles of time balance. The temporal displacement fist, capable of altering one's own temporal flow within 0.1 seconds. The warrior of laws immediately replicated the technique, leaving a multitude of afterimages upon the stage as their fists clashed, creating shockwaves that caused the protective barrier to tremble violently. When the warrior of laws unleashed the Kamehameha once more, Goku suddenly revealed a sly smile. "You cannot master this move." He traced a golden vortex in front of him, absorbing the energy of the Kamehameha entirely, and then unleashed a spiral Kamehameha, with the golden energy stream piercing through the defenses of the warrior of laws like a drill. Below, Gohan adjusted his glasses, excitedly jotting down notes. Father has ingeniously combined the laws of time with the Kamehameha. This method of energy recycling perfectly aligns with the principles of energy conservation and the symbiotic nature of the flow of time. Vegeta, though he scoffed dismissively, just a crooked path, the tension in his clenched fists and the glimmer in his eyes betrayed his concern. Under the impact of the spiral Kamehameha, the warrior of laws began to disintegrate, its golden form fracturing into countless fragments of law. Goku abruptly ceased his assault, the twin gears of light flickering in his palm. Combat is not for destruction, it is for transcendence. He infused the fragments with the law of balance, which reassembled them in midair, transforming into a small core of law, quietly suspended at the center of the stage. Vegeta's opponent was a formidable emotional parasite, capable of absorbing negative emotions from its foes and converting them into its own power. As Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue aura erupted, the parasite suddenly swelled into a massive black sphere, its surface displaying the anguished images of the annihilation of the Saiyan race, attempting to ignite Vegeta's fury. You think to enrage me with such petty tricks? A cold smirk crept across Vegeta's lips, as the Super Saiyan Blue aura seamlessly integrated with the azure-hued law of emotional balance. The Saiyant's rage had long ceased to be a weakness, instead becoming a wellspring of strength. A golden barrier formed around him, reflecting all negative emotions back at the parasite, which was struck by its own unleashed dark energy. Emitting a painful screech, reluctantly, the parasite launched another attack, transforming into countless black tendrils, striving to ensnare Vegeta. However, Vegeta suddenly vanished from his position, reappearing above the parasite, his hands converging to form a colossal energy sphere. Taste this ultimate flash of balance. The golden energy sphere, laced with azure patterns, held both destructive power and the energy to purify negative emotions, striking precisely at the core of the parasite. As the parasite gradually dissipated in the brilliance, it left behind a pure emotional core. As Vegeta landed, the cracks on the stage began to mend automatically, a manifestation of the life law of Namek. Lin Yuan had long set up a life law array beneath the stage, capable of autonomously repairing damage inflicted during battle. Such a level of adversary does not warrant my full strength. Vegeta turned his head away with a haughty demeanor, yet upon catching sight of Bulma's thumbs up from the audience, his ears subtly flushed with warmth. As the martial arts tournament reached its climax with Wukong and Vegeta emerging victorious, the sky above suddenly tore open, revealing a fissure through which the remnants of the Origin's abandonment emerged. Their forms, composed of unchosen fragments of the laws, exuded an aura of chaos. Do you believe that the laws of balance can save everything? The voice of the Origin's abandonment echoed with a frenzied roar. The multiverse shall ultimately return to chaos. Lin Yuan's dual gears spun rapidly in his palms, as the multiversal law ring radiated a brilliant light. Chaos may be the genesis of the universe, but balance is its ultimate destination. 12 beams of law illuminated around him, weaving into a colossal network that ensnared the remnants of the Origin. The chaotic essence relentlessly battered against this law network, attempting to rend the balance apart. Lin Yuan's consciousness melded completely with the dual gears, allowing him to perceive the state of each law node vividly. Wukong, Vegeta, lend me your law energy. Both Wukong and Vegeta leapt simultaneously, infusing their Super Saiyan and Super Blue energies into the law network. The golden and blue energies intertwined with the other luminescence within the network, forming a resplendent rainbow beam that shot skyward. The remnants of the Origin emitted a desperate wail within this beam, their bodies gradually becoming transparent until they ultimately transformed into countless colorful specks of light, merging into the law network. The Omni King clapped his tiny hands in delight. Incredible! Lin Yuan and Wukong are truly remarkable. The Grand Priest nodded with a smile. Your Majesty, this is the power of law balance, both encompassing and formidable. The martial arts tournament concluded amidst cheers, with Wukong beaming broadly while clutching the championship trophy, and even Vegeta, having secured the runner-up position, wore a rare smile. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's dual gears emitted a warm glow, and all the patterns on the multiversal law ring illuminated simultaneously, casting a radiant bridge of light towards the core of Origin in the sky. Gohan's ancient tome flipped open on its own, its final page glowing with text. When the multiversal laws achieve perfect balance, the consciousness of the Mother of Laws shall awaken within the core of Origin, and the ultimate secrets of the universe shall soon be unveiled. Lin Yuan's gaze fixated on the end of the light bridge, where a colossal golden heart pulsated gently. Indeed, it was the legendary Mother of Laws. The Grand Priest approached Lin Yuan, his tone imbued with unprecedented solemnity. Harmonizer, the gateway to the core of origin has been opened. But within lies not only the secrets of the universe, but also the primordial force capable of annihilating all. You must prepare for the final trial. Wukong patted Lin Yuan's shoulder, his smile radiant. Whatever the trial may be, we will face it together, just as we always have. Vegeta scoffed lightly but resolutely stood by Lin Yuan, silently conveying his support. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the dual gears, feeling the strength of his companions and the call of the Mother of Laws. He understood that the true adventure was only just beginning. With the gateway to the core of origin now ajar, and the ultimate mysteries of the universe lay before him, the hyperdimensional spacecraft ascended slowly, heading towards the end of the light bridge, the brilliance of the martial arts tournament fading behind them, while new hopes and challenges awaited ahead. Chapter 65. The Chaotic Routine of the Law Supply Station. The hyperdimensional spacecraft was en route to the luminous bridge of the origin core, yet pandemonium erupted within its cabin. Goku, clutching the championship trophy from the martial arts tournament, was in a fierce contest with a diminutive law sprite that had unexpectedly emerged from the trophy, both vying for the precious Senza beans. "These are my snacks that come with the prize," Goku declared, while the sprite, baring its tiny teeth, retorted, "According to the law, the accessories of the champion's prize belong to the law sprite." They dashed around the table, colliding with the meticulously organized battle data that Vegeta had just arranged, sending it scattering in all directions. The befuddled Law Guardian ahead detected the Law Supply Station. Suddenly, Bulma's scanner illuminated with a green glow, revealing a transparent bubble floating amidst the stars, inside which stood a candy house-like structure, from the chimney of which billowed not smoke, but streams of colorful law energy. Gohan adjusted his glasses and consulted ancient texts, noting, "This is the Law Supply Station, overseen by ancient guardians, capable of replenishing law items with energy." However, the text suggests that the guardians can be quite forgetful. As the spacecraft came to a halt, an elderly man donned in a nightcap floated out of the bubble, his beard entwined with law runes, oblivious to the fact that his energy pot was upturned. "Welcome. Yon, which type of law energy do you wish to replenish? Life law with a hint of strawberry, or balance law paired with chocolate sauce?" Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want energy that allows the Senza beans to regenerate infinitely." The old man fumbled to adjust the energy settings, mistakenly conflating the infinite regeneration law with the random transformation law. When he infused energy into Goku's Senza bean canister, the beans began to transform wildly. Some morphed into sprinting carrots, others into squeaking little monkeys, and one even transformed into a miniature Majin Buu, incessantly nibbling on Goku's finger. "Oh no!" the old man exclaimed, his anxiety causing the runes in his beard to flicker chaotically. "That was supposed to be a snack transformation set for Buu." Vegeta, arms crossed, scoffed. As expected, a befuddled fool. Even the Saiyan energy supply can be botched. No sooner had he spoken than the old man inadvertently splashed balance law energy onto Vegeta, causing his proud demeanor to collapse under the surge of blue energy. Vegeta suddenly broke into a goofy grin as he gazed at Bulma's photo displayed on the ship's screen, exclaiming, "The energy bars made by my wife are the best." A 3-second silence enveloped the room before Goku collapsed in laughter, rolling on the floor, while Gohan's glasses skewed from mirth, and even Lin Yuan's twin gears trembled, projecting a holographic image of Vegeta's adorable expression. Vegeta's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and the ultra-blue aura erupting from him caused the supply station bubble to vibrate ominously. "You old fool, I shall demolish your candy house." Suddenly, amidst the commotion, the exterior of the supply station erupted with countless purple light orbs, and from these orbs emerged a swarm of furry little creatures with rabbit ears and squirrel tails, their eyes swirling with law vortices. These were the law chaos beasts chronicled in ancient texts, creatures that fed on law energy and thrived on disrupting the balance law. Alas, they are gnawing at the artifacts of the laws. The old man's nightcap was blown away in fright as he pointed at the chaotic beasts, screaming. The one with the long horns had a penchant for biting the angelic staff, while the spotted one specialized in stealing the battle energy of the Saiyans. Sure enough, the spotted chaotic beast darted towards Goku, eagerly gnawing at his Super Saiyan aura, turning his golden hair into a vibrant green. "My hair," Goku lamented, clutching his disheveled green locks in despair. "Kikyo will scold me for this." Even more absurd was Vegeta, the chaotic beast with only horns bit into his battle suit, causing his blue aura to suddenly transform into a pink hue, releasing countless heart-shaped bubbles. Just as Vegeta was about to erupt in anger, he discovered his voice had morphed into a cute, youthful tone. "You all mustn't laugh. If you do, I will. I will cry before you." The entire scene erupted in laughter once more. Even Lin Yuan couldn't resist the corners of his mouth lifting. Gohan quickly recalled the weakness of the chaotic beasts. Ancient texts indicated they were afraid of harmonious laughter, which could purify their chaotic energy. Goku immediately pointed at Vegeta's pink aura and laughed heartily. "Vegeta, you now resemble a Super Saiyan made of cotton candy." Gohan joined in the mirth. "And your voice resembles that of Little Bra when she's being adorable." The golden sound waves created by their laughter enveloped the area, causing the chaotic beasts to clutch their heads and roll on the ground, their furry bodies gradually turning transparent, ultimately dissolving into colorful specks of light that merged with the energy flow of the supply station. Vegeta's aura finally returned to normal. It had seemed as though half of his proud demeanor had been devoured by the chaotic beasts. With a flushed face, he muttered, "That was merely a tactical disguise." Just then, a mini Majin Buu floated by and clung to his thigh, cooing, "Vegeta, your cute voice is the sweetest." After calming the chaos, the old man finally began to earnestly supply energy. He placed Lin Yuan's twin gears into the energy pool, and the colorful energy within seemed to come alive, coursing along the grooves of the gears, causing the light of the multiversal law ring to shine ever brighter. "These gears are truly exquisite," the old man mused, stroking his beard, "far more refined than the law clock I crafted in my youth." That clock could control the universe's wake-up time, but it was shattered by a slothful god of destruction. Goku leaned in with curiosity. Does the god of destruction also sleep in? Lord Beerus seems to be asleep every day. Suddenly, the old man slapped his thigh. It was he who smashed the clock into pieces, causing the stars of the seventh universe to rise 30 million years late. This revelation sent everyone into fits of laughter. Even the usually stoic Grand Minister's image couldn't help but curve into a smile. While supplying energy to Vegeta's battle suit, the old man became befuddled once more, inadvertently mixing the Saiyan's proud law with the cat's docile law. As a result, the moment Vegeta donned the battle suit, he instinctively scratched his ear with his paw and even chased after a butterfly that fluttered by. "What the hell is this ridiculous energy?" Vegeta fumed, attempting to tear off his clothing, only to find his tail uncontrollably coiling into a question mark. Gohan seized the opportunity to record the data with his scanner. This is a temporary disorder of the law's genetic chain, classified as a low-risk side effect, lasting approximately 10 minutes. His notebook immediately filled with a new note. Vegeta, in feline state, will chase laser pointers, enjoys being petted. Hidden surprises at the supply station unfolded. After the energy replenishment was completed, the old man mysteriously dragged a large box out of the candy house. This is the Law Blind Box, a reward for the warriors who have passed the Chaos Trial. The moment the box was opened, countless colorful orbs burst forth. Some contained little law sprites that could automatically organize data, while others were translators capable of interpreting extraterrestrial humor. From the orb that Goku drew rolled out an automatic seed planting machine, which upon landing sprouted into a small tree laden with magical beans. Vegeta, upon opening his orb, was greeted by a silver law belt, adorned with runes capable of stabilizing emotional laws. Finally, something reliable. As he fastened the belt, he noticed that the magical beans from Goku's planting machine had suddenly transformed into lively little beans that began to dart around his ankles. Goku chased after the beans, exclaiming, "Don't run, even if you turn to carrots. How did you learn to play hide and seek?" Lin Yuan drew from his orb a transparent law crystal, within which was preserved an image of the mother of laws in slumber, surrounded by countless law seeds, each corresponding to a possibility within a multiverse. This was the key to the core of origins. Gripping the crystal tightly, the dual gears resonated with it, projecting an internal map of the core of origins, revealing that the law energy within was even more vibrant than anticipated, necessitating caution on their part. As the old man escorted everyone to the supply station's entrance, he suddenly recalled, "Oh, right. The core of origins contains echoes of the laws, repeating your most cherished words." Last time, Beerus entered, and all he heard was the echo of 5 more minutes, which drove him to smash the echo stone. This remark sent Goku into fits of laughter. Even Vegeta couldn't help but smirk. Setting sail towards the core of origins, the hyperdimensional spaceship took flight once more. with the Kame House of the supply station transforming into a constellation of lights behind them. Goku, clutching the automatic planning machine and munching on a magical bean, grumbled, "Had I known the supply station was this much fun, I should have come here more often." Vegeta, while adjusting his new belt, occasionally cast glances at Goku's bean tree. When caught, he quickly turned away, stating, "I was merely examining the energy fluctuations, not that I wanted to eat." Gohan, analyzing the data from the Law Crystal, suddenly exclaimed, "The core of Origins actually has a law amusement park. Ancient texts say it was created by the Mother of Laws as a balance testing ground. The roller coasters are constructed using the laws of time." Bulma's eyes lit up. "We must go and ride it. I want to capture the universe's first law roller coaster." Lin Yuan stood by the porthole, gazing at the increasingly clear light bridge ahead, as the patterns of the law on the dual gears resonated with the crystal, emanating a warm glow. He understood that the challenges within the core of Origins would not be easy, but with this boisterous yet unwaveringly reliable group of companions, even the most chaotic storms of laws could transform into delightful adventures. The moment the spaceship traversed the light bridge, everyone heard peculiar echoes. Goku heard plenty of magical beans. Vegeta heard surpassing Goku. Gohan heard publishing papers, and Lin Yuan heard the gentle voice of the Mother of Laws. "Welcome home, my harmonizer." The gateway to the core of Origin slowly swung open, revealing a world more resplendent than one could ever imagine. A golden river of laws wound its way through the landscape, its banks adorned with luminous blossoms of law, while in the distance, the Mother of Laws lay in slumber within a crystalline cocoon, surrounded by countless seeds of law, waiting to be awakened. At the river's end, a dark mass of energy writhed ominously, representing the final trial of the core of Origin and the fulcrum of the multiverse's equilibrium. Goku eagerly rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "This looks like great fun. Let us hurry inside." Vegeta adjusted his battle attire, unable to conceal his anticipation as he retorted, "Don't lag behind, you fool cockroach." Lin Yuan gripped his twin gears tightly, smiling as he joined the group, believing that no matter the chaos and challenges ahead, as long as they were together, it would be the most splendid adventure. Chapter 66. The echoes of law from the core of Origin. The moment the hyperdimensional vessel entered the core of Origin, the entire cabin resonated with a chorus of echoes. Goku's voice reverberated throughout the chamber. "Senza beans galore, senza beans galore." He paused, scratching his head and grinning. Is this what the old man meant by echoes of law? Quite clever, knowing what I love to hear. Just as Vegeta was about to mock him, the echo transformed into his own voice, surpassing Goku, surpassing Goku. His face flushed crimson as he defended himself. "It's merely an echo. This prince doesn't care." The sentient law blossoms filled the interior of the core of Origin, resembling a grand crystalline garden. Glowing lotuses floated upon the golden river, while the banks were lined with talking law blossoms. As Goku leaned closer to a pink blossom, it exclaimed in Gohan's voice, "Dad, don't touch that. It's a nagging law. It will repeat the most recent lessons you've heard." True to its word, the blossom began to prattle incessantly. "You must do your homework on time. No sneaking off to train in Super Saiyan, and remember to conserve your strength in battles." Goku, overwhelmed, covered his ears and fled, exclaiming, "This is worse than Chi-Chi's nagging." As Vegeta passed by a blue blossom, it suddenly screeched in Bulma's voice, "Vegeta, you've destroyed the training room again. This month's pocket money is all gone." Startled, he jumped and bared his teeth at the blossom. "You dare mimic Bulma?" The blossom immediately switched to Bra's voice, declaring, "Daddy is a silly goose." Vegeta's bravado deflated in an instant, his face reddening as he scurried away, muttering, "Children's words don't count." Lin Yuan's twin gears resonated with a golden blossom, which gently spoke in the voice of the Mother of Laws, "Harmonizer. Every law has two sides, just as echoes amplify sound while allowing you to hear your innermost thoughts." The petals of the blossom unfurled, revealing the law seeds inside, inscribed with the word balance. Gohan adjusted his glasses and noted in his notebook, law plants possess emotional sensing abilities, capable of mimicking the most significant voices of their contact, representing a high-level manifestation of law. Suddenly, Goku's scream pierced the air. "Help! This senza bean has turned into a chili pepper." Everyone rushed over to see Goku facing a red blossom, which was indeed transforming the senza beans in his hands into bright red chili peppers. As the blossom shouted in the voice of Satan, "Look, this is the fiery technique of a Super Saiyan." It turned out to be the mischief law, designed specifically to transform objects into humorous versions. Thus began the chaotic adventure of the law roller coaster, as they followed the river of laws. A roller coaster track, constructed from the essence of time, emerged before them. The track twisted through the air, forming unimaginable shapes, at times reverting to the past, and at others leaping into the future. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is the Law Amusement Park. I want to be the first to ride. She seized Goku's hand and jumped into a crystal carriage, while Vegeta, though vocally dismissive, could not resist joining them. The moment the roller coaster commenced, the carriage suddenly transcended into the past. They witnessed a scene of young Goku chasing rabbits on Paozu Mountain, where little Goku waved at their carriage, exclaiming, "Hello, big brothers. Want some senza beans?" Goku, thrilled, waved back, only for the carriage to abruptly leap into the future, revealing an elderly version of himself teaching little Goten the Kamehameha technique. The thrill was overwhelming as Bulma frantically captured the moment with her camera, only to realize that the photos were animated. One image depicted Vegeta narrating a story to future Bra, a smile gracing his face. Upon seeing this, Vegeta's ears flushed crimson. He snatched the camera in a bid to delete the evidence, but inadvertently pressed the zoom button, causing the tender smile to loop incessantly throughout the carriage. As a roller coaster traversed the emotional law tunnel, the occupants experienced a spontaneous shift in emotions. Goku rolled on the floor in laughter, tears streaming down his face. Vegeta, suddenly hugging his knees, wept while muttering about Frieza's cruelty. Bulma oscillated between anger and joy, resembling a living emoji switchboard. Gohan, striving to maintain composure, jotted down a critical note in his notebook. The emotional tunnel amplifies latent feelings. It is advisable for those with Tsundere traits to avoid it. Upon arriving at the station, everyone was disoriented. Goku laughed until his stomach ached. Vegeta, with reddened eyes, stubbornly claimed, "It's just sand in my eyes," while Bulma continued to vent her frustration at the air. Lin Yuan, supporting the swaying carriage, sighed. It appears that the amalgamation of time and emotional laws indeed incites chaos. Only Gohan remained invigorated. Data collection complete. The time jump error of the roller coaster is within 0.5 seconds, and the duration of emotional influence lasts approximately 3 minutes, which holds significant research value. In the heart of the amusement park stood a colossal echo stone, its surface etched with the runes of the multiverse's laws. As Lin Yuan's twin gears approached, the stone suddenly illuminated, resonating with a cacophony of sounds: Saiyan battle cries, Namekian prayers, the laughter of the Omni King, and the whispers of the Mother of Laws. This was the repository of Law's memories. Lin Yuan's consciousness connected with the Echo Stone, unveiling the birth of the multiverse. The Mother of Laws created the first particle of law, which split into countless beams of law, intertwining to form the cosmic network. Each beam imbued with her blessing echo. The Echo Stone recorded every moment of the law's inception. These echoes were not disturbances, but the very essence of Law's initial intent. Curiously, Goku tapped the Echo Stone, which promptly echoed back his voice, "I want to protect everyone." Vegeta scoffed, yet the stone responded in his tone, "Kakarot, let us grow stronger together." Vegeta's face froze, and he turned to feign interest in the scenery, though his shoulders betrayed a slight tremor. Gohan placed his hand upon the stone, which in a gentle voice reminiscent of Chi-Chi, spoke, "Gohan is truly remarkable. He is indeed the pride of his mother." Tears welled in Gohan's eyes, for the voice he cherished most had always resided within his heart. Suddenly, the Echo Stone trembled violently, shadows of primordial energy surfacing upon its surface. The illusion of balance was shattered, as the voice of the abandoned origin echoed with madness, revealing the chaotic essence of the laws. It emerged from the stone, seeking to absorb the memory energy of the Echo Stone, causing the runes upon it to dim. As warm echoes were gradually supplanted by resentment. "Do not dare to tarnish our memories." Goku's Super Saiyan aura erupted forth as he unleashed a Kamehameha at the abandoned origin, only for it to be absorbed and transformed into chaotic energy. Vegeta's ultimate flash met a similar fate, and the power of the abandoned origin grew increasingly formidable. Lin Yuan suddenly recalled the words of the Mother of Laws. He pressed the dual gears against the Echo Stone. It is not absorption, it is resonance. The radiance of the dual gears pulsed in harmony with the Echo Stone, rekindling the warm echoes and forming a golden soundwave barrier. The abandoned origin howled in anguish within the sound waves. Why do these sounds possess more power than hatred? Lin Yuan replied resolutely, "Because love and memories are the most potent laws." This heralded the awakening of the Mother of Laws. As the abandoned origin dissipated, the Echo Stone regained its luster. This time, It projected not fragmented images, but the complete awakening process of the Mother of Laws. In the vision, the crystalline bud of the Mother of Laws gradually unfurled, surrounded by countless seeds of law, each awaiting its awakening. It seems we are not far from our objective. Lin Yuan mused, gripping the dual gears tightly, their patterns synchronizing perfectly with the runes of the Echo Stone. The awakening of the Mother of Laws required sufficient balanced energy. And the energy we gathered at the martial arts tournament and the supply station had already elicited a response. Suddenly, Goku pointed at the bud vision, exclaiming, "Look, there's a baby inside." Upon closer inspection, the center of the bud indeed revealed a radiant golden infant, clutching a miniature core of law. Gohan adjusted his glasses. This must be the initial form of the Mother of Laws. She needs to absorb enough positive law energy to fully awaken. Vegeta, observing the scene, surprisingly refrained from his usual sarcasm. Finally, a worthy challenge. His battle suit glowed softly, the law belt adjusting his energy fluctuations automatically. Bulma produced a scanner. The energy field surrounding the bud is highly unstable, rife with law traps. We must devise a detailed plan to approach. At that moment, the Echo Stone suddenly echoed with an elderly voice. I forgot to mention, to approach the bud, one must pass the true heart test of the laws. Those who lie will transform into comical animals. No sooner had the words left the stone than Vegeta unexpectedly meowed, his ears transforming into cat ears, and a tail sprouting forth. It turned out he'd been thinking, I certainly do not wish to see any baby, and the laws had exposed his deceit. Laughter erupted as Goku doubled over, only to find rabbit ears sprouting from his head, for he had secretly thought about sneaking away to eat Gohan snacks. With a heavy heart, Wu Fan rubbed his forehead, noting an urgent remark in his notebook. The core of origin possesses a lie detection mechanism, and those who deceive will be subjected to whimsical animal characteristic penalties, the duration of which remains uncertain. A comical trial of sincerity, adorned with cat ears. Vegeta and Goku exchanged fierce glares, creating an absurd spectacle. Bulma, brandishing her camera, snapped photos frantically, exclaiming, "How adorable! This is undoubtedly a cosmic treasure." Lin Yuan stifled a chuckle as the twin gears shimmered, attempting to lift the penalties, only to discover the stubbornness of the law's power. It seemed that passing the sincerity trial was essential to lifting the penalties, a test of trust imposed by the core of origin upon them. As they progressed, a bridge formed of light appeared ahead, adorned with runes of the law, each corresponding to a question. The first rune queried Goku, "Who is the person you cherish most?" Without a moment's hesitation, Goku replied, "Of course it's Chi-Chi Wu Fan, and my rival Vegeta." The rabbit ears atop his head vanished instantly, and the rune illuminated a green light. When it was Vegeta's turn, the rune asked, "What do you value the most?" Vegeta, with evident reluctance, replied, "Certainly, the pride of the Saiyans and family." His cat ears hesitated momentarily before disappearing, and the rune also glowed green. Wu Fan faced the question, "What is your greatest wish?" He answered earnestly, "To unravel all the mysteries of the laws and safeguard the peace of the multiverse." A glimmer sparkled in his eyes as he successfully passed the trial. Lin Yuan's inquiry was both the simplest and most formidable. "Are you prepared to confront the ultimate truth of the laws?" Grasping the twin gears tightly, Lin Yuan resolutely declared, "I am ready. Regardless of the truth, I shall protect everyone with the law of balance." The twin gears erupted with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire bridge in golden light, fully unveiling the path leading to the bud. Bulma jumped with excitement, exclaiming, "Fantastic! We have passed the trial." Suddenly, she pointed at Goku and Vegeta, laughing heartily. But your expressions just now were too hilarious, especially Vegeta's blushing face. Vegeta's cat ears, which had just vanished, reappeared, this time accompanied by a fluffy tail. Annoyed, he turned to leave, grumbling, "If it weren't for the sake of the Mother of Laws, I would have blown this wretched bridge to smithereens." Goku, patting his belly, chased after him, "Wait, Vegeta! I think there's a place ahead selling law beans." Lin Yuan and Wu Fan exchanged a knowing smile as they followed behind them. In the distance, the bud of the Mother of Laws blossomed ever more radiantly, its golden light illuminating the entire core of origin. The ultimate secret of the laws was on the verge of revelation, and this adventure, filled with laughter and warmth, was soon to embark on its most exhilarating chapter. Chapter 67. The Awakening Trial of the Mother of Laws. Having traversed the bridge of sincerity trials, the crystalline bud of the Mother of Laws lay tantalizingly close. This colossal bud floated at the heart of the core of origin, streams of golden law energy flowing over its petals like melting sunlight. Just as they believed they could approach smoothly, 5 colorful walls of light suddenly rose around the bud, each corresponding to a trial of the law, with playful cartoonish text materializing upon the light walls. Want to see your mother? Let's first engage in the whimsical game governed by the laws of emotion. The first luminous wall, adorned in a soft pink hue, boldly proclaims the emotion law challenge. Suddenly, the wall emits a multitude of vibrant bubbles that float before the assembled crowd and burst, compelling each individual to undergo an involuntary shift in their emotional state. Goku, who had been radiating joy, abruptly curls into a ball, weeping uncontrollably. My sins of beans have turned into chili peppers. Woe is me. Tears cascade from his eyes like a fountain, splattering Vegeta's face. Vegeta, bewildered by Goku's tears, is unexpectedly overcome with laughter. Pointing at Goku's tear-streaked visage and thumping his thigh. Ha ha, crybaby Goku outcries even brah. His laughter is so intense that he bends over, his azure aura rippling like waves. Gohan oscillates between calmness and excitement, occasionally adjusting his glasses to diligently note the frequency of emotional fluctuation is 3 times per second, consistent with the characteristics of law disorder. Moments later, he dances with exuberance. How astonishing. Is this the allure of the law of emotion? Lin Yuan's dual gears whirl rapidly, releasing the law of emotional balance, enveloping everyone in a golden radiance. Goku's sobs cease abruptly, and he scratches his head, grinning foolishly. Why was I crying just now? I must have felt sad thinking about the chili senza beans. Vegeta regains his haughty demeanor, yet his ears flush a deep crimson. That was merely a tactical laugh, employed to disorient the enemy. Only Bulma remains irate, muttering to the air, "How dare you turn me into a meme? Once I exit, I shall dismantle this wall for parts." As the group returns to normalcy, the wall gradually opens, revealing a diminutive sprite of the law, who holds a sign proclaiming, "Emotions possess no right or wrong. The true master knows how to both embrace and release them." The next challenge awaits ahead. Goku, curious, pokes the sprite, only to be zapped into an upright position, while the sprite makes a cheeky face. This is the mischievous law. Do not touch others indiscriminately. The second luminous barrier is a silver wall of the time law, behind which the laughter of the king echoes. Hide and seek begins. Find all the shards of time to advance. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the space-time around them begins to warp. Goku suddenly reverts to his childhood form, clad in the attire of young Goku, wielding a Rui stick, while Vegeta transforms into his youthful self, defiantly crossing his arms, his face still bearing the softness of baby fat. What is happening? Why have I shrunk? Young Goku swings the Rui stick, nearly striking himself due to his diminished strength. The young Vegeta huffs disdainfully, merely a trick of the time law. This prince shall not. Before he can finish, he trips over a suddenly appearing time shard, landing unceremoniously on his rear, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Though Lin Yuan and Gohan do not undergo transformations, the scenery around them shifts incessantly. One moment, they find themselves in a crystalline garden, the next in the training grounds of planet Vegeta, followed by the residence of the Grand Elder on Namek. Gohan's notebook begins to inscribe automatically. Time shards can disguise themselves as surrounding objects, such as that moving stone and that glowing fruit. Goku's eyes light up. I see. It's just like searching for Dragon Balls. He points the Rui stick at a stone. This one is a shard. The stone indeed explodes, revealing a gleaming shard of time. Young Vegeta, unwilling to concede, points at a flower. That one too. It too bursts forth, transforming into yet another shard. The two individuals eagerly scrambled to gather fragments, with a nimble little Wukong darting about, while the young Vegeta utilized his Saiyan instinct for precise targeting. Ultimately, they astonishingly ended in a draw. Once all the fragments were collected, the luminous wall of temporal laws opened, and a small sprite held up a sign proclaiming, "Though time may change, true friendship remains eternal." Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a glance, awkwardly turning away. Yet both wore smiles upon their faces. As time and space returned to normalcy, they reverted to their original forms, and Wukong, patting his belly, lamented, "After running about for so long, I'm even hungrier now. When will we get to eat?" The exclusive test of culinary energy laws commenced. The third radiant light revealed a golden energy law wall, behind which appeared an enormous dining table laden with an array of dishes crafted from energy spheres shaped like magical beans, law fragments resembling barbecued meats, and the Scion's favorite energy pudding. A chef hat-clad law sprite declared, One must eat well to muster the strength to conquer challenges, but be cautious. Each type of food corresponds to a distinct energy law. Consuming the wrong one may lead to transformation. Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he seized an energy sphere and stuffed it into his mouth, only to find himself transformed into a golden monkey, albeit a charming version with a tail that waggled playfully. "Oh no, how did I become a big monkey?" he exclaimed, scratching his head in frustration, unable to grasp his hair due to his clumsy paws. Vegeta scoffed. "Foolish cockroach, you should have been more discerning in your eating." He picked up what appeared to be a safe energy pudding and elegantly took a bite, only to suddenly morph into a small blue cat, with his tail emitting a vibrant azure flame. "Meow, this cursed blue cat." Vegeta fumed, attempting to unleash a ki blast that only resulted in a tiny flame, provoking laughter from the others. Lin Yuan and Gohan carefully selected their food. Gohan, relying on ancient texts, chose energy vegetables aligned with the balance law, declaring, "This should be fine. The texts indicate that green energy foods are the safest." Lin Yuan opted for a softly glowing energy fruit, and upon consuming it, the radiance of his dual gears intensified. He smiled and remarked, "This replenishes the energy of the balance law. It feels delightful." Bulma, after scanning with her detector for quite some time, selected the most aesthetically pleasing energy cake, only to transform into a flying squirrel upon consumption. Enraged, she zoomed over, swatting Wukong and Vegeta with her tail. "This is all your fault. If it weren't for your transformations, I wouldn't have made such a mistake." The adorable monkey Wukong and blue cat Vegeta exchanged glances and suddenly began a playful chase, turning the dining table into utter chaos. Once the effects of the food wore off, everyone reverted to their original forms, and Wukong, patting his belly, complained, "Though I transformed, the energy pudding was quite delicious. It's just that being a monkey made it hard to scratch and itch." As Vegeta adjusted his battle attire, his cheeks burned like a ripe apple. "That was merely an experience of the diversity of temporal laws. I did not intend to play." The gentle trial of the Mother of Laws having successfully passed the 4 trials, the group finally approached the final luminous wall, which radiated a warm golden hue. It bore no mischievous text, only a line of tender words. "Lay down all defenses and sincerely feel the warmth of the laws." As the luminous wall opened, it revealed not traps, but a soft expanse of golden grass, where countless orbs of memory floated serenely, each encapsulating the most cherished recollections of individuals. Within Wukong's orb lay images of joyous moments shared with family and friends, the exhilaration of participating in the world's grandest martial arts tournament, the fervor of battling alongside Vegeta, and the warmth of everyday life with Chi-Chi and Gohan. He gazed at the glowing spheres with a silly grin, realizing the abundance of happiness he had experienced. Vegeta's orb, on the other hand, depicted his transformation from pride to gentleness, showcasing the awkwardness of first calling Bulma wife, the pride in witnessing Trunks' growth, and the unspoken understanding forged between him and Wukong as they transitioned from rivals to friends. He averted his gaze, feigning interest in the scenery, yet his eyes glistened with unshed tears, recognizing these were merely interludes amidst the battles. Gohan's orb captured the warmth of time spent with his parents, highlighting Chi-Chi's patience while tutoring him, Wukong's earnestness in teaching him martial arts, and his own evolution from scholar to warrior. Adjusting his glasses, he smiled softly, acknowledging that he had always been enveloped in such profound love. Lin Yuan's orb chronicled his journey from initially harmonizing the laws to the present. Filled with the tension of grasping the twin gears for the first time, the emotion of fighting alongside friends, and the relief at witnessing the multiverse regain its balance. He tightened his grip on the twin gears, feeling the gentle gaze of the Mother of Laws, warmth flooding his heart. As everyone finished viewing their memory orbs, a crystal platform suddenly emerged at the center of the meadow, upon which rested the fully bloomed bud of the Mother of Laws. At its core, a small infant radiating golden light sat, her eyes sparkling like the brightest stars, curiously observing the assembly. "Welcome," the infant spoke, her voice resonant with the strength and gentleness of a mature woman. "I am the Mother of Laws. You have passed all trials," demonstrating that the balance of laws exists not solely in power, but within the heart. Extending her tiny hand, a golden radiance enveloped them all, affirming that the laws of the multiverse were rendered more balanced through their efforts. "Now, I present to you a gift." As the light dissipated, each individual bore a golden mark of the law. Wukong's mark appeared on his palm, enhancing his control over emotional laws. Vegeta's on his chest, allowing him to better balance his pride with tenderness. Gohan's adorned his glasses, facilitating a quicker understanding of the laws. And Lin Yuan's twin gears bore a new golden line, connecting him to the power of the Mother of Laws. The infant beamed, her smile as warm as the sun. Now, the network of laws across the multiverse is stable, and the crisis of the core of origin has been resolved. Yet, the adventures shall not cease. The laws will accompany you as long as balance resides in your hearts, making anywhere feel like home. Reluctantly, they bid farewell to the Mother of Laws. Wukong waved enthusiastically, asking, "Can we visit you again? I'll bring you Senza beans." Vegeta, though silent, conveyed his reluctance through his gaze. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the twin gears, softly promising, "We will safeguard the balance of the multiverse and not let you down." As they departed from the core of origin, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the spaceship, illuminating the smiles on each face. Wukong, caressing his belly, exclaimed, "Today was such a delightful adventure, though transforming into a monkey was somewhat embarrassing. Nevertheless, encountering the Mother of Laws made it worthwhile." Vegeta, gazing out the window, suddenly remarked, "Next time, we should visit the law supply station again. That old fool's energy pudding is quite decent." Standing before the porthole, Lin Yuan watched as the core of origin gradually receded, the twin gears gently rotating in his palm, their golden patterns harmoniously coexisting with other law patterns. He understood that their adventures would persist, with new challenges awaiting them. However, as long as these boisterous yet eternally reliable companions were by his side, any storm of laws could be transformed into a journey filled with laughter and warmth. The tales of laws in the multiverse would continue to unfold under their vigilant guardianship. Chapter 68. The amusing side effects of the law imprint. As the hyperdimensional spaceship departed from the core of origin, the atmosphere within the cabin was relaxed and warm. Wukong was grinning foolishly at the golden law imprint on his palm, attempting to concentrate. Suddenly, the imprint illuminated, and the surrounding senzu beans inexplicably flew into his mouth. "Wow, this imprint is incredible," he cheered, clapping his hands. However, the imprint glowed again, and this time it was not senzu beans that flew to him, but Vegeta's combat armor bracers. "Kakarot, you bastard!" Vegeta leapt up in fury, reaching out to snatch the bracers. Yet, the law imprint on his chest suddenly radiated light, causing his tone to soften instantly. "Be careful, don't drop it." After uttering those words, he was momentarily taken aback, his face turning a deep shade of crimson as he turned to face the wall, baring his teeth. "Damn imprint, how dare you control my tone?" The unruly law imprint, just as the spaceship entered its normal trajectory, Gohan's eyes glimmered with a green light, and his law imprint began to spiral out of control. The once serious scholar began to dance wildly in the air, exclaiming, "Wow, this law energy fluctuation is so fascinating, like pop rocks exploding in my mind." At one moment, he meticulously adjusted his glasses to take notes, and the next he was rolling on the floor, chanting, "Long live the balance law," leaving everyone astounded. What has happened to Gohan? Wukong scratched his head, and the imprint on his palm shone again, this time drawing Bulma's toolbox towards him, causing a painful thud on his head. Bulma, fuming, snatched back her toolbox, only for her law imprint to suddenly illuminate, surrounding her with countless mechanical parts, resembling a mobile junkyard. "It's all your fault for being so reckless. Now, look, my imprint has attracted all these nearby parts." Lin Yuan hastily channeled the energy of the twin gears to calm everyone's imprints, bathing the cabin in golden light until the chaos gradually subsided. Gohan adjusted his glasses, looking bewildered. "I feel as though I just did something quite peculiar." Vegeta scoffed, "You were rolling around like a fool, babbling about balance laws being like pop rocks." Gohan's face flushed instantly as he buried himself in his notebook, pretending that nothing had occurred. The most unfortunate was Vegeta, whose law imprint appeared especially restless. Whenever he intended to reprimand Wukong, the imprint would compel him to soften. Conversely, when he wished to remain in solitude, it would instigate him to show concern for others. On one occasion, while Wukong was training and nearly stumbled, Vegeta instinctively shouted, "Be careful, you idiot." The moment the words escaped his lips, the imprint glowed, and he continued, "Don't get hurt, I haven't defeated you yet." Upon concluding his statement, he found himself covered in goosebumps. Yet, Goku, oblivious to Vegeta's discomfort, chuckled, "Vegeta, you seem to have grown gentler lately. Is it the influence of the laws, Mark?" In response, Vegeta seized a nearby energy bar and hurled it, retorting, "Shut your mouth. If you keep babbling, I shall pry your mark off." The energy bar soared into the air, only to be suddenly drawn towards Goku's mark, transforming into a fluffy cotton candy. "Wow, a cotton candy-flavored energy bar!" Goku exclaimed joyfully, devouring it while completely unaware of Vegeta, who was fuming beside him. The unexpected arrival of Law pets occurred as the spaceship traversed a vibrant nebula. Lin Yuan's dual gear suddenly radiated light, and from the nebula's core, countless luminous specks emerged, landing and morphing into fuzzy little creatures. They resembled various animals, each adorned with a Law's mark, gifts from the Mother of Laws. Before Goku, a glowing speck transformed into a golden little monkey, its tail emanating the brilliance of Kamehameha. Upon seeing Goku, it leaped into his arms, seeking affection. This was the Super Saiyan monkey. Goku twirled in excitement, holding the little monkey aloft. From now on, we can train together. However, the monkey abruptly made a face at Vegeta, unleashing a mini-energy wave that tousled Vegeta's hair. The speck before Vegeta evolved into a blue kitten, its paws capable of producing ultra-blue flames. Upon encountering Vegeta, it raised its tail, but as he reached out, it coyly brushed against his palm. TCH, at least you're perceptive. Vegeta scoffed, though he cautiously cradled the kitten. Suddenly, the kitten sneezed in his face, igniting its flames and singeing his eyebrows. Gohan's speck transformed into a bespectacled little fox, its tail wrapped around a miniature ancient tome. Upon seeing Gohan, it offered the tome, seemingly inviting him to study together. How adorable! Gohan adjusted his glasses and pulled out a notebook to jot down notes with the little fox. Unexpectedly, the fox scribbled "Vegeta is ticklish" on the notebook, causing Gohan to burst into laughter. Lin Yuan's speck transformed into a golden little bird, its wings adorned with the dual gear pattern, perching on his shoulder, clutching a lost seed in its beak. Bulma's speck morphed into a handy little squirrel, wielding a miniature wrench, polishing the spaceship's control panel until it gleamed, and mischievously altering Goku's Senzu Bean container to automatic feeding mode. The mischievous antics of the Law pets swiftly adapted to life aboard the spaceship, albeit causing considerable chaos. The Super Saiyan monkey slyly switched Vegeta's training equipment to infant mode, turning Vegeta's ultimate flash into colorful bubbles. Meanwhile, the blue kitten swapped Goku's training attire for a pink princess gown, leaving him to practice Super Saiyan in the outfit, much to the amusement of everyone present. It's all that monkey's doing. Vegeta crossed his arms, glaring at the Super Saiyan monkey in Goku's embrace. Suddenly, his Law mark began to glow, and he instinctively patted the monkey's head, conceding, "Fine, children are simply unaware." After expressing this, he felt on the verge of madness, turning to the wall and striking it fiercely, resulting in a hole. The blue kitten hurried over, using its flames to mend the hole, adorning it with a playful face. In a whimsical turn of events, Gohan's little fox unearthed a delightful secret about Vegeta, his fondness for the peculiar pets known as Law creatures, a sentiment he was too bashful to admit. On one occasion, Vegeta, believing himself unobserved, discreetly fed a blue cat energy pudding, only to be captured on film by the little fox wielding a mini camera. The ensuing chaos saw Vegeta chasing the mischievous fox throughout the spaceship in a fit of exasperation. Lin Yuan's charming bird, though well-behaved, had a knack for mischief at the most inopportune moments. Whenever Lin Yuan employed the twin gear to analyze data, the bird would mischievously bring Law seeds to disrupt his focus. During discussions of their next strategic move, it would flit over to the control console, altering their course to the direction of an amusement park. Meanwhile, Bulma's little squirrel formed a close friendship with the bird, and together they transformed the spaceship's alarm into Goku's laughter, startling everyone into believing they were in peril. The most comical incident transpired during a training session when Goku and Vegeta engaged in a friendly sparring match, with the Super Saiyan monkey and the blue cat joining the fray. As the Super Saiyan monkey unleashed a mini-energy wave towards the blue cat, it adeptly countered with its own energy blast, resulting in a spectacular collision of colorful energy that filled the arena with radiant light. When the luminous specks descended, they sprouted into glowing flowers, turning the training ground into a veritable amusement park. Vegeta, arms akimbo and visibly irked, found himself unable to suppress a smile as the mark upon his chest began to glow, revealing the beauty of the scene. Goku, equally delighted, watched as the mark on his palm illuminated, transforming the flowers into fluttering butterflies, filling the arena with joyous laughter. Despite their playful antics, the Law creatures possessed remarkable abilities. When the spaceship encountered a meteor shower, the Super Saiyan monkey's tail radiated light, forming a protective shield around the vessel and deflecting the meteors. During Gohan's scholarly pursuits with ancient texts, the little fox would point out crucial passages with its tail, guiding Gohan through complex puzzles. One day, The spaceship was ensnared by a mysterious force of law energy, rendering the control panel inoperative. In a surprising twist, Bulma's little squirrel leapt onto the console, deftly tapping buttons with a wrench. Miraculously, the surrounding law energy was absorbed, and the squirrel radiated light, converting the energy into propulsion for the ship. Bulma, elated, scooped up the squirrel, who playfully styled her hair into two little braids. Lin Yuan's bird fluttered onto the twin gear, its wings beating in rhythm, enhancing the brightness of the gears and revealing the source of the enigmatic energy, a cluster of lost law sprites. Their uncontrolled energy had ensnared the spaceship. In a gesture of camaraderie, Goku's Super Saiyan monkey made faces at the sprites, releasing mini energy waves not as an attack, but as a gift of energy for the sprites. Revitalized, the sprites bowed in gratitude before dispersing into light. Vegeta's blue cat waved goodbye to the glowing orbs, its tail's flames shimmering in a rainbow hue, as though bidding farewell to the sprites. Gohan penned in his notebook, "Law creatures are not merely companions. They embody the balance of law itself, capable of sensing law energy and aiding us in navigating various crises." He adjusted his glasses, observing the joyous interactions among his companions and their pets, a warm smile gracing his face. A new signal of adventure while everyone was relishing a warm moment. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly emitted an alarm. A small bird alighted upon the gears, flapping its wings and projecting an urgent message from Earth in the seventh universe. In Satan City, a surge of chaotic phenomena had arisen, causing the residents' emotions to spiral into instability. Some wept incessantly, others laughed uncontrollably, while a few even resorted to consuming stones as if they were food. This was the work of the chaos beasts. Gohan's expression grew grave as he absorbed the news. They might be remnants of the origin era, exploiting human emotions to sow discord. Bulma promptly adjusted the flight path. "Fear not, with my hyperdimensional spacecraft, we shall reach Earth swiftly." Goku sprang to his feet, his palms marked glowing, and the Super Saiyan monkey leaped on his shoulder. At last, a new adventure. We must drive those villains away. Vegeta, clutching a blue cat, also stood up, his chest mark flickering. Clearing his throat, he declared, "This prince will take matters into his own hands, ensuring those chaotic beasts understand the might of the Saiyans." The little bird perched on Lin Yuan's shoulder, its beak clutching a glowing seed of order. The patterns of the dual gears resonated with the seed, projecting a map of Earth's laws. It appeared that the adventure surrounding the laws was far from over. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the dual gears, a smile gracing his face. With everyone and the law pets by their side, they would undoubtedly resolve the impending crisis. As the spacecraft sailed toward Earth, the law pets frolicked joyfully within the cabin. Goku and Vegeta were strategizing. Gohan was analyzing data on the Chaos Beasts, Bulma was fine-tuning the spacecraft's equipment, and Lin Yuan gazed out at the starry expanse, feeling the warmth brought by the dual gears and the law pets. He understood that regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, as long as they stood united with the balance of law and the strength of friendship, no crisis was insurmountable. The humorous daily antics and tender moments would become their most cherished memories throughout the adventure, filling the multiverse's network of laws with love and laughter. Chapter 69. The emotional battle of Satan City. As the hyperdimensional spacecraft arrived above Satan City, the entire metropolis was enshrouded in an eerie revelry. People danced bizarrely in the streets. Some wept profusely while clinging to utility poles, and a group of elderly ladies surrounded a statue of Satan, alternating between laughter and tears. Bulma's scanner went haywire, alerting them that the emotional chaos index had surpassed critical levels. In the city center, a colossal emotional vortex was absorbing the energy of all present. A scene of absurdity unfolded in the city. Goku was the first to descend to the street, and upon landing, he was immediately embraced by a man who was laughing uncontrollably. "Brother, you look absolutely hilarious." "Ha ha ha." Goku attempted to push him away, but the mark on his palm suddenly glowed, and he found himself unable to resist joining the laughter, both rolling on the ground in mirth. Vegeta landed just in time to witness this spectacle and snorted disdainfully. "Foolishness begets foolishness. How embarrassing to lose face on Earth." No sooner had he uttered these words than a distraught woman seized his hand, exclaiming, "Young man, you seem so unfortunate. Are you lost?" "Wah." Vegeta's chest mark flickered with light, and to his astonishment, his eyes grew misty. I'm not lost. I am merely a bit moved." As Gohan adjusted his glasses, he endeavored to stabilize his emotions with a calm demeanor, yet he was encircled by a gaggle of children, both laughing and crying. "Big brother, come play with us." Our toys can run on their own. Gohan glanced down to witness toy cars performing a tap dance while a teddy bear belted out a song. The scene resembling a chaotic fairy tale. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with an unusual light as a torrent of emotional data flooded his mind, nearly overwhelming him. So many emotional signals. My analytical system is on the verge of collapse. Lin Yuan swiftly released the balancing energies of the twin gears, enveloping the street in a golden glow, which momentarily quelled the tumultuous emotions. Goku, rubbing his stiffened face from laughing too hard, exclaimed, "My stomach hurts from laughing. What on earth is going on?" Vegeta, wiping non-existent tears, retorted stubbornly, "I was merely blinded by dust, not moved by that old lady." In the city center, a swirling vortex of emotions spun furiously. At its core stood an enormous chaos beast, larger than any they had encountered before, adorned with eyes that wept and laughed, continually siphoning the emotional energy of the citizens. Upon seeing the crowd, the chaos beast let out a shrill laugh, more energy to absorb. "This time, I shall drain the entire planet of its emotions and become the most powerful embodiment of chaos." Goku is Super Saiyan aura erupted, and the Super Saiyan monkey leaped onto his shoulder, its tail radiating the glow of the Kamehameha. The chaos beast unleashed a wave of dark, emotional energy, which Goku skillfully dodged, causing the wave to strike an ice cream truck nearby. Suddenly, the ice cream came to life, transforming into animated ice cream figures that chased after the citizens for hugs. Vegeta's blue, feline companion sprang onto the Chaos Beast's head, its claws emitting azure flames as it scratched the creature's eyes. The Chaos Beast shrieked in pain, and the energy wave it released morphed into colorful bubbles, revealing childhood photographs of Vegeta dressed in a princess gown, crying. "Don't look." Vegeta's face flushed crimson, and in a fit of rage his ultimate flash went awry, exploding the fountain in the square into a cascade of rainbows. Gohan's little fox procured a miniature ancient tome, its pages glowing with runes, causing numerous law flowers to sprout in the square, their fragrance stabilizing the emotions of the crowd. As the citizens inhaled the soothing aroma, their chaotic feelings subsided, and they curiously gathered to observe the battle. Seizing the opportunity, the little fox leaped onto the back of the Chaos Beast, playfully swatting its behind, inciting the beast to whirl in frustration. Bulma's little squirrel manipulated mechanical parts in the square, assembling a massive mechanical fist that aimed at the Chaos Beast. The beast, taken aback by the attack, staggered backward, but suddenly unleashed a wave of energy that transformed the mechanical fist into cotton candy. The squirrel squeaked in indignation, quickly commandeering more parts to create a cannon that fired candy. The most humorous moment arose from the combined assault of Goku and the Super Saiyan monkey. Goku unleashed a Kamehameha, with the Super Saiyan monkey assisting in amplification, but the energy spiraled out of control, turning the Kamehameha into a shower of colorful bubbles, each containing Goku's silly laughter. The Chaos Beast, struck by the bubbles, began to chuckle along, its chaotic energy diminishing. "This tactic is splendid." Goku clapped in excitement, completely oblivious to the absurdity of his strategy. Vegeta's Tsundere energy surged forth. The Chaos Beast, regaining its composure, unleashed a torrent of black energy, infused with intense negative emotions that struck at the very core of Vegeta's being. Visions of being bullied by Frieza, the bitterness of being surpassed by Goku, and the tenderness hidden beneath his brash exterior flooded his mind. The Chaos Beast magnified these sentiments, causing Vegeta's body to falter under their weight. In a desperate bid for balance, Vegeta summoned his energy, only to find it thwarted by the Chaos Beast's onslaught. Just as he teetered on the brink of being consumed by despair, the emblem on his chest erupted in brilliant light. The blue cat leapt into his embrace, its warmth rekindling his spirit. Vegeta lifted his gaze, a harmonious glimmer of pride and gentleness shining in his eyes. "I will not be defeated by such trifles." His ultra-blue aura intertwined with the golden energy of his emblem, enveloping him in a unique aura that embodied both the Saiyan's pride and a protective tenderness. This technique was named Tsundere Flash. Vegeta's ultimate technique transformed into a stream of blue and golden energy, radiating warmth and fierce resolve, striking directly at the Chaos Beast's core. The creature let out a pained howl, tears streaming from its myriad eyes. How is it possible for pride and gentleness to coexist? This defies the laws of chaos. Vegeta scoffed, turning his head away in a haughty manner. The strength of the Saiyans lies in our ability to balance all emotions. Goku, clapping him on the shoulder, laughed heartily. "Vegeta, you were so cool just now. though the name is a bit silly. Vegeta's face flushed crimson, yet he refrained from erupting in anger this time. The ultimate technique of emotional equilibrium. Unwilling to accept defeat, the Chaos Beast gathered all the absorbed emotional energy into a dark energy sphere, preparing to annihilate everyone. The group united. Lin Yuan's twin gears soared into the air, releasing a resplendent light from the emblem of laws, manifesting a wave of balanced energy. Goku's palm emblem glowed, infusing warm protective energy. Vegeta's chest emblem shone, channeling the balance of pride and gentleness. Gohan's eye emblem radiated, contributing harmonized rationality and emotion. Bulma's squirrel emblem sparkled, imbuing creative order. All the energies, guided by the twin gears, coalesced into a vibrant wave of balanced energy, surging towards the Chaos Beast sphere. At the moment of collision, the sky erupted in a stunning display of fireworks, revealing heartwarming scenes amidst the smoke. Family reunions, friends helping one another, warriors standing side by side. The Chaos Beast gasped in wonder amidst the haze. Is this the power of balance? Warmer than chaos, its form gradually became transparent, ultimately dissolving into countless colorful specks of light, merging into the city's network of laws. The emotional vortex in the square dissipated, and the citizens returned to normalcy, curiously discussing the strange occurrence. Mr. Satan rushed in, microphone in hand. Fear not. I have vanquished the monster using the power of Super Saiyan. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Goku smiled at Vegeta. Let him be the hero. We can celebrate in secret. A warm celebration unfolded on Earth. To commemorate the resolution of the crisis, Bulma organized a grand festivity in Satan City. The square was adorned with a plethora of delectable delicacies, while the stage showcased magnificent performances. The beloved pets of the law became the most celebrated stars. The Super Saiyan monkey played hide and seek with the children, while the blue cat was encircled by elderly ladies eager to capture photographs. The little fox assisted Gohan in distributing copies of ancient texts, and birds along with squirrels performed acrobatics on stage. Goku, clutching a pile of magic beans, engaged in a contest with the Super Saiyan monkey to see who could eat faster, resulting in both of them overindulging and rolling on the ground in delight. Vegeta was reluctantly dragged into a dance by Bulma. Despite his apparent discontent, his movements were surprisingly synchronized. The blue cat twirled around their feet, creating an atmosphere of warmth and joy. Gohan and Lin Yuan sat in a corner, discussing the newfound discovery of the law marks. Not only do these marks balance emotions, but they also enhance our connection with the law pets. As the celebration reached its climax, Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly soared into the sky, releasing a golden radiance that formed a colossal rainbow of law in the air, showcasing reflections of the multiverse. The citizens were left in awe, fervently wishing for peace on Earth. Goku shouted at the rainbow, I wish for endless magic beans and infinite battles. Vegeta rolled his eyes, muttering, such a foolish wish is so superficial, yet silently wished for everyone's safety. After the festivities concluded, the group sat aboard their spaceship, gazing at the night view of Earth. Goku, patting his belly, remarked, I had such a great time today, except for being chased by ice cream. That was a bit embarrassing. Vegeta scoffed. Next time we encounter a chaotic beast, I shall defeat it with an even cooler technique, avoiding any need for a pompous flash. Gohan smiled as he noted, today's battle proved that emotions are neither right nor wrong. Balance is the essence. Lin Yuan's dual gears gently rotated, their glow harmonizing with the light of the Earth. He understood that the adventures would continue, and new law challenges could arise at any moment. Yet, as long as companions and law pets were by his side, and the principle of balance resided in his heart, he could face any adversity with a smile. As the spaceship ascended slowly, the lights of Earth faded into twinkling stars behind them. The law pets drifted into slumber within the cabin, while Goku and Vegeta bickered. Gohan organized data, and Bulma planned their next adventure. Lin Yuan gazed out at the starry sky, a smile gracing his lips. This was the epitome of beautiful balance, filled with laughter and noise, combat and warmth. This was the most precious principle of the multiverse. Chapter 70. The quirky challenges of the Law amusement park as the transcendent spaceship departed from Earth. Bulma's screen illuminated with a shimmering golden invitation, inscribed in Law runes. Welcome to the ultimate challenge of the Law amusement park. The victor shall receive an unlimited supply voucher for cosmic snacks. Upon seeing the word snacks, Goku's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. There are snacks at the amusement park. Let us go. Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted disdainfully. Such childish tricks are only designed to fool simpletons like you. However, when he glimpsed the Ultimate Warrior certification emblem on the back of the invitation, his ears perked up in intrigue. The Law Amusement Park floated amidst a vibrant nebula, its entrance constructed from talking blocks of law. As the crowd drew near, the blocks suddenly shouted in unison, "Reveal the secret phrase by sharing your most embarrassing battle experience." Without a moment's hesitation, Goku exclaimed, "I was once chased by ice cream while transformed into a giant monkey, unable to scratch an itch." The blocks erupted in laughter, and the grand gate creaked open. Vegeta's expression stiffened as he retorted, "I have no embarrassing stories." The blocks promptly closed the gate, playfully releasing a burst of colorful powder, proclaiming, "We saw that photo of you in princess dress." Vegeta's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and the emblem on his chest began to glow. He muttered awkwardly, "I was tricked by Bulma into wearing it once. Just that once." The gate then leisurely swung open, with the blocks cheering. "The proud prince is the most fortunate." Gohan adjusted his glasses and earnestly stated, "Last time the time ruins, I became a meme and rolled around on the ground." The blocks collectively gasped, handing him a flower of rules. "The honest scholar is the most adorable." Lin Yuan chuckled. "I once got hit on the head by my own gears." The gate fully opened, revealing a path woven from rainbow rules extending deep into the amusement park. Upon entering the park, Goku was immediately captivated by Cotton Candy Stall, run by a winged rule sprite. "Welcome." The sprite waved its wand, transforming the cotton candy into the likeness of Super Saiyan Goku. "This is the special golden-haired explosion model." Goku took a big bite and mumbled, "It tastes like senza beans mixed with clouds. Is that why my hair is so explosive?" As Vegeta passed by, he scoffed, "It is an explosion hairstyle, quite fitting." The sprite overheard and promptly conjured a blue-haired, Sundara cat-shaped cotton candy, infuriating Vegeta to the point of nearly overturning the stall. The amusement park's most thrilling attraction was the Rule roller coaster, its tracks intricately woven from the laws of time and space, featuring sudden vertical drops and chaotic temporal currents. Goku was the first to leap onto the carriage, slapping the seat and shouting, "Vegeta, come and see who can remain silent." Vegeta rolled his eyes, childish. "I will not scream." However, once his safety belt was fastened, Goku secretly pressed the surprise button, causing a fake snake to spring forth, prompting Vegeta's scream to shatter the glass of the carriage. "You bastard." Vegeta's hair erupted into a spiky mess, and the emblem on his chest flickered incessantly. "Once we disembark, I will turn you into cotton candy." Goku laughed uncontrollably. Turns out Vegeta is afraid of snakes, more timid than Bulma. The roller coaster suddenly plunged into the temporal chaos zone, and they instantly reverted to their childhood forms. Little Goku wore split-crotch pants, while young Vegeta feigned composure, clinging tightly to Goku's hand as the carriage jolted. Gohan and Lin Yuan sat in the back row, and Gohan's glasses emblem began to glow. He focused intently on the track, analyzing, "The angle of temporal distortion here is 375 degrees, and the gravitational acceleration is 5 times that of Earth. Theoretically, the decibel level of screaming would exceed 120. Before he could finish his thought, the coaster plunged vertically, and Gohan's scream outshone all, sending his glasses flying. Lin Yuan quickly used his dual gears to stabilize the glasses. Sighing, "Indeed, theory and practice differ greatly." By the time the roller coaster came to a stop, everyone was left in a dizzy haze. Vulcan, esporting a comical chicken copy ice chili, chuckled foolishly, remarking that Vegeta's screams were more piercing than Chi-Chi's incessant nagging. Vegeta, covering his ears, retorted that his screams were tactical, devised to test the principles of sound waves. As he straightened his posture, he discovered that his battle attire had been whimsically transformed into a pink lace ensemble by the chaotic currents of time and space. Infuriated, he shouted to the heavens, vowing to obliterate that wretched amusement park. In the enchanted house of mirrors, traversing through the roller coaster section, they encountered a house of magical mirrors. At the entrance, a sprightly sprite proclaimed, "Step inside to behold your truest self." Wukong dashed in first, only to see himself transformed into a rotund senza bean, being pursued by a Super Saiyan monkey. "What is this? I am not that portly," Wukong protested, flexing his muscles at the mirror, which suddenly erupted, scattering countless tiny senza beans and startling him into a jump. Vegeta entered the mirror house next, only to find his reflection clad in an apron, cooking, with a blue cat supervising nearby, creating a scene so warm it was almost blinding. "This is all a fabrication," Vegeta shouted, throwing a punch at the mirror. To his surprise, his reflection turned around, presenting a plate of dark, unidentifiable cuisine, exclaiming, "Try my dark culinary energy bar." Vegeta, taken aback, stumbled into Gohan, who had just arrived. In Gohan's mirror, he appeared as a scholar adorned with a superhero cape, battling villains while exclaiming, "Behold the power of knowledge." Gohan blushed, declaring, "I would never be that corny." Suddenly, the mirror hero adjusted his glasses, firing a beam of academic light that transformed the villains into bookworms. Lin Yuan's reflection was the most peculiar, showcasing twin gears performing a tap dance, urging him to keep up with the rhythm of the balance principle. The most amusing spectacle unfolded as the reflections of the group burst forth from the mirrors, forming a comedic brigade. The sins of Bean Wukong chased after his own reflection, while apron-clad Vegeta attempted to distribute his dark cuisine, and the overly dramatic Gohan shot beams of academic light at thin air. Wukong shouted at his reflection, "You can't run faster than me," only to collide with his doppelganger, resulting in a rolling ball of chaos. Vegeta, pursued by his apron-clad reflection offering energy bars, found his ultimate flash attack transformed into pink heart shapes. The ultimate temptation of the snack house awaited them. The exit of the magical house led directly to the snack haven, where every treat was composed of energy principles. Sins of bean chocolates that leaped into one's mouth, fruit candies that granted temporary transformations, and energy drinks that seemed inexhaustible filled the space. Wukong, like a mouse in a rice barrel, devoured a senza bean cake larger than himself, exclaiming, "This is the best cake I've ever tasted, even sweeter than what Chi-Chi makes." Just as the words left his mouth, the cake morphed into Chi-Chi's likeness, hands on her hips, glaring at him. "Wukong, you're stealing again. You'll be doing the dishes when you get home." Startled, Wukong nearly spat out the cake. Vegeta picked up a seemingly ordinary energy chocolate, only to be overcome with uncontrollable laughter after tasting it. It was, in fact, laughing chocolate, specifically designed to target those with its sunder disposition. Wukong pointed and laughed. "Vegeta, you look like a silly cat when you laugh." Vegeta, wanting to express his anger, could only stammer in laughter, shaking his fists in protest, appearing utterly ridiculous. Gohan discovered a remarkable wisdom cookie. Upon consuming it, his cognitive faculties surged, prompting an excited proclamation. "This will enable me to analyze the data with unparalleled speed." However, indulging excessively led to a mental overload, resulting in him lecturing the air on laws of nature, causing even the Super Saiyan monkey to doze off. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the energy of the snack house's laws, conjuring a multitude of singing cotton candies, each serenading with a distinct cosmic ballad. As the group reveled in their sugary delight, the proprietor of the snack house, a colossal law-abiding squirrel donning a chef's hat, suddenly emerged. Ultimate challenge. Who can consume the super invincible spicy beans without utilizing energy will be rewarded with a snack voucher. These beans were as red as molten lava, exuding an aura hot enough to ignite the very air. Goku boldly volunteered, declaring, "I'll give it a try. I can handle spicy." However, upon biting into a single bean, he was propelled like a rocket, flames erupting from his mouth. "It's too spicy. I need water." Vegeta scoffed, "A fool remains a fool. You can't even manage a single bean." He seized a bean to flaunt, only to be overwhelmed by its heat, tears streaming down his face as he stubbornly asserted, "This level of spice is nothing for a Saiyan." A sneeze escaped him, sending cake flying in all directions. Ultimately, it was Lin Yuan who neutralized the spiciness with the balance of laws, restoring the two to normalcy. Goku, covering his mouth, remarked, "I shall never again recklessly challenge. This is more terrifying than Frieza's attacks." Though no one finished the spicy beans, the director of the amusement park eventually appeared. Surprisingly, it was the befuddled old man encountered at the supply station. Clad in a lavish director's outfit, the runes in his beard sparkled. "Congratulations on overcoming all challenges. Here is your prize." He handed Goku a shimmering golden voucher. Upon inspection, it read, "Infinite supply of bean-flavored toothpaste," leaving Goku utterly stunned. Vegeta's Ultimate Warrior certification badge turned out to be a singing badge that belted out. "The Tsundere Prince is the cutest, fierce yet gentle, loved by all." Infuriated, Vegeta attempted to crush it, only to discover that it was made of law energy. The more he squeezed, the louder it sang. Gohan received a notebook that automatically recorded humorous moments. Upon opening it, he found images of himself screaming on a roller coaster and Vegeta's expression in a princess dress. Lin Yuan's prize was the most practical, a soothing energy ball for law pets, curiously shaped like the mischievous face of a Super Saiyan monkey, which prompted the monkey to eagerly snatch it away. Bulma's prize was a universal wrench for automatic repairs, yet transformed her hair into a gear shape. inciting her to chase the old man, exclaiming, "I wanted a cosmic snack voucher, not this rubbish." As they departed the amusement park, Goku licked the bean-flavored toothpaste, mumbling, "Though the prizes are a bit strange, I had such a wonderful time." Vegeta's badge continued to sing, and with a flushed face, he shoved it into his pocket, declaring, "I shall never return to such a childish place." Gohan gazed at the photos in his notebook, unable to stifle a laugh. In truth, a little childishness can be delightful. As the spaceship soared into the starry expanse, Lin Yuan's dual gears spun gently, and the brilliance of the amusement park receded behind them. He observed his playful companions and the mischievous law pets, a smile gracing his lips. Regardless of how peculiar the challenges may be or how humorous the prizes, the true essence of adventure lies in our togetherness. Those moments filled with laughter will resonate like the energy of the cosmos, eternally warming every corner of the multiverse.